What are you barking like a dog for? I said, what are you barking like a dog for? Fong Han roared, driving his fist forward in a heavy punch that smashed hard into the nose bridge of the 200-gen woman. Up. The woman was knocked to the ground, her sharp, heart-rending scream tearing through the air as bright red blood gushed wildly from her collapsed nostrils. Standing high above, Fong Han looked down at the wailing woman, his eyes as bloodshot as a beast's. With trash like you think you're worthy of being secretly filmed by me? You don't even look in a mirror. Do you think you're worthy, eh? The woman sprawled on the ground was grotesque to the extreme, nauseating to behold. Pig-like nostrils, barrel waist, bow legs, an enormous backside, and a face slick with grease.
Shen Jin's introduction was not lengthy. This is Zhou Hong, one of your instructors who will teach you combat skills. Don't underestimate him. The number of people he has knocked down
Even though his phone had been searched from top to bottom and no evidence was found, she still went to stand under his company's office building with a banner loudly proclaiming her accusations, stirring up a huge commotion until everyone knew his name. In order to preserve its public image, the company casually found a pretext and ruthlessly fired Fong Han. The girlfriend who had dated him for 2.5 years also broke up with him. No matter where he went, people pointed fingers and hurled insults. Meanwhile, the instigator of it all, the fat little fairy before him, rode the wave of attention, played the victim, solicited sympathy, and live-streamed sales, earning a fortune and stuffing herself into bloated excess. The fat little fairy curled up in the corner against the wall, shivering uncontrollably, fear in her eyes. I was wrong, I won't dare do it again. Now you know you were wrong. Too late. Go to hell. Fong Han roared madly, pulled out a pig-sticking knife, and swung it with all his strength into her neck. He slashed 18 times in a row, hacking the fat little fairy into a mist of blood. Ha ha ha, so satisfying. Fong Han laughed wildly, then turned the blade on himself, and chopped until he too became a cloud of blood. Zhao Xiaowei awakening successful. Silver grade frost mage. Gained entry ice amplifications. Lu Mingho awakening failed. Lin Tian awakening successful. Iron grade necromancer. Gained entry soul wraith power iron. Zhang Mengming awakening failed. Kai Kunkin awakening successful. Gold grade fighter. Gained entry sect faith gold. Principal Gao Yi's voice rang out again and again as one classmate after another walked out of the awakening array. Those who succeeded were overjoyed while those who failed looked as if they were attending their own funeral. This year isn't looking good. Up to now we've only had 2 epic grade classes awaken. There are only 2. At this rate our Nanshan High School can forget about being selected as an excellent high school in Raccoon City this year. Gao Yi shook his head, unable to hide the disappointment on his face. In previous years, Nanshan High School would usually see around 5 epic grade classes awaken, but this year, I was still too soft. I should have sent her entire family to the grave with her. In the crowd beneath the stage, Fong Han's eyes were fixed on the awakening array, but his thoughts had drifted far beyond the clouds. Every time he recalled it, regret gnawed at him. Although the fat little fairy who had slandered him for secret filming had been hacked to death by his own hand, her family was still alive and well. The money she had scammed through streaming was more than enough for them to live in comfort and luxury for the rest of their lives. Perhaps her family was hiding in some corner right now gloating. Fong Han. Fong Han. A soft, melodious voice sounded by his ear, drawing him slowly out of his memories of the dead. Teacher, by what is it? Fong Han lifted his head and blinked, looking somewhat dazed. The one calling his name was his homeroom teacher, Bai Jia. With delicate features, she wore a long white dress that clung to her tall, curvaceous figure. More male students than one could count secretly watched her with their eyes. What do you think is going on? Are you still half asleep? It's your turn to awaken. Get up there quickly. Bai Jia's high heels struck the floor sharply as she stomped, shooting Fong Han a glare and scolding him with clear irritation. A light breeze drifted past, lifting the hem of her dress just enough to reveal a faint glimpse of the edge of black stockings. Oh. Fong Han slapped his forehead as realization dawned. His gaze hurriedly moved away from Bai Jia's long, straight, stocking-clad legs, and he bolted toward the high platform at the front. Behind him came a wave of laughter from his classmates. To be daydreaming at a time like this. Disappointment filled Bai Jia's bright, flawless face. Under Principal Gao Yi's speechless gaze, Fong Han stepped into the awakening array. It had been 3 days since he crossed into this world of universal awakening. The body's original owner was also called Fong Han. They shared the same name. After merging with the fragmented memories of this body, he had basically grasped the nature of this world. This world was called the Shinma continent. It was a mysterious, boundless world. Humanity occupied only a tiny fraction of it, building cities large and small in the few regions fit for habitation. And humanity's enemies were everywhere and terrifyingly powerful. Orcs, Night Elves, Undead Blood clans. These evil forces were collectively known as the Calamity Legion. For as long as the Shinma continent had recorded history, humanity and the Calamity Legion had been mortal enemies by nature. Every single year, countless Calamity invasions descended upon them. To safeguard the homeland on which they depended for survival, humanity, united with other oppressed minor races such as Forest Elves, Silver Moon Elves, and Greyrock, dwarves forming a loose federation known as the Burning Legion to resist the Calamity invasions. Today was the annual awakening day for professionals. Anyone who had reached 18 years of age could participate. Those who awakened successfully could then clear dungeons, explore secret realms, and slay monsters in the wild to gain experience and level up. They would fight against the Calamity Legion and carve out a space for humanity to survive. The awakening ceremony was the dividing line in many people's destinies. If one awakened successfully, one's identity would no longer belong to the ranks of ordinary people, and one would gain formidable power. Professions were ranked as follows: iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, crimson, gold, diamond, starshine, epic. There were a total of 9 grades. The higher the grade of one's awakened profession, the greater one's growth, and the farther one's future path would extend. My previous grades were pretty decent. In the most recent exam, I was ranked 10th in the year. I should be able to awaken a fairly strong profession, right? Of course, theoretical grades had very little to do with whether one could awaken successfully or how strong the awakened profession would be. Fong Han placed his palm on the crystal ball at the heart of the awakening array. It was said that this crystal ball was crafted from the eyes of gods and demons, able to see through all things and maximize the potential of the human body. The instant Fong Han's hand touched it, the crystal ball erupted in a blaze of 10,000 rays of brilliant light, so dazzling he could not open his eyes. Could it be that another legend-grade profession is about to appear? Gao Yi shot to his feet, overwhelmed with excitement. But the very next second the radiance plummeted. A chorus of disappointed hisses rose from the crowd below the stage. Fong Han awakening successful. Iron grade summoner. Gained entry giant spirit strength, iron. When the awakening ended, Gao Yi's voice rang out. At those words, the auditorium instantly boiled over with chatter. An iron grade profession. With that huge commotion, just now I thought for sure it was a legend grade profession. Summoners are very strong. Legend grade summoners can command an entire army of pets alone, forming a pet legion. One person can be a calamity. But an iron grade summoner. An iron summoner can at best contract iron grade pets. Sighs of pity rose repeatedly from the seats below. Even Principal Gao Yi's face was full of disappointment. A summoner's combat power came almost entirely from the pets they summoned. Raising a single pet required an enormous expenditure of money and resources. Buying pet rations, increasing loyalty, learning skills, boosting attributes, raising the pet's level. Taken together, these costs were more than an ordinary family could possibly bear. As for Fong Han, a bottom-tier poor kid barely above the subsistence line, how could he possibly spare money to cultivate a pet? Of course, most crucial of all was that his profession's grade was simply too low, only iron grade. The profession of summoner was not weak. On the contrary, a top-tier summoner's fighting power far surpassed that of other professions. What was weak was the iron grade summoner. As the name implied, an iron summoner could only contract iron grade pets. The iron grade strictly limited the upper bound of the pets Fong Han could contract. Trying to raise a pet's grade was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Without wealth rivaling a nation's and a vast power backing you, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person. If he had awakened as an epic grade or legend grade summoner, then even if his family was dirt poor, many great factions would be scrambling to nurture him, and countless top academies would vie to recruit him. Sigh. Still, it's better than failing to awaken at all. Looking at Fong Han as he stepped down from the platform, Bai Jie sighed inwardly. On the surface, however, she wore a warm, spring-like smile. She lightly patted his shoulder and comforted him softly. Fong Han, don't be discouraged. Even as an iron grade summoner, you can focus on developing your own strength. Summoners do not rely solely on pets. If you become strong yourself, your future achievements will not be insignificant. Thank you, Teacher Bai. Fong Han nodded in gratitude. What future can an iron grade summoner possibly have? Just find some adventure group to muddle along with and stop dreaming about things beyond your reach. An ill-timed voice suddenly interjected. Fong Han's eyes narrowed. He turned his head and saw that the speaker was a sharp-nosed boy. He remembered that this person's name was Lu Jianming. They had never been close, but they were not enemies either. Why was he jumping out now to mock him in public? Lu Jianming's awakened profession was a starshine grade flame mage, one of the standouts among mage professions. In terms of potential for growth, the gap between Fong Han and Lu Jianming was like an unbridgeable chasm. Am I wrong? Fong Han, you've lived over 10 years. Have you ever seen an iron grade summoner amount to anything? Oh right. Can you even afford pet rations? If you don't have the money as your classmate, I can toss you a little charity. Lu Jianming said arrogantly. Fong Han's face abruptly darkened, his gaze stabbing toward Lu Jianming like a drawn sword. Oh, got some backbone now. You dare glare at me like that? Lu Jianming let out a derisive laugh, though his voice carried a faint, almost imperceptible tremor. The always timid and cowardly Fong Han seemed like a different person today, staring at him without the slightest hint of fear. That indifferent gaze, as if looking at a dead man, sent an unexpected ripple of fear through Lu Jianming's heart. Fong Han clenched his fist, suddenly remembering that he had crossed worlds and had no pig-sticking knife in his hand. He could only temporarily extinguish the urge to hack Lu Jianming into a mist of blood. Lu Jiaming, you've gone too far. At that moment, a clear, melodious voice rang out. A pure and beautiful girl stepped between the two of them. She glared at Lu Jiaming. We're all classmates in the same class. How can you talk like that? Bai Ningguang. Lu Jiaming had not expected Bai Ningguang to speak up for Fang Han in front of so many people. For a moment, jealousy and anger warred within him. Bai Ningguang was the acknowledged school beauty of Nanshan High, the dream goddess of countless boys, who knew how many secretly had a crush on her. Naturally, Lu Jiaming was among them. His purpose in jumping out to mock Fang Han had been to attract Bai Ningguang's attention. After all, he had awakened a star Xin grade profession, a rarity even in the entire senior year. It was the perfect chance to show off and win his goddess's favor. Who could have guessed it would backfire so badly? All right, that's enough. Stop arguing. Bai Ningguang is right. Classmates in the same class should be helping one another. Homeroom teacher Bai Jia walked over to mediate. Next, Bai Ningguang. Principal Gao Yi's voice sounded at precisely the right moment. Bai Ningguang went up to awaken, and with no one left to appreciate him, Lu Jiaming could only glare fiercely at Fang Han. Fang Han, however, no longer paid him any attention and opened his attribute panel instead. Name Fang Han. Profession Summoner Iron. Level 0010000. Health 180. Mana 100. Attack 20. Defense 9. Strength 7. Growth Coefficient 1. Constitution 9. Growth Coefficient 1. Spirit 10. Growth Coefficient 3. Agility 9. Growth Coefficient 1. Skills Shadow Arrow Iron. Condense a shadowy arrow to deal 150 damage to the target. Cast time 1 second. Mana cost 10. Cooldown 3 seconds. Contract Technique Iron. When used on a monster whose rank does not exceed your own, there is a 1 chance to contract it as a pet. Cast time 1 second. Mana cost 20. Cooldown 5 seconds. Summoning Technique Iron. Summon a pet to assist in battle. Cast time 1 second. Mana cost 20. Cooldown none. If a pet dies, its loyalty is reduced by 10 points, and it requires 5 minutes to revive. Entry Giant Spirit Strength Iron. Pet attack power is permanently increased by 10. Summon slots 11. 1 additional summon slot for every 100 points of spirit. Pet Little Skeleton Iron. Little Skeleton Pet. Rank Iron. Level 0010000. Loyalty 65. Chance to defect if below 30. Satiety 80. Combat power halved if below 50. Loses combat ability if below 20. Health 50. Attack 10. Defense 5. Strength 5. Growth Coefficient 1. Constitution 5. Growth Coefficient 0. 5. Spirit 1. Growth Coefficient 0. 3. Agility 5. Growth Coefficient 0. 5. Movement Speed 3. 0. Skill Heavy Strike Iron. The little skeleton swings its bone sword to deal 120 damage to the target. Cooldown 5 seconds. Description: the lowest tier creature among the undead. These attributes. Fang Han's brows knitted into a deep frown. My spirit is a groundbreaking 10 points, so why is the awakened profession still the worst iron grade? The gap between an iron grade summoner and higher grade summoners was not only in the pets they could contract, but also in their growth attributes. Fang Han's growth coefficients totaled only 6 attribute points, while his pet, the little skeleton, was even more miserable, with a total growth coefficient of just 2. 6. A bronze grade summoner, by contrast, might have 10 points of growth. Their pets would surpass the little skeleton's attributes by at least a factor of 2. The greater the gap in profession rank, the more dramatic the difference in growth coefficients. Between an iron summoner and a legend grade summoner, the difference in growth could exceed 100 points. As levels increased, the gap would only widen further. By the time Fang Han reached level 100, the gulf between him and a legend grade summoner would be so vast that even the comparison of an ant to a dragon would fall short. Moreover, every professional would obtain an entry of the same grade as their profession upon awakening. This ensured that the strong grew ever stronger while the weak remained eternally weak. Fang Han's iron grade entry was so trashy that it defied belief. It was precisely because of this that Lu Jiaming dared to mock him so brazenly in front of everyone. Lu Jiaming's harsh words were unpleasant, but they were also a cruel and icy reality. Ding! Detected that the host's killing intent soars to the heavens, and the soul's power is excessively strong. Awakening talent infinite golden legend. It's here. It finally arrived. Huh. All of Fang Han's pent-up frustration was swept away in an instant. He hurriedly checked his status. Talent infinite golden legend. Every 5 levels obtain 1 golden legendary trait. Gain 1 additional golden legendary trait at level 1. Golden legendary traits are far more powerful than ordinary legendary class traits. Infinite golden legendary traits. Fang Han was overjoyed beyond measure. Other professionals only possess a single trait. Even legendary class professions have just 1 legendary trait. Yet every time he rises 5 levels, he will gain an additional trait. And these are golden legendary traits, even stronger than ordinary legendary ones. Ding! The trait Giant Spirit Strength Black Iron has been upgraded to Infinite Evolution Golden Legend. Infinite Evolution Golden Legend harvest the souls of the dead to trigger a soul metamorphosis in your pet, shattering the shackles of its bloodline and evolving it to a higher rank. Slaying monsters of no lower level than yourself grants their souls, which can be used to evolve pets. Current souls 0. On the attribute interface, the former black iron trait Giant Spirit Strength had vanished, replaced by the golden legendary trait Infinite Evolution. A dazzling golden radiance unique to golden legendary traits bloomed forth, so bright and resplendent that Fong Han could scarcely keep his eyes open. For summoners, a pet's rank is essentially fixed for life. Trying to raise it is tantamount to forcibly turning it into an entirely different species. The difficulty is self-evident. Even the few heaven-defying items capable of raising a pet's rank are priceless treasures, unimaginably rare. Ordinary summoners have no qualifications to obtain them. Yet Fong Han possessed the golden legendary trait Infinite Evolution. He needed only to absorb monsters' souls to evolve his pet to a higher rank. This meant that even the weakest black iron pet could, by absorbing souls, advance step by step all the way to the divine tier. His little skeleton was a black iron pet. To evolve it to bronze, it would require 5 soul points. Evolving from bronze pet to silver pet would require 10 soul points. From silver to gold would require 20 soul points. And so on. By Ningguang awakening successful. Legendary class Light Sword Saint. Acquired trait Nemesis of the Undead Legend. On the high platform, Gao Yi was so excited that his voice boomed as he announced it. A legendary profession. Light Sword Saint. The entire school erupted. A legendary profession had actually appeared. In the entire Raccoon City, no legendary profession had emerged in the past 5 years. And the one awakening this legendary class was the most beautiful school belle by Ningguang. Bathed in holy milky white light by Ningguang seemed as cold and pure as an angel. All eyes were upon her, as though she had become the very center of the world. Good. Looks like this year the title of Outstanding High School is practically guaranteed for our Nanshan High. Gao Yi was so thrilled, he gestured wildly, grinning from ear to ear. Even Bai Jie, usually as cold as ice, now seemed like a thawing frozen lake, revealing a captivating. Bai Ningguang was equally overjoyed. Her flawless, exquisite face shone with spirited confidence. The moment she returned to her class, countless classmates swarmed around her like stars orbiting the moon. By contrast, Fong Han's side remained desolate and quiet, with no one paying him any heed. The subsequent awakening procedures held no unexpected surprises. Including Class 10, the final class, no further epic professions appeared, let alone any legendary ones. Even so, Principal Gao Yi was still so excited he could hardly stop smiling. When the awakening ceremony ended, he stepped forward to give a speech. First, congratulations to all students who have successfully awakened. You are the future and hope of humanity. Each awakened student may go to the logistics department to receive a profession subsidy. The college entrance examinations will be held 1 month from now. I hope all of you remain humble and diligent, make full use of your time to level up, and strive to enter a good university. Dismissed. As soon as his voice fell, countless students swarmed toward the logistics department. 20 minutes later, Fong Han emerged from the department, holding a thin pitch-black wooden staff that looked utterly ordinary in his hand. Withered wood staff, black iron, level 1. Attributes attack 10. The weapon will do for now. At least I finally have money for potions. As a black iron class professional, Fong Han's subsidy consisted of a withered wood staff, a void ring, 100 gold coins, and 5 beginner dungeon tickets. Though it was the lowest tier of subsidy, it nonetheless solved his most urgent needs. Otherwise, he would not even be able to afford potions. Void ring, black iron. It held a 1 evian emitter cubic space and could not store living creatures. Fong Han weighed up. An incredibly pleasant voice sounded from behind him. What is it? Fong Han turned and found it was Bai Ningguang. He could not quite understand why this heaven-favored girl would. Bai Ningguang jogged over to him, her black high ponytail bouncing and flying in the sunlight, her whole being brimming with youthful vitality. When Fong Han crossed into this world, less than a tenth of the original body's memories remained, and almost none of them involved Bai Ningguang. He had no idea what relationship the original Fong Han had with her. However, when he was mocked by Lu Jiaming earlier, only Bai Ningguang had stepped forward to speak up for him, so his impression of her was fairly good. Here, this is for you. Slightly out of breath, Bai Ningguang held out 5 beginner dungeon tickets. Most dungeons in Raccoon City were managed by the Profession Alliance, and dungeon tickets were the entry passes. Once the school's free dungeon tickets were used up, anyone wishing to run dungeons had to buy tickets. If one truly had no money for entry fees, the only option was to go outside the city to grind wild monsters. For me, Fong Han did not immediately take them, his expression puzzled. Of course, leveling in beginner dungeons is too slow. My family has arranged for people to carry me through high-level dungeons. These tickets are useless to me, so I might as well give them to you. The corners of Bai Ningguang's lips curled up as she stuffed the dungeon tickets into Fong Han's hand without giving him a chance to refuse. Before Fong Han could react, she turned and ran off light as the wind. Fong Han scratched his hair, staring at Bai Ningguang's graceful figure as she left, utterly perplexed. Not bad, man. Already hugging the school bell's thigh. While Fong Han was still confused, a lanky figure threw an arm around his shoulders. He glanced at the tall, thin young man with no eyebrows and grinned. Zheng Shuanglong, one of Fong Han's few friends. Years ago, they had walked out of the Raccoon City Central Welfare Institute together. Fong Han was in Class 9, Zheng Shuanglong in Class 7. What nonsense are you spouting? Fong Han rolled his eyes. Since crossing over, he had exchanged only a few words with Bai Ningguang today. Her gifting him dungeon tickets was most likely because she pitted him for being unable to afford them, nothing more than sympathy. Nothing beyond that. Oh, why doesn't Bai Ningguang give me dungeon tickets? I'd love to cling to her thigh too. Zheng Shuanglong fantasized shamelessly. Fong Han couldn't help but laugh. Rumor had it that Bai Ningguang's family was one of the 4 great clans of Raccoon City, wealthy beyond measure with secret close ties to some powerful figure in the Burning Legion. Now that Bai Ningguang had awakened as a legendary light sword saint, her status had risen even higher. Fong Han and she belonged to completely different worlds. Most likely they would never intersect again in the future. So where to now? Home or dungeon? Zheng Shuanglong asked casually. Dungeon. Fong Han replied without even turning his head. He did not want to waste time. With a pet taking half his experience, a summoner leveled at only half the speed of other professions, so he had to seize every moment. More importantly, he wanted to see as soon as possible whether the golden legendary trait was truly as heaven-defying as its description. Want me to carry you through some runs? Zheng Shuanglong spoke in a deep, muffled voice. He had awakened as a Gale Sword hero of gold rank. Among today's successful awakenings, he was solidly midly off the pack. But compared with Fong Han's Black Iron Summoner, he was far, far better off. Both of them came from the Raccoon City Central Welfare Institute, but Zheng Shuanglong had better luck. He'd been adopted by a kind family when he was very young. As he grew older, however, his looks deteriorated badly, leaving that family full of regret. They had even wanted to swap him for Fong Han. Aside from being a bit thin, Fong Han's appearance surpassed Zheng Shuanglong's by a wide margin. Oh, calling him the school heartthrob would not be an exaggeration. No need. I can manage on my own. Fong Han smiled as he spoke. Will you be able to handle the early stages? Zheng Shuanglong asked worriedly. Fong Han raised an eyebrow. You're underestimating me, aren't you? Even if I'm a Black Iron Summoner, it's still 1 man and 1 pet, 2 against 1. How could we lose to a single monster? As long as you're confident. That's odd though. Why do I feel like you're not the same as before? In the past you weren't exactly timid, but you always came across as introverted and steady. How come today it's like you're a whole different person? Zheng Shuanglong propped his palm against his chin, eyeing Fong Han up and down in confusion. Really? You're remembering wrong. Anyway, hurry home, your parents must be waiting to hear your good news. Oh, and find some time to visit Dodo and the others. Alright, I'm off then. We'll run dungeons together tomorrow. Fong Han merely shrugged and said nothing more. In this world, Fong Han had no real family. Unlike other classmates, there was no home celebration awaiting him after awakening. Half an hour later, Fong Han arrived at the Profession Alliance. The Alliance covered a vast area. An entire street was lined with its buildings. Inside, besides administrative offices and the dungeon hall, there were all kinds of shops and trading markets for professionals. Equipment, potions, elixirs, skill books, materials. Everything one could imagine was available. Naturally, there were also plenty of pet shops, with pets for sale ranging from Black Iron up to gold rank. Black Iron pets usually cost between 80 and 150 gold coins. Gold rank pets were extremely few and priced at astronomical levels, each one going for over 1 million gold. Fong Han stepped into one of the shops. He bought 20 mana potions and health potions and 5 blank pet cards. Health potion Black Iron restores 200 health over 10 seconds. Cooldown 20 seconds. Level requirement 1. Mana potion Black Iron restores 200 mana over 10 seconds. Cooldown 20 seconds. Level requirement 1. That small pile of supplies alone cost him 20 gold coins, which made his heart ache. Including the subsidy, Fong Han had a total of only 103 gold coins on him. The 3 original coins had taken him over half a year of frugality to save. In the end, due to malnutrition and anemia, he had fainted and fallen. When he woke, he had become the current Fong Han. Once he had finished his preparations, he finally headed to the dungeon hall. At this moment, the dungeon hall was bustling, a dense sea of people as far as the eye could see. Fong Han walked straight ahead to the beginner dungeon area. Today was awakening day, so the beginner area was the most crowded. Level 0 dungeon, Ghostfire Forest, looking for an experienced tank knight. Level 0 healer, seeking reliable party. I may not have much else, but my heals are massive. How massive? Let me take a look. Level 0 dungeon, Serene Village, forming group, experienced players only. No summoners, absolutely no summoners. Level 1 dungeon, Ghostfire Forest, speed run, seeking experts. No one below silver rank. The cries for party members rose and fell like hawkers in a vegetable market, even noisier than one. Most of the teams explicitly refused summoners. The reason was simple: a summoner's pet siphoned off part of the experience gain. If a summoner didn't bring their pet, their profession already had the lowest skill bonuses of all. Even fewer parties would accept them then. At this critical leveling phase, bringing a summoner would only slow the grind. Fong Han did not look for a team, he had intended to solo from the start. After carefully choosing for a long while, he picked what looked like the simplest dungeon. Slime Camp. Just as he was about to enter, a familiar mocking voice sounded from the side. Well, if it isn't our Class 9's famous Black Iron Summoner. What, no party willing to take you? Fong Han didn't need to turn his head to know it was that show-off Lu Jiaming. He turned around to see Lu Jiaming indeed looking at him with open ridicule. Where's your pet? Summon it, and let me have a look. Surely you're not too ashamed to show it, right? Wow, am I seeing this right? Slime Camp, you're actually going to run that dungeon. Since we're classmates, I can reluctantly carry you for a bit. But there is one condition. Lu Jiaming shouted in feigned astonishment, his expression wildly exaggerated. He then deliberately kept Fong Han in suspense, taking the initiative to offer power leveling while waiting for Fong Han's response. Slime Camp was practically the easiest level 0 dungeon, but very few people ran it. Being the easiest meant it also yielded the least experience. Fong Han's face remained expressionless, neither sorrowful nor joyful, as he calmly watched Lu Jiaming's performance. Only after Lu had finished his verbose spiel did Fong Han slowly utter 3 words. Big. Stupid. Idiot. With that, Fong Han gave Lu Jiaming no time to react. He pulled out a dungeon ticket, activated the instance, and stepped through the portal into Slime Camp. Behind him, Lu Jiaming was left standing there, his face twisted, as if he had just swallowed something foul. When Fong Han opened his eyes again, he was standing on a stretch of lush green grassland. All around, round, plump shapes inched and squirmed slowly across the grass. Little slime common monster. Level 0. Health 100. Attack 20. Defense 5. Move speed 2. 0. Skills none. Level 0 monsters in a level 0 beginner dungeon like this had extremely poor attributes. It was a pure newbie playground. Summon little skeleton. With a low shout, Fong Han cast his summoning spell. As the words fell, a small hexagram array appeared on the ground. After a flash of light, a slender skeleton about 1 meter tall emerged within. The small skeleton held a tattered gray-white bone sword, its body devoid of flesh, leaving only a grayish-white skeleton. In its hollow eye sockets, the white soul fire flickered weakly, emanating a cold aura. From its appearance, the small skeleton seemed fragile, easily toppled by a gust of wind. It trembled as it walked up to Fong Han, bowing its head, awaiting orders. Go eliminate that slime. Fong Han commanded the small skeleton. The small skeleton moved its jaw, producing an unintelligible sound, gripping the bone sword as it staggered towards the nearest small slime. Fong Han shook his head. Then, raising his withered wooden staff, he briefly cast a spell, condensing a dark purple energy arrow that shot rapidly towards the small slime. Shadow arrow. Bang. The unsuspecting small slime was struck by the shadow arrow, bursting into a spray of blood. 25. 1/4 of the small slime's health was lost. The attacked small slime glared angrily at Fong Han, slowly moving its round body towards him. Both the small slime and the small skeleton moved slowly, and by the time they finally met, Fong Han had already cast a second shadow arrow. 25. Half of the small slime's health was depleted. Hey. Huh. Bang. At this moment, the two began to fight each other. You land a punch, I swing a sword, exchanging blows with fervor. Yet the damage inflicted was disheartening. 5. 15. 5. 15. The small slime's attacks were stronger, causing several bones of the small skeleton to shatter. 3 seconds later, the cooldown of the shadow arrow ended, and Fong Han launched another arrow, emptying the small slime's health. The small slime let out a cry and fell to the ground lifeless. A faint gray-white light orb floated out from the small slime's corpse, automatically entering the void ring on Fong Han's hand. Successfully killed the small slime, experience 2. Successfully killed the small slime, soul 1. Successfully collected 1 soul. The experience is too little, no wonder no one farms this dungeon. After this first-hand experience, Fong Han shook his head. In the novice dungeon area, other dungeons were packed, but the slime camp was deserted. Although the slime camp was safe, the rewards were exceedingly low, especially since Fong Han brought a pet that split. Other novice dungeons could level up to level 1 after 5 runs. The slime camp might take 10. Fong Han wasn't particularly concerned about this. Leveling up was secondary, raising his pet's rank was far. Once his pet grew stronger, leveling up would become much easier. At this moment, another small slime came into view, and Fong Han commanded the small skeleton to engage. Successfully killed the small slime, experience 2. Successfully killed the small slime, soul 1. Successfully killed the small slime, experience 2. Successfully killed the small slime, soul 1. In 2.5 minutes, Fong Han had killed 2 more small slimes. He did not continue hunting. The small skeleton's health was now below 20 points, and fighting the small slime could likely lead to its demise. Fong Han had not yet learned the skill to heal pets, so he could only wait for the small skeleton to recover naturally. Currently, the small skeleton's recovery speed was 1 point of health and mana per second in a non-combat state. After waiting for more than a minute, the small skeleton's health was fully restored, and it was time to hunt again. Successfully killed the small slime, experience 2. Successfully killed the small slime, soul 1. Successfully killed the small slime, experience 2. Successfully killed the small slime soul 1. After easily killing 2 more small slimes, Fong Han finally collected 5 souls. He eagerly used them on the small skeleton. Consumed 5 souls. After absorbing the souls, the small skeleton suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. Evolution successful. The small skeleton evolved into a bone warrior. Rank bronze. Bone warrior's health has been enhanced. Loyalty 5. As the system notification faded, the light gradually diminished. It doesn't seem to have changed much. It just grew a little taller. Fong Han pondered, looking at the slightly taller bone warrior. The bone warrior appeared to understand Fong Han's complaints, shaking its head as if protesting. Bone warrior pet. Rank bronze 010 level 0 101,000 loyalty 70 hunger 78 health 220 attack 26 defense 12 strength 13 growth factor 5 constitution 11 growth factor 3 spirit 4 growth factor 1 agility 9 growth factor 2 movement speed 3 skills. Heavy strike bronze. The bone warrior swings its bone sword, dealing 240 damage to the target. Cooldown 5 seconds. Introduction evolved from the small skeleton, still the lowest tier among the undead creatures. How could it be that? After reviewing the bone warrior's attributes, Fong Han was astonished. The bone warrior's current attributes surpassed his own. The leap from black iron rank to bronze rank brought such a dramatic increase, it could be described as earth-shattering. Not only did the attributes improve, but the skill also upgraded from black iron to bronze. Seeing Fong Han's expression, the bone warrior opened and closed its mouth, seemingly quite pleased. Let's test its combat power. A small slime approached obliviously, and Fong Han immediately commanded the bone warrior to attack. With its newfound strength, the bone warrior excitedly rushed towards the small slime. Bang! The tattered bone sword emitted a gray light as it struck the small slime. Heavy strike. 57. A high damage number appeared above the small slime's head, and its health dropped by more than half in an instant. So fierce. Fong Han was stunned. Soon after, the bone warrior's normal attack dealt 21 points. 8. The damage from the small slime's attack on the bone warrior was only a trivial 8 points. Compared to the bone warrior's 220 health points, it was completely negligible. This small slime was easily dispatched, and Fong Han didn't even need to lift a finger. Continuing. With such power at bronze rank, he couldn't imagine how formidable the bone warrior would be at legendary rank. Successfully killed the small slime. Experience 2. Successfully killed the small slime. Soul 1. Successfully killed the small slime. Experience 2. Successfully killed the small slime. Soul 1. After rapidly killing a few more small slimes, Fong Han gained a total of 10 souls. He used them on the bone warrior once again. This time the light lasted a full 5 seconds before fading. Consumed 10 souls. Evolution successful. The bone warrior evolved into a bone sword guardian. Rank silver. Bone sword guardian's health has been enhanced. Loyalty 5. The evolved bone sword guardian underwent a significant transformation compared to before. It grew to the height of an adult, towering and robust, and the previously tattered bone sword transformed into a sharp steel sword. Bone sword guardian pet. Rank silver 0-0 level 0 301,000 loyalty 75 hunger 77 health 360 attack 44 defense 18 strength 22 growth factor 8 constitution 18 growth factor 6 spirit 7 growth factor 3 agility 14 growth factor 4 movement speed 3 skills. Bone reinforcement silver. The bone sword guardian uses necromantic power to enhance its body, increasing defense by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown 20 seconds. Heavy strike silver. The bone sword guardian swings its bone sword, dealing 350 damage to the target. Cooldown 5 seconds. Introduction evolved from the bone warrior. The evolved bone sword guardian has indeed become stronger. Compared to the bone warrior, the basic attributes of the bone sword guardian increased significantly, and the growth factor doubled. Each level gained would yield 21 attribute points. Moreover, it gained the silver skill of bone reinforcement. With this skill, the bone sword guardian could withstand and deal damage. Time to find a small slime to test it out. Swish. The bone sword guardian delivered a heavy strike, its steel sword hitting the small slime. Green blood splattered out. The small slime's health bar was instantly emptied. 149. Instant kill. The small slime was annihilated in a single blow. Fong Han finally grasped the vast difference in combat power brought by the disparity in rank. If his pet could exhibit such strength at silver rank, how powerful would those diamond summoners or epic summoners? Fong Han clearly remembered that a boy named Li Gang in Class 5 awakened as an epic summoner. When the principal announced it, his expression was almost as excited as when Bai Ningguang awakened her legendary profession. Now, with the bone sword guardian able to slay small slimes in one hit without taking any damage, he eliminated the need to wait for health recovery, dramatically increasing the efficiency of monster hunting. Considering the time spent finding monsters, he could kill one in just 10 seconds. Fong Han didn't need to lift a finger, he merely followed behind the bone sword guardian to watch. Half an hour passed swiftly, and all the monsters in the dungeon were exterminated. Over 200 monsters provided more than 200 souls. Remaining souls 224. Thanks to the silver rank Bone Sword Guardian being able to instantly kill monsters, the souls were not used. Now he could evolve. Consumed 20 souls. Evolution successful. The Bone Sword Guardian evolved into a Bone Sword Hero. Rank Gold. Bone Sword Hero's health has been enhanced. Loyalty 5. Consumed 50 souls. Evolution successful. The Bone Sword Hero evolved into a Bone Vanguard. Rank Platinum. Bone Vanguard's health has been enhanced. Loyalty 5. Consumed 100 souls. Evolution successful. The Bone Vanguard evolved into a Bone Commander. Rank Red Gold. Bone Commander's health has been enhanced. Loyalty 5. In a series of 3 consecutive evolutions, the pet surged from Silver rank to Red Gold rank. Bone Commander pet rank Red Gold 0, 200 level 0, 498100000. Loyalty 90, Hunger 70, Health 760, Attack 84, Defense 38, Strength 42, Growth Factor 16, Constitution 38, Growth Factor 14, Spirit 19, Growth Factor 11, Agility 32, Growth Factor 12, Movement Speed 4. Skills Undead Strike Red Gold. The Bone Commander swings its bone sword, dealing 560 damage to the target. Cooldown 5 seconds. Bone Armor Red Gold. The Bone Commander uses necromantic power to summon a layer of hard bones covering its body, increasing defense by 60 for 5 seconds. Cooldown 20 seconds. Undead Meditation Red Gold. The Bone Commander enters a meditative state, recovering 60 health over 4 seconds, while taking 60 reduced damage during recovery. Cooldown 30 seconds. Undead Charge Red Gold. The Bone Commander charges towards the target, dealing 600 damage. Cooldown 15 seconds. Introduction. The leader of the undead, holding a higher status. After 3 consecutive evolutions, the Bone Commander's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Basic attributes have exponentially increased, with a growth factor reaching as high as 53 points. The skill Bone Reinforcement has evolved into Bone Armor, increasing defense by 60. Heavy Strike is gone, but a stronger Undead Charge is now available. Additionally, there is the Undead Meditation skill to restore health. The Bone Commander no longer resembles the frail skeleton it once was. Standing at a towering height of 2 meters strong and imposing, its bones exude a chilling white hue. The pale soul fire in its eye sockets radiates a cold, menacing aura. The sharp steel sword has transformed into a wide and heavy broadsword. Just a glance conveys immense pressure. The Bone Commander's role has shifted from being clumsy and slow to a versatile powerhouse adept at both offense and defense. With these attributes, challenging a level 3 dungeon should be more than manageable. What a pity those potions were wasted. They won't be needed. Fong Han mused silently. All the monsters in the dungeon had been eliminated, and not far from Fong Han a glowing teleportation array was visible. Fong Han recalled the Bone Commander into the pet space and stepped into the teleportation array. The light flickered, and Fong Han returned to the dungeon hall. The hall was as lively and noisy as ever, bustling with voices. With the current strength of the Bone Commander, there was no need to waste time at the slime camp. After circling the novice dungeon area, he entered a level 1 dungeon called Wolf Valley. As for the level 3 dungeon, he had no intention of going there for now. The Bone Commander would surely have no trouble dealing with level 3 monsters, but he would have a great deal of pressure. Currently, the Bone Commander lacked area attack skills, and being surrounded could put him in danger at level 0. Therefore, it was wiser to play it safe for now. The Novice Dungeon includes dungeons ranging from level 0 to 5, and the Novice Dungeon tickets issued by the school can be used for this level range. Spending 1 dungeon ticket, Fong Han stepped into the portal. As the light and shadows shifted when Fong Han's feet touched solid ground again, he found himself in a deep valley. The valley was overgrown with weeds, and from the towering steep mountains on either side, countless rocks of various sizes tumbled down. It was a desolate and bleak scene. Not far away, some fierce and robust wild wolves were prowling among the ruins. Fong Han immediately used his summoning technique. A level 1 evil wolf is significantly stronger than a level 0 small slime. Other newly awakened adventurers would struggle even when teaming up. Without needing to be instructed by Fong Han, the Bone Commander proactively approached. Whoosh! The evil wolf's sharp claws scratched against the Bone Commander's hard skeleton, creating a spark. 15. A bright red damage number appeared above the Bone Commander's head. The Bone Commander's health bar, the evil wolf was momentarily stunned. In the past, which human entering the Wolf Valley had not been cowering before them? Yet this skeleton before it could not be harmed at all. In its fury, the evil wolf immediately used a tearing skill. Cold light flickered on its claws as it struck again. 45. However, the damage dealt was still absurdly low, barely tickling the Bone Commander. Have you had enough? Kill it for me. After testing the Bone Commander's defensive capabilities, Fong Han was very satisfied and issued an attack command. Ignoring the evil wolf's continued attacks, the Bone Commander raised its heavy greatsword and struck down heavily towards the evil wolf's head. A chilling light glimmered on the greatsword as it struck the wolf's skull. Boom! A dull sound. The evil wolf's skull was immediately shattered, its health dropping from full to 0. 405. One-hit kill. The evil wolf was instantly slain by the Bone Commander's undead strike. The evil wolf, being one level higher than the level 0 Bone Commander and having a 10 damage reduction, was still killed in one skill. Successfully killed the evil wolf, experience 6. Successfully killed the evil wolf, soul 1. Obtained wild wolf, fur 1. After killing the evil wolf, Fong Han received a piece of wolf fur. He estimated it could sell for 10 silver. The Bone Commander completely crushed the evil wolf, allowing Fong Han to relax fully. Next would be a one-sided massacre. Successfully killed the evil wolf, soul 1. Obtained copper coins 3. Successfully killed the evil wolf, experience 6. Successfully killed the evil wolf, soul 1. Killing monsters beyond his level granted more experience. After the Bone Commander took half, Fong Han still had 6 points. One by one, evil wolves fell beneath the Bone Commander's greatsword. The undead strike and undead assault were used in turns, and not a single evil wolf could withstand even one blow. Once the Bone Commander's health dropped below half, it used undead meditation, restoring its health to full. The Bone Commander could tank and deal damage while also healing, making it an unkillable perpetual motion machine. In the desolate valley, the Bone Commander transformed into a ruthless killing machine, constantly harvesting the lives of the evil wolves. Ahead, an evil wolf emerged from behind a large rock. The Bone Commander launched an undead assault, its body turning into a shadow, instantly disappearing from sight. In the next moment, it appeared before the evil wolf, its greatsword already descending. 436. The evil wolf hadn't even seen the Bone Commander's form before it was sent to the With Fong Han's current attack, he couldn't even break through the evil wolf's defenses, so he might as well enjoy the scenery while letting his pet handle the tedious monster killing. Fong Han followed closely behind the Bone Commander, doing nothing but waiting for experience and souls to roll in. It was an incredibly pleasant and relaxed experience. The cries of dying evil wolves echoed continuously in the Wolf Valley. The Bone Commander slashed down one evil wolf after another. The evil wolves charged in succession, pouring all their energy into bringing down the Bone Commander's health, only for it to instantly recover with undead meditation. Cannot die. Absolutely cannot die. Even wanting to die is impossible. This is only level 0, and its rank is red gold. Its attributes are simply that strong. Fong Han couldn't imagine how powerful its attributes would become after evolving to the highest legendary rank. 40 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. With its exceptionally high attack, the Bone Commander slaughtered its way through, leaving a trail of wolf heads behind. The Bone Commander forged a path from the entrance of the Wolf Valley all the way to its depths, killing every single evil wolf without missing a single one. Currently, a total of 409 souls have been collected, enough for the Bone Commander to evolve once more. Consume 200 souls. Evolution successful. The Bone Commander evolved into the Bone Sword Saint. Rank Diamond. The Bone Sword Saint's life has been elevated. Loyalty 5. Bone Sword Saint. Sword Saint. Hearing the name containing Sword Saint, Fong Han's eyes lit up. Those with Sword Saint in their name are generally not weak. Bone Sword Saint pet. Rank Diamond 0, 500, level 0, loyalty 95, saturation 66, health 900, attack 98, defense 45, strength 49, growth factor 20, constitution 45, growth factor 18, spirit 23, growth factor 12, agility 36, growth factor 14, movement speed 6. Skills: Limitless Sword Path. Diamond passive skill. The Bone Sword Saint's normal attacks increase damage. Undead Strike. Diamond. The Bone Sword Saint swings its bone sword, dealing 630 damage to the target. Cooldown 5 seconds. Undead Meditation. Diamond. The Bone Sword Saint enters a meditative state, restoring 70 health in 4 seconds, while taking 70 reduced damage during the recovery period. Cooldown 30 seconds. Undead Assault. Diamond. The Bone Sword Saint charges towards the target, dealing 7. Cooldown 15 seconds. Bone Sword Aura. Diamond. The Bone Sword Saint gathers the power of the undead and unleashes a sharp sword aura, dealing 700 damage to targets in a straight line. Cooldown 20 seconds. Introduction: a high-ranking leader of the undead, holding a prestigious status. Evolving to Diamond rank, the Bone Sword Saint's attributes are comprehensively enhanced compared to the red gold rank Bone Commander. The bone armor transformed into Bone Sword Aura. The Bone Sword Saint now possesses a linear area, with the Bone Sword Saint already having undead meditation and its inherently high attributes. The bone armor is actually of little use, making the Bone Sword Aura a more suitable choice. Additionally, it now has a passive skill, Limitless Sword Path, which greatly enhances the damage of its normal attack. Though the Bone Sword Saint still appears as a mass of rugged bones, it exudes an unfathomable coldness and deathly silence, resembling a grand master who commands respect. Just standing still, its towering figure naturally radiates an intimidating and unassailable aura. Watching his increasingly powerful pet, Fong Han was very satisfied and looked forward to evolving it to the highest legendary rank as soon as possible. With a flash of light, Fong Han returned to the instance hall. Fong Han could dominate in a level 1 instance, so he did not continue to challenge higher level instances. Right now the priority wasn't leveling up, but collecting souls. I need to find an instance with a large number of monsters. Otherwise, if the instance tickets run out, my pet won't evolve to the highest rank. The Wolf Valley was definitely unsuitable, as it didn't have many evil wolves. After circling around the instance hall, Fong Han stopped at the entrance of an instance. Ghostfire Forest. This is a level 1 instance. Moreover, it is a very popular instance with many players farming it. At this moment, at least 1/3 of the newly awakened adventurers were teaming up to farm this instance. The reason is simple: there are many monsters inside, high experience, and excellent cost effectiveness. A run in the Ghostfire Forest is worth 3 runs in other level 1 instances. It maximizes the value of the instance ticket. After using an instance ticket to activate the instance, Fong Han stepped through the portal. The scene shifted, and he appeared in a dark forest. Tall trees blocked out the sun. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and the sky was dim, as if sunlight could never shine down. The air was filled with a damp, decaying odor. The ground was covered with thick fallen leaves, producing a dull sound when stepped on. A faint mist permeated the forest, reducing visibility to less than 100 meters. Occasionally, glimmers of ghostly fire could be seen floating in the air, creating an exceptionally eerie and frightening atmosphere. One would fearlessly attempt to solo in such an environment. Perhaps this is the origin of the Ghostfire Forest. Just as Fong Han summoned the Bone Sword Saint, a wisp of bluish flame floated rapidly towards him over the low shrubs. Phantom Fire, ordinary monster, level 1 health, 380 attack, 55 defense, 20 movement speed. Skill: Phantom Fire, Scorch Black Iron. The Phantom Fire spits out a wisp of ghost fire, dealing 180 damage to the target. Cooldown 10 seconds. The attributes of the Phantom Fire are slightly lower than the Evil Wolf's health, but slightly higher in attack. However, it made no difference to Fong Han. Before the Bone Sword Saint, it was a single slash. The Phantom Fire swayed its body and opened its mouth to spit out a wisp of grayish-white ghost fire. The Bone Sword Saint stood in front of Fong Han, firmly blocking the ghost fire. The ghost fire exploded against the Bone Sword Saint, further whitening its bones. 64. Not bad. With a total of 900 points of health, this damage was nothing to the Bone Sword Saint. After the Phantom Fire cast the skill Phantom Fire Scorch, it drifted towards the Bone Sword Saint, preparing for a close attack, only to see the Bone Sword Saint raise its greatsword high. Then it swung down forcefully. A gray-white sword aura burst forth from the tip of the sword, slashing forward. The ground was carved into a deep gully, and fallen leaves flew everywhere. The Phantom Fire was struck directly by the gray-white sword aura. With full health of 380 points, it was instantly brought to 0. 599. Instant kill. The Phantom Fire was one-hit killed by the Bone Sword Saint's Bone Sword aura. Successfully killed. Phantom Fire experience 8. Successfully killed. Phantom Fire soul 1. Obtained copper coins 2. Just after killing this Phantom Fire, another monster appeared. Parasitic Mushroom, ordinary monster, level 1 health, 420 attack, 60 defense, 20 movement speed. Skill: Toxic Shot Black Iron. The Parasitic Mushroom's attack carries toxic damage, causing 60 of its attack's health to be lost every second for 3 seconds. Mushroom Explosion Black Iron. The Parasitic Mushroom will self-destruct upon death, dealing 200 damage to targets within 3 meters and slowing them by 30 for 3 seconds. The attributes of the Parasitic Mushroom are significantly stronger than the Phantom Fire, but its only downside is its slow movement speed. It lacks an active skill, but its 2 passive skills are quite troublesome. However, the Bone Sword Saint, being undead, feels no pain and is unwearied. These issues pose no problem. The Parasitic Mushroom hopped its way to within 5 meters of the Bone Sword Saint, shaking its mushroom cap and releasing a spore that struck the Bone Sword Saint. 17. 10. 10. After being attacked by the spore of the Parasitic Mushroom, the Bone Sword Saint began to lose health continuously. This rate of health loss was negligible. The Parasitic Mushroom continued its assault, while the Bone Sword Saint lunged forward, swinging his heavy sword and launching a necromantic strike. 538. The Parasitic Mushroom's health was instantly depleted. Successfully killed. The Parasitic Mushroom experience 8. Successfully killed. The Parasitic Mushroom soul 1. Just after killing this Parasitic Mushroom, another Parasitic Mushroom peeked out from a distance. Without waiting for Fong Han's command, the Bone Sword Saint executed a necromantic ambush, dashing to the Parasitic Mushroom and slaying it with a single sword strike. Successfully killed. The Parasitic Mushroom experience 8. Successfully killed. The Parasitic Mushroom soul 1. Gained copper coin 1. Before the Bone Sword Saint could catch his breath, a ghostly flame wafted in from behind a large tree. The Bone Sword Saint quickly swung his sword to counter it. 132. The ghostly flame's health was reduced by 1/3 in an instant. Even with a normal attack, the passive skill of the Limitless Sword Path made the Bone Sword Saint's damage extraordinarily high. He could generally slay a monster in just 3 strikes. Fong Han understood why the Ghostfire Forest was rarely soloed. There were just too many monsters. Only with the Bone Sword Saint's diamond rank could the monsters be quickly killed. If it were any other class, it would likely take a powerful team of 5 to barely keep up with the monster spawn rate. However, this suited Fong Han perfectly. The more monsters there were, the faster he could collect souls. The Bone Sword Saint wouldn't need to actively search. The monsters would come looking for him, saving a lot of time. The Bone Sword Saint trampled over the corpses of monsters, continuously slaying within the eerie and ominous ghost fire forest. One by one, ghostly flames and parasitic mushrooms fell before him. Whenever the Bone Sword Saint's health dropped below half, he would use necromantic meditation to restore his health and continue fighting. Fong Han followed behind, specifically collecting the items dropped by the slain monsters. The battles were incredibly easy. An hour and a half later, after slaying another parasitic mushroom, the Bone Sword Saint waited a long time without encountering another monster, only to hear a series of system notifications. Successfully killed the parasitic mushroom, experience 8. Successfully killed the parasitic mushroom, soul 1. Congratulations on leveling up to level 1, strength 1, constitution 1, spirit 3, agility 1. Your pet Bone Sword Saint leveled up to level 1, strength 20, constitution 18, spirit 12, agility 14. Congratulations on leveling up to level 1. The Infinite Golden Legend talent is activated, granting the Golden Legend attribute Infinite Summon. Infinite Summon Golden Legend increases 1 summoning space for every 10 points of spirit. 2 beams of golden light descended simultaneously, enveloping both Fong Han and the Bone Sword Saint in a radiant glow. Half of the ghost fire forest was illuminated as if it were daytime. Bathed in the warm golden light, Fong Han felt as if his body had been reforged, becoming significantly lighter and stronger. He could genuinely sense his strength increasing. I'm only at the black iron level with a growth factor of just 6 points, yet the difference feels so pronounced. Then what kind of enhancement would those epic and legendary classes receive upon leveling up? Fong Han mused. The changes in the Bone Sword Saint were even more remarkable. Golden light flowed around him, his bones becoming increasingly resilient, as if he were an undefeated war god emerging from countless spirits, exuding a commanding aura. What excited Fong Han even more was that thanks to the Infinite Golden Legend talent, he had gained another attribute of Golden Legend level. Infinite Summon. When Fong Han saw the new attribute, he was left utterly stunned. For every 10 points of spirit, he could increase 1 summoning space, allowing him to summon an additional pet. Normally, a summoner would need 100 points of spirit to gain an additional summoning space. Based on Fong Han's growth factor, even if he equipped all items that added spirit, he would need to reach at least level 5 to have 100 points of spirit. Now, with the Infinite Summon attribute, the required spirit was directly reduced by 10 times. This meant that with his current 13 points of spirit, he could contract 1 more pet in addition to his existing ones. The higher the level, the more spirit he would accumulate, and thus the more pets he could summon. However, the attributes of a black iron summoner are truly lacking. If it weren't for the 10-fold reduction in spirit from Infinite Summon, I wouldn't be able to summon a second pet. Fong Han chuckled ruefully. He then checked the attributes of the Bone Sword Saint after leveling up. Bone Sword Saint pet rank Diamond 0, 500 level 1, 320,000 loyalty, 95 satiety, 62 health, 1260 attack, 138 defense, 63 strength, 69 growth factor 20, constitution 63 growth factor 18, spirit 25 growth factor 12, agility 50 growth factor 14, movement speed 6. Skills: Limitless Sword Path, Diamond Necromantic Strike, Diamond Necromantic Meditation, Diamond Necromantic Ambush, Diamond Bone, Sword Radiance, Diamond. Description: a high-ranking leader of the undead possessing a noble status. Just having leveled up by a single level, the improvements of the Bone Sword Saint were astonishing. His health exceeded 1,200 points and his attack reached 138 points. With a defense of 63 points, he even surpassed the attack power of the parasitic mushroom. At this moment, Fong Han deeply felt the might of a high-ranking summoner. No wonder epic and legendary summoners were so highly regarded. Their pets were simply too powerful. At this moment, with 2 golden legend attributes, Fong Han was filled with even more anticipation for the future. After the excitement, he began to check the gains from this dungeon. As for money and materials, those could be disregarded. Combined, they were only worth a couple of gold coins. What he cared about most was the souls he had collected. Remaining souls, 1334. So many. Fong Han was astonished when he saw the current number of souls. He remembered that when leaving the Wolf Valley, he only had 209 souls left. Now it had suddenly increased to 1334 points. This indicated that the monsters in the Ghost Fire Forest exceeded 1,100. Indeed, choosing the Ghost Fire Forest was the right decision. Evolve the Bone Sword Saint. Consume 500 souls. Evolution successful. The Bone Sword Saint evolved into the Ghost Face Sword Saint. Rank Star Shining. Due to the Bone Face Sword Saint leveling up from Diamond rank, the missing attribute points during the upgrade will be automatically replenished. The life of the Ghost Face Sword Saint has been elevated. Loyalty 5. Ghost Face Sword Saint pet rank Star Shining 0 level 1, 320,000 loyalty, 100 satiety, 62 health, 1360 attack, 148 defense, 68 strength, 74 growth factor 25, constitution 68 growth factor 23, spirit 28 growth factor 15, agility 53 growth factor 17, movement speed 6. Skills: Limitless Sword Path, Star, Shining Passive Skill. The normal attack of the Ghostface Sword Saint increases damage by 80. Necromantic Strike, Star, Shining. The Ghostface Sword Saint swings its bone sword, dealing 710 damage to the target. Cooldown 5 seconds. Necromantic Meditation, Star, Shining. The Ghostface Sword Saint enters a meditative state, restoring 80 of health within 4 seconds, while taking 80 reduced damage during recovery. Cooldown 30 seconds. Necromantic Ambush, Star, Shining. The Ghostface Sword Saint charges at the target, dealing 800 damage. Cooldown 15 seconds. Bone Sword Radiance, Star, Shining. The Ghostface Sword Saint gathers the power of the undead, unleashing a sharp sword radiance that deals 800 damage to targets in a straight line. Description: a high-ranking commander of the undead possessing a noble status. After the Diamond Rank Bone Sword Saint evolved into the Star Shining ranked Ghostface Sword Saint, its attributes were comprehensively enhanced, and the effects of its skills became significantly more powerful. What pleased Fong Han the most was that the missing attribute points during the upgrade were automatically replenished. The attribute points gained from a Diamond Rank pet's level up were certainly fewer than those from a Star Shining ranked pet. Now there was no need to worry about that. Once the Ghostface Sword Saint evolved to the legendary rank, all the missing attribute points would be fully replenished. Compared to the Bone Sword Saint, the Ghostface Sword Saint had undergone noticeable changes in appearance, as well as attributes. Its bones became tougher, exuding a tangible quality. The most significant difference was the addition of a fearsome and terrifying ghostly mask. The dark red mask with a black base was made from an unknown material, its twisted and intricate patterns radiating a chilling aura. Just standing there, it exuded a mysterious, terrifying, and majestic aura that sent shivers down the spine and could scare children to tears. Fong Han was extremely satisfied, eager to see the Ghostface Sword Saint's appearance when it evolved to the legendary rank. At this moment, all the monsters in the Ghostfire Forest had been slain. A faintly glowing teleportation array appeared nearby. There are typically 3 ways to leave a dungeon after completing it. One way is to use a teleportation scroll. The price of teleportation scrolls isn't cheap. For example, these beginner dungeon teleportation scrolls cost 5 gold coins, which Fong Han was reluctant to spend. Another way is that after killing all monsters in the dungeon, a teleportation array will appear to facilitate exit. The third method is to wait for the dungeon to reset, at which point players will be automatically teleported out. The reset time for beginner dungeons is typically 4 hours. If it exceeds 4 hours, that will reset, and those inside will be teleported out. Fong Han stepped into the teleportation array. After exiting the dungeon, he wasted no time and immediately re-entered the Ghostfire Forest solo. Kill. Successfully killed the parasitic mushroom, experience 6. Successfully killed the parasitic mushroom, soul 1. Successfully killed the ghostly flame, experience 5. Successfully killed the ghostly flame, soul 1. Gained copper coin 3. After reaching level 1, killing level 1 monsters yielded significantly less experience. However, Fong Han was completely unconcerned. The level 1 Ghostface Sword Saint could not be harmed by the monsters. At most, they could deal 1 point of force damage. Yet, even with a normal attack, the Ghostface Sword Saint could slay a monster with just 2 strikes. The efficiency had significantly increased. Compared to the previous run, it improved by at least 30. Following Fong Han's command, the Ghostface Sword Saint unleashed its full power like an undefeated war god immersed in slaughter, slaying every monster in sight throughout the Ghostfire Forest. Experience points and souls flooded in, increasing at a rapid pace. After nearly 6 hours without a moment's rest, Fong Han completed a total of 7 runs through the Ghostfire Forest in one go. If it weren't for running out of the beginner dungeon ticket, he would have continued grinding. I'm exhausted. Fong Han collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The Ghostface Sword Saint stood beside him like the most loyal guardian, wielding its heavy sword. Although it was only responsible for collecting items after several hours of doing so, it was also quite fatigued. The next moment, a happy smile appeared on Fong Han's face. Given the rewards, this little bit of fatigue was nothing. Not only had he leveled up to level 2, but he had also gained a massive amount of souls. Remaining souls, 8,809. Evolve immediately. After enduring for 6 hours, Fong Han was beyond eager. Consume 1,000 souls. Evolution successful. The Ghostface Sword Saint evolved into the Dark Sword Saint. Rank epic. The Dark Sword Saint's life has been elevated, loyalty 5. Due to the Dark Sword Saint's loyalty exceeding 100 points, its loyalty to the Master surpasses the limit, and it will never betray. Consume 2,000 souls. Evolution successful. The Dark Sword Saint evolved into the Undead Sword Saint. Rank legendary. The Ghostface Sword Saint underwent 2 consecutive evolutions, reaching the highest rank of the legendary Undead Sword Saint in one go. Moreover, there was an unexpected joy. The Undead Sword Saint would never betray. Even after death, its loyalty would not decrease. This was incredibly important. For a summoner's pet, death would reduce loyalty, being poorly fed would reduce loyalty, and prolonged combat would reduce loyalty. In short, there are countless ways to reduce loyalty. This has caused many summoners to frequently find themselves in distress, being overly cautious when raising their pets. Historically, there was a famous legendary summoner who raised a total of 8 legendary pets, one of which betrayed him due to low loyalty and ended up becoming a great enemy of humanity after joining the Scourge Legion. Fong Han's pet loyalty was unwavering, never to betray, so there was no need to worry about that. He could confidently let his pet roam freely. Excitedly, Fong Han checked the attributes of the Undead Sword Saint. Undead Sword Saint Pet. Rank Legendary 05000. Level 2 338-30000. Loyalty never betrays. Something was wrong. Fong Han had barely glanced at it when he suddenly realized something was off. The pet had clearly evolved to the highest legendary rank, yet it still showed it could continue devouring souls. Could it be? It could still evolve further. A bold thought flashed through Fong Han's mind, stirring a powerful impulse within him. Let me try. At worst, the Undead Sword Saint would burst, and he could cultivate another legendary pet. Fong Han took out another 5,000 souls. Consumed 5,000 souls. The Undead Sword Saint indeed absorbed all the souls. But no further system prompt came. The body of the Infinite Sword Saint radiated endless golden light. The brilliance shot straight to the heavens, seeming to pierce through the dungeon's barrier. The Undead Sword Saint let out a hoarse, low roar, as if enduring boundless agony. You must endure. Fong Han gripped his withered wooden staff tightly, his palms sweating from nervousness. His expression was filled with anxious anticipation. Though he said he didn't care, he still worried the Undead Sword Saint might fail to evolve. After all, those souls were painstakingly gathered over half a day, running the dungeon 10 times, evolving the pet, all the way from the lowest black iron skeleton to the legendary rank it was now. How could he accept failure? After a long wait, just as Fong Han was about to lose hope, the long-awaited system prompt finally sounded. Evolution successful. Undead Sword Saint evolved into Disaster Sword Saint. Rank Disaster. It succeeded. Fong Han laughed heartily, overwhelmed with joy. Disaster Sword Saint Pet. Rank Disaster. Final form cannot be spied upon. Level 2 664-30000. Loyalty 100, never betrays. Satiety 55. Health 3,200. Attack 338. Defense 160. Critical 1. Strength 169. Growth coefficient 50. Constitution 160. Growth coefficient 47. Spirit 97. Growth coefficient 33. Agility 126. Growth coefficient 39. Movement speed 8. 0. Skills Infinite Sword Dao Disaster Passive Skill. Disaster Sword Saint's normal attacks deal 200 increased damage. After every 2 normal attacks, the next attack within 10 seconds becomes a guaranteed deadly strike, dealing double true damage and guaranteed critical hit. Undead Meditation. Disaster Sword Saint enters a meditative state, restoring 100 health over 4 seconds and removing negative statuses. During this period, it is invincible and immune to all damage and control. Cooldown 30 seconds. Alpha Assault. Disaster Sword Saint transforms into an apparition, indiscriminately attacking all targets within 15 meters, dealing 2,000 damage. During this time, Disaster Sword Saint cannot be targeted and receives no damage. Cooldown 30 seconds. Blade Storm. Disaster Sword Saint swings its greatsword, rapidly increasing speed by 80, closing in on the nearest enemy, and dealing 2,000 damage per second to enemies within 5 meters for 3 seconds. Blade Storm grants immunity to control and interruption during its duration. Cooldown 30 seconds. Disaster Bloodline. Disaster Sword Saint's speed increases by 200 for 10 seconds. After killing a target, the duration extends by 3 seconds, up to 3 times. Cooldown 30 seconds. Description: the supreme deity of the undead commander of the Disaster Legion, possessing unparalleled status. Is this what a disaster level pet looks like? Fong Han whispered, his expression stunned. Powerful, terrifying, defying the heavens. These were the only words Fong Han could use to describe the Disaster Sword. Its basic stats such as health, attack, and defense were beyond question. Other level 2 professionals, even when wearing full golden equipment, were far inferior. The growth coefficient of the Disaster Sword Saint had reached a terrifying 169 points, meaning that each level gained 169 attribute points. Its skills were comprehensively enhanced. Infinite Sword Dao received an unprecedented boost. A normal attacks now dealt double damage. The third attack doubled again and was a critical hit, totaling 8 times damage. Moreover, this was true damage that ignored defense and level suppression. Who could withstand such a strike? Undead Meditation's healing increased to 100, and during its duration, the Disaster Sword Saint was invincible. Even when facing formidable enemies, it could stall with Undead Meditation and emerge at full strength once the meditation ended. Undead Assault evolved into Alpha Assault, becoming a powerful area attack skill with 2,000 damage. Originally, Fong Han estimated that at the legendary rank skill damage bonuses were 1,000. Unexpectedly, upon breaking through to the disaster rank, the damage bonus soared to 2,000. Even more surprising to Fong Han was the appearance of the Sword Saint's signature skill Blade Storm. Its power was overwhelming and awe-inspiring. There was also the Disaster Bloodline skill, greatly enhancing the Disaster Sword Saint's mobility. With the extremely high growth coefficient, the Disaster Sword Saint's movement speed increased progressively. Combined with Disaster Bloodline, it was like a tiger with wings. The Disaster Sword Saint's appearance had undergone a qualitative transformation from its previous form. Its towering skeleton was covered with fine runes. The original gray-white bones had turned a dark golden hue, forged like divine iron, exuding a tough metallic sheen. The pitch-black great sword in its hand emitted a faint dark aura, and during attacks it turned a dark crimson. Most remarkable was the Disaster Sword Saint's imposing aura. The soul fire in its eye sockets burned silently, standing there a solemn, mysterious, deathly cold, terrifying, powerful, an invincible aura naturally radiated like a death god from hell looking down on the world, warning all living beings to keep away. At that moment, Fong Han felt invincible. Truly invincible. Other summoners, even legendary ones, could only raise their pets to the legendary rank at most. But his pet could evolve through devouring souls to the mightier Disaster rank. Disaster Sword Saint Disaster rank. Could it be connected to the Disaster Legion? Fong Han supported his chin, gazing thoughtfully at the majestic Disaster Sword Saint. From the initial little skeleton to the later Bone Sword Guard, and then to the highest ranks of Undead Sword Saint and Disaster Sword Saint, they were all essentially undead among the undead race. And the undead race belonged to the Disaster Legion. Yes, master. An emotionless voice suddenly sounded. Who is speaking? Fong Han was startled. He quickly looked around, but saw no one else. Master. At that moment, the Disaster Sword Saint stepped forward. Are you the one speaking? Fong Han's eyelids twitched sharply as he involuntarily took a step back. The pet actually spoke, which truly surpassed his understanding. Yes, master. The Disaster Sword Saint bowed. What exactly is going on? Seeing this, Fong Han relaxed and inquired. By your grace, master, after devouring a vast number of souls, I evolved to the Disaster rank, awakening intelligence and gaining the ability to speak. The Disaster Sword Saint's skeletal form gave its voice a low, deathly tone, making emotional fluctuation difficult to discern. Yet Fong Han perceived genuine respect in its actions. Standing 2.5 meters tall and imposing, the Disaster Sword Saint lowered its posture before Fong Han and continued, Master, I faintly sense a mysterious voice deep within my soul, inexplicably calling to me. It seems to be the true Disaster Sword Saint. The true Disaster Sword Saint. I recall among the 12 disasters of the Disaster Legion, there seems to be no Disaster Sword Saint. There is, however, a legendary Undead Sword Saint. Fong Han frowned tightly. Master, I am not very clear either, the Disaster Sword Saint said. Unable to figure it out, it simply ceased pondering. What troubled Fong Han now was that the Disaster Sword Saint's appearance clearly signaled to others that it came from the Disaster Legion. If it paraded around openly, it would likely bring considerable trouble. Other summoners' pets were not devoid of Disaster Legion ties, but their ranks were usually not high, the highest being golden. Fong Han's Disaster Sword Saint surpassed the legendary rank and possessed intelligence. After a moment, Fong Han suddenly felt at ease. What is there to fear? My pet is unprecedentedly disaster level, beyond all others, and never betrays. Obedient only to my command. Whoever dares oppose will be cut into blood mist. Fong Han stood with hands behind his back, exuding heroic confidence. Master, your sword is my sword. I swear to obey your commands and wipe out all obstacles. The Disaster Sword Saint held its great sword before it, expressing loyalty. Very well. Fong Han nodded with satisfaction. After scrutinizing the Disaster Sword Saint, Fong Han suddenly spoke. Since you have intelligence, it is no longer appropriate to treat you merely as a pet. I shall give you a name. From now on, you shall be called Mastery. How does that sound? Thank you, Master, for bestowing this name. A trace of excitement appeared in the Disaster Sword Saint's usually calm voice as it knelt on one knee, expressing gratitude. Let us go. Out you go. With a wave of Fong Han's hand, the Disaster Sword Saint vanished, returning to the pets. At the same time, billions of miles away from Raccoon City, in a vast, boundless, deathly silent mountain range. The jagged mountains stretched endlessly, barren of grass, the cracked earth a brownish gray scattered with bones. The air was perennially thick with the essence of death. Countless undead creatures wandered aimlessly within the mountains. Suddenly, a voice filled with boundless rage erupted from the depths of the mountains. Who has stolen my soul? Who has plundered my primal power? The terrifying pressure spread throughout the mountain range. The wandering undead creatures heard the voice, trembling and kneeling on the ground in fear. Wait. When I resurrect, it will be the day the Burning Legion perishes. The Disaster Legion will surely cleanse all false gods of the Burning Legion. After a long while, the voice gradually subsided and the mountains returned to calm. These people are truly... After returning to the dungeon hall, Fong Han looked at the still bustling, enthusiastic crowd and sighed. It was already 9 p.m. Yet so many professionals were still grinding dungeons to level up, showing how hard they were pushing. He actually wanted to keep running dungeons himself, eager to experience just how powerful master he had become as a disaster sword saint. But he had no dungeon tickets left, and after a full day of continuous play without rest or even lunch, he was exhausted and hungry, lacking strength. Dragging his heavy steps, Fong Han left the Professional Alliance. His home was in the slums west of the city. A few years ago, after leaving the Welfare Institute, he had rented a shabby old house in the Western District with the money he saved from frugal living. After passing several streets, Fong Han turned into a narrow, dark alley, relieved that the cold moonlight above illuminated the uneven road. Half an hour later, Fong Han arrived before a dilapidated courtyard in the Western District. From afar, faint light shone from within. Just as he reached to push the door, it was opened from inside. "Fong Han, you're finally back." A clear, joyful voice rang out as a slender girl stepped out. "Yeah, a bit late today." Seeing the girl clearly, Fong Han's tense expression relaxed, and he smiled faintly at her. Though the girl looked somewhat haggard and weary, wearing faded, worn clothes, they were clean. Despite her simple attire, her delicate and incomparable beauty could not be concealed. The girl's name was Chu Hongyi, a student at Shenlong High School. Fong Han, I awakened as a star glory rank infinite sword saint. How about that? Impressive, right? Chu Hongyi bounced ahead, her words light and proud. Impressive? Fong Han smiled sincerely. Indeed impressive, a star glory rank professional was considered upper middle tier. What about you? Did you awaken successfully? What profession? Chu Hongyi looked back at Fong Han, her eyes filled with anticipation. Summoner. Black iron rank. Fong Han answered honestly. Off. Chu Hongyi's smile faded sharply upon hearing the latter. Fong Han, you're so smart. How could you only awaken as a black iron summoner? Could the awakening orb be mistaken? Chu Hongyi bit her red lips, her tone heavy with dissatisfaction. Fong Han is back. Just as Fong Han was about to speak, a tall boy emerged from the middle room. Fong Han smiled and nodded at him. The boy was named Lu Kong. Like Chu Hongyi, he was a senior at Shenlong High School. Their conversation attracted others' attention. Soon 4 youths, including Fong Han, gathered in the courtyard. They all came from the Welfare Institute at the heart of Raccoon. Their parents had perished in the battles between the Burning Legion and the Disaster Legion. They were collectively supported by the Welfare Institute until the age of 14. Those who are fortunate may be taken in by kind-hearted people. Zheng Xuanglong is one of the lucky ones. Don't be fooled by Chu Hongyi's current beauty. With a little bit of grooming aside from her slightly frail figure, her stunning looks are not much inferior to Bai Ningguang. But as a child, Chu Hongyi was dirty, thin, and short, and no one was willing to adopt her. The development of events turned out to be beyond many people's expectations. As a lively and active child, Zheng Xuanglong grew up to have a unique appearance. He had once pursued 10 girls in a row, all of whom rejected him. On the other hand, Fong Han, with his sharp features and sleek lines, exhibited a resilient and unyielding gaze, and though he was lean, his stature was upright, making him the object of pursuit for countless girls. However, due to his background, Fong Han was particularly self-conscious and had never had a girlfriend. After Chu Hongyi matured, she blossomed into a graceful beauty. After leaving the welfare home, Fong Han and a few others rented a place together, and they have been living there ever since. In addition to Fong Han, Lu Kong, and Chu Hongyi, there was also a tall and beautiful girl named Mo Lingyu, who was a senior in high school at Huanyo Junior High. Among the 4, Mo Lingyu was the oldest, while Chu Hongyi was the youngest. This is wonderful. All 4 of us have successfully awakened. This is just fantastic. Chu Hongyi exclaimed, bouncing up and down with excitement. Fong Han looked at this warm scene, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Mo Lingyu awakened as an ice mage with a red gold rank. She was surrounded by a faint bluish mist. Lu Kong awakened as a puppeteer, also at a red gold rank, capable of summoning puppets for battle. Puppeteers are quite similar to summoners, both having summoned entities to assist in combat. However, there is a fundamental difference. A puppeteer's summon is an inanimate object, while a summoner's pet is a living creature. Thus, a summoner of the same rank is considerably stronger than a puppeteer. All 4 successfully awakened their professions, with Fong Han's black iron summoner being undoubtedly the weakest among them. Fong Han, haven't you eaten dinner yet? Mo Lingyu asked with a gentle smile, her eyes filled with concern. No, Fong Han shook his head. In this small house, Mo Lingyu had always played the role of the gentle big sister. Neither have we. We've been waiting for you to come back. Wait till go get it. Today the school gave us money, and Mo Jie and I bought a lot of delicious food. Chu Hongyi said with a grin as she ran toward the kitchen. Fong Han felt warmth in his heart. In his past life, his girlfriend had never treated him this well. During dinner, the atmosphere was cheerful and harmonious. Fong Han, have you found suitable teammates yet? After Chu Hongyi added a crispy chicken leg to Fong Han's plate, she blinked her bright eyes and asked. Teammates? Fong Han was taken aback. Yes. The college entrance examination trial is in a month. The higher the level, the better the scores we can achieve during the exam. No, Fong Han shrugged. As a summoner, he was still at the black iron level. Few people were willing to team up with him. Just as Chu Hongyi was about to continue speaking, Mo Lingyu interrupted her. Chu Hongyi playfully stuck out her tongue. Fong Han, how about I take you leveling up? The school provided a vocational subsidy that includes an ice-type area attack skill, which makes leveling up very fast, Mo Lingyu said after some thought. Thank you for your kindness, Mo Jia, but I can manage on my own. That won't do. My profession rank may not be high, but I have many area attack skills, and I kill monsters quickly. You don't need to worry. Fong Han was about to continue speaking when Chu Hongyi interjected. Fong Han, you should level up with me. I can help you level up faster. Chu Hongyi tugged at Fong Han's sleeve. Lu Kong, watching this scene from the side, felt slightly uncomfortable and said, Hongyi, isn't this a bit inappropriate? We already have a full team, I'm afraid. It's nothing we can just replace one person, right? They are merely temporary teammates. Can they compare to Fong Han? Chu Hongyi said dismissively. But Lu Kong was about to continue when Fong Han took the initiative to say, Hongyi, Lu Kong is right, you don't have to worry about me. And Mo Jia, I can really manage. I'm a summoner, and with the help of my pets, leveling up isn't slow. Can you really manage? Chu Hongyi and Mo Lingyu asked simultaneously. Of course. Fong Han answered immediately, his tone firm. All right then. Seeing Fong Han so confident, the two girls no longer insisted. A moment later, Lu Kong spoke up again. We have all successfully awakened our professions, and now we have quite a bit of money. This house is old and shabby. Should we consider moving to another place? Moving? Do you want to buy a house? Chu Hongyi instinctively asked. No. It's not about buying a house, but renting. This place is too small. We could move to a slightly larger one. Moving? Do you want to buy a house? Chu Hongyi instinctively asked. No. It's not about buying a house. It is indeed a bit inconvenient, but we don't have much money. Although the vocational subsidy provided a lot of gold, we need to spend a lot on equipment, skill books, and potions. Mo Lingyu pondered with her head down. But if we don't move, it is indeed quite inconvenient. Mo Jia and I have to be careful of being peeped at by you two when we take showers. That's not true. Lu Kong immediately broke out in a sweat on his forehead, repeatedly denying that he was that. After a light snort, Chu Hongyi turned to Fong Han and asked Fong Han, what's your opinion? Fong Han glanced at the three of them, revealing a hint of embarrassment. I don't have any money. He was telling the truth. The total vocational subsidy for his black iron rank was only 100 gold. He was so poor that he couldn't even afford a decent piece of equipment. Among the four, Chu Hongyi had the highest profession rank, and accordingly her vocational subsidy was the most. Besides a silver-grade long sword, she also had a bronze-grade skill book and 1,500 gold. Mo Lingyu and Lu Kong had vocational subsidies that were likewise much greater than Fong Han's. What relationship do we have that we need to be so clear about dividing things? What's mine is yours, Chu Hongyi said casually while grabbing Fong Han's sleeve. That won't do. Fong Han subtly pushed Chu Hongyi away. Glancing at the dilapidated courtyard, he said, we have all successfully awakened our professions, and sooner or later we will go to university and leave Huanyo City. There's only a little over a month left, and moving now is really unnecessary. You make a good point. Let's listen to Fong Han and Mo Jia. Chu Hongyi nodded repeatedly. Dinner ended amidst laughter and joy. They lived in a small two-story building with Fong Han and Lu Kong on the first floor and Chu Hongyi and Mo Lingyu on the second floor. The bathing area was on the first floor adjacent to Fong Han's room. That was why Chu Hongyi said it was inconvenient to shower. As for peeping, whether the previous Fong Han would have peeped is unknown. Anyway, the current Fong Han would never do such a thing. Although both Chu Hongyi and Mo Lingyu were quite beautiful due to malnutrition in their childhood, they developed later and had slender figures which paled in comparison to Bai Jia. Even among their peers they appeared slightly inferior. Their advantage lay in their looks, not their physiques. The next morning Fong Han arrived at the Vocational Alliance. He did not go with Chu Hongyi and the others since the three of them were heading to the Adventure Guild. The Adventure Guild was the second most powerful force in Huanyo City after the Vocational Alliance. The Adventure Guild also had a large number of dungeons. The Vocational Alliance was official, while the Adventure Guild was more of a grassroots force. Relatively speaking, adventure teams preferred to go to the Adventure Guild. For those who had just awakened and didn't have much money, the Vocational Alliance offered better value. Compared to yesterday, there were even more people today, so many that it could be described as a sea of faces. In the Vocational Alliance, there were many shops selling summoner pets. After observing for a while, Fong Han stepped into the largest shop among them. He could now contract 13 pets and intended to buy another. Inside the pet shop, there were many professionals looking to select and purchase pets. The staff were overwhelmed, so no one attended to Fong Han. Fong Han didn't mind and began browsing on his own. The shop had a variety of pets ranging from black iron. The most common were black iron pets, while there were the fewest gold and platinum rank pets totaling less than 20. The rank of the pets was meaningless to Fong Han as they could level up infinitely. Therefore, he only needed to buy the cheapest black iron pets. Mini Raccoon Black Iron Level 0. Price 100 gold. Jelly Slime Black Iron Level 0. Price 45 gold. Little Slime Black Iron Level 1. Price 20 gold. Blue Silver Rabbit Black Iron Level 0. Price 50 gold. Flying Pig Black Iron Level 0. Price 55 gold. Little Skeleton Black Iron Level 3. Price 80 gold. Little Doodoo Bear Black Iron Level 0. Price 60 gold. There are thousands of types of black iron pets, most of which are at level 0. Generally speaking, the higher the level, the pricier the pet. Although they are all black iron pets, they vary in quality and price. Pets like Little Skeleton Blue Silver Rabbit and Little Doodoo Bear, even if leveled up, have little potential and are inexpensive. On the other hand, black iron pets like Raccoon have higher base attributes than most black iron pets, and naturally their prices are higher. What surprised Fong Han was that even such a pathetic creature as Little Slime had been caught and sold as a pet. It only sells for 20 gold upon reaching level 1, indicating how poor its attributes are. Of course, his pet, the Catastrophe Sword Saint, in its juvenile form as Little Skeleton, wasn't much better, struggling to reach level 3 and only worth 80 gold. After selecting for a long time, Fong Han bought a Little Doodoo Bear. Then he also purchased a bag of black iron quality pine nut and a bag of bronze quality undead essence. Pine nut and undead essence are both pet food. To make pets work, they need to be well fed. The Catastrophe Sword Saint is a skeleton which is somewhat special. It cannot eat ordinary food, and the best food for it is undead essence, which can replenish its energy. In this way, Fong Han had almost spent all his money. "I'm so broke, I must find a way to make money. Otherwise he'll starve to death tomorrow," Fong Han muttered as he walked out of the pet shop. He held a small and exquisite card in his hand. The surface had an image of a little bear vividly animated, with its eyes even moving as they followed Fong Han. This is a pet card which has a miniature sealing magic array that seals a pet, usable only by summoners to contract it as their own pet. "Use," Fong Han silently chanted, and the Little Doodoo Bear pet card transformed into a stream of light, flying into Fong Han's body. In an instant, Fong Han's pet space gained an additional pet. System prompt: you have successfully contracted the pet Little Doodoo Bear. Fong Han then went to the novice dungeon area of the dungeon hall. It was still filled with the sounds of numerous teams. Just like yesterday, summoners were still unpopular. Additionally, many alternative voices emerged. Level 0 Night Ghost seeking paid assistance to the Ghost Fire Forest includes ticket 10 gold per trip. Level 0 Summoner seeking help in Tranquil Village for 3 times does not include ticket reward 1 level 1 bronze weapon. Level 1 Assassin seeking a big shot to level up. I have no money, but I can cheer you on. Please, big shot, take me with you. There were many such calls for help to level up and farm dungeons. These people's profession ranks were usually low and their combat power weak, making them unpopular. Or they were from professions unsuitable for teams like assassins, etc. No one was willing to team up with them, and they also couldn't solo, so they could only offer some price to request help. But now was a prime time for leveling up, and few were willing to carry a burden that would split the experience. Thus, a substantial number of people, despite offering high prices, spent 10 minutes without finding a willing team. Fong Han's novice dungeon ticket had already been used up, so he came to the Vocational Alliance to target these people. He found a short girl. "Excuse me, would you be willing to take me through 5 level 1 dungeons, including the ticket, for 200 gold plus a lunch?" "Yes, really. Great God, will you take me?" The girl had been shouting for a full 5 minutes without anyone responding. Now that someone was asking, she was overjoyed, but when she saw that Fong Han's profession was a black iron summoner, her expression immediately changed. Summoners need not apply. Fong Han. This flip-flopping is faster than turning a page. It's no wonder the girl would think this way. In her view, although Fong Han's level was high, and he could indeed help her level up, having a summoned creature would take 1/3 of the experience, which made it seem not worth it. Fong Han hit a wall, and could only shrug his shoulders and turn to leave. He had long anticipated this kind of scene, as summoners were not favored. No worries, continue to search for the next target. However, to his dismay, after approaching 5 people in a row, all rejected him upon seeing his profession as a summoner. Is the occupational discrimination this severe? Fong Han felt somewhat speechless. His strength was considerable, and none of the professionals in the novice dungeon area could match him. However, Fong Han had no way to showcase Master Yi in front of the public to prove himself. Even if he could shield against others, probing the image of the Disaster Sword Saint was too terrifying and sinister, making it evident that it was not a low-tier pet. "I beg you, esteemed seniors, take me along. As long as I can level up to level 2 within today, I'll pay any price." Just as Fong Han was at his wits' end, a voice filled with grievance rang out not far away. He turned his gaze towards the sound and saw a short, chubby boy. "Leveling up to level 2 in 1 day. That doesn't seem too difficult for me," Fong Han thought to himself. Yesterday, after nearly 10 hours, and with Master Yi's help, Fong Han had also reached level 2. Now that Master Yi had ascended to the disaster tier Invincible in his path, bringing along a burden to level 2 should be a piece of cake. With this thought, he walked towards the short, chubby boy. "I am a black iron summoner. I can help you level up to 2. Fong Han approached the boy and stated his intentions directly. The chubby boy had been shouting for half an hour and was overjoyed to finally find someone willing to take him. However, when he heard that it was a summoner, and specifically a black iron summoner, his expression turned skeptical. "Can you really do it?" The chubby boy looked at Fong Han with doubt in his eyes. "Whether I can or not won't you know if you try. If you think I'm not qualified, I won't charge you for the first round." Fang Han said calmly. He then checked the information of the chubby boy. Wang Jiangfei Shadow Swordsman Gold, level 0. Fang Han finally understood why this little chubby boy couldn't find a team. With his wide and stout physique awakening as a shadow swordsman known for agility and speed, it would be a miracle if anyone wanted to team up with him. What a waste of a gold profession. Alright, you said it. No backing out. Wang Jiangfei exclaimed with joy. Even if Fang Han's monster-killing efficiency was low and he couldn't help him, he could at least enjoy a free run through the dungeon right. Finally finding a benefactor, Fang Han breathed a sigh of relief and shifted the conversation. However, you'll need to pay for the ticket, is that alright? No problem. Of course no problem. It's a small matter. Wang Jiangfei hurriedly replied. The novice dungeon ticket only costs 10 gold coins. He didn't think twice about such a small amount. Fang Han nodded, indicating his satisfaction. So which dungeon should we tackle, master? Wang Jiangfei asked curiously. Let's take a look first. After surveying the novice dungeon area, Fang Han stopped in front of a dungeon entrance. Master, this must be the dungeon we're going to clear, right? Wang Jiangfei asked in surprise. What, is there a problem? Fang Han asked with a half smile. No, it's just that with our strength, can we handle it? Wang Jiangfei cautiously inquired. The reason for his hesitation was that the dungeon chosen by Fang Han was the level 3 City of the Dead. You'll find out once you follow me in. Stop wasting time, hand over the dungeon ticket. Fang Han extended his hand. Oh. Wang Jiangfei complied and stuffed a novice dungeon ticket into Fang Han's hand. At this point, they could only brace themselves and give it a try. If worse comes to worst, they would only lose 2 novice dungeon tickets. Otherwise, they might not find anyone willing to take him along for another half an hour. Fang Han activated the City of the Dead with the novice dungeon ticket and strode inside. Wang Jiangfei looked around, stomped his feet, and reluctantly followed him in. As the scene shifted, Fang Han opened his eyes to find himself in a massive ruin. Everywhere was debris and broken walls. The thick black clouds hung low in the sky, bringing an overwhelming sense of oppression and suffocation. Occasionally, a glimpse of a blood-red sky could be seen through the gaps in the clouds. In the distance amid the ruins, various undead could be vaguely seen moving slowly. It was extremely eerie and terrifying. Master, this place is too frightening. How about we switch to another dungeon? Wang Jiangfei trembled slightly, speaking nervously. Fang Han shook his head without saying a word, but used his summoning technique to call forth his newly contracted pet, the little doo-doo bear. Within the hexagram array, lights flickered, and a palm-sized white bear emerged. Its round, curious eyes gazed at Fang Han, its new master, filled with longing and anticipation for the new world. So small. Fang Han exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the size of the little doo-doo bear. No wonder it was sold so cheaply. The little doo-doo bear was small, its appearance cute and adorable, making it unsuitable as a combat pet. It seemed more appropriate to keep it at home as a pet for admiration. The initial attributes of the little doo-doo bear were similar to that of a small skeleton. Chirp, chirp. The little doo-doo bear ran around Fang Han, playfully rolling about in a lively manner. Master, please don't tell me this is your pet. Wang Jiangfei exclaimed, his voice tinged with a hint of tears upon seeing the little doo-doo bear. Indeed, one could not trust a summoner. However, it was too late to regret now. Relying on a black iron summoner and a mini bear to conquer the City of the Dead. What a joke. Oh well, it would just be a waste of 2 dungeon tickets. Wang Jiangfei took out a teleportation scroll, preparing to leave. Just then Fang Han summoned once more. A gigantic hexagram array appeared on the ground. Master E materialized within the formation, far more spectacular than the little doo-doo bear, illuminating half the sky. Wang Jiangfei's mouth slightly opened in shock, and his action of preparing to use the teleportation scroll was involuntarily halted. As the light dissipated, a tall and burly figure stepped out from the hexagram array and bowed its head before Fang Han. The Disaster Sword Saint Master E appeared in the eerie environment of the City of the Dead, resembling a death god emerging from hell. Master, is this also your pet? Wang Jiangfei took 2 steps back, intimidated by Master E's overwhelming presence, gulping nervously as he asked cautiously. Now do you think I can take you along? Fang Han looked at Wang Jiangfei, asking with a half smile, can I? Of course. Wang Jiangfei quickly stashed the teleportation scroll away and hurriedly added a smile. Even though he couldn't check Master Yi's attributes, his intuition told him that Master Yi was extraordinarily powerful. Master Yi's current fullness was 51 points. It was approaching the critical value. Fang Han took out a bag of undead essence he had purchased earlier. Seeing the undead essence, Master Yi, who was initially standing solemnly, quivered slightly, appearing a bit excited. Fang Han smiled and tossed the undead essence over. Master Yi immediately caught it and then grabbed a handful of undead essence to stuff into his mouth. Undead essence is a grayish-white crystal. After undead monsters die, their soul fire extinguishes, and there is a very low chance of condensing an undead essence. It is the best food for other undead monsters. The undead essence swallowed by Master E transformed into a stream of light, merging into his skeletal structure. Disaster Sword Saint Fullness 1, current 52. Disaster Sword Saint Fullness 1, current 53. Disaster Sword Saint Fullness 1, current 54. Disaster Sword Saint Fullness 1 current 55. Continuous system notifications came through. After Master E finished consuming the undead essence, his fullness increased to 85 points. I'm out of money. I can't even afford to raise a pet. Fong Han was taken aback. The undead essence cost him 20 gold coins, but didn't fill Master E up. Little one, just stay close to us and don't get in the way. After preparing everything, Fong Han grabbed the eager little Dudu bear. The little Dudu bear was only at level 0. Against a level 3 monster, it would be killed in 2 hits. A wandering skeleton aimlessly emerged from behind a broken wall and spotted Fong Han and his companions. The soul fire in its eye sockets began to flicker violently. Then it lifted its tattered bone sword and charged. Broken bone skeleton, normal monster, level 3 health, 1000 attack, 120 defense, 40 speed, 0 skills, none. Level 3 monsters are significantly stronger than level 1 parasitic mushrooms. Master E advanced to meet it, wielding his heavy sword. Wang Jiangfei watched nervously. Master E's speed reached 8.0, and in just a few steps he was in front of the broken bone skeleton. Just as the skeleton raised its bone sword, Master E's dark heavy sword had already cleaved down. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, the skull of the broken bone skeleton was shattered into pieces. At the same time, a bright red damage number appeared. 572. The broken bone skeleton's health was reduced by more than half in one blow. Upon witnessing this terrifying damage, Wang Jiangfei's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen something. It should be noted that Master E was still fighting above his level and the damage was reduced by 10, yet he still dealt enough damage to cut the broken bone skeleton's health in half. Even a legendary level 3 professional wielding a golden weapon wouldn't be able to produce such outrageous damage. What kind of level of expert have I found? The pet turned out to be this powerful. In contrast, Fong Han's expression remained calm, as if he were accustomed to such scenes. The bone sword of the broken bone skeleton struck Master E, producing a dull sound. Not only did it fail to shatter Master E's bones, but it didn't even spark a single ember. 1. A damage number appeared above Master E's head. Wang Jiangfei was completely shocked. Not only was the expert's pet's attack ridiculously high, but its defense was also unmatched. A level 3 monster couldn't even break through the defense of a level 2 Master E. 572. Master E struck again, draining the life of the broken bone skeleton to 0. With a crash, the broken bone skeleton fell, turning into a pile of shattered bones. Successfully killed broken bone skeleton, experience 6. Successfully killed broken bone skeleton, soul 1. Too weak, not even triggering Master E's passive. Fong Han shook his head. At this moment, the dark heavy sword in Master E's hand had transformed into an eerie dark red color. This was the effect of Master E's passive skill, Boundless Sword Path. How about it? Is the experience enough? Fong Han turned to ask Wang Jiangfei. Yes, absolutely enough. Each kill gives 10 points of experience. If I kill 1,000, I can level up by 1. Wang Jiangfei was still immersed in the might of Master E, and upon hearing Fong Han's words, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded repeatedly. There was a certain experience bonus for teaming up in a dungeon. A duo team bonus of 20. A level up bonus of 10. In total, a 30 bonus. However, the experience would be divided into 3 portions. Thus, Fong Han only received 6 points of experience. Wang Jiangfei, still at level 0, received a total of 10 points of experience. Master E gained the same experience as Fong Han, which was 6 points, while the little Dudu bear received the same as Wang Jiangfei, which was 10 points. Regardless of how many pets there are, experience distribution counts as 1 slot, and the experience gained is the same. Another broken bone skeleton appeared, and without a moment's hesitation, Master E swung his sword at it. Boom! The dark red giant sword came crashing down and instantly smashed the broken monster to pieces. 2,704. Subsequently, an exceptionally high damage number popped up. Successfully killed broken bone skeleton, experience 6. Successfully killed broken bone skeleton, soul 1. This time not only Wang Jiangfei, but even Fong Han was left dumbfounded. Fong Han deeply realized the power of a disaster tier pet. The Boundless Sword Path ignored defense and level differences, causing double critical real damage, killing the broken bone skeleton in 1 hit. After killing the broken bone skeleton, the heavy sword in Master E's hand returned to its dark color. This broken bone skeleton dropped a few copper coins. Wang Jiangfei's eyes twinkled as he rushed over to pick up the copper coins, and then brought them to Fong Han. Master, you don't need to bother with this small task. He'll take care of it. Alright, since you insist, I won't be polite. Fong Han responded lightly, accepting the copper coins. By the way, Master, how about we discuss the reward? Wang Jiangfei cautiously suggested. No need for further testing. At his words, a faint smile appeared on Fong Han's lips. No need. No need. I was blind earlier, daring to doubt your strength, Master. I'm not human. I'm not human. Wang Jiangfei immediately shook his head vigorously. Alright then. Fong Han decided not to tease him further. Here's the deal. If the Master takes me along for a day, regardless of how many levels I level up, the reward will be 1,000 gold coins. All items dropped in the dungeon will belong to the master. Master, is that okay? If it's not enough, we can negotiate more. After thinking for a moment, Wang Jianfei observed Feng Han's expression, carefully hesitantly speaking up. 1,000 gold coins. Feng Han's heart raced uncontrollably. This price was too high. But agreed, absolutely agreed. 1,000 gold coins could buy over 10 black iron pets, or even barely procure a poorly attributed silver weapon. However, he still pretended to be nonchalant. Otherwise, it would make him seem like a bumpkin who had never seen money. How about by 8 p.m.? Feng Han said without changing his expression. Everything is up to the master. Wang Jianfei nodded and bowed, his demeanor filled with admiration and respect. Master, here's 1,000 gold coins, please check. Wang Jianfei immediately took out a large pile of gold coins. Paying up front. Aren't you afraid he'll run off with the money? Looking at the golden coins stacked like a small mountain, Feng Han's pupils slightly widened, then returned to normal as he asked casually. Haha, I trust the boss. With such formidable strength, your future is boundless. Wealth and beauties will flow endlessly. Why worry over a paltry 1,000 gold coins? Even if you truly have no time to help me level up, I am more than willing to give those coins to you. Wang Jianfei straightened his neck and declared with bravado. Feng Han glanced at Wang Jianfei again. Though Wang Jianfei was short and stout and plain-faced, his expression at that moment was unusually sincere. He'll take the money for now. Don't worry. I'll level you to stage 2 today. Feng Han said. While they spoke, Master, he cut down a few more monsters. Too slow. Feng Han sounded somewhat dissatisfied. Slow. Wang Jianfei could not understand. Usually 2 sword strikes per monster. After triggering the Wuji sword Dao, it was 1 strike per monster. The boss still called that slow. Indeed, the boss's realm was not comparable to ordinary men. Master, pull more monsters together. Kill them en masse to improve efficiency. Feng Han shouted toward Master, who was not far off. Master, did not reply with words, he nodded heavily. In front of strangers, he certainly could not speak. Without instruction, he understood at once. That pleased Feng Han greatly. After dispatching the nearby skeletal remains, Master Yi activated his plague bloodline. Endless black spectral light burst forth from him. Master Yi's speed shot up 200%, moving like a phantom. Even Wang Jianfei's motion vision could hardly catch his silhouette. Master Yi darted behind a broken wall and vanished. A few seconds passed with no sign of him. Just as Wang Jianfei grew puzzled, Master Yi reappeared in sight. This time he was followed by a black mass of bone skeletons, roughly 20 of them. Master Yi ran ahead while the skeletons wielded bone swords in pursuit. The bone skeletons were sluggish, only half Master Yi's speed. He had to deliberately slow himself lest the horde be left behind. How magnificent! Wang Jianfei burst out in admiration. If anyone else dared to pull so many monsters, he would have fled at once. But having witnessed Master Yi's ferocity, he showed no trace of fear. When 20 paces or so from Feng Han, Master Yi halted. In a moment he was surrounded by over 20 bone skeletons. Countless bone blades slashed toward him. For a time the clang of metal filled the air. 1, 0, 0, 1. Yet the damage inflicted was negligible, pitiful to behold. With 3,300 life points, Master Yi could stand and be pummeled for 10 minutes and still not fall. Seeing the skeletons gather, he spun his black greatsword and unleashed blade storm. Crimson battle chi swelled around him as the heavy sword drove his body spinning like a gyrating top. From afar it looked like a small dark red tempest had been conjured. Master Yi's movement accelerated as he whirled through the horde. Wherever he passed, monsters were instantly shredded to pieces by the greatsword. 5,364. 5,364. 5,364. Amid flying shards of bone, system prompts rang out without cease. Successfully slain a bone skeleton. Experience 6. Successfully slain a bone skeleton. Soul 1. Successfully slain a bone skeleton. Experience 6. Successfully slain a bone skeleton. Soul 1. Successfully slain a bone skeleton. Experience 6. Successfully slain a bone skeleton. Soul 1. When Master Yi's blade storm ended, there remained not a single standing skeleton. All had been ground to dust. The spectacle left Wang Jianfei's mind blank, stunned for a long while. Let's go, follow Master Yi. This area is cleared. We'll move to the next place. Only when Feng Han reminded him did Wang Jianfei come to. Haha, long live the boss. The boss's pet is mighty too. Wang Jianfei resumed flattering praise, and quick to act scooped up the loot before Feng Han could, and handed. Besides hundreds of copper coins, there was an undead essence. Its quality was only black iron, but better than nothing. Feng Han pocketed it. They trailed Master Yi at a comfortable distance into the depths of the city of the dead. Half a minute later, Master Yi pulled another large wave of monsters and cleared them with blade storm. Wang Jianfei felt his experience climb like a rocket. After 2 more waves, new undead foes appeared. Bone archers used bone bows to strike from afar and were a touch more troublesome than skeletons. Yet for Master Yi they posed no difficulty. He again activated the plague bloodline and drew in a swarm of bone archers, then struck with blade storm. Blade Storm boosted Master Yi's speed by 80%, so even as the archers retreated and fired, he closed the distance and slew them. A few slipped past the Blade Storm. Before they could rejoice, Master Yi followed with an alpha assault, his figure becoming a blur darting amid the archers. When Master Yi stopped, those archers collapsed, simultaneously reduced to heaps of bone. Successfully slain Bone Archer, Experience 7. Successfully slain Bone Archer, Soul 1. Successfully slain Bone Archer, Experience 7. Successfully slain Bone Archer, Soul 1. Bone Archers were ranged, so they granted 1 more point of experience than skeletons. Among the spoils besides Copper lay a Bone Sword. Broken Bone Sword, Black Iron level 2. Attributes attack 20. Not bad. Could fetch a few dozen gold. Feng Han tossed it into his void ring. Wang Zhangfei had never felt such ease. He had never imagined leveling could be so effortless. Before meeting Feng Han, he had once found a party willing to carry him. In a single leveling run in the Ghostfire Forest, those 4 teammates took 2 whole hours. Inefficient beyond belief. Even killing a single parasitic mushroom took ages. With Feng Han, it was nothing but one-shot kills, and no monster could withstand Blade Storm and Alpha Assault. Sometimes Wang Zhangfei could not even pick up coins as fast as monsters died. In under 25 minutes, the City of the Dead had been completely cleared. That was largely due to the area's ruined terrain preventing Master Yi from pulling even more monsters, otherwise it would have been even quicker. How's the speed? Is it acceptable? Feng Han asked with a smile. Mighty boss, clearing the City of the Dead once yields about 4,000 experience. 1 more clear, and I'll reach level 1. Wang Zhangfei thumped his thumb up and lavishly praised. Feng Han nodded. His level was higher than Wang Zhangfei's, so he gained less experience, about half as much. Continue, Feng Han said, stepping into the teleportation array. Wang Zhangfei scampered after him. Back in the dungeon hall, as Feng Han prepared to re-enter, Wang Zhangfei tugged. Boss, wait a moment. I'll be right back. Without awaiting a reply, he dashed off. About 3 minutes later, the chubby fellow returned carrying a bundle. You must be thirsty, boss. Drink this. Wang Zhangfei thrust a bottle of purified water into Feng Han's hand. This kid. Feng Han shook his head with a smile. He was indeed a bit thirsty and drank gratefully. Afterward, Wang Zhangfei handed over a packet of pet food. The packaging showed it held undead essence. Boss, your pet must be hungry too. Want to replenish some energy? Wang Zhangfei's chubby face was all smile. Wang Zhangfei's attentive ways amused Feng Han. It was sincere goodwill, and Feng Han accepted with. Master Yi's satiety was still high. The bag of undead essence could be saved for the afternoon. The two re-entered the City of the Dead. With prior experience, this run was much faster. In just over 20 minutes, all monsters were slain. Wang Zhangfei smoothly reached level 1. Too fast. I can't believe it happened so quickly, Wang Zhangfei said, still incredulous. He had thought that finding a party to carry him might take a whole morning to reach level 1. Yet in under an hour, he was already level 1. He worshipped Feng Han with every fiber of his being. Feng Han did not stop. He ran the City of the Dead 5 more times before pausing. They stopped because it was noon. Boss, there's a great tavern nearby. Let me take you. Wang Zhangfei led the way enthusiastically. Feng Han nodded faintly. The food was indeed excellent. The lavish meal shocked him when the bill came to 5. To think, Feng Han had saved 3 gold coins for 2 months before. Wang Zhangfei insisted on paying for. Hey, fat one, you found someone to carry you. Just as they returned to the dungeon hall, a muscular youth blocked them and sneered at Wang Zhangfei. Wang Zhangfei's expression shifted. Lai Chong, move aside. Don't block my way. Lai Chong glanced at Feng Han, and his mockery deepened. I thought you found a real expert. But it's a summoner. A black iron summoner at that. TSK tisk. Wang Zhangfei, well done. You actually found a summoner to carry you. It was widely known that low-tier summoners suffered prejudice and had little standing. It was nearly impossible to make money carrying others as a low-tier summoner. Not only were low-tier pets weak, they also siphoned off a portion of the experience, resulting in twice the work for half the gain. Wang Zhangfei had meant to ignore Lai Chong, but hearing Feng Han be looked down upon made him lose patience. He snapped. What's wrong with summoners? They're 100 times stronger than you. What did you say? Lai Chong's eyes widened, and his knuckles creaked as he clenched his fist. Huh, you still think you can earn my money without the strength? Dream on. Wang Zhangfei sneered, then turned to Feng Han with a smile. Boss, let's ignore him and keep farming the dungeon. He changed his face with astonishing speed. Move aside. Don't block the way. Wang Zhangfei shoved Lai Chong and strode toward the novice dungeon area. I want to see what this absurd duo, a black iron summoner and a fat shadow swordsman, can possibly do. Lai Chong scoffed as they walked away. Feng Han and Wang Zhangfei re-entered the City of the Dead. Boss, don't be angry. He's just a mangy dog. Wang Zhangfei hurriedly said, worried Feng Han might be affected. I'm fine. It is true black iron summoners are unwelcome. But you, what's your grudge with him? Feng Han, that mangy dog, just thinking about him makes me sick. Wang Zhangfei spat violently on the ground. He keeps flaunting his diamond-ranked dual soul knight status and never treats me like a person. He promised to carry me through a level 0 dungeon for 50 gold yesterday afternoon. Already an outrageous price. Then he wanted to bring along 3 others. Wasn't that just ripping me off? That is excessive, Fong Han murmured, feeling a sliver of contempt for Lai Chong. Greed is one thing, but his avarice was extraordinary. Exactly. Level 0 dungeons give so little experience, split 5 ways, when would I ever level? I blew up at him right then. Wang Jiangfei remained indignant. Haha, let's not talk about him. His strength and character aren't worth even the boss's toe. Wang Jiangfei immediately put on a cheerful smile. After this run we'll switch to a higher level dungeon. Fong Han said, seeing Master Yi beginning work again. A level 3 dungeon posed no challenge to Fong Han and yielded little experience. Yes boss, whatever you say. Wang Jiangfei giggled in agreement. This run cleared the level 3 dungeon in 19 minutes. Fong Han then selected and entered a level 5 dungeon spider nest. They leapt from a level 3 to a level 5 dungeon. They found themselves in a dense forest, trees draped with countless spider webs and spiders the size of human heads crawling everywhere. A spider spotted the intruders and scurried along its silk. Halfway it shot a strand that wrapped around Master Yi. Master Yi's speed was immediately reduced. 425. A red damage number floated above his head. The damage is a bit high, but Master Yi can still handle it. Poisonous spider, common monster. Level 5. Health 1600. Attack 180. Defense 70. Movement speed 7. Skills: Spider Venom Black Iron. The poisonous spider's basic attack inflicts 150 poison damage lasting 3 seconds. Webbind Bronze. The poisonous spider spits a strand of web to ensnare its target, dealing 250 damage and reducing movement speed by 30 for 3 seconds. The poisonous spider slid down the silk thread straight toward Master Yi. Simultaneously Master Yi raised his heavy blade. 56. 424. 28. Damage numbers flared above both the poisonous spider and Master Yi. Though its base attack was modest, the spider inflicted sustained poison damage over 3 seconds. Master Yi was 3 levels lower than the poisonous spider. Yet even with a 30 damage mitigation, he landed a staggering blow of 424 points. 424. 56. 28. 1696. 28. Though ferocious, the poisonous spider crumbled under Master Yi's third strike. Upon triggering the passive effect of Master Yi's Wuji sword path, doubling true damage and enabling critical strikes, the creature was instantly obliterated. Quest completed. Poisonous spider slain. Experience 13. Soul 1. Upon death, the spider dropped 5 copper coins. Senior, the experience from this spider is astonishing, 15 points. Wang Jiangfei exclaimed in awe. As a level 1 cultivator, while Fong Han stood at level 2, he naturally received slightly more experience. Not bad. Fong Han nodded, satisfied. After testing Master Yi resumed clearing groups of monsters, just as he had done in the City of the Dead, activating his Cataclysm bloodline to aggro them. Though Webbind slowed targets by 30, it proved utterly futile against Master Yi's Cataclysm bloodline, which granted a 200 movement speed boost, rendering the debuff negligible. He pulled over a dozen poisonous spiders before halting, then activated Blade Storm, spinning violently as he charged headlong into their midst. 3752. 3752. 7504. 3752. A crimson wave of damage numbers erupted in unison. Under the whirlwind of his heavy blade, limbs flew in all directions. Not a single spider endured even 1 second. Occasional critical hits dealt terrifying blows exceeding 7500 points. When Blade Storm concluded, not a single spider remained alive. Quest completed. Poisonous spider slain. Experience 13. Soul 1. Quest completed. Poisonous spider slain. Experience 13. Soul 1. Quest completed. Poisonous spider slain. Experience 13. Soul 1. Fong Han realized he had vastly underestimated Master Yi's overwhelming power. Blade Storm belonged to the Cataclysm tier, boasting an astronomical 2-0 damage amplification. No matter how formidable the spider's attributes, they were mere earthen chickens and clay dogs before Master Yi, utterly powerless. He's dominating even a level 5 dungeon. Wang Jiangfei stared dumbstruck, unable to utter another word. He'd imagined Fong Han would clear level 5 dungeons easily, but never with such effortless mastery. After all, level 5 dungeons were exponentially more demanding than level 3 ones. Yet reality had just delivered a vivid, unforgettable lesson. Even level 5 dungeons crumbled beneath the senior's hand, annihilated in swift succession. Moments later, Wang Jiangfei gathered the loot and handed it all to Fong Han. Beyond copper coins, a green venom sack dropped. Spider Venom Sack Black Iron, level 5. Useful for weapon tempering and potion crafting. A level 5 bronze material, versatile and likely worth around 1 gold coin. After slaughtering that swarm, Master Yi's health had dropped roughly by half. Master Yi restored his vitality fully using undead meditation. After waiting several seconds, he repeated the cycle once more. This time, he drew back 25 monsters. Thanks to his Cataclysm bloodline's extraordinary mobility, the spiders could barely land a single hit. First use Alpha Strike, then unleash Blade Storm. Fong Han watched the massive swarm trailing behind Master Yi, eyes sharp and voice decisive. Obeying instantly, Master Yi whirled about and launched Alpha Strike, blurring through the spider ranks. Each flash of his blade claimed a life. 3752. 3752. When he ceased, his health remained unchanged. The few spiders that narrowly escaped the AoE radius fell swiftly to Blade Storm. Another torrent of experience surged forth. Fong Han nodded approvingly. Though Blade Storm yielded higher cumulative damage than Alpha Strike, it demanded close proximity and exposed Master Yi to counterattacks. Alpha Strike's advantage lay in its wide reach, striking enemies from afar without closing distance, thus drastically minimizing incoming damage. With optimized combat rhythm, Master Yi retained 2/3 of his health after each large-scale slaughter, greatly enhancing his survivability and allowing him to pull ever larger swarms. After one more trial, Master Yi moved with seamless fluency, drawing nearly 30 spiders while maintaining monster-clearing efficiency sword. All Fong Han, Wang Jiangfei, and Xiao Bear needed to do was trail behind Master Yi, collecting loot, and carefully avoid drawing aggro from any stray spiders. Should a level 5 poisonous spider fixate on them, victory would be impossible. Fortunately, Master Yi operated with flawless precision, leaving no foe unclaimed in his wake. Within half an hour, every poisonous spider in the nest lay dead, and both Fong Han and Master Yi ascended to level 3. Fong Han's stats were trivial, unworthy of mention. Master Yi's, however, underwent dramatic enhancement. Cataclysm, Sword Saint Pet. Tier Cataclysm, Final Form undetectable. Level 3208400000. Loyalty 100 unwavering. Satiation 95. Health 4140. Attack 438. Defense 207. Critical rate 1. Strength 219, growth coefficient 50. Constitution 207, growth coefficient 47. Spirit 130, growth coefficient 33. Agility 165, growth coefficient 39. Movement speed 8. 2. Skills: Wuji, Sword Path Cataclysm, Undead Meditation Cataclysm, Blade Storm Cataclysm, Cataclysm, Bloodline Cataclysm. Description: the supreme deity of the undead race and sovereign commander of the Cataclysm Legion, possessing absolute authority. At level 3, Master Yi's health exceeded 4000, and his defense surpassed 200. Now the poisonous spider's attacks barely pierced his defenses. Master Yi no longer needed restraint. He could now recklessly draw vast hordes without consequence. A single level up had triggered a qualitative leap, a testament to the unparalleled might of Cataclysm tier pets. Their extraordinary growth coefficients eclipsed all others. Exit the dungeon. Re-enter. For the entire afternoon, Fong Han relentlessly farmed the spider nest, without pause, until finally stopping at 730 p.m. Senior, I'm utterly awestruck. From this day forward, I am your most loyal and obedient junior brother. My admiration for you flows like an endless river, surging like the Han River in flood, boundless and unstoppable. Wang Jiangfei gazed at Fong Han with starry-eyed reverence. Enough. Fong Han waved dismissively, his expression tinged with mild exasperation. Scenes like this had recurred countless times throughout the afternoon. Wang Jiangfei's ceaseless hyperbolic praise had begun to make Fong Han feel almost lightheaded. Wang Jiangfei's fervor stemmed from genuine astonishment. He'd originally planned to find someone to escort him to level 2 within a day. Yet Fong Han had far exceeded expectations. He'd rocketed from level 0 to level 3. How could he not be overjoyed? From level 0 to level 10, each level required 10,000 more experience points than the last, making progression increasingly arduous. Had he hired others, he'd have barely reached level 2 today, and at a cost far exceeding 1,000 gold coins. How different it was with Fong Han, effortless, safe, painless, and supremely efficient. Senior, can you guide me again tomorrow? Wang Jiangfei asked eagerly. We'll see tomorrow. Fong Han waved again, noncommittal. Yes, sir. Whatever Senior says goes. I'll follow your lead without question. Wang Jiangfei didn't mind in the slightest. He grinned cheerfully instead. After lavishing Fong Han with a few more compliments, he took his leave, pressing 5 beginner dungeon vouchers into Fong Han's hands before departing. Master Yi and I still need 4,000 experience points to reach level 4. Perhaps we should ascend first before returning home. Fong Han mused, and re-entered the spider nest. Without Wang Jiangfei's chatter, Fong Han felt momentarily disoriented, but quickly immersed himself in the visceral thrill of monster slaying. Once the dungeon cleared, Fong Han and Master Yi ascended to level 4, and Master Yi's stats surged. Cataclysm, Sword Saint Pet. Tier Cataclysm, Final Form. Level 4, 3108500000. Loyalty 100, unwavering, undetectable. Satiation 88. Health 5080. Attack 534. Defense 254. Critical rate 2. Strength 268, growth coefficient 50. Constitution 254, growth coefficient 47. Spirit 166, growth coefficient 33. Agility 204, growth coefficient 39. Movement speed 8. 3. Skills Wuji, Sword Path Cataclysm, Undead Meditation Cataclysm, Alpha, Strike, Cataclysm, Blade Storm Cataclysm, Cataclysm, Bloodline Cataclysm. Description: the supreme deity of the undead race and sovereign commander of the Cataclysm Legion, possessing absolute authority. Master Yi's health now breached 5000, and his attack power soared past 500. Notably, his critical rate rose to 2, suggesting each 100 points of agility conferred 1 critical chance. Compared to assassins or marksmen, his agility scaling was comparatively modest. Yet Master Yi did not rely on critical strikes. With sufficient raw damage, crits merely served as elegant embellishment. Additionally, Blade Storm's AoE radius expanded from 5 to 6 meters. Alpha Strike's range increased from 15 to 16 meters. Today's haul not only strengthened Master Yi further, but also yielded more soul points than yesterday. Remaining soul points 12057. Enough to elevate a second pet to Cataclysm tier. Fong Han's gaze settled upon Xiao Dudu Bear. Xiao Dudu Bear seemed to sense his intent, emitting a soft dudu cry. No, wasting soul points on it is unacceptable. Instantly, Fong Han dismissed the idea. Though he possessed ample soul points, even enough to elevate a black iron pet to Cataclysm tier, black iron pets varied widely in inherent strength. For instance, a chicken and a tiger, both black iron, possessed vastly divergent base attributes. Even after elevation to Cataclysm tier, the immense growth coefficients diluted, but did not erase these subtle disparities. Among Cataclysm tier pets, Fong Han sought only the strongest. Xiao Dudu Bear clearly fell short, and its 60 gold price tag confirmed it. Suddenly, inspiration struck Fong Han. What if he refrained from elevating Xiao Dudu Bear to Cataclysm, and instead upgraded it only to silver or gold tier for resale? Acting immediately consumed 5 soul points. Evolution successful. Xiao Dudu Bear, De Dudu Bear. Tier Bronze. De Dudu Bear's life essence refined. Loyalty 5. Consumed 10 soul points. Evolution successful. De Dudu Bear, De Li Dudu Bear. Tier Silver. De Li Dudu Bear's life essence refined. Loyalty 5. 2 successive evolutions transformed Xiao Dudu Bear from black iron to silver tier. De Li Dudu Bear. Its new skill, Dudu, reduced target defense by 10. Fong Han halted further evolution. As a black iron summoner suddenly peddling a gold tier pet, he risked attracting dangerous attention. Better to test the waters with a silver tier specimen first and gauge market response. Fong Han withdrew a blank pet card from his void ring. He then dissolved his contract with De Li Dudu Bear and sealed it within the card. Mission accomplished. Exiting the dungeon, Fong Han headed straight for a general goods shop, dumping every low-tier material and subpar gear acquired over the past 2 days. His void ring was nearly overflowing. The sale netted 156 gold coins. Fong Han exhaled deeply. Clearly, dungeon farming alone could never yield meaningful profit. In those 2 days, he'd cleared nearly 40 dungeons, yet earned scarcely this much. Meanwhile, a single beginner dungeon voucher cost nearly 400 gold. His expenses vastly outweighed income, even though he'd merely observed while his pet fought. For others, consumables like healing potions alone represented a substantial outlay, let alone purchasing equipment or skill manuals. Soon Fong Han arrived at a pet shop. The pet shop not only sold pets, but also bought various types of pets. As long as there was a price difference, to profit from even low-grade slimes would be accepted. However, the prices were kept very low. At this moment, a summoner was selling pets. The pet he was selling was a level 4 parasitic mushroom. What? Only 80 gold? Are you kidding me? This is a level 4 pet. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into leveling it up to 4? The summoner exclaimed incredulously upon hearing the offer. A level 4 parasitic mushroom is still a parasitic mushroom. It doesn't change the fact that it's a black iron pet. The market price is 80 gold. Go to other shops, it's the same price. The young and beautiful salesgirl, splattered with saliva from the summoner's outburst, remained composed. But your level 3 parasitic mushrooms are selling for 120 gold. Does that mean my parasitic mushroom isn't as good as yours? The summoner asked defiantly, tilting his head back. Dear customer, we are running a business, not a charity. Of course, we are here to make money. The young girl said somewhat speedily, rather throw it away than sell it to you blackheart merchants. The summoner huffed angrily and walked away. Fong Han checked his information. Dang, summoner gold. Level 4. A gold summoner. No wonder he managed to reach level 4 in just 2 days. Fong Han muttered to himself before walking to the counter. Excuse me, sir, are you here to buy or sell pets? Upon seeing Fong Han, the young girl's eyes lit up and the professional smile on her face turned a bit more genuine. Selling pets. Fong Han's expression was calm and concise. All right, please show me your pets. The young girl remained very... Fong Han handed over the pet card sealed with the mighty Dudu Bear. A silver pet. The young girl exclaimed in surprise, staring at Fong Han. She probably didn't expect Fong Han to sell a silver-ranked pet. Are you buying? How much for each? Yes, of course. As for the price, a level 4 mighty Dudu Bear with slightly lower base attributes, let's say 1,200 gold, how does that sound? The young girl pondered for a moment before stating a price. 1,200 gold. Fong Han's gaze sharpened, his heart racing unexpectedly. After working hard all day, he had only earned 1,000 gold from Wang Jianfei. To think that a doo-doo bear evolved to silver with 15 points of soul could sell for 1,200 gold. So it turns out making money is this easy. In the future, can he rely on selling pets to earn money? How about it? If the price isn't suitable, we can negotiate. I can add a bit more. The young girl added, thinking Fong Han was hesitating due to the low price. No need, just 1,200 gold is fine. I still want to buy things from you, just give me a discount. Fong Han quickly, which is your best black iron pet? Please show me. After selling the mighty doo-doo bear, Fong Han asked after acquiring 1,500 gold. The best black iron pets. The young girl thought for a few seconds and replied, the mini raccoon and fire feather sparrow. These two pets have better attributes. The mini raccoon has high defense, while the fire feather sparrow has aerial advantages. If combined, the effect is best. Fong Han nodded. Then I'll take the fire feather sparrow. All right. The young girl's eyes brightened as she immediately fetched the pet card for the fire feather sparrow. Sir, 125 gold, but let's drop the cents. How about 120 gold? The young girl asked. That's fine. Fong Han readily paid 120 gold. Afterward, Fong Han visited other pet shops, buying 3 small doo-doo bears and 1 parasitic mushroom. The fire feather sparrow and the parasitic mushroom were intended for his own use, while the small doo-doo bears would naturally be sold after evolving. In the still of the night, aside from the occasional sound of water from next door, there was no other noise, as if the entire world had fallen into a deep slumber. Having been busy all day, Fong Han was about to go to sleep when the door was suddenly pushed open. Then a small head peeked in. Fong Han, are you asleep? Can I come in? The voice was crisp with a touch of playfulness. Fong Han quickly put on the half-removed clothes and said irritably, what do you think? Could you at least knock next time? Among the few people living in the same courtyard, only Chu Hongyi was so impudent and unruly. Oh. Chu Hongyi playfully stuck out her tongue and entered the room, gently closing the door behind her. Why does it feel like I'm sneaking in? Fong Han murmured softly. What did you say? Chu Hongyi asked, glaring with wide eyes. Chu Hongyi seemed to have just bathed. Her hair was wet, and dripping her beautiful face was incredibly delicate fair, with a rosy glow looking as if it could be broken by a touch. She emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance. Nothing. Hongyi, why are you still awake so late? Is there something you need? Here, this is for you. Chu Hongyi approached Fong Han, and with a flash of light in her hand, a slender silver wand appeared, which she stuffed into Fong Han's hand. Radiant Wand Silver, Level 3. Attributes: Attack, 120. Constitution, 10. Fong Han stared blankly at the radiant wand, momentarily stunned. Quick, put it away. By the way, don't tell anyone I gave it to you. Chu Hongyi said urgently. Fong Han looked at her with a complicated expression. The price of a silver wand usually exceeds 1,500 gold. Even though the attributes of this radiant wand weren't particularly impressive, it should still be worth at least 1,800 gold. 1,800 gold is not a small amount. Previously, it was an astronomical figure for them. Yet Chu Hongyi gave it to him without hesitation. Hongyi, I actually can't use such a good wand. Fong Han tried to return the radiant wand to Chu Hongyi. He spoke the truth. His combat power relied entirely on pets, and he didn't need to act himself. After running dozens of dungeons today, he hadn't cast a single shadow arrow, just watched mastery perform. So whether it was a black iron wand or a silver wand, it made no difference to him. Having it in his hands was purely a... He currently had about 2,000 gold in assets along with 3 silver pets he could sell at any time, so he wasn't short on money. If he really needed a better wand, he could buy it himself. Just take it. Remember what I said. Chu Hongyi nimbly leaped back, dodging, and said playfully. Then before Fong Han could say anything further, she quickly opened the door and ran out. That girl. Fong Han smiled wryly. A night without further incidents. The next day, Fong Han arrived at the professional guild. Instead of rushing to grind dungeons, he spent 2,000 gold to purchase a void ring. Void ring silver. Contains a space of 33 cubic meters. Cannot store living things. The previous void ring was black iron grade and the space was too small, filling up easily, so he spent a fortune to upgrade to a silver one. Afterward, Fong Han went to the dungeon hall and entered the spider nest. Come out. After entering the dungeon, Fong Han called out, summoning the Catastrophe Sword Saint and a doo-doo bear. The Catastrophe Sword Saint stood guard beside him, wielding a pitch-black heavy sword. Fong Han first evolved the 3 small doo-doo bears one by one into the level 4 mighty doo-doo bears. Then he canceled their contracts, sealed them onto pet cards, and stored them in the void ring. He planned to sell them at noon. Which one should I evolve next? Looking at the fire feather sparrow and the parasitic mushroom, Fong Han fell into contemplation. The fire feather sparrow was very small, only the size of a palm, with reddish feathers, and when it spread its wings to fly, a faint flame enveloped it, making it very beautiful. The parasitic mushroom was about the height of an adult's calf, resembling a mushroom, with a mushroom cap on top and a light green body. Fong Han calculated that evolving a pet from black iron to the level of catastrophe required a total of 8,885 points of soul. With 12,000 points of soul left, there was enough to evolve one of them to catastrophe. Moreover, his current spirit was 19 points, allowing him to contract only one of them. After a moment of thought, Fong Han ultimately decided to evolve the Fire Feather Sparrow first. After all, the Fire Feather Sparrow had the unparalleled advantage of flight. 5 points of soul consumed. Evolution successful. Fire Feather Sparrow evolved into Crimson Flame Sparrow. Rank Bronze. The life of the Crimson Flame Sparrow has been enhanced. Loyalty 5. 10 points of soul consumed. Evolution successful. Crimson Flame Sparrow evolved into Blazing Sparrow. Rank Silver. The life of the Blazing Sparrow has been enhanced. Loyalty 5. 2,000 points of evolution successful. Fire Feather Phoenix evolved into Celestial Fire Phoenix. Rank Legend. 5,000 points of soul consumed. Evolution successful. Celestial Fire Phoenix evolved into Divine Fire Phoenix. Rank Catastrophe. The light of evolution surrounding the Fire Feather Sparrow continued to flicker, and when all the commotion ceased, it had surpassed Legend and evolved into the final Catastrophe rank. In that moment, what appeared before Fong Han was a massive phoenix with a wingspan of 5 meters. The Divine Fire Phoenix was engulfed in blazing golden red flames, illuminating the entire forest, appearing almost divine, majestic, noble, and sacred beyond reproach. Chirp. The Divine Fire Phoenix let out a clear cry, its voice ringing like a bell piercing through stone. Then the torrential golden red divine fire suddenly converged, pouring into its body like a river. Within the blazing divine fire, it seemed one could see the body of the Divine Fire Phoenix being continuously reshaped, and Fong Han vaguely saw what seemed to be a human silhouette. After a moment, the overwhelming flames slowly receded, and the golden red brilliance diminished, revealing a tall and slender figure emerging from the flames. It was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. She was tall with an exquisite figure, her skin as white as jade. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall down to her waist. Her delicate features exuded grace, beautiful enough to leave the world speechless. Her eyes occasionally flashed with a hint of golden red. She wore a luxurious gown made of flames, radiating brilliance as she moved surrounded by golden red flames. She appeared to be exceptionally beautiful and gentle, radiating supreme nobility and purity, sacred and untouchable. In terms of beauty and temperament, she surpassed Bai Ningguang without a doubt. In terms of figure, she was even more outstanding, perfectly curved. Master. The beautiful woman gracefully walked to Fong Han, slightly bending her waist. Her voice was soft and melodious. Fong Han was dumbfounded. How did a perfectly fine phoenix turn into a woman? Master. Seeing Fong Han staring at her in a daze, the beauty revealed a hint of confusion. Oh, you were that phoenix just now. Fong Han finally came to his senses, recalling that she was the Divine Fire Phoenix's pet. However, unlike Master Yi, an undead being, the Divine Fire Phoenix now bore no resemblance to her previous form, which made it difficult for Fong Han to adjust his mindset toward her. Yes, Master. The beauty smiled slightly again and respectfully bent her waist, showcasing her graceful body, captivating to behold, leaving one parched. Fong Han took a deep breath, calming his somewhat agitated heart, and slowly spoke. Let me check your attributes. Divine Fire Phoenix pet, rank Catastrophe, final form cannot be peered into level 0. Loyalty 100, never betray, satiation 80, life 1500, attack 166, defense 75, critical hit 0, strength 61, growth factor 38, constitution 75, growth factor 52, spirit 83, growth factor 59, agility 67, growth factor 44, movement speed 5, 8, human form 25, 0, phoenix form. 0, phoenix form skills, Divine Fire Breath. Catastrophe. The Divine Fire Phoenix unleashes a condensed golden red flame, causing 500 damage to targets in a straight line. Cooldown 3 seconds. Vacuum Fire. C. Catastrophe. The Divine Fire Phoenix exhales divine fire, igniting the primal fire of heaven and earth, dealing 2,000 damage to targets within a 15-meter radius, burning for 3 seconds, taking 1,000 damage per second. Cooldown 30 seconds. Wall of Celestial Fire. Catastrophe. The Divine Fire Phoenix exhales a flame, forming a high-temperature fire wall measuring 10 meters long, 3 meters high, and 2 meters thick, lasting for 5 seconds. Targets attempting to cross the firewall take 1,000 damage per second. Cooldown 30 seconds. 3,000 Feather Kill. Catastrophe. The fire feathers burning on the Divine Fire Phoenix shoot out like blades, indiscriminately slicing through targets within a 15-meter range, causing 2,000 damage and reducing their defense by 80 for 5 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Form Transformation. Catastrophe. The Divine Fire Phoenix can switch between human and phoenix forms at will. In human form, damage is halved. No cooldown. Divine Fire Sword. Point. Catastrophe. Usable only. The Divine Fire Phoenix emits a flame sword aura from its fingertips, causing 500 damage to targets in a straight line. Cooldown 3 seconds. Phoenix Nirvana. Catastrophe. Passive skill. The Divine Fire Phoenix will resurrect and be reborn after receiving a fatal blow. Cooldown 1 hour. Introduction. A natural deity from ancient times in legend. Incredible. Even Fong Han, who had already witnessed the overwhelming attributes of the cataclysmic sword saint, stood speechless in stunned awe. The Divine Flame Phoenix at level 0 already possessed a staggering 1500 hit points. Its growth coefficient reached 193, nearly touching the apex of 200. Compared to the cataclysmic sword saint's 169, it surpassed by a full 24 points. Every one of the Divine Flame Phoenix's skills was formidable, most unleashing devastating area effect devastation. Among them, Divine Flame Breath and Divine Flame Sword Finger boasted mere 3-second cooldowns, effectively functioning as basic attacks. Its survival skill was nothing short of miraculous Phoenix Nirvana, granted it a second life. Yet in Fong Han's eyes, the most extraordinary trait lay in its ability to shift seamlessly between Phoenix and human form at will. Master, are you satisfied? The beauty asked softly. Absolutely, more than satisfied. Fong Han nodded vigorously. Thank you for your praise, Master. A radiant smile bloomed once more upon her peerless, immortal visage. Her first laugh could topple a city, her second an entire kingdom. Even Fong Han, who prided himself on unwavering composure, nearly succumbed to its allure. No, her true form is that of a phoenix. Fong Han felt his inner thoughts twisting, darkening. He clenched his teeth sharply, biting his tongue, to jolt himself back to clarity. Since you may assume human form, I shall bestow upon you a name. How about Fong Qingxian? After a moment's contemplation, Fong Han proposed. Fong Qingxian. The Divine Flame Phoenix repeated the name several times, savoring each syllable. Then lifting her gaze gently, she smiled. Thank you, Master, for this name. It is exquisite and I cherish it deeply. Fong Han nodded in satisfaction. He now commanded a second cataclysmic tier companion, one capable of flight, whose latent potential far eclipsed that of the cataclysmic sword saint Idashi. Only slightly over 3,000 soul points remained, enough at most to elevate the parasitic mushroom. Fong Han resolved to wait until his next level up, when his spiritual energy would surpass 20 points and his soul reserves were sufficiently replenished before fully evolving the parasitic mushroom into a cataclysmic tier entity. Fong Qingxian, may I ride you? Fong Han turned toward her and asked. The Divine Flame Phoenix, now Fong Qingxian, was momentarily flustered, then lowered her head, cheeks flushed, whispering, I shall obey any command my master gives. Fong Han blinked, realizing instantly that she had misinterpreted his intent, and hurriedly clarified, that's not what I meant. I simply wish to know, once transformed into your phoenix form, can you carry me aloft? Of course, though my level remains modest, and my frame still small, bearing my master through the skies poses no difficulty whatsoever. Shall we try now? Her earlier misunderstanding now deepened her embarrassment, rendering her too shy to lift her gaze. Let us try, Fong Han affirmed. As you wish, Master. At her words, an incandescent golden-red radiance erupted from her body. When the light subsided, a colossal phoenix stood before him. 5 meters long, its wingspan stretched 4 meters wide. Even with wings folded, its broad back measured a full meter across. Master, please mount me. Even in phoenix form, Fong Qingxian retained the power of human speech. One massive wing settled gently upon the ground. Fong Han grasped the soft, resilient feathers and climbed onto her back. How comfortable! Her phoenix back offered ample space, even accommodating another person effortlessly. Enveloped by countless supple, downy feathers, he felt profound ease and serenity. Master, hold fast. I am ascending. With those words, Fong Qingxian rose slowly, then soared upward with Fong Han aboard. At first her ascent was gentle, but soon accelerated dramatically. Below, forests and hills shrank into insignificance. Ha 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 ha. Exhilarating. Thrilling. Seated atop Fong Qingxian, Fong Han rode the roaring wind with boundless delight, his spirit soaring, his heart ablaze with heroic fervor. Then Fong Qingxian banked sharply and plunged earthward in a swift, exhilarating dive. Fong Han instinctively crouched low, gripping her feathers tightly. Only after several sweeping circuits above the forest canopy did Fong Qingxian finally halt, hovering just 20 meters above the treetops, skimming the very air above the woods. Let Idashi clear the monsters below, we'll remain aloft. Fong Qingxian, you need not engage. She replied with reverent obedience. The spider lair had been cleared countless times the previous day. Idashi moved through it with practiced ease. Meanwhile, Fong Han sat astride Fong Qingxian, suspended midair, observing Idashi's steady progress and awaiting the steady influx of experience and soul points. This effortless, serene existence rivaled that of celestial immortals. As for the occasional copper coins or raw materials dropped by venomous spiders, Fong Han deemed them unworthy of his attention. They yielded negligible profit, exhausting labor for paltry returns. A single silver-tier pet fetched over 1,000 gold coins. Such trifles held no appeal for him. Successfully slain venomous spider, 13 experience. Successfully slain venomous spider, 1 soul. Successfully slain venomous spider, 13 experience. Successfully slain venomous spider, 1 soul. While Fong Han reclined idly, leveling up monster by monster somewhere immeasurably distant, across unknown space and time. lay a desolate wasteland, barren yellow soil, ashen stone, devoid of all life, enshrouded in absolute silence, not even a wisp of lingering spirit stirring. At the land's heart rose a colossal mountain range, tens of thousands of meters high, stretching endlessly across the horizon. Yet viewed from dozens of kilometers away, perspective revealed the truth. It was no mountain range at all, but the skeletal remains of a titanic being. What manner of creature could possess a frame so vast? Most of the skeleton vanished beneath thick, roiling clouds, its full scale and identity obscured beyond recognition. Suddenly, a minuscule golden-red flame detached itself from the bones, piercing the void before vanishing into the distant sky in an instant. Moments later, a 100-meter-long bone snapped clean in two. Then, crack after crack, the rest of the skeleton began collapsing. Boom, boom. Within moments, the entire skeletal range crumbled into ruin. This immense, ancient mountain vanished utterly from existence. A slender finger extended, its tip alight with golden-red flame. Fang Qingxian pointed forward. The flame coalesced into a razor-sharp golden sword beam, cleaving straight through a venomous spider and ending its life. Successfully slain venomous spider, 17 experience. Successfully slain venomous spider, 1 soul. Congratulations, level 5 attained. Strength 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 3, Agility 3. Your companion, the Cataclysmic Sword Saint, has leveled to 5, Strength 50, Constitution 47, Spirit 33, Agility 49. Congratulations, level 5 attained. Infinite Golden Legend talent activated. Golden Legend trait acquired. Life Link. Life Link Golden Legend links the summoner's life force with that of their summoned being, transferring all incoming damage exclusively to the summoned entity. So long as the summoned being survives, the summoner suffers no harm whatsoever. By midday, after multiple runs through the spider lair, Fang Han finally ascended to level 5, matching Idashi's progression precisely. Fang Qingxian, meanwhile, had recently advanced to level 2. Yet what delighted Fang Han most was neither her nor Idashi's strengthened prowess, but rather the acquisition of yet another golden legend trait upon reaching level 5, Life Link. Life Link, the transfer of damage. Was this not tantamount to immortality? As long as his companions lived, he would not perish. And both Idashi and Fang Qingxian were cataclysmic tier beings, possessing attributes so extraordinary that death itself seemed reluctant to claim them. With Life Link now active, Fang Han exhaled deeply, his anxieties lifted. No longer need he fear being instantly obliterated by overpowered foes due to his own fragility. Henceforth he could venture boldly, even recklessly, into swarms of monsters. Though unspoken, if a companion remains within the summoning realm, unsummoned, Life Link likely remain. After the initial surge of excitement ebbed, Fang Han regained composure. It seems I must keep a companion ever at hand. Even outside dungeons, peril lurked everywhere, unexpected dangers, unforeseen threats. With his own attributes as a mere black iron summoner, confronting powerful adversaries would prove perilous. Thus he required a constant companion ready to absorb lethal blows. Could Fang Qingxian serve this purpose? Fang Han glanced toward her. No, far too conspicuous. He dismissed the notion immediately. Fang Qingxian's godlike beauty would inevitably attract unwanted attention, and perhaps even kindle sinister intentions in others. If Fang Qingxian's appearance risked provoking crime, Idashi posed an even graver threat. His mere visage could incite mass panic. As the Cataclysmic Sword Saint, Idashi would be mistaken for an undead legionnaire of the Cataclysmic Horde, sparking chaos and terror at first sight. Therefore Fang Han resolved never to summon Idashi unless absolutely necessary. Other summoners, even black iron ones, habitually kept companions nearby, partly for prestige, partly to eliminate summoning delays in combat. Fang Han, however, possessed no companion suitable for public display. I must cultivate a companion whose appearance, even at cataclysmic tier, resembles little more than an It must reach cataclysmic tier, not only for its unmatched power, but also because lower tier companions' attributes remain visible to other cultivators. Cataclysmic tier beings, however, concealed their essence, impervious to external scrutiny. Once the dungeon's remaining monsters fell, Fang Han departed. He did not re-enter immediately. Instead, he visited 3 distinct pet emporiums, selling off 3 silver deer, mighty dodo bears. The total yield, 2900 gold coins. Yesterday's sale fetched a premium because that bear had reached level 3, whereas these 3 were merely level 1. Such minor price discrepancies mattered little to him. This was only the beginning. He would soon have an endless supply of pets to sell, ensuring perpetual wealth. Next, he spent 190 gold coins acquiring a level 3 pet, the miniature raccoon, then re-entered the spider lair. After a morning's worth of dungeon clears, he accumulated sufficient soul points to elevate a companion to cataclysmic tier. Now level 5, his spiritual energy had reached 25 points. He could now forge a 3rd pact. The miniature raccoon was diminutive, slightly larger than a palm, adorably charming and endearing. Will it grow grotesque upon evolution, he murmured to himself. Thereupon the miniature raccoon commenced its evolution. Consumed 5 soul points. Evolution successful. Miniature raccoon evolved into clawed raccoon. Tier bronze. The clawed raccoon's life essence has been refined. Loyalty 5. Consumed 10 soul points. Evolution successful. Clawed raccoon evolved into steel clawed raccoon. Tier silver. The steel clawed raccoon's life essence has been refined. Loyalty 5. Consumed 20 soul points. Evolution successful. Steel clawed raccoon evolved into heavy armored raccoon. Tier gold. The heavy armored raccoon's life essence has been refined. Loyalty 5. After 3 consecutive evolutions, Fong Han paused. The raccoon's size had changed little, only a subtle increase. Its sole distinction now was the dark hardened armor encasing its body. Relief washed over Fong Han. He proceeded. Consumed 50 soul points. Evolution successful. Heavy armored raccoon evolved into frenzied raccoon. Tier platinum. The frenzied raccoon's life essence has been refined. Loyalty 5. Consumed 2000 soul points. Evolution successful. Storm Bear King evolved into rocket raccoon. Tier legendary. Consumed 5000 soul points. Evolution successful. Rocket raccoon evolved into calamity bear king. Tier cataclysmic. Evolution complete. Fong Han's lingering anxiety dissolved entirely. From humble black iron origins, the miniature raccoon had ascended to the cataclysmic tier calamity bear king, a title imposing in sound yet unchanged in appearance. Standing barely 20 centimeters tall, it remained delightfully miniature and irresistibly cute. Calamity Bear King Companion. Tier Cataclysmic Final Form impervious to external scrutiny level 39377 loyalty 100 unwavering devotion satiety 80 health 5180 attack 229 defense 259 critical hit rate 1 strength 229 growth coefficient 51 constitution 259 growth coefficient 58 spirit 154 growth coefficient 37 agility 181 growth coefficient 43 movement speed 6. 3. Skills Calamity Body Cataclysmic Passive Skill. When the Calamity Bear King's health falls below half, it transforms into a colossal bear, doubling both attack and defense, while imbuing ordinary strikes with 20 lightning splash damage. Thunderous Roar Cataclysmic. The Calamity Bear King raises its head and bellows, a wave of thunderous force striking all targets within 15 meters for 200 damage and reducing their defense by 80 for 5 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Storm Nebula Rift Cataclysmic. The Calamity Bear King slams the earth, splitting the ground and unleashing catastrophic force in a fan-shaped area ahead, inflicting 200 damage and inflicting 1 second of paralysis with 80 chance. Rocket Storm Cataclysmic. The Calamity Bear King fires explosive rockets forward, detonating across a 15-meter radius for 200 damage. Cooldown 30 seconds. Annihilation Impact Cataclysmic. The Calamity Bear King lunges violently at a target zone, triggering seismic shockwaves that launch all enemies within 5 meters into the air while dealing 200 damage. Cooldown 1 minute. Lore. One of the oldest faiths among the Beast Clan. The third Cataclysmic Pet. Zay Giant Bear wears thick metallic chain armor gleaming with a cold obsidian luster. Crackling arcs of brilliant electricity flicker across its body. Mysterious, awe-inspiring, and overwhelmingly powerful. Zay Giant Bear possesses a growth coefficient of 189 points, merely 4 points lower than Xinhua Phoenix Fong Qingxian, rendering it equally formidable. Moreover, all its skills are area effect attacks, sweeping vast battlefields and delivering devastating blows upon enemies. Compared to Fong Qingxian, Zay Giant Bear follows a cultivation path centered on sheer explosive power, especially exceptional constitution growth, granting it extraordinary defense and immense vitality. Roar. Suddenly, Zay Giant Bear pounded its chest with tremendous force, unleashing a thunderous, earth-shaking roar. Leaves trembled and rained down from surrounding trees, revealing its sovereign majesty, raw dominance, and regal grandeur. Why bellow so loudly? Trying to deafen me? Fong Han shot Zay Giant Bear an exasperated glare. The sudden roar had nearly ruptured his eardrums. Master, I'm sorry. Please hug me. Mew. In an instant, Zay Giant Bear transformed into a soft, cuddly raccoon, extending its tiny arms in playful entreaty, flashing 2 adorable fangs, its voice shifting from thunderous bellow to tender velvety purr. Fong Han sighed faintly with amused resignation. Zay Giant Bear leapt gracefully onto his shoulder. He gently pinched its round little head and stroked its fluffy belly. Zay Giant Bear rolled contentedly on his shoulder. Why didn't Fong Qingxian let me hold her when she first evolved? A fleeting thought crossed Fong Han's mind. Tianzai Sword Saint and Xinhua Phoenix each bore names, so naturally Zay Giant Bear did too. After brief contemplation, Fong Han gently nuzzled Zay Giant Bear's petite nose and said, "From now on you shall be called Xiao Xiong." "Thank you, master, for bestowing my name." "Haha, I have a name now." Xiao Xiong spun joyfully in dizzying circles. "So energetic. You'd make a splendid circus performer." Fong Han chuckled helplessly. Mistaking the remark for praise, Xiao Xiong spun even faster. With Xiao Xiong now part of the team, dungeon-clearing speed surged dramatically. Fang Han still rode atop Fang Qingxian while Idashi drew aggro, and Xiao Xiong delivered relentless. As Idashi gathered a massive wave of venomous spiders, Xiao Xiong extended a tiny paw toward the swarm, and instantly sprouted a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher firing salvos of incendiary rockets. 4,250. 4,250. 4,250. Explosions thundered ceaselessly as rockets carpet-bombed the battlefield, reducing every venomous spider to ash. Idashi and Xiao Xiong fought in seamless synergy, slaying all venomous spiders within 15 minutes. Though it was already noon, many players continued grinding dungeons without pausing for lunch, or hastily devoured simple meals inside the instance itself. For lunch, Fang Han returned to Maple Leaf Restaurant, the same one he dined at yesterday with Wang Jiangfei. Now flush with wealth, there was no reason to skimp on himself. In his previous life, he'd never truly savored existence, enduring hardship after hardship only to die consumed by endless resentment and unfulfilled longing. This lifetime he resolved to live brilliantly. Thus he reserved a private dining room, a mere few dozen gold coins insignificant to his current fortune. Closing the door behind him, Fang Han summoned Fang Qingxian. "Master," she murmured, bowing gracefully. "You must be hungry too. Sit and eat with me." Fang Han produced a pouch of standard pet feed. Fang Qingxian glanced at the coarse kibble, brows faintly furrowed, then gazed longingly at the lavish feast spread across the table. "Do you wish to taste human food?" Fang Han asked, intrigued. "I do not know. I have never tried it. But this I cannot eat." Her eyes drifted toward Xiao Xiong, who had already snatched the pouch and was devouring it greedily, mouth stuffed, utterly unconcerned with decorum. "Then try this." Fang Han offered her a perfectly roasted morsel, crispy outside, succulent within, fragrant and golden. The aroma wafted enticingly. Fang Qingxian hesitated, then after quiet deliberation took a delicate tentative bite. After finishing the piece, her eyes shimmered with sudden delight. "Delicious?" Fang Han asked, smiling. She nodded vigorously. "Master, I want roasted meat too." Xiao Xiong immediately protested, abandoning its kibble on the table. "Here, this is yours." Fang Han tossed over a glistening golden-brown beast leg. Xiao Xiong clutched it, larger than itself, and gnawed voraciously. "This still isn't enough," Fang Han murmured. Though diminutive in stature, Xiao Xiong ate more than both he and Fang Qingxian combined. Reluctantly, he summoned the waiter and ordered an entire banquet. Fang Qingxian ate just a small portion before declaring herself sated. Thereafter, she devoted herself entirely to serving Fang Han, placing delicacies on his plate, pouring wine, attending to his every need with flawless grace. Xiao Xiong meanwhile feasted obliviously, grease glistening on its muzzle. Half an hour later, Fang Han stepped out of Maple Leaf Restaurant. Fang Qingxian retreated into her pet dimension. Xiao Xiong perched atop his head, shielding him from the scorching sun. Xiao Xiong's protests were ignored. At the entrance of the professional alliance, a group approached from another direction. One of them exclaimed, startled. Fang Han turned. 2 men and 2 women stood before him, their leader unmistakably Lu Jiaming. The girl who called his name was Zhang Shuyao, his classmate, though they shared little more than polite nods. The pockmarked young man beside her was Lu Bo, Lu Jiaming's lackey, perpetually trailing him like a shadow. Zhang Shuyao held a gold rank profession, a Lu Bo platinum, both respectable yet unremarkable. The 4th member was a slender, elegant girl Fang Han had never seen, likely a student from another academy temporarily allied with Lu Jiaming's party. Fang Han gave Zhang Shuyao a perfunctory nod, then turned to leave. He had no desire to engage with Lu Jiaming. Yet Lu Jiaming hurried forward, blocking his path. "Fang Han, we're old classmates. Why flee the moment you see me?" He twirled his staff idly, a sly, mocking smile playing upon his lips. Persistent as a specter. "Why must I encounter this fool wherever I go? What a luck!" A flash of impatience flickered across Fang Han's face. He cared little for others' opinions, but such pests buzzing incessantly around him were profoundly irksome. He cast Lu Jiaming a cool, emotionless glance. "We share no familiarity. Nothing to discuss." "Ha ha ha. We're classmates. No need for such formality. Oh, how well you've done. A silver tier staff. And level 5 already. TSK. I truly underestimated you. A black iron summoner thriving so impressively. Even I, a starlight tier flame mage, feel humbled. I'd even considered guiding you upward out of old camaraderie. Now it seems I overestimated myself." Spotting Fang Han's radiant staff, Lu Jiaming's eyes gleamed. He raised his voice deliberately, ensuring nearby ears caught every word. His mockery dripped with condescension, drawing immediate attention from passers-by. Curiosity mingled with Lu Jiaming and his companions had all reached level 6, wielding golden tier gear. Fang Han's brow tightened imperceptibly. He closed his fingers firmly around his radiant staff. Perched on his shoulder, Xiao Xiong clenched its tiny forepaws, baring teeth at Lu Jiaming with fierce, exaggerated menace, as if ready to launch and strike him down. Yet its miniature size rendered even its fiercest scowl endearingly comical. Is this your pet? Did I say something wrong? You look ready to attack me. I'm terrified. Lu Jiaming stepped back half a pace, feigning fear with theatrical exaggeration. His words proclaimed fear, but his expression radiated pure derision, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Xiong with undisguised contempt. To Lu Jiaming, even a standout black iron raccoon remained fundamentally limited, a creature whose potential paled beside his own mastery. One fireball would reduce a level 5 raccoon to near death. Lu Bo laughed uproariously, loud, brazen, unrestrained. The slender girl frowned faintly, lips parting as if to speak, yet remained silent. Good dogs don't block paths. Step aside. Xiao Xiong roared, its fury finally unleashed. These people scorned it, not merely mocking its form, but trampling its master's dignity. Its rage could no longer be contained. Yet to onlookers its voice remained sweetly childish, utterly devoid of intimidation, sounding more like playful cooing. This raccoon can speak. Xiao Xiong's sudden speech stunned Lu Jiaming and his group, leaving them frozen in disbelief. None had anticipated that this seemingly ordinary raccoon possessed human speech. A pet that speaks. Their worldview shattered. They'd encountered diamond and starlight tier pets, even high-tier humanoid companions, yet none had ever uttered a single human word. Even the most intelligent high-tier pets obeyed only basic commands, and deserted their masters without hesitation once loyalty waned. Higher-tier pets merely possessed slightly greater sentience. The slender girl's eyes sparkled with fascination, her gaze fixed on Xiao Xiong brimming with affection. No wonder you reached level 5. Your pet speaks. Lu Jiaming feigned sudden enlightenment. Fang Han, would you sell this companion? We share remarkable affinity. Surely it yearns for a stronger master. How about this? I'll trade you a golden tier pet for it. His eyes locked onto Xiao Xiong, avarice blazing unmasked. No, not for sale. Fang Han scoffed, a look of utter bemusement crossing his face as if regarding a delusional child. Preposterous. Xiao Xiong was a cataclysm tier Zhe giant bear, an entity of mythic rarity in an era where legendary summoners were themselves vanishingly scarce. 10,000 golden tier pets could not match its worth. What audacity, daring to barter such a being for a single golden pet. Fang Han understand this. Even if it speaks fluently and displays uncanny intelligence, it remains at core a black iron pet. Out of sheer classmate courtesy alone, I offer this golden tier exchange. Do not mistake generosity for weakness. Humiliated by Fang Han's blunt refusal, Lu Jiaming's tone sharpened, half threat, half warning. Enough noise. Xiao Xiong, silence him. Remember, do not kill him. Fang Han's patience snapped. His expression hardened as he issued the command. Understood, master. Xiao Xiong had been waiting for this, ecstatic at last receiving permission to act. Dare you? Utterly inverted. A black iron summoner daring to challenge a starlight tier professional. Lu Jiaming felt deeply insulted, humiliated before the girls, his pride wounded beyond repair. Rage flared within him. Grr. Xiao Xiong growled low, then launched itself forward, tiny fist clenched hurtling straight toward Lu Jiaming. Pathetic. If the master is crooked, the disciple follows suit. What kind of master breeds what kind of pet? Fine, let me teach you a lesson. Let you grasp once and for all the chasm between black iron and starlight tiers. And let you comprehend the price of provoking a starlight tier professional. Lu Jiaming sneered, swinging his golden staff to conjure a searing fist-sized fireball hurtling toward Xiao Xiong. No, the slender girl cried out, too late to intervene. A cruel smirk curled Lu Jiaming's lip. He already envisioned Xiao Xiong collapsing, broken and gasping. Yet the next instant his eyes bulged wide, stunned as if witnessing the impossible. Impossible. The fireball struck true, yet dealt laughably trivial damage, barely 50 points. Xiao Xiong's health bar hadn't even visibly dipped. Unfazed by the impact, Xiao Xiong pressed forward, absorbing the fireball's burned fist still aimed squarely at Lu Jiaming. Panic seized Lu Jiaming. He hastily raised his golden staff, summoning a shimmering wall of flame to shield himself. Xiao Xiong's fist crashed into it. Boom. Flames splintered violently, shattering into cascading embers. Undeterred, the fist pierced the barrier, striking Lu Jiaming full force. Coughing blood, Lu Jiaming flew backward, 5 meters through the air, before slamming hard onto the ground. One blow, such terrifying force. Lu Bo, Zhang Shuyao, they all stood paralyzed, minds reeling. They could not fathom how such immense savage power could dwell within Xiao Xiong's tiny frame. This is the professional alliance entrance. Assaulting someone openly, this is defiance against the alliance itself. Lu Bo recovered his wits, pointing at Fang Han, voice shrill with false bravado trembling beneath the surface. His gaze had shifted from casual disdain to raw visceral fear. Oh, you were silent. Almost forgot you existed. Xiao Xiong. Yes, master. Xiao Xiong cheered and lunged toward Lu Bo. Stay back. Don't come near me. Lu Bo recoiled in abject terror, spinning and fleeing blindly. But it was already too late. Lu Bo was a platinum dark sorcerer with a growth factor inferior to Lu Jiaming and had no means of protecting himself. A muffled thud. The dull sound of collision echoed clearly on the street. Lu Bo felt a darkness envelop him, a piercing pain shot through his cheek, and he was sent flying like a light, drifting leaf. His body traced a long arc in the air, flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. After landing, Lu Bo opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with several teeth. Lu Bo curled up on the ground, twitching uncontrollably, screaming in agony, drawing the attention of passers-by. Fong Han watched it all with indifference, his expression flat, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. Lu Bo and Lu Jiaming were cut from the same cloth. If one was attacked, the other would not be spared. As for provoking the professional alliance, that was out of the question. Lu Bo himself mentioned that this was right outside the professional alliance. As long as there was no trouble inside, they would not interfere. Fong Han, if you dare hit me, just wait, you will regret it. Lu Jiaming trembled as he stood up, his eyes bloodshot, pointing his staff at Fong Han, and shouted loudly. He was a Starshine-level flame mage with a promising future, and his father was the vice-captain of the Mad Lion adventure team, holding a noble status. How could he be beaten to such a state by an ordinary lowly iron-level summoner he had scorned? Especially in front of the school flower of Raccoon 2. There were many people around pointing fingers at him. This made Lu Jiaming's dignity plummet, his face lost all color, and he felt an immense humiliation, wishing he could kill all the witnesses. Little Bear. Fong Han, uninterested in Lu Jiaming's impotent rage, flicked his starry staff and casually instructed Little Bear. All right, master. What could be more enjoyable than defeating monsters? Little Bear responded, excitedly rushing towards Lu Jiaming in a few steps, leaping up and landing a heavy punch on Lu Jiaming's face. Bang! With a muffled sound, blood and teeth flew. The previously arrogant Lu Jiaming and Lu Bo were now both lying on the ground, clutching their mouths and groaning in pain. It was too brutal, too vicious, too violent. Lu Shuyun and another girl were completely stunned by Fong Han's actions. That's enough. Little Bear, let's go. Seeing the crowd growing larger, Fong Han prepared to leave, calling out, and Little Bear happily jumped back onto his shoulder, regaining his innocent and adorable appearance. If it weren't for the bloody evidence on the ground, no one would dare believe that all of this was caused by a little raccoon. Lu Jiaming had repeatedly provoked Fong Han, testing his patience. Fong Han had long wanted to teach him a lesson. If it weren't for the large crowd around, causing trouble in public would bring him significant trouble. Fong Han would have definitely turned the two of them into a bloody mist. Lu Bo lay on the ground, laboriously lifting his head, watching Fong Han's figure walk away, his eyes filled with resentment and fear. Fong Han, wait for me. I will make sure you die without a burial place. Lu Bo's heart roared with unwilling anger. From now on, unless I give permission, you're not allowed to speak when others are present, understand? Fong Han lightly tapped Little Bear's head, pretending to be angry. Ouch. I understand, master. Little Bear closed his mouth, looking wronged. Fong Han, wait a moment. Just as Fong Han stepped into the professional alliance, a voice called out from behind. Fong Han turned around, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The one calling him was the girl who was just with Lu Jiaming. Yilan, Ice Archer, Red Gold. Level 6. Fong Han's voice carried a hint of impatience. Although Yilan hadn't targeted him together with Lu Jiaming and Lu Bo just now, he still held no good feelings towards her. What good person would associate with Lu Jiaming? Furthermore, what was she doing coming to find him when she wasn't beside Fong Han? Can we discuss something? Yilan jogged over her chest, rising and falling, breathing slightly heavier. Fong Han crossed his arms and quietly gazed at her. My team is about to tackle a level 7 dungeon, and we need one strong teammate. I would like to invite you to join us, so what do you think? Yilan looked at Fong Han, her eyes filled with hope. Team up with you. Fong Han was extremely surprised. He originally thought Yilan, like Lu Jiaming, was aiming to target Little Bear, but unexpectedly, she wanted him to. Aren't you in the same team as Lu Jiaming? Fong Han asked casually. No, that's not it. You've misunderstood. I just know Lu Shuyun and happened to run into her. At first, I did have the idea of inviting Lu Jiaming, given his high professional rank and evident strength. However, since you easily defeated him, aren't you stronger? Oh, I see. But I'm just a lowly iron summoner. I might drag you down. Fong Han remained expressionless, speaking calmly. No, I saw your summoner is very impressive, much stronger than Lu Jiaming and the others. As long as you join us with your strength, and our cooperation, success in the dungeon is assured. Yilan spoke earnestly, her gaze filled with hope, fearing Fong Han would refuse. She had witnessed Little Bear's powerful beating of Lu Jiaming and Lu Bo from start to finish. Moreover, she had discovered a terrifying fact. That was throughout the entire encounter, Little Bear hadn't used any skills. Just by using his fists, he had beaten Lu Jiaming and Lu Bo to a bloody pulp. She didn't know what method Fong Han had used to block her from viewing Little Bear's attributes, but she was sure that Fong Han's pet was definitely, at least, Starshine level. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for him to easily crush Lu Jiaming and Lu Bo, turning them into defeated dogs. If she could successfully recruit Fong Han into her team, then clearing this level 7 dungeon would pose no problem. Clearing a dungeon. Fong Han's eyes narrowed slightly. Without much thought, he dismissed the idea of joining the team. For others, a dungeon of extreme difficulty would take a long time just to find synergy in his eyes. Even if he couldn't easily crush it, he wouldn't encounter the situation of being unable to clear it. If one heavenly calamity pet wasn't enough, then how about 3? Since he could solo it, controlling both efficiency and rewards, why would he need to join someone else's team? With this thought, Fong Han prepared to politely decline Yilan. Just as he was about to speak, a heated argument erupted in front of him. One of the voices was one he knew all too well. Fong Han, have you considered it? As long as you join us. Wait. Fong Han raised his hand to stop her walking towards the front. Seeing this, Yilan bit her lip, a hint of grievance appearing on her face. After stamping her foot, she followed him. Why are you kicking me? I clearly had the highest damage output. Why was I kicked out? If you can't beat them, just come back. Why put all the blame on me? Your damage output is high. What good is high output? Can you instant kill monsters, or can you withstand the boss? Running around with monsters, messing up the rhythm, nearly getting the healer killed. If not you, then who else? Can you blame me? You all simply couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Enough of your nonsense. You are no longer part of our team. We have found a new teammate. As for you, get lost. What did you say? Just as Fong Han arrived, he happened to see Zheng Xuanglong and several other players arguing passionately, their faces flushed. The tension was thick enough to cut, and it seemed a fight could break out at any moment. What's going on? Fong Han approached Zheng Xuanglong, patting his shoulder, and asked, Who the hell touched me? Seeking death. Huh? Fong Han, is that you? Zheng Xuanglong was furious, ready to explode, when he turned and saw Fong Han, revealing a look of surprise. What exactly is going on? Fong Han asked again. These ungrateful wolves. We couldn't clear the Scorpion Valley dungeon, and they blamed it all on me, kicking me out of the team. Scorpion Valley. Fong Han quietly repeated. The Scorpion Valley was a level 7 dungeon, not particularly. A level 6 team couldn't clear it. It must have been due to poor class composition and lack of synergy. Forget it, don't argue with them. Let's go, we'll take you to clear Scorpion Valley. Fong Han shook his head and said, Huh, you're going to take him to clear a level 6 dungeon. Did I hear that right? A level 5 Iron Summoner is going to lead people to clear a level 7 dungeon. Huh, what a ridiculous joke. This is the biggest laugh I've heard all year. Buddy, if you're not awake, go home and continue sleeping. Don't act like a big shot here. Among those confronting Zheng Xuanglong, a burly boy couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing Fong Han's words, indulging in mockery. A level 7 dungeon. You probably can't even handle a level 5 newbie dungeon. Do you really think a level 6 dungeon is as simple as a newbie dungeon? You really have no idea about the world. You've never seen anything. Forget it, don't mind them. Let's focus on clearing the dungeon. This time we have a dark swordsman who's much stronger than that Windblade swordsman. We will definitely succeed. A group of people left laughing. Don't stop me. I want to kill them. Zheng Xuanglong roared at the backs of the department. These people not only looked down on him, but also mocked Fong Han, filling him with rage to the brim. There's no point in just using words, and instead of wasting time, why not clear 2 more dungeons? Fong Han shook his head and pulled Zheng Xuanglong back. Once we're out of the professional alliance, I'll kill them. Zheng Xuanglong was still somewhat disgruntled. His professional rank was indeed not high in that team, but he had contributed the most effort, even providing 2 dungeon tickets, yet in the end, he was kicked out. They'll take you to clear dungeons, Fong Han said. He was unwilling to team up with others, even if they were legendary professionals. Teaming with them would only drag him down. But Zheng Xuanglong was different. They had grown up together, and their bond was incomparable. Taking him along to clear dungeons was no issue at all. Fong Han, they're all gone, or are you still bluffing? Are you sick today? Zheng Xuanglong asked, bewildered. He knew Fong Han's true abilities better than anyone. A level 5 Iron Summoner like Fong Han probably couldn't even kill an ordinary monster in Scorpion Valley. Fong Han, and this classmate here, if you don't mind, how about joining my team? We're also planning to clear the Scorpion Valley dungeon. Our team's composition is even stronger than those just now. With you joining, we will definitely succeed. Yilan stepped forward, revealing a gentle smile, speaking sincerely. She had been watching from the side for quite a while. The situation was almost clear to her. Fong Han, well, you didn't even introduce me to any beauties. Are you still my brother? Zheng Xuanglong, who had just been focused on arguing, finally noticed the elegant and refined Yilan following Fong Han, and his eyes lit up. Oh, we just met. Hi. Beautiful, you found the right person. I won't say anything else. Well, I've cleared Scorpion Valley once, and I definitely have experience. With us joining, success is guaranteed. Fong Han, don't you think so? Just as Fong Han opened his mouth, Zheng Xuanglong took over, boasting shamelessly. Fong Han felt utterly embarrassed. What a useless guy. He couldn't move once he saw a beauty, and in the blink of an eye he had sold himself out. Having such a brother was indeed unfortunate. What about you, Fong Han? After receiving Zheng Xuanglong's agreement, Yilan was delighted, her bright eyes looking towards Fong Han. He was the teammate she truly sought. Hey, I haven't agreed yet, What do you mean? If I agree, it means you agree. Stop talking nonsense. He'll treat you to a big dinner tonight. Zheng Xuanglong covered Fong Han's mouth, preventing his subsequent words. Fong Han, what do you think? As long as you join the team, the entry fee will be waived. I will cover it. Yilan pressed. Didn't you say your team just needed one more person? We have 2 people. Fong Han calmly inquired. You don't need to worry about that. They are all my classmates and I will talk to one of them. After clearing, I will bring him along. This implied agreement made Yilan leap for joy, and she quickly said, all right, fine. Fong Han sighed helplessly given the situation he truly couldn't refuse. Just consider it a favor for Zhang Xuanglong. He had settled then. Beautiful, when do we enter the dungeon? Zhang Xuanglong asked with a smile. We can go right now? Follow me. After Yilan finished speaking, she headed towards the dungeon hall. Fong Han had no choice but to follow. Hey, how did you meet her? And you don't even think of me for such good fortune. Zhang Xuanglong asked in a deliberately. Seeing his lewd expression, Fong Han had had enough and retorted, didn't you say you wouldn't marry anyone but Chu Hongyi? Have you moved on so quickly? Zhang Xuanglong shrugged, looking unconcerned. Chu Hongyi with her flat chest can't even be compared to the beautiful Yilan. It was just a joke. Did you take it seriously? Fong Han couldn't help but clench his fists. If it weren't for the crowd around, he would have surely killed this treacherous scoundrel who forgot his loyalty upon seeing a beautiful woman. The 2 followed Yilan to the entrance of the Scorpion Valley dungeon. The place was already overcrowded, filled with adventurers eager to challenge the dungeon. Fong Han also noticed that Zhang Xuanglong's previous group of teammates had entered the Scorpion Valley. Before long, Yilan returned with the dungeon tickets accompanied by a round-faced girl and a tall, muscular, bald man. Fong Han couldn't help but widen his eyes. It was the first time he had seen someone so young, only 18 or 19, sporting a bald head. Wu Hao Holy Shield Knight Diamond. Level 6. Meng Xiaoran Nature Priest Platinum. Level 6. Dungeons above level 5 are significantly more expensive than beginner dungeon tickets. At least 100 gold coins each. One reason Fong Han agreed to join Yilan's team was that she covered the ticket costs. Yilan, are these the teammates you found? The Swiftwind Swordsman is acceptable, at least a gold level. But why is there a black iron level summoner? Yilan. The bald man looked at Fong Han's information with a questioning expression. What? Do you have a problem with my decision? Yilan cast a faint glance at Wu Hao. Just joking, don't take. The captain's judgment is never wrong. Brother Fong Han, don't be too formal. Under Yilan's gaze, Wu Hao immediately conceded, rubbing his shiny bald head, and playfully apologized to Fong Han. The girl named Meng Xiaoran looked curiously at Fong Han and Zhang Xuanglong. The group arrived at the entrance of the Scorpion Valley dungeon. Dungeons above level 5 have difficulty levels categorized into easy, medium, hard, nightmare, and hell. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the monsters, and the greater the rewards upon defeat. Every increase in difficulty adds 20 more experience and 10 more drop rates. Yilan planned to challenge the easy difficulty. To challenge the final hell difficulty, one must first clear all preceding difficulties. The dungeon entrance was a glowing portal inscribed with many texts recording the top 3 completion times for each difficulty. The record for easy difficulty is 2 hours and 23 minutes. This team is incredibly strong. It's almost impossible to surpass them. Zhang Xuanglong gasped in surprise. He had previously attempted the Scorpion Valley and had already spent over 2 hours without even reaching halfway through the dungeon. At the very least, it's a team with all epic level classes equipped with gold gear. Wu Hao exclaimed. Our goal is to successfully clear the dungeon. As for breaking the record, it's better not to think about that. Yilan gently shook her head. Of course, she wanted to break the dungeon record. As long as they surpassed the previous record and maintained it for over 24 hours without being beaten, not only would their names be etched on the dungeon portal garnering glory and admiration, but they would also receive rewards from the Professional Alliance. Please confirm your team name. As Yilan activated the dungeon with the ticket, a mechanical voice echoed from the portal. Team name. What should we call it? Yilan looked at the others, her gaze finally landing on the little bear, and she blurted out, how about calling it the Raccoon Squad? Fong Han's little bear was not only powerful, but also incredibly cute, which Yilan genuinely adored. She regretted not being a summoner herself, otherwise she would have paid any price to acquire it from Fong Han. I agree. The captain is not only beautiful, but also exceptionally wise. Wu Hao was the first to speak up. The others had no objections. Fong Han shrugged, indicating he didn't care. It was just a team name, and they might only work together today, before going their separate ways tomorrow. As the dungeon was activated, the 5 were transported into the Scorpion Valley. Is this the Scorpion Valley? The light flickered and 5 figures appeared simultaneously in a deep gorge. The valley was overgrown with weeds, and one could occasionally see some withered giant trees. The surrounding cliffs soared into the clouds, seemingly endless. The sky above was shrouded in darkness, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Ahead, the grasses rustled, and a large gray-brown scorpion emerged into view. The scorpion was as large as a basin, its massive pincers glinting ominously, instilling fear. Tiger Claw Scorpion, normal monster, level 7 health, 4000 attack, 320 defense, 120 movement speed, 9. Skill Poison Sting Attack Black Iron. The Tiger Claw Scorpion's ordinary attack inflicts poison damage, dealing 150 damage within 10 seconds, and the poison can stack. This attribute is too strong. No wonder it's so difficult to clear the dungeon. Fong Han thought to himself. The monsters are so strong. Captain, how should we fight? Meng Xiaoran asked worriedly. Wu Hao is a knight with high defense and thick health. He will hold the front. Xiaoran, focus on healing Wu Hao. I and Fang Han's little bear will focus on damage output. Zheng Shuanglong, you just patrol the sidelines to prevent any other monsters from ambushing us. Do you have any objections? Yilan asked after checking the monster attributes, speaking calmly and decisively, clearly experienced. I have no objections, but Captain, did you forget about the loot distribution method? Zheng Shuanglong shrugged. Oh, I almost forgot. Yilan lightly rubbed her forehead, and then said, well, distribute according to need. If two people need the same equipment, we'll take turns. High-value items can be sold and split evenly. Fang Han remained indifferent regarding the distribution method. In a level 7 easy dungeon, it was unlikely to drop anything valuable. Shall we begin then? Seeing that no one had objections, Yilan spoke. Wait. Just as Wu Hao was about to lure the nearby tiger claw scorpion over, Fang Han suddenly interjected. Fang Han, is there something else? Yilan asked. Fang Han scratched his head looking puzzled, and asked, are you planning to kill them one by one? Yes. What's wrong? Is there something inappropriate? Wu Hao asked eagerly. Isn't that going to be too slow? Fang Han inquired curiously. Don't worry. I estimated it should take about 3 hours to kill all the small monsters. By the time we reach the final BOSS, we will have plenty of time. Yilan thought Fang Han was worried about not having enough time for the dungeon and smiled as she explained. The time limit for clearing the easy difficulty dungeon is 4 hours. For medium difficulty, it's 5 hours. For hard difficulty, it's 6 hours. For nightmare difficulty, it's 7 hours. And for hell difficulty, it's 8 hours. Like the beginner dungeon, if the time exceeds the limit, players will be automatically teleported out. That's too slow. The efficiency is too low. Fang Han shook his head after hearing this. Do you want to lure several at once? No. The toxin from the tiger claw scorpion stacks continuously. If there are too many tiger claw scorpions, I'm worried the healing won't keep up, and Wu Hao won't be able to handle the toxin damage. Meng Xiaoran shook her head repeatedly. Brother Fang Han, I know you want to break the clearing record, but this is our first. Let's familiarize ourselves first, and then we can challenge the record. Wu Hao thought he understood Fang Han's intentions and comforted him. With no further arguments, Fang Han summoned Master Yi and Fang Qinxian. A resounding phoenix cry echoed throughout the Scorpion Valley, scattering the dark clouds overhead. Immediately after, a massive phoenix, shimmering with golden red light, slowly emerged from the six-pointed star formation before them. The divine fire phoenix Fang Qinxian spread its grand wings in midair with golden red flames swirling around its body, exuding nobility, purity, and splendor. Its cold gaze cast a majestic glare that seemed to look down upon the world. My heavens, what a terrifying pet. As Fang Qinxian made a magnificent entrance, Zheng Shuanglong sat down on the ground completely stunned. The others were equally dumbfounded. However, this was not the end. Emerging from another six-pointed star formation was the towering Master Yi, the sword saint of calamity, wielding a heavy sword. Master Yi radiated a dark, ghostly light, exuding a powerful aura of death, destruction, and coldness. He carried an air of arrogance that warned others to keep their distance. Is this all your pets? Yilan was the first to react, pointing at Master Yi, and Fang Qinxian, unable to believe her eyes. Her voice trembled slightly. She thought she had already highly estimated Fang Han. With Fang Han's little bear clearing the dungeon would surely be no problem. But how could she have known that Fang Han would summon two pets that were no weaker than the little bear? For a moment her mind was struggling to comprehend. Fang Han nodded lightly. After glancing at the tiger claw scorpion ahead, he spoke, that should be enough. The reason Fang Han released all his pets was quite simple. One was to increase the speed of monster farming, and the other was that the pets also needed to level up. Especially Fang Qinxian, who was only level 2 and had a lower level than the little bear. All his pets were of calamity level. The higher the level, the stronger their power. Master Yi, you are responsible for attracting and gathering monsters. At the start, don't pull too many, and when it becomes overwhelming, use necromantic meditation. The little bear and Fang Qinxian will handle the damage output. Yes, Master. The three pets replied in unison. Let's begin. At Fang Han's command, Master Yi activated his calamity bloodline and charged toward the nearest tiger claw scorpion. Fang Qinxian flapped her wings, following the sword saint of calamity in midair, while the little bear sat on her back. Then what about me? What should I do? After a moment, Wu Hao, holding his shield, finally came to his senses and asked blankly. Fang Han smiled. You all can just pick up the loot. With so many monsters, don't get too close to avoid being attacked by the monsters. Hey, what are you doing? Before Fang Han could finish, Zheng Shuanglong suddenly rushed over, throwing himself at Fang Han's legs and pleading, Fang Han, you are my god. This sudden action left not only Fang Han, but also Yilan and the others dumbstruck. Fang Han tried to shake him off, but found Zheng Shuanglong clinging to him tightly. Let go. Fang Han shouted. In front of so many people, Zheng Shuanglong's shameless behavior could easily be misinterpreted as something more intimate between the two. No, I won't let go, unless you promise to take me along from now on. Hearing this, Zheng Shuanglong tightened his grip. Damn it, can I handle you? Fang Qinxian, take care of him. Unable to break free, Fong Han shouted towards Fong Qingxian in the distance. Understood, Master. Fong Qingxian flew back immediately upon receiving the command. She opened her mouth and unleashed a concentrated golden red flame. The flame passed through the space between Zheng Shuanglong's legs, causing his pants to curl and nearly catch fire. Fong Han, are you serious? Startled by this, Zheng Shuanglong immediately released Fong Han, jumping up like a frightened bird, clutching his pants and hopping around. Who told you not to let go? Fong Han shrugged, feigning innocence. Good lad, you're tough. Zheng Shuanglong glanced at Fong Qingxian, who was glaring at him, feeling aggrieved. Monsters are coming. Yilan suddenly alerted. At this moment, Master, he had already returned. It had numbers indicating damage above its head, with poison stacking, losing over 100 health per second to its health was now less than half. So many monsters. Wu Hao trembled as he saw a dark mass of monsters following behind Master Yi. Not only were there tiger claw scorpions, but also blood-red Snake Valley bloodwolves, over a meter tall, and snake-like, centipede-like eater centipedes. The Snake Valley bloodwolves and eater centipedes were stronger than the tiger claw scorpions. Roughly counting, there were at least 20 of them. It seems like the Sword Saint can't hold on any longer. A hint of worry appeared in Yilan's eyes as her hand holding the longbow trembled slightly, seemingly wanting to step forward to help. Master, he was continuously attacked by various monsters. Even with high defense, it couldn't withstand such frequent assaults, and its health had now dropped to about a third. Don't panic, Fong Han calmly said. But, how is that possible? Yilan's words were cut short as her pupils widened in shock. Regardless of the poison damage from the tiger claw scorpion, the blood-sucking from the Snake Valley bloodwolves, or the bites from the eater centipedes, all damage dealt to Master Yi turned to zero. At the same time, Master Yi was enveloped in golden light, and green numbers kept popping up above its head, indicating its health was rapidly recovering. 1,505, 1,505, 1,505, 1,505. In just a few seconds, Master Yi was back to full health. Furthermore, the continuous damage from poisoning was automatically cleared. Indeed, what Master Yi had just used was necromantic meditation. It restored Master Yi's state to peak condition. Recovering 100 health in 4 seconds while clearing negative statuses during recovery, it was invincible and immune to all damage and control. After regaining full health, Master Yi immediately unleashed Blade Storm. Wielding his pitch-black heavy sword, he moved quickly among the monsters while spinning rapidly. Wherever he passed, limbs and bodies flew. 5,924, 6,030, 5,888, 6,151. Countless terrifying damage numbers erupted from the monsters. Every monster that was struck by Master Yi was instantly killed. At the same time, Little Bear launched an attack. He hoisted a short mini rocket launcher on his shoulder and fired new. The booming explosions echoed incessantly, as if the entire Scorpion Valley was shaking. Amidst the smoke, the monsters beyond Master Yi's attack range were struck by the rockets. 3,654, 3,792, 3413. Little Bear was only level 304, levels lower than the monsters, and the damage from the rocket storm was reduced by 40, insufficient to annihilate the monsters. However, it didn't matter, as Fong Qingxian followed closely behind Little Bear and launched an attack. She spread her wings and flew above Master Yi, unleashing a long stream of flames at the monsters fleeing below. The ground ignited into a sea of flames, the surging fire covering a vast area, causing the monsters within to howl in agony. 2,647, 2,722, 2698. The monsters evaded Master Yi's Blade Storm, but couldn't escape Little Bear's Rocket Storm or Fong Qingxian's Vacuum Fire Sea. Under the triple assault, not a single monster survived, all were slain. Successfully killed the Tiger Claw Scorpion, experience 15. Successfully killed the Tiger Claw Scorpion, soul 1. Successfully killed the Blood Wolf of Snake Valley, experience 16. Successfully killed the Blood Wolf of Snake Valley, soul 1. Successfully killed the Snake-Eating Centipede, experience 16. Successfully killed the Snake-Eating Centipede. The system notifications continued for several seconds before stopping. The experience was quite good. Fong Han was barely satisfied. The monsters in Scorpion Valley were extremely fierce, and correspondingly the experience gained from killing them was high. Even if divided among 5 people and pets, it was still considerable. What are you all standing around for? Collect the loot. How can I collect everything by myself? Fong Han turned around and saw Yilan and the others dazed in place, prompting him to speak up. Oh. Yilan, as if waking from a dream, nodded in a daze. Even at this moment, she had yet to recover from the shock of what had just happened. From the shocking entrance of Master Yi and Fong Qingxian, she had anticipated that these pets were extraordinary. But only upon witnessing the battle did she realize she had underestimated them. This was not just extraordinary, it was simply invincible. They annihilated everything. Typically, a level 6 5-person team would need at least 10 minutes to kill so many monsters. Moreover, all members needed to be at least of golden rank, wearing silver gear and coordinating perfectly to achieve such a feat. Yet Fang Han's pets managed to wipe out all the monsters with just one round of skills. Including the time spent drawing aggro, it took less than 30 seconds in total. Yilan was even more astonished by the vast area covered by these pets' area attacks. Master Yi was understandable, but the area attack range of Fang Qingxian and Little Bear was enormous, exceeding 15 meters. She only had a golden rank area attack skill, Ice Arrow Rain, covering a range of just 6 meters, far from comparable to these pets. How did Fang Han manage this? Yilan, filled with shock and questions, began to gather the items dropped by the She didn't recklessly ask Fang Han why the pet of a black iron summoner was so powerful. Since Fang Han didn't intend to explain, it must be his secret. Being able to team up with him was already a stroke of luck. Why would she create trouble? These ordinary monsters didn't drop anything valuable, mainly copper coins and low-quality materials from the Fang Han felt it was too abrupt for them to just stand by and do nothing, so he arranged a bit of work for them. Yilan, where did you find such powerful teammates? Let alone clearing dungeons, breaking records is a piece of cake. Meng Xiaoran whispered in amazement. The shock brought by the 3 pets was equally immense. I found them on the roadside, do you believe it? I didn't know he was this strong. Yilan said with a wry smile, shaking her head. Huh. Meng Xiaoran was somewhat confused. Didn't we team up with a star-level summoner yesterday? His pet seemed to be less than 1/10 as strong as Fang Han's. Hiding in the back, outputting damage, sneakily, not daring to approach the monsters. Was it possible that there was an error with Fang Han's awakening crystal during his job change? Could it be that Fang Han is actually a legendary summoner? Meng Xiaoran proposed a bold guess. Stop talking nonsense. Yilan hurriedly covered Meng Xiaoran's mouth. Stealing a glance at Fang Han, seeing he had not noticed their movement, she quietly sighed in relief. Master Yi has run far, we need to follow. If we don't see him, we will miss out on experience. Fang Han's voice came from ahead. Oh, coming. Yilan responded, quickly picking up a piece of black iron heavy armor before jogging after him. The 4 of them had no role to play now aside from collecting items and watching the 3 pets perform. They were neither able to output damage nor dared to. There were simply too many monsters. If they got too close and accidentally drew the monster's aggro, it would lead to dire consequences. They didn't possess the attributes of Fang Han's pets. Once surrounded by monsters, they would only meet with death. In Scorpion Valley, the venomous tiger claw scorpions, the fierce blood wolves of Snake Valley, and the terrifying snake-eating centipedes were nightmares for other newly emerging professionals. Yet here with Fang Han, they all turned into harmless little lambs, unable to withstand even a single strike from Master Yi. With the 3 pets advancing ahead, Fang Han and the others followed closely behind. I never imagined leveling up could be this easy. Watching the constantly rising experience, Wu Hao exclaimed. The Holy Shield Knight is a frontline class primarily tasked with drawing monster aggro and absorbing damage, providing teammates with a relatively safe output space, which results in a lot of pressure. It was the first time experiencing such ease, gaining experience without being pressured by monsters. Meng Xiaoran felt the same way. As a priest responsible for healing, she was the team's safeguard. While others could slack off during dungeon runs, she could not. If her distraction led to the team's casualties, the consequences would be dire. Thus, she had to remain constantly vigilant, unable to relax for even a moment. Not long after, all the ordinary monsters in Scorpion Valley, including those in some branched valleys, were completely eradicated. Is this the boss? Finally seeing its true form. Zheng Xuanglong murmured, gazing at the massive scorpion in the deep valley ahead. Having encountered it once before and returning empty-handed this time, they finally laid eyes on it. It was a gigantic scorpion 3 meters long and 1 meter high. Its entire body exhibited a strange reddish-brown color. Its pincers were as large as axes, creating a whooshing sound as they swung. The tail sting was thick like a spear raised high with a gleaming tip. With a thick and hard carapace, it was clear that it would be difficult to break through its defenses. Venomous Demon Scorpion Black Iron Boss. Level 8. Health 14,000. Attack 500. Defense 200. Movement speed 10. Skill Scorpion Tail Sweep Black Iron. The venomous demon scorpion swings, its tail sting dealing 180 damage to all targets within 5 meters and knocking them back. Cooldown 10 seconds. Poison Tail Stab Black Iron. The venomous demon scorpion uses its iron tail to stab the target, dealing 200 damage and inflicting poison, dealing 200 damage over 10 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. Its attributes are too high. After checking the venomous demon scorpion's information, a trace of shock appeared in Zheng Xuanglong's eyes. Fortunately, with Brother Fang Han's presence, otherwise, even if we killed all the minions, we wouldn't be able to deal with the venomous demon scorpion. Captain, your earlier decision was brilliant. The boss's attributes are quite strong. How should we fight it? Do we need to devise a strategy? Yilan asked the crucial question. Strategy? What strategy do we need? None. Master Yi, charge in. Fang Han shook his head and immediately issued the command to Master Yi. Understood, Master. Without hesitation, Master Yi activated the Plague Bloodline after receiving the order. His speed surged by 200, and before the venomous demon scorpion could react, he had already dashed forward. The venomous demon scorpion had never encountered such a blatant provocation. It immediately flew into a rage, sweeping its massive scorpion tail towards Master E. 432. Although it caused some damage, it did not knock Master E back. At the instant the venomous demon scorpion used its tail sweep, Master E unleashed the Blade Storm. When the Blade Storm was activated, it became immune to control and interruption. The heavy sword spun rapidly, slicing through the venomous demon scorpion. 3776. 3776. The damage number appeared above the venomous demon scorpion's head, and its health bar visibly dropped. Seeing such a terrifying enemy for the first time, the venomous demon scorpion immediately became frightened, its 8 legs frantically moving on the ground as it attempted to flee. Just as the venomous demon scorpion prepared to escape, a fiercely burning wall of fire suddenly rose behind it, blocking its path. It was Feng Qingxian who had intervened. She spiraled in midair, exhaling a flame that formed a wall of heavenly fire. With its retreat blocked, the venomous demon scorpion panicked, spinning in circles before letting out a low growl and raising its massive tail, sting towards Master E. However, at that moment, Master E activated the undead meditation. During the undead meditation, he was in an invincible state, completely immune to the venomous demon scorpion's attack. Hearing the whistling wind near its ears, the venomous demon scorpion suddenly looked up and saw a small figure hurtling towards it. It didn't take it seriously, but the next second, boom! Little Bear unleashed a devastating strike, crashing down in front of the venomous demon scorpion, creating a shallow pit in the ground, and sending the venomous demon scorpion reeling back for several seconds, just in time to be thrust into the wall of heavenly fire. The venomous demon scorpion screamed in agony as it was burned by the fierce flames. The air was filled with the foul smell of charred meat. The stench was unbearable. Just as the venomous demon scorpion finally escaped the wall of heavenly fire, Master E had already used Alpha Strike to arrive before the venomous demon scorpion, delivering a powerful slash with all his might. 3776. After being subjected to such a fierce barrage from the 3 pets, the venomous demon scorpion was now in a severely weakened state, with less than 1,000 health points remaining. Little Bear's ordinary attack with a rocket combined with Feng Qingxian's divine breath completely drained the venomous demon scorpion's remaining health. Boom! The massive body of the venomous demon scorpion collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It dropped a large number of items. Successfully killed the venomous demon scorpion, experience 1100. Successfully killed the venomous demon scorpion, soul 1. Successfully killed the venomous demon scorpion, plague, sword saint, experience 1100. Successfully killed the venomous demon scorpion, disaster, giant bear, experience 1400. Successfully killed the venomous demon scorpion, divine fire phoenix, experience 1500. Your pet Divine Fire Phoenix has leveled up to level 3, gaining 38 strength, 52 constitution, 59 spirit, 44 agility. After killing the venomous demon scorpion, Feng Han received a series of system notifications. The Divine Fire Phoenix finally leveled up to level 3, greatly enhancing its combat power. The boss is dead, eh? It was killed this easily. Even at this moment, Yilan and the others still couldn't believe that was a boss. A single normal attack could take away half their lives, yet it was so easily killed. Even a level 12 team couldn't defeat a boss in such a short time. But Feng Han did it alone. Seeing the 3 pets handle everything with ease, it was clear they hadn't exerted themselves fully. Captain, aren't you going to take a look at what the boss dropped? Only when Feng Han's reminder rang out did Yilan and the others react. Oh, coming. They hurried over. The venomous demon scorpion dropped quite a few items. Venomous scorpion crossbow, bronze, level 7, attributes attack 105. Venomous scorpion stinger 2, black iron, level 6. The venomous stingers from the venomous demon scorpion could be used to forge weapons. Venomous scorpion shell 3, black iron, level 6. The hard shell from the venomous demon scorpion can be used to craft equipment. Scorpion core, bronze, level 7. The source of the venomous demon scorpion's poison, capable of refining high-quality potions. In addition to the equipment and materials, there were also quite a few copper and silver coins. Captain, how should we distribute these items? Feng Han asked, pointing at the equipment materials. Is there even a need to distribute? We don't want any, at all belongs to you. To Feng Han's surprise, Yilan said something unexpected. How can that be? Feng Han shook his head. There's nothing wrong with that. You cleared the dungeon alone, while we just followed behind to gain experience without doing anything. Naturally, everything that dropped should belong to you. We are already very content to have safely and quickly reaped the benefits. How could we take the boss's loot? Don't you agree? Yilan spoke very seriously, with the last 2 sentences directed at the other 3. That's right, the captain is right. Wu Hao was the first to jump in support. It's rare to have such an easy time, and now we have to split your spoils. That's too unreasonable, Meng Xiaoran said. As for Zheng Xuanglong, there was no need to say more. Seeing that everyone had such an attitude, Feng Han no longer hesitated and collected all the items dropped by the venomous scorpion. However, what Yilan and the others expressed was an attitude. It has only been 1 hour and 12 minutes. We have broken the record for completing the dungeon. This is over an hour faster than the previous record. At this moment, Meng Xiaoran suddenly shouted excitedly. This record will probably never be broken again. Haha, we're going to be famous in history, forever remembered in the dungeon. Wu Hao exclaimed joyfully. Yilan was also immensely happy. Not only did they set a record, but they would also receive rewards from the Professional Alliance. Moreover, it would be difficult for any team to break their record. They had defeated enemies at an incredible speed, hardly taking any breaks. A level 7 dungeon is inaccessible to professionals who are 5 levels higher. This means that the Serpent Scorpion Valley can accommodate a maximum of 5 level 12 professionals. Even if they are all legendary professionals with gold or even platinum gear, they would not match Fang Han's level. How about we break all the difficulty level records for the Serpent Scorpion Valley? Zheng Xuanglong suggested with a wink. His words stirred excitement among the crowd. Then everyone's gaze turned to Fang Han. They knew that all the credit belonged to him. They were merely bystanders, or as one could say, witnesses. Isn't that a bit too ostentatious? Fang Han pondered. No, not at all ostentatious. Zheng Xuanglong immediately countered. Fang Han, you probably don't know yet. The Professional Alliance has a rule. If any team can break all the completion records of a dungeon and maintain it for 10 days, they will receive an extremely generous reward. It will definitely make you excited. What reward, oi? Fang Han asked curiously. Materials for crafting ungraded equipment. Zheng Xuanglong blurted out. Ungraded equipment. Fang Han was taken aback, then showed a look of shock. Ungraded equipment means there are no level restrictions on usage. Generally speaking, powerful equipment contains stronger energy, and professionals must be of a high enough level to wear them. So at lower levels, the best equipment would only be gold or platinum. However, ungraded equipment has no such limitations. Even epic or legendary gear can be worn. The attributes of ungraded equipment will increase as the professional's level rises, and rare materials can be continuously added for upgrades, unlike other grades of equipment that become obsolete at higher levels. Each piece of ungraded equipment is incredibly valuable. Even the lowest black iron grade can attract countless people. Even the Professional Alliance has very few pieces and is only willing to offer materials for crafting ungraded equipment as rewards. Even just the materials make people immensely excited. A black iron grade ungraded weapon can be worth much more than a diamond grade weapon. Although Fang Han's combat power relies entirely on his pets under certain conditions, he also wants to be fully equipped with top-tier gear and walk confidently. So what do you think? Are we doing it? Seeing Fang Han's interest, Zheng Xuanglong urged. Let's do it. Fang Han replied decisively, without much hesitation. With such a powerful pet army, even if he wanted to keep a low profile, he couldn't. The Disaster Sword Saint is already level 5 and is incredibly powerful. As his level increases, he will become even stronger, and his brilliance cannot be hidden. Great! Zheng Xuanglong cheered. Yilan and the others were also overjoyed. We shouldn't waste any time. Let's quickly tackle the medium difficulty Serpent Scorpion Valley. Let's strive to complete all difficulties today. Zheng Xuanglong urged excitedly. The group entered the teleportation array and left the eerie Serpent Scorpion Valley. Damn! Ma Senlin, what kind of teammates did you find? They're not even as good as Zheng Xuanglong. Reckless not following instructions almost got me killed. In the dungeon hall, a long-haired girl shouted at a burly boy. Faced with the girl's accusation, the burly boy Ma Senlin had a somewhat uncomfortable expression. It's our first collaboration. It's inevitable that we won't coordinate well. We'll get better after a few more runs. Ma Senlin explained, patiently suppressing his anger. It's no wonder the teammates were upset. They had originally thought that by kicking Zheng Xuanglong out of the team and replacing him with a stronger teammate, they could successfully clear the Serpent Scorpion Valley. Little did they know it was worse than last time. At least they had gotten more than halfway through the Serpent Scorpion Valley then. This time they had to retreat after only clearing a third. The new teammate they brought in was decked out in mixed gold and silver gear, overly confident and reckless, attracting a horde of monsters and almost wiping out the team. Several people barely escaped with low health. I don't care, you will have to pay for this defeat, the long-haired girl said. Fine. They'll cover the ticket costs, and they'll also pay for the potions. Is that good enough? Ma Senlin gritted his teeth and said. That's more like it. The long-haired girl's expression softened a bit. Look, the record for the easy difficulty of the Serpent Scorpion Valley has been broken. Just then a shocking voice sounded nearby. Ma Senlin and the others were drawn to it. The current record had stood for 2 years and had remained unchallenged until today, or it had actually been broken. Could it be that the top professionals of the entire Raccoon City united to break it together? No wonder they thought so. The awakening ceremony had just ended not long ago, and most professionals only aimed to clear the Serpent Scorpion Valley. Challenging completion records hadn't even crossed their minds. They saw the tall light gate representing the Serpent Scorpion Valley dungeon change. How is this possible? Ma Senlin was stunned as he realized, his expression filled with disbelief. Completion Team, Raccoon Squad. Captain Yilan. Members Wu Hao, Meng Xiaoran, Zheng Xuanglong, Fang Han. Completion time 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 49 seconds. How come there's Zheng Shuanglong? Especially upon seeing Zheng Shuanglong among the completing professionals, Ma Sunlin could hardly believe his eyes. He knew all too well what level Zheng Shuanglong was at least in his perception, he was quite average. Otherwise he wouldn't have been kicked out of the team. But now Zheng Shuanglong's newly formed team had actually broken the completion record, completely overturning his understanding. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They must have cheated. Not only Ma Sunlin and his teammates, but others were also shocked. If it was possible to break the completion record, the completion time was simply too outrageous. It was only half the previous record's time. This is something that human effort cannot achieve. Report. We must report this. There must be something fishy about it. Let the professional alliance investigate thoroughly. Support. Some busybodies took the opportunity to stir up trouble. At that moment a flash of light appeared, and Fong Han and the others were teleported back. The scene that had just been bustling with noise suddenly fell silent. The atmosphere became strangely awkward. What happened? Wu Hao rubbed his shining bald head, looking somewhat confused. Don't mind them, let's continue running the dungeon, Yilan said. Zheng Shuanglong, did you conspire with the professional alliance to cheat and alter the completion time? After activating the dungeon, just as they were about to go in again, Ma Sunlin jumped out and shouted. Yes, they must have cheated. How can the completion time be so short? It's unreasonable. Report. We must report this. Let's go together to report. As someone spoke, there were immediately others. Yilan's expression turned cold upon seeing this. A group of naive people. Just because you can't do it yourself, you suspect others. Meng Xiaoran shook her head. If it were in the past, she wouldn't have believed it either, but as a witness, she could better appreciate Fong Han's strength. Zheng Shuanglong, do you dare to confront us? Seeing the crowd's anger, Ma Sunlin immediately questioned. One group of fools. Zheng Shuanglong spat out those 4 words one by one, then stepped into the teleportation portal and vanished, leaving a group of people staring at each other. This is hilarious. That group of fools actually dared to suspect we colluded with the professional alliance. If I really had that much power, would I even bother running dungeons with them? I could just ask the professional alliance for ungraded equipment materials. As they re-entered the Serpent-Scorpion Valley, Zheng Shuanglong couldn't help but laugh heartily. This scene of slapping faces made him feel extremely pleased. Fong Han, on the other hand, was speechless. He couldn't even be bothered to refute the foolish remarks of Ma Sunlin and his group. Any normal person wouldn't utter such ignorant words. This time they were tackling the medium difficulty of the Serpent-Scorpion Valley. The monster's attributes had increased by 20 compared to the easy difficulty. This slight increase would be challenging for teams that had barely managed to clear the easy difficulty. For Fong Han, it was no different from before. With the help of his 3 powerful pets, he still defeated enemies. The time taken was almost the same as the previous attempt. The only difference was that the items dropped by the monsters had increased, and there were noticeably more bronze quality items. They once again arrived before the final boss. Venomous Scorpion Bronze Boss. Level 8. Health 28,000. Attack 620. Defense 250. Movement speed 10. Skills: Scorpion Tail Sweep Bronze. The venomous scorpion swings, its tail dealing 290 damage to all targets within a 5-meter radius and knocking them back. Cooldown 10 seconds. Poison Tail Piercing Bronze. The venomous scorpion uses its iron tail to pierce the target, dealing 300 damage and poisoning them, causing an additional 300 damage within 10 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. The boss remains the venomous scorpion, but its grade has changed from black iron to its attributes have also become more powerful, with health doubling and all other attributes, including skills, significantly increasing. However, for a master and the others, it was still not a concern. It would just take them a bit more time to kill the boss. After defeating the venomous scorpion, the dropped equipment materials included both bronze and silver quality, all of which were also taken by Fong Han. Upon returning to the professional alliance through the teleportation array, the number of people gathered at the entrance of the Serpent-Scorpion Valley not only didn't decrease, but actually increased. Because the Raccoon Squad had once again broken the record, and this time it was even more outrageous and sensational. The completion record for the medium difficulty of the Serpent-Scorpion Valley was 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 20 seconds. But the completion time for Fong Han's Raccoon Squad was 1 hour, 31 minutes, and 56 seconds. They still completed it in just under half the time. Ma Sunlin, you really care about your former teammate. You didn't even run the dungeon yourself, but are specifically waiting here for me. I'm almost moved to tears. Zheng Shuanglong deliberately raised his voice upon seeing that Ma Sunlin and his group were still there. Those who didn't know the situation might think Ma Sunlin was concerned about him. Ma Sunlin's face turned ashen. What? Aren't you going to report me? Go ahead. Why haven't you gone? I'm waiting for you to report me. Zheng Shuanglong took the opportunity to mock him loudly. Ma Sunlin clenched his fists, and after a moment, he helplessly relaxed them. If the previous time breaking the completion record could be attributed to Zheng Shuanglong finding some shortcut or just sheer luck, then continuously breaking the medium difficulty dungeon record completely extinguished that thought. As for claims of the professional alliance providing backdoor support or conveniences, those were merely words spoken in shame and anger. Damn it. Why does he have such good luck? Ma Sunlin was filled with rage. At the same time, he felt a sense of confusion. Because Zheng Shuanglong's teammates did not possess any impressive professions, the highest grade among them was only Wu Hao's diamond grade, and there was even a black iron summoner, which was almost a joke. In Ma Sunlin's view, given the configuration of the raccoon squad, it was already a stroke of luck to clear the dungeon. Yet this team had broken a completion record that had been held for years, and the completion time was so short. It would be nearly impossible for future players to surpass. Enough talk. Stop wasting time, Fang Han said impatiently. I'll make you furious, you ingrate. After making a face at Ma Sunlin and the others, Zheng Shuanglong entered the Serpent Scorpion Valley again. This time they were tackling the difficulty dungeon. The attributes of the monsters increased by another 20. For Fang Han it made no difference. Master Yi's Blade Storm wiped them all out. This time they spent significantly more time killing all the common monsters. It wasn't because the monsters' attributes had grown stronger or the number of monsters had increased. Rather, the terrain of the Serpent Scorpion Valley had changed significantly compared to before, with more paths and branching valleys. They spent quite some time searching for monsters. After over 2 hours, they arrived before the boss. Venomous Scorpion Silver Boss. Level 7. Health 56,000. Attack 710. Defense 360. Movement speed 10. Skills: Scorpion Tail Sweep Silver. The venomous scorpion swings, its tail dealing 400 damage to all targets within a 5-meter radius and knocking them back. Cooldown 10 seconds. Poison Tail Piercing Silver. The venomous scorpion uses its iron tail to pierce the target, dealing 400 damage and poisoning them, causing an additional 400 damage within 10 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. As expected, the venomous scorpion's strength has once again increased. Its attributes have improved significantly, and its size has become larger. Fang Han, do you think you can defeat it? A hint of worry flickered in Yilan's eyes. With an attack power of 710 points, the skills of the venomous scorpion increased its power by a staggering 400. Moreover, the venomous scorpion had a level suppression over them, leaving Yilan feeling uncertain. It's not a big problem, Fang Han said confidently. The boss had a notably high attack, but Master Yi's defense was equally formidable. After giving a few instructions to Master Yi and the others, the battle officially commenced. This time Fang Qingxian launched the first attack. She soared above the venomous scorpion and unleashed a vacuum firestorm, spewing forth a torrent of flames downwards. A towering sea of flames ignited within a 10-meter radius of the venomous scorpion. However, the burning damage was not high, not exceeding 1,000 points. As the venomous scorpion was drawn to Fang Qingxian, Little Bear had stealthily maneuvered behind it. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed through the valley. 2,899. While dealing damage, Little Bear's thunderous roar caused the venomous scorpion to stagger back 2 steps. At that moment, Master Yi activated the calamity bloodline and charged forward. The venomous scorpion was furious and immediately prepared to sweep Master Yi away with its scorpion tail. Unexpectedly, the ground beneath it suddenly cracked open and several bolts of lightning surged towards it. 2,899. The venomous scorpion was instantly paralyzed by Little Bear's storm nebula, unable to move. Its sweeping tail attack was abruptly interrupted. Master Yi successfully closed in on the venomous scorpion and immediately unleashed Blade Storm. 9,024. 18,048. 9,024. As the heavy sword spun, the venomous scorpion was dealt an incredibly terrifying amount of damage. One of the strikes even triggered a critical hit. Why is this so fierce? This is a silver boss. Why is it so easy to defeat, like chopping vegetables? At this moment, Zheng Shuanglong looked at Fang Han with immense admiration. Though I may look ugly and my strength is lacking, I have a great buddy. Huh? Zheng Shuanglong grinned widely. The high damage from Master Yi was certainly due to his high attributes, but more importantly, Little Bear had used Thunderous Roar, which reduced the venomous scorpion's defense by 80 for 5 seconds. 480. 480. Comparatively, the damage dealt by the venomous scorpion to Master Yi was significantly lower. At this moment, a cold light glimmered on the scorpion's tail. This was a sign of using Poison Tail Pierce. The venomous tail aimed to strike at Master Yi. Master Yi had accurately predicted the venomous scorpion's attack and preemptively activated Soul Meditation, entering an invulnerable state, immune to all damage, rendering the Poison Tail Pierce ineffective. Both of the venomous scorpion's skills, Scorpion Tail Sweep and Poison Tail Pierce, failed to inflict effective damage or effects, leaving Master Yi unconcerned about its ordinary attacks. The venomous scorpion was already left with less than 2,000 health points at the start of the fight, making the subsequent battle much easier. Master Yi attacked up close with his heavy sword. Little Bear bombarded from a distance with missiles, and Fang Qingxian spewed flames from midair. Under the triple assault, the venomous scorpion's health plummeted. Even Yilan was shooting icy arrows at the venomous scorpion from a distance. Being a red gold class, and with a weapon of golden tier, her attacks could barely break through defenses, dealing 200,500 damage. The damage inflicted was not high, but it still had a certain limiting effect on the venomous scorpion. Yilan was an ice archer, and each of her normal attacks consumed additional mana, applying a 20 slowing effect which reduced the venomous scorpion's movement speed, making it unable to escape. 5088. When Master Yi triggered the passive of the Infinite Sword Path for the third time, the venomous scorpion's health was completely depleted. Successfully killed the venomous scorpion experience, 4,400. Successfully killed the venomous scorpion soul 1. Successfully killed the venomous scorpion calamity, sword saint experience, 4,400. Successfully killed the venomous scorpion divine fire phoenix experience, 5,200. Successfully killed the venomous scorpion calamity giant bear experience, 4,400. Your pet calamity giant bear has leveled up to level 4, strength 51, constitution 58, spirit 37, agility 43. With a flurry of system notifications, a golden light descended as Little Bear leveled up to 4. Fong Han felt greatly pleased. With Little Bear's strength increased, the subsequent dungeons would become much easier. The higher the profession tier, the greater the increase in battle power with each level up. Little Bear had surpassed the highest legend, reaching calamity tier, and the enhancement from each level was immense. In contrast, Zheng Shuanglan's profession tier was gold with limited potential. Even at level 6, he could not defeat the Black Iron Boss, the venomous scorpion, and reaching level 10 would not change that. Besides Little Bear, Yilan also leveled up to level 7. The other three remained at level 6. After the venomous scorpion's death, a variety of materials dropped, including both silver and gold tiers. Additionally, there was a piece of silver equipment. Venomous scorpion armor silver, level 7, attributes defense 50, constitution 10. Set attributes scorpion armor 15, strength 20, constitution 25. The attributes were quite good. Fong Han was pleasantly surprised to find that this was actually a part of the scorpion armor set. Once a complete set of scorpion armor was assembled, the set attributes would activate. The venomous scorpion armor and various materials all belonged to Fong Han, as before. This run through the Scorpion Valley took 3 hours, 22 minutes, and 14 seconds. It was still an hour less than the recent record for completion time. The Raccoon Squad broke the record again, leaving the onlookers in the dungeon hall utterly stunned. Initially there may have been doubts, but those voices had now vanished. Breaking the record the first and second times might have had some luck involved. However, breaking the completion record 3 times in a row could no longer be attributed to luck. Only absolute, overwhelming strength could achieve such remarkable results. Let's call it a day. We'll continue tomorrow. Fong Han glanced at the crowd of onlookers and said nonchalantly, "Huh, it's over." Zheng Shuanglong appeared puzzled. "Just take a look at the time," Fong Han replied, somewhat speechless. "What, it's already 8 p.m. How could time have passed so quickly?" Zheng Shuanglong exclaimed in surprise upon checking the time. The dungeons after level 5 were not the same as beginner dungeons. The map size had increased several times, and the number of monsters was particularly high. Thus, even if Fong Han could eliminate them all in one go, it would still take a considerable amount of time. Yilan and the others also displayed expressions of disappointment. They had hoped to break all the dungeon records in one go, but time did not allow for it. They could only agree to continue tomorrow. The onlookers, seeing that Fong Han and the others were not going to continue farming Scorpion Valley, felt greatly disappointed and dispersed. Fong Han arrived at the trading market within the Profession Alliance, disposing of all the various materials and equipment obtained from the dungeon except for the venomous scorpion armor. A total of 3,400 gold coins were earned. It's not even worth selling pets for profit. After a day of exhausting work in the dungeon, he had taken nearly all the profits, yet it was still such a meat. Next, Fong Han spent a hefty sum of 5,600 gold coins to purchase a suitable 5-level bronze set for himself. Mystic Set Bronze, level 5, attributes defense 110, attack 60, life 180, spirit 10, mana 200, critical rate 1. Set attributes Heart of Mystic 55, constitution 5, spirit 10. The set consists of 5 pieces. A mage had a mage robe, bracers, of belt, and boots. Only when all 5 pieces of the set are gathered will the set attributes take effect. Equipment with set attributes is significantly more expensive than buying 5 pieces individually. Buying the 5 pieces individually might only require 2,000,3000 gold coins, but the price of the set doubles. Fong Han was willing to spend money on equipment mainly for the spirit points. Relying solely on leveling up to gain spirit points was too slow. Currently, he had 25 spirit points, allowing him to contract 3 pets. After equipping the Mystic Set, he gained an additional 20 spirit points, allowing him to contract 2 more pets. Fong Han spent 800 gold coins to purchase a level 5 parasitic mushroom. The higher the pet's level, the more expensive it becomes, increasing exponentially. This was because leveling up pets was equally challenging. Even a level 5 little slime could sell for 300 gold. Fong Han opted to buy level 5 pets to avoid wasting too much time waiting for them to level up. In the future, he wouldn't buy pets lower than his own level. After that, Fong Han continued to purchase 3 level 2 little Duda bears. At night, the sound of water from next door stirred the imagination, making one unable to resist the urge to take a peek. However, Fong Han had no such thoughts. He seized this time to evolve his pets. Remaining souls 10255. Fong Han spent soul points to first evolve the 3 little Dudu bears from black iron to silver tier. Should I try evolving one to gold tier to test the waters? It's just gold, it shouldn't attract too much attention, right? Looking at the lively little Dudu bear running around the room, Fong Han felt that earning money this way was too slow, and a bold idea suddenly arose in his mind. Thinking it, he did it. Consumed 20 soul points. Evolution successful. Mighty Dudu bear evolved into violent Dudu bear. Tier gold. The life of the violent Dudu bear was elevated. Loyalty 5. Once the evolution was complete, the violent Dudu bear, realizing its newfound strength, joyfully ran in circles around Fong Han. Unfortunately, you're just for sale? Fong Han shook his head, then canceled the contract and sealed it onto the pet card. Fong Han summoned the parasitic mushroom. This pet was the one he intended for personal use. The long evolution journey began. Consumed 5 soul points. Evolution successful. Parasitic mushroom evolved into mushroom spirit. Tier bronze. The life of the mushroom spirit was elevated. Loyalty 5. Consumed 10 soul points. Evolution successful. Mushroom spirit evolved into poison mushroom spirit. Tier silver. The life of the poison mushroom spirit was elevated. Loyalty 5. Consumed 20 soul points. Consumed 2,000 soul points. Evolution successful. Shadow assassin evolved into swift scout. Tier legend. Consumed 5,000 soul points. Evolution successful. Swift scout evolved into destruction scout. Tier calamity. After nearly 10 minutes, he finally evolved the black iron tier parasitic mushroom to the highest calamity. The destruction scout stood about 50 centimeters tall with a round rosy face that smiled with curved eyes exuding a mischievous aura. Wearing a mini helmet on its head and holding a finely crafted blow dart tube in its hand, the destruction scout appeared cuter than Little Bear with a hint of cheekiness. Destruction scout pet tier calamity final form level 5, 20260000. Loyalty 100 never betray, cannot be spied on. Satiation 65 life, 5240 attack, 770 defense, 262 critical, 2 strength, 214 growth factor 35, constitution 262 growth factor 40, spirit 385 growth factor 68, agility 277 growth factor 49, movement speed 7. Skills silent stealth calamity passive skill. The destruction scout enters a stealth state if it does not move or take damage for 2 seconds. While walking in the grass, it can remain in stealth while moving. After exiting stealth, the destruction scout gains 80 increased movement speed for 5 seconds. Toxic shot calamity passive skill. The destruction scout's attacks apply venom, inflicting 500 ongoing toxin damage per second to the target for the next 5 seconds, with toxin stacking. Blinding poison arrow calamity. The destruction scout fires a dart dealing 2,000 damage and blinding the target for 3 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. Blinding normal attacks cannot hit the target. Mushroom run calamity. The destruction scout dashes rapidly, gaining an additional 80 movement speed for 3 seconds. Cooldown 15 seconds. Venomous mushroom calamity. The destruction scout throws a mushroom trap that can go invisible. When enemies step on it, it explodes, dealing 2,000 damage within a 5-meter radius and inflicting 500 ongoing toxin damage per second for the next 5 seconds, with toxin stacking and slowing by 50, lasting for 5 seconds. Keep your voice down, don't disturb the others. Fong Han urgently shushed him. Understood, master. The Annihilation Scout saluted once more, louder than before. Fong Han stared blankly. He decided to give the Annihilation Scout a name, simple yet catchy. After prolonged deliberation, inspiration struck like lightning. From now on you shall be called Timo. The Annihilation Scout tilted its large head in thought for a moment. Then its eyes suddenly blazed with brilliance. Thank you, master, for bestowing this name. It is exquisite. I adore it. Overjoyed, the Annihilation Scout beamed. Fong Han couldn't help but smile faintly. The scout's mischievous, cheeky demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain legendary hero from a game he'd played in his past life. Timo was the perfect name. With Timo aboard conquering the Serpent Scorpion Valley, both nightmare and hell difficulties, tomorrow will become vastly simpler. Fong Han mused inwardly. At that moment, the water sounds from the adjacent room ceased, likely signaling the 2 girls had finished bathing. He grabbed fresh clothes, opened the door, and stepped into the bathroom. Steam still hung thick in the air. Huh, what's that? Fong Han suddenly noticed something dangling from the overhead clothes rack. Had they forgotten it after their bath? Perplexed, Fong Han leaned in, only for the bathroom door to swing open. Chu Hongyi hurried in wearing pajamas, and froze upon spotting him, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. Fong Han, I forgot something. I've come back to fetch it. Hongyi, let me get it for you. Fong Han rarely saw her so flustered, and chuckled softly. No need. She shook her head vigorously, rushed forward, and stretched up on tiptoes to retrieve the item from the rack. Then head bowed and hand pressed tightly over her chest, she hurried out, without daring to glance at him again. Only then did Fong Han catch sight of what she held, and felt his own face burn. No wonder she'd refused his help. Hanging there stark white against the rack was a pair of undergarments. Even Fong Han, who prided himself on unflappable composure, felt heat rise to his cheeks, especially since Chu Hongyi wore loose pajamas beneath which, apparently, nothing else lay. Listen carefully. This stays between us. Especially from Lingyu. Do you hear me? At the doorway she paused without turning back. Ah yes. Fong Han scratched his hair and hastily agreed. I'm a fool. With a haughty little snort, Chu Hongyi dashed out. Liu Kang's earlier suggestion isn't entirely unreasonable. Now that I have a steady income, money's no longer pressing. I should consider moving elsewhere. Watching her retreating figure, Fong Han reflected quietly. Mo sister, truly you'll join me in leveling up. While Fong Han showered upstairs in Chu Hongyi's room, Mo Lingyu sat facing her. Yes, Mo Lingyu replied with a gentle smile. We grew up together in the orphanage. We know each other well and must support one another. Wonderful. Chu Hongyi beamed. With Mo's sister by our side, dungeon runs will go far more smoothly. Mo Lingyu smiled tenderly. I wish Fong Han could join us too. Chu Hongyi bit her lower lip, gaze complex and wistful. So do I, but his vocation isn't ideal. Her voice trailed off as Mo Lingyu slowly shook her head, sorrow softening her eyes. He's always been fiercely proud. Walking alongside us would weigh heavily on his spirit. So what? I wouldn't care. We've known each other since childhood. We've shared every day of our lives. Even if he remains unawakened, just an ordinary man, I'd never look down on him. Chu Hongyi declared immediately. That may be true, but even if we don't mind, others certainly will. Mo Lingyu sighed, faintly, her expression pensive. Hongyi, you speak Fong Han's name constantly. 3 sentences too are about him. Is there something deeper between you? Mo Lingyu asked abruptly. What? And no, we've grown up together. Of course I care. A delicate blush bloomed across Chu Hongyi's cheeks as she stammered her reply. Is that so? Then why did your face flush scarlet just now, after dashing downstairs to retrieve underwear? Mo Lingyu narrowed her eyes, teasingly probing. Heat. It's just, the bathroom's stiflingly humid. Entirely natural. Chu Hongyi's composure flickered, and she offered a plausible-sounding excuse. Is it a? Mo Lingyu's gaze lingered, skeptical, unconvinced. Well, it's late. Best we rest early. Tomorrow demands an early start. Chu Hongyi, fearing further interrogation, quickly interjected. Oh yes, rest well. Good night. Mo Lingyu smiled warmly. Before the gates of the Vocation Alliance, several figures waited anxiously. Could great sage Fong Han have forgotten? Perhaps he's found new teammates. Maybe he thinks we're too weak. Yi Lan and the others fretted openly. Only Zheng Xuanglong remained unruffled, merely bored by the wait. Stop pacing. You're making my head. Fong Han's my brother. I know him inside out. If he promised to continue today, he will. Stop worrying pointlessly. Zheng Xuanglong finally snapped, exasperated by their endless chatter. Unlike the others, tense, restless, he followed Fong Han with serene confidence, content to sleep soundly through the entire endeavor without guilt or hesitation. In fact, should Fong Han ever dare abandon him, Zheng Xuanglong vowed to expose all his childhood embarrassments and deliver a thorough beating. Of course, Fong Han's pets were all terrifyingly overpowered, so victory in such a brawl seemed unlikely. Look, Fong Han's here. Meng Xiaoran Sharpeed spotted him first, a calm, unhurried figure approaching a tiny, adorable raccoon perched playfully on his shoulder. Fong Han, you finally arrived. Yi Lan's flawless, radiant face blossomed into a breathtaking smile of pure delight. Others brightened instantly. You arrived so early? Fong Han blinked in surprise. It was only 6 a.m. He considered himself diligent, yet they'd beaten him here. And judging by their weary stance, they'd clearly been waiting some time. Shall we run the dungeon now, Fong Han? Zheng Xuanglong tossed his head lazily. Let's go. Fong Han spoke, tersely, striding toward the Vocation Alliance gates. Yi Lan and the others hurried after him. At the Serpent-Scorpion Valley dungeon entrance, numerous practitioners already gathered. Some who had witnessed their triple record-breaking run yesterday immediately cheered. They're here, the Raccoon Squad, that ignited collective excitement. By their bearing, they're surely tackling nightmare difficulty. Absolutely. Not only nightmare, they'll attempt hell difficulty too. They possess the strength, and surely seek the Vocation Alliance's grand rewards. I believe they're not merely breaking records, they're forging history. The crowd buzzed with animated discussion. Fong Han also recognized familiar faces, including Ma Senlin standing nearby with a storm-darkened expression, envy blazing unmasked in his gaze. Yi Lan activated the Serpent-Scorpion Valley dungeon, selecting nightmare difficulty. Upon entry, Fong Han summoned all his pets. Huh, why does he have another pet today? Meng Xiaoran gasped, startled by Timo's sudden appearance. Though outwardly adorable, the creature's power remained hidden. Yet Xiao Xiong, the equally charming bear, had proven astonishingly formidable. Thus they inferred Timo's strength must rival Xiaoxiang's. Yilan gazed at Fang Han, her eyes shimmering with fascination. A mere black iron summoner, yet he never ceased to astound her. What other secrets did Fang Han conceal? Master, I stand ready. Permit me to scout ahead. Timo ignored everyone else, snapping off a crisp military salute. No need, you'll stay with the group. For common monsters, Yadaoshi alone suffices. Fang Han smiled. Timo's role wasn't suited for coordinated team combat. Understood, Master. In nightmare mode, ordinary monsters already overwhelmed most practitioners. Most practitioners, even those exceeding the dungeon's level requirement, had never dared attempt nightmare difficulty. Many settled comfortably at medium. Pushing beyond demanded immense effort and risked death. Yet for Fang Han these creatures posed no challenge, Yadaoshi handled them effortlessly. Still stray enemies occasionally slipped through, so to maximize efficiency and save time Fang Qingxian and Xiao Xiong joined the assault. Victory Tiger Claw Scorpion, 28 experience. Victory Tiger Claw Scorpion, 1 soul. Victory Serpent Valley Blood Wolf, 30 experience. Victory Serpent Valley Blood Wolf. Monster attributes intensified, yielding richer experience gains. They advanced unimpeded, crushing all opposition en route to the final boss. Venomous Demon Scorpion Gold Tier Boss. Level 8. HP 112000. Attack 820. Defense 400. Movement speed 10. 0. Skill Scorpion Tail Sweep Gold. The Venomous Demon Scorpion swings its stinger, dealing 500 damage to all targets within 5 meters and knocking them backward. Cooldown 10 seconds. Toxic Tail Piercing Gold. The scorpion impales its target with its iron-hard tail, inflicting 500 damage and poisoning it, causing 500 damage over 10 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. Giant Claw Shatter Gold. The scorpion swings its colossal claw, fracturing the target's bones, dealing 500 damage and reducing its defense by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. The Venomous Demon Scorpion had ascended to Gold Tier status, its HP soaring to a staggering 110000. All skills upgraded from silver to gold, and a new armor-shattering ability, Giant Claw Shatter, had emerged. Moreover, its level rose from 7 to 8. Don't underestimate that single level. It granted a 10 damage boost against foes and a 10 damage reduction for itself. Such overwhelming stats would daunt even Bai Ningguang, a legendary class vocation. Can we actually defeat this? Wu Hao voiced his doubt. Though he trusted Fang Han implicitly, the boss's statistics defied reason. If they failed, retreat would be their only option. Wait a moment. I need to prepare. Fang Han's expression remained utterly placid, no trace of tension or fear. Timo, lay your mushrooms. Come, I'll explain precisely how. Fang Han beckoned Timo aside to assign the task. Understood, Master. Timo nodded emphatically upon hearing instructions, then scampered cheerfully toward the Venomous Demon Scorpion. At 20 meters distance, Timo halted and tossed a vivid green mushroom onto the ground. It flashed once, then vanished into stealth. Next, following a predetermined path, Timo planted dozens more mushrooms nearby. Soon 10 had been deployed. What on earth is he doing? Yilan and the others watched baffled. He'll see soon enough. Fang Han teased, withholding explanation. 2 minutes later, Timo regenerated 10 mushrooms and planted another set. This cycle repeated 5 times, until 100 mushrooms lay hidden. Superficially, the area appeared empty, yet beneath it pulsed a vast, silent mushroom formation. Timo stands ready, Master. Having completed planting, Timo returned to Fang Han's side. Timo, commence operation. Fang Han issued the command. Yes, Master. Timo tossed another. By chance, it landed directly atop another mushroom, then bounced away with a soft pop, flying several meters forward. It struck yet another mushroom, bounced again, and repeated the sequence. After multiple ricochets, it settled precisely 5 meters before the Venomous Demon Scorpion, flashed once, and faded into invisibility. The scorpion sensed disturbance. Its 8 legs skittered toward the landing spot. Boom. It stepped on the mushroom, triggering a small explosion and releasing a cloud of viridian poison mist. 5180. 1295. 1295. 1295. A green skull icon appeared above its head, inflicting continuous damage. Chase me, you big oaf. Ha ha ha. Timo darted to a spot 10 meters before the scorpion, bobbing his head and emitting an eerily infectious laugh. To the scorpion, this was naked provocation, an intolerable affront to its dignity as the dungeon's ultimate sovereign. It roared, surging forward in fury, but poisoned its movement speed halved, leaving it stumbling, sluggish, hopelessly outpaced. Timo danced and jeered in place, relentlessly taunting. Just as the toxin faded, step. It trod on another poisonous mushroom. 5180. 1295. 1295. 1295. Same formula, same effect, same strategy. The Venomous Demon Scorpion's health bar shrank once more. Enraged beyond reason, it charged, ignoring its own bleeding wounds, to close in on Timo. Timo immediately activated his mushroom dash, increasing his movement speed and shaking off the toxic scorpion. The toxin from the previous mushroom had not yet dissipated, and the toxic scorpion was poisoned again, causing the toxin on its body to stack and doubling its health loss per second. Thus Timo ran around the field with the toxic scorpion, which kept stepping on one mushroom after another. Timo's mischievous laughter never ceased, serving as the greatest catalyst for anger. However, with the slowing effect of the mushrooms, the toxic scorpion could not catch up to Timo no matter how hard it tried. The toxic scorpion was left dizzy by Timo's antics. Yilan and the others watched in astonishment. They never imagined such a shameless tactic existed. Is this really possible? Timo's laugh is just too mischievous. I just want to beat it up. Haha, I love it. I wonder if Fong Han would lend me Timo and Little Bear for a couple of days. During this battle, Master Yi Fong Qingxian and Little Bear did not participate at all. It was solely Timo performing on stage. Timo was having a blast, laughing joyfully. Fong Han was very pleased with Timo's performance. However, Timo was only suitable for dealing with powerful monsters like the Toxic Demon King that lacked effective ranged attack methods. When facing a weaker BOSS, sending out all pets would easily overwhelm it without such trouble. Timo's mushroom formation took a lot of time to set up and could not be used frequently. Moreover, Timo's blowgun attack range was very short, only 10 meters, making it unsuitable for dealing with range. 3 minutes later, the Toxic Demon King let out its last roar, and as its final sliver of health was depleted, its massive body collapsed with a thud. Successfully killed the Toxic Scorpion. Experience 9800. Successfully killed the Toxic Scorpion. Soul 1. Congratulations on reaching level 6, Strength 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 3, Agility 1. Successfully killed the Toxic Scorpion. Catastrophe, Sword Saint. Experience 9800. Your pet Catastrophe Sword Saint has reached level 6, Strength 50, Constitution 47, Spirit 33, Agility 39. Successfully killed the Toxic Scorpion. Divine Fire Phoenix. Experience 10900. Successfully killed the Toxic Scorpion. Disaster Bear. Experience 10500. Your pet Disaster Bear has reached level 4, Strength 51, Constitution 58, Spirit 37, Agility 43. Amidst a string of system notifications, several golden lights descended, and both Fong Han and the Catastrophe Sword Saint simultaneously reached level 6. Finally leveled up. Fong Han sighed deeply. The higher one progressed, the more experience was needed, and the slower the level-ups became. Besides him, Zheng Xuanglong, Wu Hao, and Meng Xiaoran also leveled up to level 7. After the Toxic Scorpion died, a plethora of items dropped. In the Nightmare difficulty dungeon, the drop rate was even higher than before. Crafting materials, potion components, gold coins, skill books, and more were all present, dazzling the onlookers. The lowest grade was silver, and the highest was platinum. Naturally, the most eye-catching was a piece of golden equipment radiating a golden glow. Toxic Scorpion Arm Golden, level 8, attributes Defense 40, Constitution 10, Strength 5. Scorpion Armor 15, set attributes Strength 20, Constitution 25. Additionally, a silver Toxic Scorpion Arm dropped. Toxic Scorpion Arm Silver, level 7, attributes Defense 22, Constitution 5, Life 10. Scorpion Armor 15, set attributes Strength 20, Constitution 25. Among the 5 pieces of armor, usually the highest defense is on the top, while the wrist guards have the lowest defense. Moreover, the defense of the golden Toxic Scorpion Arm was nearly comparable to that of the silver Toxic Scorpion Armor that dropped yesterday. This shows how significant the increase in attributes is with each tier. As long as the equipment is from the same set series, different grades can be mixed and matched to form set attributes. After placing everything into the Void Ring, Fong Han left the dungeon. This time it took exactly 3 hours, which was 40 minutes less than the top record. Ignoring the onlookers, Yilan once again opened the Scorpion Valley dungeon. She chose the highest difficulty hell level. A few of them entered the dungeon again. Outside, however, the noise was deafening. Many people stopped running the dungeons and just waited eagerly at the entrance of the Scorpion Valley dungeon. It was obvious to the discerning that the Raccoon Squad was about to set a record. Inside the Scorpion Valley, the health of common monsters reached a terrifying 8,000 points. For many teams, this was an insurmountable mountain. At Yilan's current combat power, it took nearly a minute to kill a Tiger Claw Scorpion, which was extremely laborious. Yet Master Yi still activated the Catastrophe bloodline, attracting a large group of Tiger Claw Scorpions. The attack power provided by Yilan's equipment and the Red Gold profession was not significantly lower than that of Master Yi. However, Yilan's skills were only at the golden grade with damage bonuses ranging from 250 to 300. On the other hand, Master Yi's skills were at the Catastrophe grade, which was higher than legendary with attack bonuses reaching as high as 2,000, greatly widening the gap between the two. The attributes of the Tiger Claw Scorpion became even stronger. Moreover, as Master Yi reached level 6, the increase in attributes was even more terrifying. Before the Blade Storm finished spinning, he had already killed all the monsters within range. Little Bear and Fong Qingxian, both at level 4, cleared away the remaining monsters. Timo, just like last time, sat leisurely on Fong Qingxian's back enjoying the view. Since Master Yi and the others could easily kill monsters, there was no need for Timo to join the fray. Hello, little raccoon. Hello, Sword Saint. Hello, beautiful. The leisurely Timo sat on Fong Qingxian's back, crossing his legs, and continuously chattering to the other three pets. Before Timo came out, Fong Han's pet army was usually quite quiet. Not to mention Master Yi's aura brought a chilling atmosphere, even though he too was a catastrophe pet others were unwilling to approach. Little Bear was too small, looking like a real pet. Fong Qingxian as a divine fire phoenix was noble and elegant with a cool demeanor. Though she didn't say it, she surely looked down on Master Yi and Little Bear in her heart. Timo, who was chatty, was different. He could chat with anyone, enlivening the atmosphere. After nearly 3 hours, all the common monsters in Scorpion Valley were wiped out. The group arrived before the final boss. To Fong Han and the others' surprise, they encountered not one, but 2 bosses this time. In addition to the toxic scorpion, there was also a giant centipede measuring 5 meters in length. The centipede was entirely blood red, its body thicker than an adult with segments of skeletal structure gleaming, with a crimson sheen, looking incredibly tough. Its numerous legs on both sides were sharp, like curved blades. As it slithered, it left deep scratches on the ground. Its massive head was raised high with dark silver fangs that were sharp and menacing. The fierce aura approached. Just looking at such a gigantic arthropod sent chills down one's spine, making one feel cold all over, let alone going into battle. Toxic Scorpion Platinum Boss, level 8 health, 224000 attack, 920 defense, 500 movement speed, 10. Skills: Scorpion Tail, Sweep Platinum. The Toxic Scorpion swings, its tail dealing 600 damage to all targets within 5 meters and knocking them back. Cooldown 10 seconds. Poison Tail, Piercing Platinum. The Toxic Scorpion pierces its target with its iron tail, dealing 600 damage and poisoning the target, causing 600 damage over 10 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. Giant Claw Smash Platinum. The Toxic Scorpion swings, its giant claw crushing the target's bones, dealing 600 damage and reducing its defense by 30 for 5 seconds. Crimson Blood Centipede Platinum Boss, level 8 health, 210000 attack, 940 defense, 460 movement speed, 15. Skills: Flame Scorch Platinum. The Crimson Blood Centipede sprays fire, dealing 600 damage to all targets within a 10-meter range and causing 600 damage over 5 seconds. Cooldown 15 seconds. Giant Claw Smash Platinum. The Crimson Blood Centipede swings, its giant claw crushing the target's bones, dealing 600 damage and reducing its defense by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. Deadly Ambush Platinum. The Crimson Blood Centipede locks onto its target and burrows underground, erupting from beneath the target's feet, dealing 600 damage and knocking them up. Cooldown 30 seconds. In the Hell Level Dungeon, the boss's grade has been raised to Platinum. All attributes are significantly enhanced. The Crimson Blood Centipede is obviously stronger than the Toxic Scorpion. Flame Scorch is an area attack skill with a vast attack range. The most troublesome skill is Deadly Ambush, which allows it to burrow underground and sneak attack, making it an excellent skill for instant kills, leaving no room for defense. How are we supposed to fight this? 2 platinum bosses. Are they overestimating us? Zheng Xuanglong, who was usually carefree, furrowed his brow at this moment. With the 2 bosses standing so close together, it seems impossible to pull them apart and take them down one at a time. Meng Xiaoran muttered. Yilan said nothing. Her gaze turned towards Fong Han. Having come this far, breaking the record was within sight, and she believed Fong Han would surely have a way. The others had underestimated the strength of the catastrophe pets. Although the 2 platinum bosses were powerful, his pets were not weak either. Timo, the weakest in terms of physical resilience, had 5,240 health points and 262 defense. Even when being attacked by both bosses simultaneously, he could hold on for quite a while. After some thought, Fong Han decided to go for both bosses at once. This was actually safer and easier to control. Next came the lengthy preparation work. Timo continuously planted mushrooms in various places. Soon there were no less than 100 mushrooms densely spread across the ground. The green mushrooms spun continuously, creating a spectacular sight. Let's go. With a command from Fong Han, Timo immediately charged towards the 2 bosses. Following the previous tactics, Timo threw out a mushroom, which bounced around and landed right under the Crimson Blood Centipede's feet. Boom. A faint explosion sounded. 8,680, 2,170, 2,170. The Crimson Blood Centipede fell into a poisoned state, a green skull appearing above it, continuously losing health. The Crimson Blood Centipede immediately became furious and charged towards Timo, who was making faces at it. The nearby Toxic Scorpion was also drawn to Timo's threat, roaring as it rushed towards him. Ha! Timo let out a mocking laugh and immediately dove into the nearby bushes. After the toxic mushroom exploded, the Crimson Blood Centipede's movement speed decreased. Once within the attack range of Flame Scorch, it immediately opened its menacing mandibles and spewed forth flames. The flames turned a patch of grass to ashes, but Timo's body was nowhere to be seen. Instead, Teemo emerged from the other side of the bushes, taunting both the Crimson Blood Centipede and the Toxic Scorpion, while placing another toxic mushroom underfoot. Both bosses were infuriated, yet they failed to see the hidden mushrooms on the ground. They stepped on one again and were poisoned once more. At this moment, Fang Qingxian and Little Bear had already launched a fierce attack from the air. The vacuum fire sea transformed the area around both bosses into a burning inferno, leaving them with nowhere to escape. The continuous massive explosions from the rocket storm enraged both bosses even further. Fang Qingxian's attack was not as high as Teemo's, but the damage bonus from the vacuum fire sea was twice that of the toxic mushrooms, immediately inflicting nearly 8,000 points of damage on the BOSS's, with continuous burning damage for the next 10 seconds. Both bosses had just been poisoned by the mushrooms, and were now being continuously scorched by flames. The combination of these two states caused their health to decrease at a terrifying rate. On the ground, Master Yi also joined the battle. With both platinum bosses having over 200 health, relying solely on Teemo's mushrooms could not kill them. Master Yi opened with Bladestorm. The heavy sword spun, dealing massive damage to the bosses. His level was the highest among the pets, and his damage reduction against the bosses was the least, thus inflicting very high damage. However, Master Yi also suffered considerable damage. The Crimson Blood Centipede, being very long, used the skill Giant Claw Smash, and Master Yi could not dodge in time, reducing his defense by 30. Combined with the Toxic Scorpion's attack from the side, by the time Bladestorm ended, Master Yi had lost nearly 3,000 health points. After using Alpha Strike for another wave of attacks, Master Yi activated the Highland Bloodline and retreated. The two furious bosses immediately pursued him. As expected, they stepped on a mushroom again. Hiss! The Crimson Blood Centipede let out a long cry, its crimson eyes shooting a red beam at Master Yi. Then its head suddenly plunged into the ground. The ground instantly softened into mud, and the Crimson Blood Centipede dove into it, disappearing from sight. On the surface, the ground was continuously being pushed up as it quickly approached Master Yi. Sword Saint Meditate. Hidden in the bushes, Teemo saw the Crimson Blood Centipede using its deadly ambush, burrowing underground to attack, and immediately shouted out to warn Master Yi. Master Yi quickly stopped and activated Necromantic Meditation. Master Yi quickly halted his steps and activated the Necromancer's Meditation. The deadly ambush of the Bloodred Centipede targeted him directly. Even with Master Yi's enhanced speed, after unlocking the Bloodline of Catastrophe, there was no escaping it. 1990. 1990. Green numbers continually appeared above Master Yi's head. The lost health quickly replenished. At that moment, with a thunderous roar, the Bloodred Centipede burst from the ground, its massive body colliding directly with Master Yi. During the Necromancer's meditation, he was in an invincible state, thus he suffered no damage and was not knocked back. At that time, Teemo emerged from the nearby bushes, shooting a blow dart at the Bloodred Centipede. Blinded, the centipede could not see Master Yi, and its subsequent attacks all missed. Seizing the opportunity, Master Yi once again increased the distance. By the time the Bloodred Centipede recovered from its blindness, Master Yi had already run far away. The pursuing Bloodred Centipede stepped on a poisonous mushroom and was slowed down, watching helplessly as Master Yi escaped its attack range. In midair, Little Bear and Fang Qingxian continued their relentless assault. Little Bear used rockets to attack, while Fang Qingxian unleashed divine fire breath, spewing forth streams of golden red flames. Their concentrated fire was directed at the Bloodred Centipede. Compared to the poisonous scorpion, the Bloodred Centipede had the advantages of higher attack power and faster movement speed, but its drawbacks were lower health and defense. Naturally, it became the primary target. The two bosses were being toyed with on the ground by Teemo and Master Yi, unable to catch up. After running a few steps, they stepped on another poisonous mushroom and were slowed down. They had already been led to the center of the mushroom field, surrounded by poisonous mushrooms on all sides. The detestable Teemo had now secretly circled behind them, continuously planting poisonous mushrooms, blocking their escape routes. At this moment, escaping was no longer an option. Unable to hit Master Yi and Teemo, the Bloodred Centipede shifted its hatred towards Fang Qingxian. With the advantage of air, Fang Qingxian saw the situation and immediately soared high, elevating herself out of the attack range, leaving the Bloodred Centipede in frustration. On the ground, when Master Yi's skills were on cooldown, he dashed in front of the two bosses to deliver a flurry of attacks before turning to run. The battle continued in this back-and-forth manner. The two bosses roared in anger, jumping up and down, yet they had no way to retaliate. Teemo was too clever and fast, making it impossible to catch him. With the Necromancer's meditation, once his health was in danger, a single activation would restore it fully, rendering the boss's efforts futile. It seems that prioritizing the evolution of Teemo was indeed a very wise decision. Fang Han thought to himself, watching as the two bosses were being played around by Teemo, feeling a mix of helplessness and admiration. If it weren't for Teemo's mushroom field, he would have been confident in killing these two platinum bosses, but it certainly wouldn't have gone as smoothly and easily as it did now, facing many more obstacles and taking much longer. The battle was progressing very smoothly. 5 minutes later, the two platinum bosses were poisoned to death by the poisonous mushrooms. As the two bosses crashed to the ground, Fong Han received a series of system notifications, which also meant that all difficulty levels of the Snake's Scorpion Valley dungeons had been cleared. Successfully killed the poisonous scorpion experience, 21,000. Successfully killed the poisonous scorpion soul 1. Successfully killed the blood-red centipede experience, 21,500. Successfully killed the blood-red centipede soul 1. Successfully killed the poisonous scorpion catastrophe, sword saint experience, 21,000. Successfully killed the blood-red centipede catastrophe, sword saint experience, 21,500. Killing the platinum bosses granted a significant amount of experience. Divided among 6 players, Fong Han received a total of 42,500 experience points from the 2 platinum bosses. Together with the experience gained from the earlier minor monsters, he was now less than 10,000 experience points away from leveling up to level 7. Several pets were also close to leveling up. After the bosses died, various items exploded all over the ground, mostly of gold and platinum quality. The drop rate in the Hell difficulty dungeon was indeed very high. The Scorpion armor set dropped a total of 4 pieces, 1 gold and 3 platinum. Although the components of the set ranged from silver to platinum quality, at least a complete set had been obtained. 3 skill books dropped, one of which was the Summoner's Curse of Pain Gold, which Fong Han could just use. However, Fong Han did not use it. His attack power had barely broken 200 points. Learning a gold skill would be a waste, as he wouldn't be using it to fight monsters. It was better to sell it for money. The only regret was that despite the abundance of drops, there wasn't a single weapon. Weapons were the most valuable among equipment. Heavens, we actually broke through the Hell difficulty Snake Scorpion Valley. I still can't believe my eyes. Wu Hao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. What do you mean we? It was clearly Fong Han. We just watched the show. All the credit and hard work belongs to Fong Han. Meng Xiaoran rebuked happily. Haha, you're right. But we are also witnesses to this. No one else has our luck. Wu Hao chuckled, rubbing his. A casual remark turned into such a rich reward. Yilan sighed, reminiscing about the encounter with Fong Han yesterday. Thankfully, he hadn't offended Fong Han then, nor had he chosen to side with Lu Jianming, otherwise where would they be now? Fong Han, I really was blind. How did I not notice how powerful you are before? Zheng Xuanglong felt proud to have such a strong brother. To the compliments and praise from everyone, Fong Han merely smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. Breaking the dungeon record and gaining attention was not something Fong Han was particularly interested in. His main goal was the rewards from the Career Alliance. The group streamed out of the teleportation array, departing the Snake Scorpion Valley. They have come out. 5 consecutive breaks. The Hell difficulty dungeon was cleared in 3 hours and 27 minutes. That's 46 minutes faster than the previous record. The Raccoon Squad is the real deal. The Tianjiao Squad isn't even fit to carry their shoes. God, please take me along. Big Shot, look at me, please let me join your team. They'll do anything. Get out of the way. I am Elan's classmate. Anyone who wants to join the team must line up behind me. As soon as they returned to the dungeon hall, various voices filled the air. Some were cheering, some were jealous, some were jeering, and others were begging to join. Such a commotion left Fong Han and the others dumbfounded. In the corner, Ma Sunlin looked at Zheng Xuanglong, who was full of pride with a sullen expression that could have dripped water. Fong Han and the others were finally able to squeeze out, fleeing from the Career Alliance. It was no wonder those people were excited. Aside from Fong Han, Zheng Xuanglong and the others were still extremely elated at this moment. The record they set for clearing the dungeon was unprecedented, likely to remain unbroken for a long time. It was now noon, and they arrived at the Maple Leaf restaurant, booking the most luxurious private room. Zheng Xuanglong and Wu Hao were still excitedly discussing the events. Fong Han was more concerned about the rewards from the Career Alliance. As for the rewards, aside from 200 gold coins, there's also a choice of a silver set, a gold weapon, or a gold skill book. Of course, the most important reward is the crafting materials for unranked equipment. Yilan patiently explained to Fong Han with a light smile. Is that amount available to everyone? There's a quantity for each, but for unranked crafting materials, there's only one. Yilan replied. Then how many materials are needed to craft one piece of unranked equipment? Fong Han asked after a pause. For weapons, usually 34 pieces. The other parts of the equipment require less, about 23 pieces is enough. Yilan explained. After hearing this, Fong Han lightly tapped the table with his fingers, muttering, so that one material seems useless. No, it is useful. Yilan smiled gently. How so? Fong Han became interested. You can continue to challenge the records of other dungeons. Yilan said directly. Really? Fong Han was immediately invigorated. Yes. Yilan nodded with a smile. Then she changed the subject. However, you can only obtain a maximum of 5 crafting materials. The Career Alliance dungeons only have this reward mechanism for dungeons from levels 6 to 10. Although there are 5 level 7 dungeons, even if you break the records of all 5, it only counts as 1. 5 is enough. At least I can craft one piece of equipment. Fong Han was still very sad. Yilan raised an eyebrow with a hint of a smile. Fong Han, do you mean you want to challenge the clearing records of all the dungeons from levels 6 to 10? Of course. If I have this opportunity, I won't pass it up. Fong Han nodded, saying it as a matter of course. Can we still follow you? Yilan asked tentatively in a low voice. Wu Hao and Meng Xiaoran also stopped at this moment, anxiously waiting for Fong Han's response. They all knew that although Yilan was the team leader, Fong Han was the true soul and core of the group. Without Fong Han, not only would this series of challenges be difficult, but even clearing the simple difficulty Snake Scorpion Valley dungeon would be extremely challenging. Looking at the expectant expressions of everyone, Fong Han smiled lightly. Of course, we are one team. Meng Xiaoran and Wu Hao cheered immediately. Hearing Fong Han's affirmative response, Yilan's slender eyebrows curved into a crescent moon. Zheng Shuanglong blinked. He was different from the others. He didn't need to worry at all. There were many reasons why Fong Han would agree, one of which was that the spotlight had been shared among a few people, not making him seem overly conspicuous. Otherwise, if he were to solo it at this stage, it would be too sensational. Additionally, after spending these 2 days together, he found these individuals to be quite decent. Wu Hao was generous and open-minded. Meng Xiaoran was lively and adorable. Yilan was dignified and graceful, making interactions pleasant. Soon the dishes arrived, and the door to the private room was closed by the waiter. This meal was a celebratory feast hosted by Yilan, filled with an array of delicacies from land and sea. Before eating, Fong Han smiled and asked, I want to invite someone to join us. You guys don't mind, right? Do you have a friend coming? When is he arriving? Should we go pick him up? Yilan inquired. No need to pick up, she's already here. Fong Han smiled slightly. Huh. Just as Yilan and the others were puzzled, a flash of light transformed into a human form, revealing Fong Qingxian in a magnificent golden gown. She exuded a pure and noble aura. Her beauty was stunning. Her figure was supermodel-like. Everyone's gaze immediately fixated on her, especially Zheng Shuanglong, whose eyes sparkled as he stared at Fong Qingxian, drooling without even realizing it. Yilan considered herself pretty enough, but in front of Fong Qingxian, she couldn't help but feel inferior. Fong Qingxian surpassed her in every aspect: grace, beauty, and figure. As soon as Fong Qingxian appeared, the room lit up, and everyone's attention was irresistibly drawn to her. A living beauty. Fong Han, when did you hide such a gorgeous girl in your void ring? You truly are a beast. With Chu Hongyi and Mo Lingyu at home, you flirted with Yilan yesterday, and now such a beautiful lady appears. This is utterly unreasonable. Why is it that I, being so handsome, have no girl liking me? Zheng Shuanglong grumbled while trying to flatter Fong Qingxian. This beautiful lady, may I ask how to address you? I am Zheng Shuanglong, a genius from Nanshan High School. It's an honor to meet you. Zheng Shuanglong wiped his hands on his clothes and extended them towards Fong Qingxian. Fong Qingxian ignored him, her gaze fixed on Fong Han. Fong Han, could this beautiful lady be? Yilan's eyes darted between Fong Qingxian and Fong Han. Finally, uncertainly, she spoke. Your phoenix pet. Clever. That's her. Her name is Fong Qingxian. Fong Han nodded with a smile. Master. Fong Qingxian gracefully bowed to Fong Han, her voice clear and melodious, akin to celestial music. Fong Han, am I not your best brother? Can I? Zheng Shuanglong could no longer restrain himself, pouncing over to hug Fong Han's thigh, his eyes turning red. Get away. Before Zheng Shuanglong could finish his sentence, Fong Han kicked him away without hesitation. Zheng Shuanglong was left confused about what was happening. This guy had truly never seen a woman before. He even forget it. Just thinking about it made Fong Han shudder. It seemed that he needed to keep a distance from this pervert in the future and not give him any opportunity. Of course, Fong Qingxian was no pushover. If Zheng Shuanglong had any ill intentions, she could eliminate him in a single strike. Fong Qingxian eats just like us. She can't even consume pet food. Fong Han explained to Yilan and the others. It's fine, having one more person makes it livelier. No problem, Yilan said lightly. After learning that Fong Qingxian was Fong Han's beautiful phoenix pet, Yilan's feelings of inferiority slightly eased. However, she was still deeply shocked. A pet that could transform into human form was something she had never encountered nor even heard of. Even legendary pets from history had no record of turning into human form. Could it be that Fong Qingxian is a legendary pet? Yilan's mind sparked with a whimsical thought. Previously, during the battle, Yilan had been watching intently. Although Fong Qingxian's attacks were slightly inferior to Master Yi's, they were spectacular and had an extensive range, far surpassing any other pets Yilan had seen. Yilan had encountered a diamond rank pet before, whose area attack skills reached a maximum range of only 7 or 8 meters, which paled in comparison to Fong Qingxian. Though she thought this in her heart, she wasn't foolish enough to say it aloud. With the addition of a stunning beauty, the meal was a delightful affair. Even though Fong Qingxian rarely spoke, just watching her was a treat for the eyes. After finishing their meal and leaving the private room, Fong Han stored Fong Qingxian into the pet space. Upon returning to the Professional Alliance, a young woman dressed in a standard Professional Alliance suit blocked their way. I am He Wangshu, a bronze steward of the Raccoon City Professional Alliance. Everyone, Minister Lu invites you. He Wangshu Holy Gun Knight Platinum. Level 17. Yi Lan Meng Xiaoran and others exchange surprised glances. Zheng Shuanglong bluntly asked, "Did we break the instance record?" and catch Minister Liu's attention. "Exactly. Please follow me. The minister is waiting for you," He Wangshu said politely with a smile, turning to lead them inside. "Could it be that they are going to give us our rewards in advance?" Zheng Shuanglong's excitement was hard to hide as he speculated. "Let's go see," Feng Han said. He also wanted to find out what Minister Lu wanted. Feng Han and the others followed He Wangshu into a simple and unadorned office within the professional alliance. A middle-aged man sat at the desk reading the latest newspaper. He had a sturdy build and a square face, exuding an aura of authority just by sitting there, commanding respect and making it hard for anyone to act rashly. "Minister Lu, I have brought the Raccoon Squad members." He Wangshu respectfully addressed the middle-aged man. "Well done, now go take care of another matter." The middle-aged man looked up and waved his hand. "Young friends, let me introduce myself. I am Lu Taoyu, the Resource Minister of the Raccoon City Professional Alliance. Please have a seat." Lu Taoyu stood up, revealing a friendly smile. "Hello, Minister Lu." Feng Han and the others greeted him and took seats on the nearby chairs. Lu Taoyu Diamond Warrior Epic. Level 38. Seeing Lu Taoyu's information, Feng Han was taken aback. An epic level profession was one thing, but level 38 was astonishing. Feng Han was only level 6 and already found leveling up incredibly difficult. At this pace, he would barely reach level 10 before the college entrance examination. The further one went, the more challenging leveling up became, with the required experience increasing exponentially. The principal of Nanshan High School, Gao Yi, was only level 33. The homeroom teacher by Jia was level 26. Lu Taoyu, being the resource minister of the Professional Alliance, held a very high position, managing the resource allocation of the Professional Alliance and a large part of Raccoon City. Even the mayor of Raccoon City had to show him sufficient respect. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. You few are so young, yet you've broken the 2-year-long completion record of the Scorpion Valley instance and created such a significant gap that later challengers can only look up to you in awe. Even I back in the day was far inferior. Lu Taoyu stroked his short beard, gazing at the spirited young figures with unhidden admiration. Lu Taoyu was well aware of the situation with the Scorpion Valley instance, which had remained unbroken for 2 years. Today, however, the Raccoon Squad broke all the records in one go, leaving him greatly surprised. Thus, he sent He Wangshu to summon Yilan, Feng Han, and the others. "Minister, you flatter us. Over the years, Raccoon City has suffered multiple invasions from the Disaster Army, and it is thanks to several ministers leading the charge on the front lines, risking their safety to drive them back and protect Raccoon City. You are the one we respect and admire. You are also our goal to strive towards," Yilan humbly said. "I'm getting old. A true hero does not boast of past glory. The future of the Burning Legion will be handed over to your generation," Lu Taoyu said with a smile, waving his hand. "However, what interests me is how you managed to achieve this. Recently, stronger professional configurations than yours have not only failed to break the instance record, but even struggled to complete on nightmare difficulty." Lu Taoyu showed a puzzled expression. From his perspective, the Raccoon Squad seemed quite standard. The strongest profession was only diamond rank, and there were even black iron professions among them, particularly summoners. "You don't need to be nervous. I have no other intentions. I'm just genuinely curious. Your ability to break the instance record is a point of pride for the Raccoon City Professional Alliance, and when we mention it to other cities' alliances, we will have pride on our faces too." Lu Taoyu smiled, dispelling everyone's concerns. In his eyes, the key to the Raccoon Squad's record-breaking performance lay with Wu Hao, who possessed an extremely compatible diamond attribute for his profession. When everyone successfully awakens their profession, they will receive an attribute of the same grade as their profession. However, even among attributes of the same grade, there are strengths and weaknesses. For example, Bai Ningguang is a legendary profession, the Light Angel, and her attribute is the legendary attribute Undead Nemesis. The Light Angel naturally has a strong advantage against undead creatures, and with the Undead Nemesis attribute, her combat power significantly increases, making her several times stronger in battles against the undead. Years ago, another Light Angel of the same legendary rank awakened with the legendary attribute Eternal Night Spirit, which could summon a spirit to assist in battle. While it was also very strong compared to Bai Ningguang's Undead Nemesis, it was not even on the same level. Thus, Lu Taoyu attributed the Raccoon Squad's ability to break the instance record to Wu Hao's diamond attribute, which must be highly compatible with the Holy Shield Knight profession. Of course, factors like equipment, skills, and coordination are all indispensable and must be top tier as well. Before entering the office, Feng Han had already stored Little Bear in the pet space, so Lu Taoyu viewed him as an unremarkable black iron summoner. Just then, He Wangshu, who had left earlier, pushed the door and entered. "Minister, everything is ready." He placed a void ring on the desk before leaving again. Lu Taoyu smiled. "The record you set is unlikely to be broken anytime soon, so I'm giving you your rewards in advance. Aside from fixed gold and materials, you may choose anything else you like." Upon hearing this, Fong Han and the others displayed expressions of joy. It turned out that Zheng Shuangluang's guess was correct. They indeed received their rewards in advance. Lu Taolu tapped the void ring, and a large pile of items appeared on the table. In addition to the glittering gold, there was a complete set of equipment for various professions, golden weapons, and golden skill books. Of course, the most important was the crafting materials for the levelless equipment. It was a mass of dark red liquid floating in midair, emanating a powerful and mysterious aura. Blood of the true god grade. Level. An essential core material for crafting supreme equipment. Is this the levelless material? Fong Han's gaze was instantly drawn in. He could keenly feel the terrifying power contained within. Not only him, even Lu Taolu, the esteemed resource minister of the Professional Alliance, showed envy in his eyes. After some selection, Fong Han and Meng Xiaoran chose the golden weapons, while the other three chose the golden skill books. Light Feather Staff Golden, level 7, attributes attack 230. Spirit 20, critical hit 2. Fong Han, currently at level 6, couldn't make use of it for now, so he placed it in the void ring. Keep it up, young man, I have high hopes for you. Lu Taolu patted Wu Hao's shoulder firmly to encourage him. Being praised by such a prominent figure made Wu Hao's eyes brim with tears of excitement as he repeatedly vowed to contribute everything for the Burning Legion. After leaving the office and returning to the instance hall, Yilan opened the level 6 instance Misty Woodland on easy mode after consulting with Fong Han. The Misty Woodland was relatively simple among the level 6 instances. Fong Han's current goal was to break the completion record in the shortest time possible, so an easier instance was preferable. Why are they going for the level 6 instance? Do they plan to break all the completion records? While that's quiet, in the instance hall, many people were discussing animatedly after seeing Fong Han and the others open the Misty Woodland. Many among them have been following the Raccoon Squad since they first broke the Scorpion Valley instance record, witnessing the miracles and history of the Raccoon Squad. Fong Han now found himself in a forest shrouded in gray mist with visibility reduced to less than 50 meters. Within the mist, powerful monsters lurked indistinctly. Fong Han, this is for you. After Fong Han summoned his pet, Elon handed him a mass of dark red liquid. It was indeed the blood of the true god. All right. Fong Han's expression remained unchanged as he nodded and accepted the blood of the true god. The others had no objections upon witnessing this scene. They all understood that this was what Fong Han deserved. Without Fong Han, everything would be in vain. Earlier, Yilan even suggested that they give all the other personal rewards from the Professional Alliance like gold and equipment to Fong Han, but he had politely declined. Having the blood of the true god was already sufficient. They couldn't be greedy. After all, he couldn't take everything for himself and leave nothing for the others, could he? Fong Han, hasn't your pet eaten yet? Yilan asked after seeing Timo summoned again. I got too caught up in the fight, Fong Han replied. He rummaged through his void ring and found that the pet food he had prepared was already gone. Yilan smiled and took out a large pile of pet food with various flavors. This seems a bit extravagant. Fong Han glanced over and found that the pet food Yilan purchased was either of golden or platinum quality. Although pet food is a consumable and not very valuable, such high quality would still cost at least 500 gold coins. It's fine, they've worked so hard, so it's only right. Yilan smiled and shook her head. Sister is such a good person, not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. Timo praised Yilan, then grabbed a handful of food and began to feast. Yilan was overjoyed by the compliment. After filling their stomachs, they began to get to work. Master Yi drew a large wave of monsters to them. If they could crush the level 7 instance, the monsters in the level 6 instance were trivial for Master Yi, who pulled over 30 monsters at once. Hassa for me. Master Yi attracted the monsters' hatred while Zheng Shuanglong activated Gale Step and dashed in to use Gale Slash on the monsters. Yilan and the others also joined in the attack, dealing with the scattered monsters on the periphery that the pets couldn't reach. They all leveled up to level 7, making it much easier to handle level 6 monsters than before. After 54 minutes, they cleared the Misty Woodland. The final boss was instantly defeated by the 4 disaster pets before it could even scream. The time they spent was 33 minutes faster than the current completion record. During this process, Fong Han and Master Yi both leveled up to level 7. The group did not linger. After exiting the instance, they immediately opened the next medium difficulty Misty Woodland. Because Fong Han's level was higher than the monsters, he did not earn any soul points from defeating them. Fong Han did not mind. 4 disaster pets were sufficient for the time being. The most important current goal was to break the instance completion record and acquire the levelless materials. At level 7, a master, he could not be said to be crushing these ordinary monsters, but rather slaughtering them. He charged through effortlessly. It wasn't until 9 p.m. that the Raccoon Squad emerged from the Misty Woodland instance. Upon exiting, everyone wore excited expressions. They spent over 8 hours successfully clearing all difficulties of the Misty Woodland instance and broke all the records. Their record was still far ahead, leaving later challengers in awe. The crowd that had gathered to watch was no longer shocked, but rather numb. They had thoroughly confirmed that the Raccoon Squad aimed to break the completion records of all level 610 instances. After agreeing to continue tomorrow, Yilan and the others left one after another. Fong Han went to the pet shop alone. After selling 2 silver-ranked mighty Dodo bears, he took out the golden-ranked violent Dodo bear. Golden pet. The shopkeeper showed a hint of surprise upon seeing the violent Dodo bear and then looked at Fong Han with suspicion. After all, to him Fong Han was just a black iron summoner. How could he possess a golden pet? Silver pets were one thing, but golden pets were much rarer. Fong Han had anticipated this situation. My friend is a golden summoner, and I'm helping him sell this. He is shy and afraid to face people. Fong Han casually made up an excuse. Oh. The shopkeeper nodded, not asking further. Though golden pets are rare, they do exist. The shop had a dozen or so. Recently, several people had been clearing nightmare difficulty instances, and many golden bosses had been contracted as pets and brought here to be sold. Most summoners wouldn't do this. Even for a platinum summoner, the success rate of forming a contract is merely 5. To successfully contract a pet, the consumption of magical potions is an immensely large figure. Many high-tier summoners initially considered selling pets for profit, but after several hours of effort, the dungeon time expired, and they were teleported out without succeeding in any contracts. Not only is it time-consuming and labor-intensive, but the costs are also exceedingly high, with a significant likelihood of ending up with nothing. Thus, most summoners ultimately have to obediently purchase a second pet from a pet shop, rather than relying on their own contracting abilities. After some haggling, the pet store finally purchased the golden pet from Fong Han for 4,500 gold coins. It was a level 2 violent Dodo bear. This price is somewhat low, but Fong Han is too lazy to go to other pet shops. He is not short on money right now. He just sold most of the equipment and materials he obtained from today's dungeon run, raking in a total of 4,000 gold coins. Among them, the Scorpion armor set sold for 9,000 gold coins. Plus the 2,000 gold coins reward from the professional league. His total assets have now exceeded 7,000 gold coins. With so much money, it is enough for an ordinary family to live comfortably and worry-free for a lifetime. With money in hand, Fong Han's mood became exceptionally cheerful, and his steps grew much lighter. He walked into a narrow alley. This is the only way home. His home is in the slums on the west side of the city, which represents dirt, chaos, and poor conditions with a dreadful security environment and frequent violent clashes. Alleyways like this filled with sewage, garbage, and the corpses of small animals are everywhere in the slums. Unbeknownst to him, a dark cloud floated overhead, blocking the moonlight, shrouding everything in darkness. Relying on memory, Fong Han carefully stepped over a puddle of sewage. Just then the air suddenly tightened, and he felt as if his whole body had turned stiff, like he was trapped in an ice cellar. Danger! There was no time to react. A blood-red blade light suddenly emerged from the pitch-black night, striking Fong Han's forehead. Jia. To kill a mere level 6 black iron summoner, I even have to step in myself. Overkill. But this money is indeed easy to earn. Accompanied by a cold and arrogant voice, a tall figure clad in black emerged slowly from the darkness, wielding a blood-red long knife. The blood-red light on the long knife gradually faded. Wait, why are you not dead? After several seconds, the figure realized Fong Han was still standing unharmed, not sliced in half, and his expression changed dramatically. The figure immediately swung the knife again, aiming at Fong Han. The blood-red blade light illuminated the alley. But for some reason, this strike, which clearly aimed at Fong Han, inexplicably sliced past him. 2,000 gold coins. Is my head really worth so much? As the figure was filled with suspicion, Fong Han spoke with a chilling voice. A hint of fear surged in his heart. Fortunately, he was accustomed to keeping the little bear with him. If it weren't for the golden legendary trait of life link, which allowed the little bear to absorb all the damage for him, he would have already turned into a cold corpse. Then came an endless fury. Who on earth sent an assassin to ambush him? The level 5 little bear has a defense of 433 points and a health of 8,660 points. That assassin's sneak attack actually dealt over 3,000 points of damage to the little bear. The opponent must have used some equipment or potion to conceal their aura, as Fong Han could not check their information. Fong Han estimated they were at least level 15. The assassin's second attack missed thanks to Timos' blinding poison arrow blinding the assassin. Who sent you? Fong Han tightened his grip on his staff. The assassin did not answer. The long knife ignited with blood-red flames and slashed again. Boom. A torrential wall of fire appeared out of nowhere, blocking the space between the two, forcibly halting the assassin. The assassin sensed something was off and quickly looked up. In midair, a gigantic phoenix, radiating endless golden red light, slowly flapped its broad wings, its eyes revealing an immeasurable cold, killing intent. Like a lofty empress ruling over the world. The enormous phoenix raised its long neck and let out a piercing phoenix cry. The tranquility of the night sky was shattered, seemingly dispersing some of the dark clouds. The assassin's expression changed to one of extreme horror. Despite the phoenix being of low level, its power not particularly strong. However, a phoenix, a creature from myth and legend, had not appeared for over 1,000 years. How could it show up here? For a moment his mind was utterly confused. At that moment, an extremely cold aura emanated from the side, sending chills down the assassin's spine. The assassin turned his head to look. He saw a skeleton with dark golden bones wielding a pitch-black heavy sword quietly gazing at him. The soul fire in its eye sockets burned quietly, bringing an air of death and terror. Why is there an extremely ominous disaster aura? The assassin's body trembled uncontrollably. Despite being merely low-level pets, they instilled a primal dread in his soul, as if he were facing the most terrifying creatures in the world. Faced with the divine fire phoenix and the disaster sword saint, he instinctively felt no desire to resist, but rather thought of fleeing. Chop him into a bloody mist. With Fong Han's command, the Little Bear Master Yi and Fong Qingxian simultaneously launched their attacks. In an instant, the assassin was engulfed in countless strikes. The assassin's level was high, and under such a high-level suppression, the damage reduction from pets exceeded 90. However, all of Fong Han's pets were of the disaster level, with massively high skill bonuses. The cries of the assassin echoed incessantly. With a furious roar, the assassin struck Master Yi back with all his might, bursting out of the encirclement ablaze. Could you wait? He'll let you live another day, but tomorrow will be your death day. After the assassin spat out a harsh remark, he prepared to leave. The battle time was very short, yet he sustained considerable injury. This dark golden skeleton had absurdly high attack and defense after finally wearing it down. A single meditation restored its health, infuriating him to the point of spitting blood. Once he harbored any intent to attack Fong Qingxian, she would instantly take flight, soaring high, leaving the assassin helpless. When Master Yi used Blade Storm, he spun rapidly, tearing countless rips in the assassin's armor, while golden red flames and rocket bombs rained down from above, making it hard to cope. In just a few seconds, nearly one-third of his health was depleted. Faced with such ferocious three pets, he suddenly realized that not only could he not complete his mission today, but he might also fall here. He immediately conceived the thought of retreating. Want to escape? Fong Han discerned the assassin's intentions and sneered coldly. Boom. In a faint explosion, green smoke billowed up, and a green skull appeared above the assassin's head, continuously draining health. Damn it. The assassin cursed, his face extremely grim. The instigator was none other than Timo. During the previous battle, Timo had not participated, but had been nearby planting mushrooms both to restrict the assassin's movement and prevent his escape. Now it came in handy. After stepping on a poisonous mushroom, the assassin's speed drastically dropped. Master Yi pursued him with Fong Qingxian's divine fire breath, and the little bear's rocket bombardment following closely. After blind firing the assassin with another blinding poison arrow, Timo quickly ran away, continuing to plant mushrooms around. The assassin was once again plunged into a tough battle. 2.5 minutes later. Master Yi, well done. I'll treat you to a feast tomorrow. Fong Han nodded in satisfaction. Master Yi stood behind him like the most loyal guardian. Fong Han's commands were executed without fail by Master Yi. When he said to chop him into a bloody mist, that is precisely what happened. The air was thick with an unshakable stench of blood. The ground was covered in blood and marks from where the flames had burned, yet no complete corpse could be found. Master, what about me? What about me? Timo immediately became displeased, pouting as he sought praise. You did very well, you prevented him from escaping. The little bear also performed admirably, shielding me from the assassin's ambush. You all did great. Tomorrow you will all have a feast. Fong Han smiled and praised them. The little bear and Timo instantly became overjoyed. Fong Qingxian, however, remained alert, watching the surroundings calmly, not vying for attention. We need to leave quickly. There may be other assassins. As Fong Han spoke, he hurriedly departed. The commotion just now was too loud. The battle between the assassin and pets had been exceedingly intense. The sounds of explosions, flames, and combat could probably be heard clearly from over 100 meters away. The low walls on both sides of the alley were shaken down by the aftermath of the battle, with bricks and rubble strewn about. Moreover, a stray dog watching the commotion was accidentally struck by Fong Qingxian's divine fire breath, instantly turning into a charred carcass. Fong Han's pets unleashed their full strength to finally kill the assassin. After all, the gap in levels and equipment was too vast. Thankfully, with numbers on their side and the pets coordinating well in battle, plus Master Yi not having a physical body and being unafraid of pain and injury, they barely managed to defeat the assassin. Even so, by the end of the battle, Master Yi was nearly killed by the assassin's blade. At this point, except for Timo, Master Yi and the others were in poor condition. If any other assassins appeared, Fong Han's situation would be quite perilous. On the way home, Fong Han pondered who would send an assassin to kill him. After much thought, he ultimately fixed his target on one person. Lu Jiaming. It must be him. He had beaten him up in public the day before, causing him to lose face, harboring resentment, and thus sending someone to retaliate against him. Lu Jiaming had both the motive and the power and resources to do it. I initially didn't want to pursue this matter, considering our classmate relationship, thinking that a lesson would suffice, and let bygones be bygones. Since you sought death on your own, don't blame me. A glint of deep cold flashed in Fong Han's eyes as the intent to kill arose in his heart. He had made up his mind that if he found the right opportunity in the future, he would definitely chop Lu Jiaming into a bloody mist. As he approached his yard, Fong Han stored Fong Qingxian Master, Yi, and Timo into the pet space, leaving only the little bear. These days he had been bringing the little bear home, and Chu Hongyi and the others had already gotten used to it regarding the seemingly harmless little bear as an ordinary raccoon pet. Fong Han, you're back. I made your favorite braised pork. Come and taste it. Upon hearing the noise, Chu Hongyi discovered it was Fong Han and joyfully took his hand, leading him into the courtyard. How could he still be alive? The next noon, Lu Jiaming inadvertently discovered Fong Han entering a level 8 dungeon looking as if he had seen a ghost. After being beaten by Fong Han's pets a few days ago, he certainly could not swallow this anger. Coupled with previous grievances, he spent a large sum of money to hire a level 16 assassin from the Night Adventure Group to assassinate Fong Han. In Raccoon City, there are hundreds of adventure groups, among which the Night Adventure Group is the most notorious. Unlike other adventure groups that accept quest missions to conquer dungeons and explore secret realms, the Night Adventure Group specializes primarily in assassination. As long as one can afford the price, anyone can be killed, including the mayor of Raccoon City and the head of the professional. Therefore, the Night Adventure Group has long been defined as an illegal adventure group by the Adventure Guild, municipal government, and professional league, facing severe crackdowns. The Night Adventure Group had no choice but to turn into an underground organization. Mentioning the Night Adventure Group causes many to grit their teeth in hatred, yet they also turn pale with fear. Lu Jiaming's father is the vice president of the Lion Adventure Group, which has many connections. Thus, Lu Jiaming found the Night Adventure Group and spent 2,000 gold coins to commission them to kill Fong Han. Although Fong Han was just a level 6 Black Iron Summoner, the Night Adventure Group still dispatched a level 16 Golden Class Bloodhand Madblade for security. What Lu Jiaming thought was a surefire thing unexpectedly backfired. Could it be that the Night Adventure Group hasn't started their operation yet? Or did Fong Han return home from another direction last night? Lu Jiaming was utterly perplexed. As for the idea that the assassin from the Night Adventure Group could be killed by Fong Han, he didn't even think of it. When the level difference reaches a certain extent, equipment skills and class tiers cannot bridge the vast gap in power. Moreover, Fong Han was merely a Black Iron character. Even if the pets are strong, they remain no match against an opponent 10 levels higher. Over the next 2 days, Fong Han broke the completion records of both the level 8 and level 9 dungeons. His level rose to 8. Master Yi and Timo also reached level 8. The Little Bear and Fong Qingxian leveled up to 7. Although the dungeon levels increased, it was not difficult to clear. Compared to when he first tackled the Scorpion Valley dungeon, it was much easier. Since all his pets were of the disaster level, the level up increments for his pets were much greater than for monsters that were just 1 level higher. What a pity we can't run the dungeon tomorrow. As he exited the dungeon, Zheng Shuanglong shook his head. Why not? Meng Xiaoran asked, puzzled. I have to return to school tomorrow to report on the current progress. Zheng Shuanglong shrugged. That shouldn't take. There are other matters too. Zheng Shuanglong looked at Fong Han. Let's tackle the level 10 dungeon the day after. Anyway, there's no rush in the next couple of days. Fong Han replied. Oh, very well. Wu Hao and the others all felt somewhat disappointed. After parting ways, Fong Han routinely liquidated his dungeon loot and sold the dodo bears he had cultivated to silver and gold tiers. On his way home, his vigilance soared to its peak. He was certain Lu Jiaming would not abandon his scheme. Failure would only fuel a renewed assault. Fortunately, he reached home unscathed, encountering no further attacks. Zhao Xiaowei, level 7. Keep up the momentum. I press onward with unwavering resolve. Next, Lin Tian, level 6. You must redouble your efforts. Your progress is alarmingly sluggish. At this pace, the Gaokao trial looms perilously close. Next, Kai Kunkin, level 9. Excellent. At Kai Kunkin's registration, by Jie's eyes lit up. So far, he remained the sole student to reach level 9. Most hovered between levels 7 and 8. Though the Gaokao trial imposed no explicit level requirement, its preparatory dungeons and secret realms were uniformly calibrated for level 15 aspirants. Students below that threshold stood little chance of excelling, and thus securing admission to their dream universities. When Fong Han's turn arrived, Bai Jie's gaze grew unusually complex. She had once held high hopes for him, only to be disillusioned when his awakened profession proved merely iron tier, and worse, yet a summoner, a path widely deemed barren of promise. Even if he somehow gained entry to a prestigious university, it would scarcely matter. Summoners historically advanced at a glacial pace compared to other professions. She assumed he barely scraped past level 6 by now. Level 8. Yet when Fong Han's level registered as level 8, Bai Jie froze in disbelief. She rubbed her eyes incredulously, then verified the reading thrice. It was unmistakably level 8. Teacher Bai, is something amiss? No, you've done splendidly. You haven't disappointed me in the slightest. Bai Jie swiftly regained her composure. Yet inwardly astonishment lingered. Her mind whirred with speculation over how Fong Han had achieved this feat. Indeed, his early progression had been sluggish. But now commanding for Cataclysm tier pets, he obliterated every foe, save bosses, with a single strike. Even with half the experience shared among his summons, his ascent outpaced most fellow practitioners. Over these past 2 days he had slain numerous bosses, including gold and platinum tier variants, amassing vast experience. His current level aligned closely with the general cohort, neither exceptional nor deficient. Lu Jianming watched Fong Han from afar, knuckles white with clenched fury, eyes blazing with venomous hatred. These past days he had sought answers from the Nightshade Adventuring Guild regarding the failed assassination. Yet the guild's reply remained evasive, merely admitting failure without elaborating on how or why. Nonetheless, to preserve its sterling reputation within the industry, the Nightshade Guild resolved to attempt another strike, dispatching a far more lethal assassin to eliminate Fong Han. Just wait, Fong Han. You have but days left before your reckoning. A cold, cruel smile curled Lu Jianming's lips. Precisely then Fong Han turned and locked eyes with him. Fong Han grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. His gaze shimmered with enigmatic amusement, as though piercing straight into the darkest recesses of Lu Jianming's soul. The raccoon perched upon his left shoulder bared its tiny fangs and brandished its miniature fist with ferocious menace. Lu Jianming recoiled violently, bowing his head instinctively, daring not meet Fong Han's stare. That brutal beating still haunted his memory. The sight of Fong Han, especially that raccoon, triggered an involuntary flight reflex, compelling him to retreat, fearing another merciless thrashing. Could he suspect I sent the assassin? No matter. His time is already measured in days. Lu Jianming seethed inwardly. Today Bai Ningguang also appeared, drawing immediate attention as ever. To Fong Han's astonishment, she had ascended to level 11. Yilan had reached level 9 just yesterday. Thus Fong Han learned that advancing from level 9 to level 10 demanded not 1,0, but a staggering 2,0 experience points. Bai Ningguang's leap to level 11 spoke volumes about her extraordinary pace of advancement. Soon thereafter, homeroom teacher Bai Jia concluded her tally. Aside from Bai Ningguang's level 11, not a single student in class 9 had breached level 10. Even level 9 remained rare. Only 3 students attained it, including Kai Kunken. Most clustered around levels 7 and 8, a handful languished at level 6. To Fong Han's surprise, one classmate had only just reached level 5 yesterday. Upon glimpsing her profession, Fong Han understood: a lowly iron-tier priestess hailing from impoverished circumstances, unable to afford even a decent staff, let alone dungeon vouchers. Party-based dungeon runs placed exceptionally high demands on priests. Their competence directly governed survival. Thus, higher-tier priests with superior gear commanded immense desirability. Conversely, those lacking in tier or equipment found themselves perpetually unwanted. This young female priestess epitomized that fate, consistently overlooked. Compounding her disadvantage were her unremarkable appearance, short, dark-skinned, and plain, and her timid, introverted nature, which rendered her all but invisible to potential party leaders. Hence she had only just scraped to level 5. At this rate, attaining level 10 before the Gaokao trial seemed nearly impossible. At that moment, Bai Jia cleared her throat softly. All eyes converged upon her. This year Ninshan High School isn't alone in witnessing a legendary profession. Huanxiong No. 9 High has likewise birthed one standing in direct rivalry with us. To earn designation as an outstanding high school, we must surpass Huanxiong No. 9, not only in overall enrollment rates, but crucially in the caliber of admitted students. Per the principal's directive, every student who successfully awakens a profession must achieve excellence in the Gaokao trial and gain admission to a top-tier university. Therefore, for the next week, I shall personally mentor those classmates struggling most with leveling, guiding them toward greater strength to confront the Gaokao trial. Bai Jia's gentle voice faded, and the classroom erupted, especially among the boys. Teacher, take me. I'm already level 7, but my profession is only gold tier, and I'm utterly stuck. Wah, your mother. You dare compete with me after reaching gold tier? Teacher, choose me. I'm only silver tier. Ningguang, I've idolized you forever. Look at me. Me. I can sing, dance, and rap. Teacher Bai, just glance my way. Those clamoring for Bai Jia's mentorship weren't limited to lower-level students. Kai Kunken and Lu Jianming alike joined the raucous chorus, desperate for her guidance. Bai Jia's formidable level ensured rapid advancement under her tutelage, and beyond that she remained the nocturnal fantasy of countless male students, her mere presence a visual delight. Were it not for rumors of her having a boyfriend, many would have confessed their affections outright. Even so, she received daily love letters and bouquets. Fong Han listened startled. Such generosity had never occurred before. Though Bai Jia was a teacher, she was also a practitioner compelled to level up and strengthen herself like any other. Offering free mentorship, this was unprecedented. Lately, elite practitioners across the professional alliance had begun guiding newly awakened novices, but their fees were exorbitant, often exceeding 10,000 gold coins, far beyond most students' means. Those above level 7 need not clamor, especially you, Kai Kunken. Bai Jie shot Kai Kunkin a sharp glance. Clad in suspenders and sporting a center-parted hairstyle, he sheepishly fell silent. Fong Han, do you require my guidance to level up? Bai Ningguang's voice chimed beside him. Not necessary, I think. And I've already reached level 8. It doesn't meet the criteria. Fong Han blinked then replied. I hadn't expected such swift progress. A flicker of genuine surprise danced in Bai Ningguang's luminous eyes. In her estimation, an Iron-tier summoner might reasonably attain level 6, yet Fong Han had soared to level 8. Her regard for him shifted markedly. I owe you thanks for those dungeon vouchers. You truly accelerated my growth. Fong Han said sincerely. His gratitude ran deep. The novice dungeon vouchers she gifted held little monetary value, yet they had arrived precisely when he possessed nothing, offering indispensable support. A faint soothing fragrance seemed to emanate from Bai Ningguang, calming and refreshing to the senses. A trivial gesture, hardly worth mentioning. If you ever need leveling assistance, I'd be honored to guide you. Bai Ningguang's tone shifted unexpectedly. Thank you, but I won't require it, for now. Fong Han waved dismissively. His own progression was brisk, slower than Bai Ningguang's, yet noticeably faster than most peers. From his shadowed corner, Lu Jianming watched Fong Han and Bai Ningguang converse warmly, and ground his teeth in silent venomous rage. His gaze sharpened with malice. Fong Han. Bai Jie called his name. Teacher Bai, may I ask what's needed? Fong Han asked puzzled. You'll join them too. In 3 days I'll dedicate a full week to mentoring you, all to elevate your levels. Bai Jie declared. What? Not only Fong Han was stunned, so too were his classmates. Teacher Bai, Fong Han's already level 8. Does he truly need your guidance? Exactly. I'm only level 7, and yet you won't take me. Why? Unfair. Protests swelled from multiple students, especially the boys, whose cries rose loudest. Protest denied. Bai Jie fixed them with a stern look. The sheer authority of her presence silenced them instantly. Teacher, I really don't need it. I'm already level 8. Please offer this opportunity to others. Under Bai Jie's unwavering gaze, Fong Han flushed slightly. He meant it earnestly. With 4 Cataclysm-tier pets at his command, he bulldozed through all dungeons below level 10. Why rely on external aid? Countless peers had begged him for leveling assistance. Even Wang Jiangfei had approached him repeatedly. He recognized Bai Jie's kindness. After all, his Iron-tier summoner profession was universally dismissed as hopeless. Across Class 9, only 2 Iron-tier professions existed. One was Fong Han, the other the level 5 priestess Xiaoying. Yet Fong Han could not publicly reveal his pets to prove his strength. What? You defy your teacher's instruction. Report to school in 3 days, sharp at dawn. Bai Jie arched a delicate eyebrow at him. Fong Han's protest died mid-sentence. There was no escape now. He nodded weakly, wearing a grimace of resigned exhaustion. The other boys stared, outraged. They'd been denied mentorship, while Fong Han dared feign reluctance. After issuing final instructions, Bai Jie dismissed the class. As Fong Han approached the school gate, he spotted Zheng Xuanglong, waiting patiently. Did you purchase everything? Zheng Xuanglong, a leaf dangling lazily from his lips, drawled. All set, Fong Han replied casually. They were headed to the Huanxiong City Orphanage to visit Elder Director and the children. Chu Hongyi and Mo Lingyu would accompany them. They visited every few months, though it had been nearly half a year since their last trip. Hailing a vacant horse carriage at the roadside, they boarded and sped westward. This world fused Western medieval aesthetics with Eastern sensibilities, devoid of electricity or advanced transportation. Short journeys relied on horse-drawn carriages, long-distance travel utilized teleportation arrays. Previously, Fong Han lacked the funds for carriage fare. Today marked his first ride since arriving in this world. The carriage glided swiftly and smoothly, its interior lined with plush velvety cushions, so stable that jolts vanished entirely. It's been ages. I wonder if Hongyi and Lingyu's sister miss me, and whether Hongyi's grown even more radiant. Zheng Xuanglong drifted into reverie. What do you think? They probably assume you're dead. Fong Han glanced sideways, exasperated. 20 minutes later, the carriage halted at the intersection of Kaishan Avenue and Xiangxia Road. 2 graceful figures stood waiting by the roadside. Spotting Fong Han and Zheng Xuanglong, their faces brightened with joy. Fong Han, you've finally arrived. Chu Hongyi waved eagerly. Fong Han offered both her and Mo Lingyu a warm smile. Zheng Xuanglong sprinted ahead. Hongyi, Lingyu sister, long time no see. Here, gifts for you both. That kid, what a master flatterer. Fong Han chuckled, watching Zheng Xuanglong press gift boxes into the girl's hands. By the way, where's Lu Kong? Didn't he come with you? Fong Han scanned the group, finding no sign of Lu Kong. Don't mention him. I refuse to lay eyes on him. At Lu Kang's name, Chu Hongyi's expression hardened instantly. Mo Lingyu's countenance likewise dimmed. What happened? Did he offend you? Fong Han asked, perplexed. Dares he bully our dearest Hongyi? I'll break him. Zheng Xuanglong rolled up his sleeves, revealing slender, wiry arms, and bristled with fierce intent. Let's walk and talk. Mo Lingyu managed a strained smile. The group proceeded southward along Xiangxia. He didn't exactly bully me. He couldn't even defeat me. Chu Hongyi tossed her head disdainfully. Then what did occur? Fan Han pressed. Yesterday Lu Kong Mo's sister and I entered a large-scale dungeon alongside several practitioners from Huanxiong No. 9 Han. At first all went smoothly, until the final boss fell. Then discord erupted over loot distribution. Chu Hongyi declared, bristling with indignation. Was the division unequal? Fan Han ventured cautiously. Yes, Chu Hongyi nodded. According to what was agreed upon beforehand, the golden wristband of the Frost set should be allocated to Sister Mo, which fits perfectly with her profession. Yet they have given it to their own people. Lu Kong didn't know what was going on, and not only did he not help us, but he also stood opposite us, speaking on behalf of the others. It's so infuriating. Chu Hongyi angrily kicked a pebble under her foot, striking a nearby street lamp. Why is Lu Kong turning against? Is he still human? My temper is such that I could just kill him right here. Zheng Shuanglong shouted indignantly. Things shouldn't be that simple. Lingyu, you are also at Huanyo Junior High. You should know those classmates, right? What exactly is going on? Fan Han asked calmly after pondering for a moment. I know them, but only by name. We haven't spoken before. To be honest, there is quite a connection with me. Mo Lingyu hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, how so? Fan Han was even more confused. The team we joined yesterday has a captain named Chen Tianlong. Mo Lingyu said. Chen Tianlong. I haven't heard of him. Fan Han shook his head. Oh, I remember now. Isn't he one of the 2 legendary professions that awakened in Huanyo City this year? Zheng Shuanglong exclaimed from the side. Yes, that's him. Mo Lingyu bit her red lips, slightly nodded, and continued. Chen Tianlong once pursued me, but I did not agree. So he is deliberately making things difficult for you. Zheng Shuanglong's face showed a look of realization. That's about it. Mo Lingyu nodded helplessly. So why are you still in his team? Fan Han asked. We didn't want to join at first, but Lu Kong insisted, wanting to admire the so-called legendary profession, so we had no choice but to agree. We didn't expect this to happen. At this point, Mo Lingyu sighed slightly. So that guy switched sides? Seeing that they are legendary professions, he ran over to fawn on them. Zheng Shuanglong asked. That's about it. Mo Lingyu nodded. Fan Han thought for a moment, and found it somewhat unbelievable. Having known Lu Kong for over a decade, and living under the same roof, how could he suddenly change so drastically? No wonder you both weren't talking much last night. It turns out this happened. Fan Han said thoughtfully. Anyway, I don't want to talk to him anymore. Chu Hongyi said, angrily quickening her pace. Let's find him when we get back and clarify things. Fan Han frowned. After all these years of living together, he didn't want to see a rift appear. About half an hour later, they arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. It was located on the outskirts of Huanyo City, just 500 or 600 meters further out. One could see the towering city walls and the city defense array. On the gate, the words Central Welfare Institute had faded almost beyond recognition after enduring countless years of wind and rain. The 4 of them had all come out from here. Dodo Huan, look who has come to see you. As the gate opened, Chu Hongyi entered holding several boxes. Dozens of children in the yard instantly surrounded them, joyfully calling out, Sister, sister, non-stop. Fan Han and Mo Lingyu received the same treatment. Zheng Shuanglong rarely came, so not many people recognized him. After staying a while at the Central Welfare Institute and leaving behind 100 gold coins, Fan Han and the others left. On the way back, while passing through an alley, the lethargic little bear on his shoulder suddenly opened its eyes, its fur bristling. What's wrong? This was the first time encountering such a situation, and Fan Han was puzzled. The little bear didn't speak, but pointed towards a disheveled homeless man curled up in a filthy puddle in the corner, uncertain of his fate. Such homeless men were common in the slums. No one cared for them. After a few days, they would die in some dark... What's wrong with that person? Fan Han looked over. He found that he was just an ordinary homeless man, not a professional, and there was nothing noteworthy about him. I don't know, but I can smell a hint of a natural disaster from him. The little bear suddenly spoke in a low voice. Natural disaster, aura. Fan Han's expression stiffened. Your pet can actually talk. Both Chu Hongyi and Mo Lingyu widened their eyes, curiously staring at the little bear. They had seen the little bear many times over the past few days, but it was the first time they heard it speak. Let's go take a look. Fan Han walked over, disregarding the dirt, and flipped the homeless man's body over. Upon seeing the scene of the homeless man, Chu Hongyi exclaimed and took 2 steps back. Zheng Shuanglong even drew his sword, vigilantly watching the surroundings. This homeless man was barely still a person. He seemed to have been dead for a long time, with skin tightly adhering to his bones, weighing no more than 20 kilograms, dry and decayed like a corpse that had been stored for thousands of years, looking particularly horrifying. He seems to have been drained of all his blood before dying. Mo Lingyu frowned and said, It looks very much like the work of a vampire from the Blood Clan. Chu Hongyi added, Could it be that a vampire has infiltrated Huanyo City? With this thought, Chu Hongyi looked. The Blood Clan is a very powerful race among the Natural Disaster Legion. 50 years ago, when the Natural Disaster Legion invaded, their leader was an immensely powerful vampire ancestor. The entire population of a small city had their blood drained. Even now, the site of that city remains an endless sea of blood. That can't be. Can they escape the tight scrutiny from above? Mo Lingyu retorted. Under normal circumstances, vampires appear very similar to humans, and their unique natural disaster aura can be completely concealed, making it very difficult for ordinary people to distinguish them. However, Huanyo City has professional alliances, adventure guilds, and the Huanyo City branch of the Supreme Council, among other transcendent organizations. It is almost impossible to sneak in without being detected. However, the natural disaster aura on this corpse was very evident. Fong Han and the others could not sense it. The little bear, however, could perceive it deeply. Although the little bear appears cute and obedient, its true form is a disaster giant bear. While such a creature has never appeared in the Natural Disaster Legion, if strictly classified, it should belong to the Natural Disaster Camp. This is why its perception of its kind is so sharp. Perhaps it's just an accident, maybe it offended a fire mage and got its body dehydrated by some fire magic. Let's get out of here. Fong Han steadied himself and said. The group was eager to leave this troublesome place, and upon hearing Fong Han's words they hurriedly left. Originally, Fong Han had planned to ask Lu Kang about the specific situation yesterday evening, but after waiting all night, Lu Kang did not return. Zheng Xuanlong was quite talkative, and with his presence the small courtyard was filled with laughter and joy. It was much more harmonious than when Lu Kang was there. The next day they arrived at the Professional Alliance, and the Huanyo team entered a level 10 dungeon. Their goal today was to break the clear record of the level 10 dungeon. Currently, Fong Han's pets Master Yi and Timo were level 8, while Fong Qingshan and the little bear were level 7. The level 10 dungeon posed no challenge for them, and they completed the first 3 difficulties in just one morning. At the current speed, we are sure to finish the remaining nightmare and hell difficulty this afternoon. Wu Hao said excitedly. Of course. Just look at who Fong Han's brother is. Zheng Xuanlong said proudly. A group of professionals walked up, blocking their... They tried to go around, but were stopped by 2 burly men. Both of these middle-aged strong men were over level 20, exuding a strong sense of pressure. Gentlemen, could you please make way? Yilan frowned and said in a deep voice. Who among you is the captain of the Huanyo team? The 2 strong men parted, and a tall girl with an extraordinary demeanor stepped forward, glancing at Fong Han and the others before casually asking. With an arrogant gaze and an extremely arrogant attitude, she looked down upon them as if she were an upper-class person. Despite her beauty, Fong Han still frowned. Li Qingwei, elemental sorceress epic. Level 11. No wonder she has the arrogance to back it up. Both her profession rank and level surpass most newly advanced professionals. I am the captain. Is there something you need? Yilan slightly raised her head and said assertively. The ostentatious display and condescending attitude made Yilan feel no fondness for this girl who was not inferior in looks and figure to her. Of course, she couldn't lose her presence. Next, are you planning to break the records for the last 2 difficulties of the level 10 dungeon? Li Qingwei still had an interrogative tone. We don't know you, so isn't there no need to discuss this with you? Yilan suppressed her anger and slowly spoke. You're looking for death. How dare you speak to the lady like that? One of the burly men instantly became furious and shouted. Do you want to fight? Wu Hao and Zheng Xuanlong immediately glared back. Despite the fact that these 2 middle-aged men were over level 20, they still showed no fear. The atmosphere at the scene became tense. Step back. Seeing this, Li Qingwei's expression slightly changed, and with a light shout the 2 strong men finally stopped. Then Li Qingwei looked at Yilan, a forced smile appearing on her face. You are the captain, right? There is something I need to discuss with you. Speak. Yilan had no fondness for this woman and said flatly. You should persuade one of your team members to leave so that I can join and take the captain position. Li Qingwei said. What? Yilan's eyes widened upon hearing this. I mean, you kick someone out, and I will take the captain position to create the dungeon clear record. Li Qingwei continued. Everyone finally understood Li Qingwei's true intentions. She wanted to participate in the dungeon and gain the honor of breaking the record. That's fine, but she even wants to be the captain. Dream on. Are you still asleep? I've never seen such a thick... Want to ride on our coattails and still act so arrogant. Wu Hao and Zheng Xuanlong immediately got angry and scolded her on the spot. A legendary event unprecedented was about to be born in their hands, and Li Qingwei actually wanted to intervene. Anyone would refuse. Unfazed by the 2's harsh words, Li Qingwei smiled faintly. I won't let you suffer. Each of you will receive 500 euro gold coins, plus a set of level 10 golden gear. This, not only the Huanyo team, but also the surrounding onlookers gasped in shock. That's 500,000 gold coins. How many people have ever seen such astronomical numbers? Moreover, the golden gear of Fong Han had spent 560 gold coins to buy a level 5 bronze set. The level 10 golden set would cost over 500 gold coins. In the Huanyo team, only Yilan was wearing a silver set. The others had some silver and golden equipment, but were all scattered pieces and did not form a set. If the entire Huanyo team had golden sets even without Fong Han's disaster pet, they could barely clear the level 10 dungeon on nightmare difficulty, but they would not be able to break the clear record. Yilan did not respond to Li Qingwei, but looked at Fong Han with concern. The price Li Qingwei offered was very high, and she was worried Fong Han might be tempted. Although Yi Lan was nominally the captain of the Huanyo team, the true core was Fong Han. Fong Han's expression remained calm as he looked at Li Qingwei and slowly said, "Sorry, but the Huanyo team has no plans to change members for now." In these days, countless people have had this idea of wanting to join the Huanyo team. However, most were polite and negotiable. It was the first time Fong Han encountered someone as overbearing and unreasonable as Li Qingwei. Black Iron Summoner. Li Qingwei showed no concealment of her disgust upon seeing Fong Han's profession information. "I am speaking to your captain. Do you have the right to speak here?" She then looked at Yi Lan with an undeniable tone. "Just him. A Black Iron Summoner would slow you down. Once I join, I can greatly enhance your efficiency." Upon hearing this, Yi Lan's expression immediately turned cold. "Sorry. Fong Han's words are my meaning." Yi Lan stared at Li Qingwei and said coldly, "Let's go." After saying this, she was about to go around from the side. "Stop. Did I say you could leave?" Li Qingwei's face darkened in indignation at being so ignored and shouted sternly. The two men behind her once again blocked Yi Lan's path. The smell of gunpowder filled the air once more. What a pity for that face that's quite good-looking yet so sharp-tongued. Tisk tsk. Zheng Shuanglong shook his head, feigning regret. "You." Li Qingwei's face turned ashen with rage. "Teach this hairless guy a lesson for me." Li Qingwei shouted angrily. The two strong men exchanged glances, grinning as they cracked their knuckles and approached Zheng Shuanglong. "This is the professional alliance. Do you dare to make a move?" Though unwilling to back down, Zheng Shuanglong yelled as he stepped back. Upon hearing this, the two strongmen hesitated. Although they were strong, they were far from enough in front of such a huge entity as the professional alliance. Daring to make a move here, even if Li Qingwei had a powerful background, she could not protect them. "Miss, why not let it go? This is the alliance's territory." One of the strongmen said with a low bow. "Useless things, get out of my way. Remember, if you offend me, Li Qingwei, you will not have a good end." After Li Qingwei angrily made a harsh remark, she stormed out of the professional alliance. "Investigate. Give me the complete information on all members of the Raccoon Squad. No one has ever dared to defy my orders. I want them to pay." After leaving the professional alliance, Li Qingwei clenched her fists and shouted in anger, her originally beautiful face twisted by her fury. "Understood, miss. We will ensure it is done." Two burly men bowed their heads in respectful response. "Who is she? She seems even more unrestrained than Lu Jiaming. She doesn't even regard the professional alliance." After entering the level 10 dungeon, the Wolf's Den, Fong Han casually asked. Li Qingwei, no impression. After thinking seriously for a moment, Yi Lan shook her head. "Oh, I remember now. Her father seems to be the leader of the Ashes Adventure Group." Wu Hao suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted, "The Ashes Adventure Group." Upon hearing this, everyone except Fong Han looked surprised, their expressions turning serious. There are over 100 adventure groups, large and small, in Raccoon City. The Ashes Adventure Group is incredibly powerful, ranking among the top 5 in the entire Raccoon City. The Savage Lion Adventure Group behind Lu Jiaming doesn't even qualify to carry the shoes of the Ashes Adventure Group. No wonder Li Qingwei is so arrogant, looking down on everyone. We need to be cautious from now on. Given Li Qingwei's domineering attitude, we have offended her and might face her, Yi Lan reminded worriedly. Fong Han, however, remained unfazed. Although his level was not very high, he did not fear Li Qingwei's retaliation. For Disaster Pets provided him with sufficient confidence. If Li Qingwei truly sent someone to take revenge, even if he couldn't win, he should be able to protect himself. Fong Qingshan could fly. If he really couldn't win, he could just let Fong Qingshan carry him away. With Fong Qingshan's Phoenix Rebirth skill, dying would be difficult. After summoning his pets, Fong Han began to grind the dungeon. The pace was almost the same as before, with Master Yi pulling a large group of monsters and then killing them in one wave, repeating this cycle. One by one, the evil wolves, savage wolves, and wild wolves fell beneath their feet, turning into everyone's experience. The final boss couldn't last 3 minutes, letting out a desperate howl before collapsing. Afterwards, the Hell difficulty Wolf's Den was no different from the Nightmare difficulty. It was all about rushing to the final. The two platinum bosses were a level 12 giant poison spider and the Savage Wolf King. The giant poison spider would release small spiders to attack, which would self-destruct when their health dropped below 20. The Savage Wolf King's howl would cause it to go berserk, significantly increasing its attack. To be safe, Timo set up a mushroom field in advance and lured the two bosses into it to kill them. After about 20 minutes of effort, they easily killed both bosses. Successfully killed the giant poison spider, experience 24,000. Successfully killed the giant poison spider, soul 1. Successfully killed the Savage Wolf King, experience 23,500. Successfully killed the Savage Wolf King, soul 1. Congratulations on leveling up to level 9, strength 1, constitution 1, spirit 3, agility 1. Successfully killed the giant poison spider, disaster sword Saint, experience 24,000. Successfully killed the Savage Wolf King, disaster sword Saint, experience 23,500. Your pet disaster sword saint leveled up to 9, strength 50, constitution 47, spirit 33, agility 39. A series of system notifications dropped several beams of golden light. The massive experience from the 2 platinum bosses allowed Fong Han to level up to 9. His pets also enjoyed a rise in levels, and at this moment the entire raccoon squad was at level 9, though some had more experience than others. We broke the dungeon clear record for 5 consecutive levels. We accomplished an unprecedented feat. This has never happened before, nor will it ever again. Even if the team disbands tomorrow, the name Raccoon Squad will surely be immortal. I still can hardly believe it. Looking at the 2 massive corpses of the BOSSES, Yilan appeared somewhat dazed. At this moment, aside from Fong Han, who could still maintain his composure, the others were beyond ecstatic. During this process, they had not exerted much effort, yet the glory was theirs. In their youthful recklessness, who could resist such temptation? Otherwise, Li Qingwei wouldn't have come here specifically to try and join the Raccoon Squad. At this moment, Fong Han was more concerned about the loot dropped by the boss. A total of 2 pieces of platinum equipment dropped: the level 11 Savage Wolf light boots and the level 10 Dawn robe, which were parts of the Savage Wolf set and Dawn set respectively. One was light armor worn by assassins and archers, while the other was cloth armor used by mages and priests. Fong Han was a summoner, and the Dawn robe was just right for him. Currently, he didn't have a high enough level and had to temporarily store them in the Void Ring. As soon as they exited the dungeon, Fong Han and the others were surrounded. Great God, so mighty. Raccoon Squad, so mighty. Great God, take me with you. I will be your most loyal dog, just hoping to be taken along. Fong Han, I've liked you for a long time. Look at me, big sister. The cheers and applause echoed through the dungeon hall, as if welcoming a king's return. At this moment, the observing professionals were all extremely excited, though none had the honor to participate. They witnessed the Raccoon Squad step by step breaking the clear record for level 610 dungeons in just 4.5 days, creating an unbreakable record. At this moment, all the clear record holders for the 5 difficulties, simple, medium, difficult, nightmare, and hell, on the gateway to the Wolf's Den were changed to the Raccoon Squad. The names of Fong Han, Yilan Meng, Xiaoran Zheng Shuanglong, and Wu Hao prominently appeared visible from afar. This was not only a reflection of glory, but also a symbol of strength. Even though Fong Han was just a black iron summoner, no one dared to look down on him anymore. The exit was tightly surrounded, and some were even kneeling begging for autographs. In the end, it was the Professional Alliance's steward, He Wangshu, who helped them clear the way. Today I've truly opened my eyes. 3 years ago, a legendary professional emerged from Raccoon No. One high school recognized as an unparalleled genius. Most of the latest dungeon records were set by her. I didn't expect that you all, though not as skilled as her, would go further than she did. He Wangshu said with a smile, her eyes filled with genuine admiration. Her level was currently higher than Fong Han's group, but she knew that their future would surely surpass hers. We're just lucky. Yilan felt her face flush slightly upon hearing these words. Luck. Once or twice might be luck, but breaking records every time is beyond what luck can explain. He Wangshu thought Yilan was being modest and laughed. Seeing this, Yilan chose not to say more. In truth, the luck she referred to was meeting Fong Han and forming the Raccoon Squad together. He Wangshu came to find them on Lu Taoyu's orders. Fong Han and the others returned to Lu Taoyu's office. As soon as he entered, Fong Han's gaze was drawn to the pile of gold coins and the dazzling array of weapons and equipment on the desk. Minister Lu, I've brought them in, He Wangshu reported to Lu Taoyu, closing the door and turning to leave. Very good. These days I've been observing you in secret, and you haven't disappointed me. Your performance is remarkable. Among this batch of awakened professionals, your brilliance might even surpass those 2 legendary figures. Lu Taolu stood up, a satisfied smile on his face. Bai Ningguang and the legendary professional Raccoon No. 9 did not participate in the Professional Alliance's dungeons. Naturally, Lu Taoyu's impression of them couldn't compare to that of the Raccoon Squad. Breaking 5 records brought great benefits to the Raccoon City Professional Alliance, and someone even came to inquire about it. Yilan humbly replied again. All right, I can see through your abilities at a glance. With your capabilities, breaking 1 or 2 dungeon records might be possible, but breaking 5 consecutively is unprecedented and certainly not something you all could achieve. The true core of the Raccoon Squad should be you, Fong Han. Unexpectedly, Lu Taolu suddenly shifted his gaze to Fong Han, his eyes sharp, and spoke something astonishing. Don't worry, I mean no harm. You are the future of humanity and the main force against disasters. How could I make things difficult for you? Seeing the others tense up, Lu Taoyu's serious face broke into a warm smile again. Only then did Yilan and the others breathe a sigh of relief. Fong Han, could you enlighten this old man of nearly 50? Lu Taolu looked at Fong Han with eager eyes. Yilan and the others were quite anxious, but Fong Han remained calm throughout. He knew this day would come sooner. With such powerful pets, and having broken 5 records, it was futile to hide it. In fact, I rely entirely on it. Fong Han smiled, slightly glancing at the little bear on his shoulder. Unbeknownst to whether it was due to a day spent grinding dungeons, the little bear was now fast asleep, snuggled on his shoulder. Fong Han's face darkened immediately. Sleeping at such a critical moment. Truly not giving face to his owner. Little bear. Fong Han shook his shoulder and called out in a low voice. Huh, where's the enemy? The little bear jolted awake, looking around in confusion. The little bear speaking was something Yi Lan and the others were used to, but Lu Taliu, a high-ranking member of the Professional Alliance who had seen countless storms, was thoroughly startled. He had long suspected that the Raccoon Squad's achievements were due to Fong Han's little bear pet. However, he never imagined it could actually speak. This completely shattered his worldview. A few years ago, he had the fortune to meet a legendary summoner at a meeting at the Professional Alliance headquarters who had raised 3 legendary tier pets. Though all were exceptionally powerful, they remained pets. Not only could they not speak, but their intelligence was not much higher than that of other pets. Unlike Fong Han's pet, which could not only talk, but also had a bright and intelligent gaze, clearly not a Fong Han, it can actually speak. Lu Talu pointed at the little bear, trembling slightly. After a lifetime of storms, he was surprisingly flustered in front of it. Of course, isn't it natural to be born talking? The little bear raised its head proudly. Be respectful, don't act so casually. This is the Minister of the Professional Alliance. Fong Han heavily knocked on the little bear's forehead. Master, it hurts. The little bear immediately covered its forehead and began to whimper. Stop pretending. You need to be polite when meeting others, do you hear me? Fong Han glared at it impatiently. The little bear had leveled up to 8, its constitution and defense ridiculously high. Even Fong Han's full attack couldn't break through its defense. I know I was wrong. The little bear grinned, and then turned to Lu Taliu, pretending to be serious as it said, Greetings, Minister. Good, good, good. Lu Taliu repeatedly exclaimed, his eyes never leaving the little bear. Can I take a look at its information? Upon discovering that the little bear's information was not accessible, Lu Taliu's curiosity intensified. He rubbed his hands together and asked Fong Han, of course. Fong Han replied with a smile. After saying that, he voluntarily displayed the little bear's information. Disaster Giant Bear Pet Tier Disaster Final Form cannot be spied on level 8, 493, 779, 0000. Loyalty, 100. Never betray. C8090 Health, 12140. Attack, 1070. Defense, 607. Critical hit, 4 Strength, 535. Growth Coefficient, 51. Constitution, 607. Growth Coefficient, 58. Spirit, 376. Growth Coefficient, 37. Agility, 439. Growth Coefficient, 43. Movement Speed, 6. 4. Skills: Disaster Body, Disaster Passive Skill. When the health of the Disaster Giant Bear drops below half, it transforms into a giant bear, increasing its attack by 100, defense by 100, and its normal attacks deal an additional 20 lightning splash damage. Thunderous Roar Disaster. The Disaster Giant Bear lets out an earth-shattering roar, dealing 2,000 damage to targets within an 18-meter radius, decreasing their defense by 80 for 5 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Storm Nebula Rift Disaster. The Disaster Giant Bear slams the ground, causing the earth to crack, dealing 2,000 damage to targets in a fan-shaped area ahead, with an 80 chance to paralyze them for 1 second. Rocket Storm Disaster. The Disaster Giant Bear launches rockets forward, dealing 2,000 damage to targets within an 18-meter radius. Cooldown 30 seconds. Cataclysmic Impact Disaster. The Disaster Giant Bear charges into the target area, triggering an earthquake shockwave that knocks back all targets within a 6-meter radius, dealing 2,000 damage. Cooldown 1 minute. Disaster. What tier is this? Lu Taolu was stunned after just a glance. The more he looked, the wider his eyes became. Clang. Lu Taolu, the resource minister of the Raccoon City Professional Alliance, stumbled and fell into his chair, his expression filled with shock. Yi Lan and the others performed no better than Lu Taolu. They had been running dungeons with Fong Han for the past few days, and while they knew that the little bear was powerful, they had no accurate understanding of just how powerful. Only at this moment, upon seeing Little Bear's attributes, did they truly grasp the reality. No wonder it could eliminate monsters in an instant. No wonder the formidable golden and platinum bosses were being ravaged by Fong Han's pet. Now they finally understood. What does it mean to be invincible? This is what invincible means. A perverse kind of invincibility. Invincible to the point of being monstrous. Is this really your pet? After a long while, Lu Taolu finally managed to utter a few words. He had seen much in his life, but had never lost his composure like this. Even the pressure from that legendary summoner's pet could not compare to the shock brought by Little Bear. At level 8, it already had such terrifying attributes. The growth factor was more than twice that of legendary pets, and the skill enhancement was also double that of legendary pets. He could hardly believe how powerful Little Bear would become once it leveled up. Fong Han said nothing, simply smiling as he looked at Lu Taolu. Lu Taolu realized that he had just asked a pointless question. No wonder. This explains everything. Lu Taolu regained some composure and muttered to himself. Natural disaster. What tier is it? Is there such a tier? Is it higher than the legendary tier? Lu Taolu voiced the doubts of the crowd. It should be similar to legendary, I suppose. Fong Han replied ambiguously. Lu Taolu nodded in a non-committal manner. Legendary pet. With Fong Han's relatively affirmative answer, the doubts in Yi Lan and the others' hearts were considerably alleviated. Although they did not understand why a black iron summoner like Fong Han could defy common sense and possess a legendary pet, the facts before them left no room for disbelief. Their shock towards Fong Han far exceeded that of Lu Taolu. Lu Taolu had only seen one pet, while they knew that Fong Han had 3 equally powerful pets yet to be revealed. Little Bear was actually the least conspicuous among Fong Han's pets. Young man, I have high hopes for you. You will surely have a place on the future list of human prodigies. Lu Taolu patted Fong Han's shoulder heavily, his gaze revealing admiration. Take this thing that will make your dealings in the professional alliance much easier. Lu Taolu took out a golden token and placed it in Fong Han's hand. Golden Steward. Upon seeing the words on the token, Fong Han's hand trembled, nearly dropping it. Minister Lu, this isn't too good, right? It's too precious. And I still have to go to college. I have no plans to join the professional alliance for now. Fong Han hurriedly declined. Take it. Do you think joining the professional alliance is as easy as you think? So many people want to join the professional alliance, but lack the qualifications. Lu Taolu said sternly, his tone leaving no room for argument. But Fong Han wore a troubled expression, trying to find another reason to refuse, when Yi Lan quietly poked him with her finger. Fong Han, since it's Minister Liu's good intentions, you should just accept it. Yi Lan said. Kid, don't worry, this token doesn't mean you are officially a golden steward of the professional alliance. Only the president and vice president have the authority to appoint such positions. This token is merely to give you a cover identity, just a nominal title. Furthermore, holding this token will grant you a 10% discount at all shops within the professional alliance. Fong Han was still hesitant, but Lu Taolu added a few more words. All right, then thank you, Minister Lu. Hearing about the discount, Fong Han's eyes lit up, immediately agreeing. This was a tangible benefit, why refuse it? Moreover, having the token was equivalent to having a backing. In the future, anyone who dared to harbor ill intentions towards him would have to think twice about the consequences. This is the reward you all deserve. Take inventory. Lu Taolu waved his hand, and several items appeared on the table. A gem as translucent as ice seemed to harbor an endless galaxy within. Star fragment tier, level, an essential core material for crafting supreme equipment. A swirling mass of eerie red runes. Blood rune tier, level, an essential core material for crafting supreme equipment. A dark red bone measuring 0.5 meter in length. Giant troll bone tier, level, an essential core material for crafting supreme equipment. A massive heart that continuously beats. Demon heart tier, level, an essential core material for crafting supreme equipment. Upon seeing these items, Fong Han's heart skipped a beat. His gaze was fixed, unwilling to look away for even a moment. All of these were materials for crafting equipment without tiers. Each one was worth a fortune, and if placed outside, countless people would fight over them. And now they all belonged to him. Fong Han suppressed the excitement in his heart and gathered all these items. He also stored other rewards, including 8,000 gold coins and 4 golden weapons, into his void ring. After Lu Taolu encouraged them a bit more, Fong Han and the others took their leave. Oh no, I just forgot to ask how these materials can be turned into equipment. After taking a few steps, Fong Han suddenly slapped his forehead, feeling regretful. He was about to turn back to Fong Han. Don't go back. Minister Lu can't help you. Perhaps someone in the Professional Alliance can craft equipment without tiers, but the Raccoon City Professional Alliance cannot. Yi Lan called out. Then what's the use of me having these materials? Fong Han frowned. I know a master craftsman, he might be able to help you. Yi Lan continued. Really? Fong Han immediately perked up upon hearing this. There should be a good chance. Decades ago, this master craftsman crafted a tierless crossbow. It should be no problem for him to make you something. Yi Lan said confidently. That's great. Take me there quickly. Fong Han exclaimed excitedly, grabbing Yi Lan's hand. Now, it's too late today. How about tomorrow? Tomorrow I will take you to find him. Suddenly grabbed by Fong Han, Yi Lan's cheeks flushed, and she said shyly. Oh haha, I got too excited. Let's go tomorrow. Fong Han realized he was a bit out of line, and quickly released Yi Lan's hand. What are you laughing at? No laughing allowed. Turning around, he saw Zheng Xuanglong and the others with teasing expressions. Fong Han said irritably, Fong Han, you guys are developing too fast. You've only known each other for a few days, and you're already holding hands. TSK. Zheng Xuanglong joked dramatically. Xiao Xiong, give him a good lesson, but don't kill him, just leave him breathing. Fong Han's eyes turned cold as he spoke in a low voice. Understood, master. Xiao Xiong replied enthusiastically, baring his sharp little tiger teeth, and lunged towards Zheng Xuanglong. Oh, no. Zheng Xuanglong wailed and fled in panic. After Yi Lan and the others left, Fong Han entered a shop and disposed of all his equipment. As he exited the Professional Alliance, he unexpectedly spotted Yi Lan. Yi Lan, why haven't you gone home yet? Fong Han asked in surprise. I just forgot. Here, take this, it will make communication. Yi Lan smiled and placed a bracelet-like item in Fong Han's hand. What is this? Fong Han curiously examined it. Spirit Communication Bracelet, Grade Platinum. It allows communication with others holding the same bracelet within a 10-kilometer radius. Fong Han suddenly understood. Isn't this just a version of a mobile phone? It has already saved my information. If you need to contact me, you can directly reach me through the Spirit Communication Bracelet. Yilan added from the side, it is convenient. But this thing must be quite expensive. Fong Han raised his head and he hadn't seen many people wearing Spirit Communication Bracelets. Moreover, this was a platinum-grade bracelet with an effective range of up to 10 kilometers. Oh, it's not much, not even as expensive as a piece of equipment. Hurry up and wear it. Yilan urged with a dodging gaze. Seeing this, Fong Han no longer declined and put the Spirit Communication Bracelet on his wrist. After agreeing on a time and place to meet tomorrow, the two parted ways. Lu Kang still hadn't returned today. Does this guy know he went too far and is too embarrassed to face us, so he doesn't dare to come back? Chu Hongi muttered. Hongi, forget it. No matter what, he is our best partner. As long as he clarifies things, I believe he has his reasons. Mo Ling Yu shook her head. For what reasons? He is just a sycophant preferring the wealthy. Fong Han, what do you After Chu Hongi snorted coldly, she turned to Fong Han. Aye. Fong Han was taken aback, about to speak when the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open. It was Lu Kang, who hadn't appeared for 2 days. Fong Han Ling Yu, you're all here. Look at what I brought back for you. Chu Hongi was about to confront him when Lu Kang forced a smile and spoke first, placing a pile of food on the table. Roast duck, roast chicken, roast fish, and a whole bunch of delicious food. Don't think you can bribe us with these. Chu Hongi deliberately maintained a stern face and turned her head away. Where's the bribery? Lu Kang laughed. Aren't you going to feast before punishing me? His words effectively silenced Chu Hongi's accusations. While eating, Lu Kang explained his actions from that day. He wasn't just clinging to Chen Tianlong. He was after an important piece of information. What information? Mo Ling Yu asked. A vortex suddenly appeared in the southern part of Raccoon City. After observation, it is very likely to be an entrance to a level 15 dungeon. You all should know what a new dungeon means. Lu Kang lowered his voice and said mysteriously, a new dungeon. Chu Hongi and Mo Lingjia's faces showed clear shock. Fong Han was somewhat puzzled. It's just a dungeon, oh why the fuss? In the Professional Alliance there are many level 15 dungeons, and even level 30 dungeons are abundant. They are simply impossible to clear in time. Fong Han, you don't know this. Every new dungeon guarantees an ungraded equipment material upon first clearance. Chu Hongi explained upon seeing Fong Han's expression. Ungraded materials. Fong Han, who had initially shown little interest, perked up at Chu Hongi's words. No one understood the value of ungraded materials better than him. Chu Hongi eagerly asked, did Chen Tianlong tell you the dungeon's location? Exactly. However, the vortex has been restless and currently unstable. It will take about 10 days to stabilize. At that time we can go explore and pioneer. Lu Kang expressed great satisfaction with the trio's response. But wilderness dungeons must be very dangerous, right? Can we manage? Mo Ling Yu expressed her concerns. Yes. Ungraded materials are very tempting, but we need to be alive to obtain them. Chu Hongi agreed. Wilderness dungeons won't be as considerate as the Professional Alliance, which divides different difficulties for adventurers. They come straight at the highest difficulty. Generally, newly appeared wilderness dungeons can only be tackled either by regular teams from the Professional Alliance or powerful adventurer groups. They were just novices, not top-tier professionals, and their equipment was quite ordinary, making their competitiveness almost zero. Fortune favors the bold. Nothing is impossible. In 10 days our levels should approach 15. At that time we can guarantee a successful clearance by following Chen Tianlong. Lu Kang spoke confidently. We still have to go with him. Mo Ling Yu frowned slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. Chu Hongi bluntly stated, that guy looks at everyone with lecherous eyes. I don't want to see him. That's not how you should say it. I worked hard to get Chen Tianlong to agree to give us 3 spots. We can't waste it. Lu Kang insisted. 3 spots. Wasn't it supposed to be 4? Upon hearing this, Chu Hongi immediately exploded, raising her tone. Fong Han, I didn't mean to leave you out. After all, Chen Tianlong hasn't seen you, and since it's a high-difficulty new dungeon, there must be some requirements for professional ranks. Lu Kang said with an apologetic face. If Fong Han doesn't go, then I'm not going either. Chu Hongi's Mo Lingjia's expression also turned unfriendly. This. Lu Kang suddenly looked a bit awkward. Hongi, you all should go. I don't mind, going would only hold you back. Fong Han smiled and said nonchalantly. Because his profession was that of a black iron summoner, he had long been accustomed to being mocked and looked down upon by others. However, it's one thing for others to mock him, but hearing it from Lu Kang, a good brother for many years, still made Fong Han feel uncomfortable. As for the new dungeon, Fong Han believed the exact location would soon be leaked. No matter how difficult the dungeon was, with his powerful pet army, he was fully confident he could solo it. That way he wouldn't have to share the ungraded materials with others. Lu Kang, I really misjudged you. Fong Han, let's go. Chu Hongi scolded and angrily pulled Fong Han away. Dinner ended on an unhappy note. Lu Kang looked at Fong Han's retreating figure, his gaze revealing a hint of concealed malice. Early the next morning, as Fong Han was preparing to head out, the spiritual communication bracelet on his wrist vibrated. With a tap of his finger, a phantom appeared. It was Yilan, greatly reduced in size, but her features were still quite clear. Fong Han, I'm almost there, have you? Yilan's clear voice came through. Just wait, I'll be there soon. After ending the call, Fong Han felt a bit tired. Yilan seemed even more invested than he was. The agreed meeting point was in the west of the city. 20 minutes later, hurrying and slowing down, Fong Han saw from a distance a slender figure standing under a tall tower, tiptoeing and looking around. The gentle breeze lightly swayed her white short skirt, making her look exceptionally youthful and charming. Her long, fair legs glowed, causing Fong Han's gaze to linger for several seconds. Sorry I'm late. Fong Han approached, speaking with an apologetic tone. I just arrived too. Let's go, we should. Yilan waved her hand, her flawless, delicate face breaking into a bright smile. Fong Han followed her as they turned into a narrow street. The western part of the city was quite expansive and not entirely a slum. Yilan led Fong Han through twists and turns until they finally arrived in front of a house that appeared quite historic. The gate of the courtyard was wide open, and from a distance an elderly man with a white beard could be seen reclining in a chair, looking relaxed. In the courtyard there were also some dusty iron furnaces and other smelting tools. Grandpa Deng, we're here. Yilan called out from afar. Unbeknownst to her, she was already holding two beautifully wrapped boxes. Oh, it's Yilan. Finally willing to visit this old bone of mine. The old man recognized Yilan, his tone joyful, yet tinged with a hint of lament. Grandpa Deng, don't say that. Didn't I just come to see you last month? I've been busy upgrading and haven't had time. Look, I brought you 2 big boxes of your favorite sweets. Yilan said with a beaming smile as she stepped closer to the old man, shaking the boxes. As Fong Han approached, he suddenly noticed that this elderly man with his hair peppered with gray had only one leg. You've got a conscience. You're much better than that unreliable grandfather of yours. A satisfied smile appeared on the old man's wrinkled face. Grandpa Deng, this is my friend I mentioned, Fong Han. This is Deng Man, my grandfather's comrade from the past, who achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield against the natural disasters, slaying countless powerful monsters. Yilan introduced them. Deng Man, Master Smith Epic. Level 49. It's an honor to meet you, Grandpa Deng. Fong Han said with deep respect in his voice. Hee, so it's you, young man, looking for me to help forge equipment. I haven't worked for decades, and I have no interest in ordinary materials. You might be making a wasted trip. If it weren't for Yilan, I wouldn't see outsiders at all. Deng Man's attitude was markedly different when addressing Fong Han, his face long and somewhat impatient. Grandpa Deng, didn't we agree on this? Why are you changing your mind again? Yilan immediately became displeased, shaking Deng Man's arm vigorously as she pouted in complaint. All right. Stop shaking. If you keep it up, this old bone of mine will fall apart. Fine, I really can't help you. Let me see what materials he has to offer. Deng Man looked helpless, smiling wryly. Without children or grandchildren, he regarded Yilan, who often visited him with care, as close as a granddaughter. Fong Han paid no mind to Deng Man's doubts. An epic-class profession would naturally be more selective. He took out 5 pieces of unranked materials one by one. True blood of the divine. Unranked materials. When that dark red liquid was revealed, the previously lazy Deng Man seemed to spring up as if propelled by a spring. Indeed, it's no mistake. This is the true blood of the divine. Deng Man's gaze was fixed tightly on the true blood, his voice trembling with excitement, and his white beard shook along with it. His expression resembled someone who had encountered a rare treasure. Stardust fragments, blood runes, ogre bones, demon hearts. As the other unranked materials appeared, Deng Man's mouth fell wide open, unable to close for a long time. After a while, his astonished expression slowly calmed, and his gaze toward Fong Han became incredibly complex. I was blind just now, please don't take offense. Deng Man shook his head with a wry smile. He then complained to Yilan, Child, why didn't you tell me earlier that it was for forging unranked equipment? You made me unprepared and made a fool of myself. Yilan smiled playfully. Grandpa Deng, you didn't ask. I just wanted to give you a surprise. You girl, your temper is just like your grandfather's. Deng Man laughed helplessly. Grandpa Deng, can you forge it? Fong Han asked the most important question. I can, but it will take some time. Since you are a friend recognized by Yilan, I will make sure you leave with something. It should be ready by tomorrow afternoon around this time. Deng Man patted his chest, speaking boldly. At that moment, he appeared spirited, shedding his earlier lethargy. Thank you very much, Grandpa Deng. Fong Han exclaimed joyfully. Hey, I've been lying around for half my life. This old bone needs to move. After Fong Han and Yilan left, Deng Man hobbled on his cane to the iron furnace, gazing at the true blood of the divine, and other materials laid out. A flicker of flame appeared to be burning in his eyes. Back in the day, during a battle with the natural disaster army, Grandpa Deng was captured after a powerful orc swordmaster from the Red Beastman tribe severed his leg. The orcs valued Grandpa Deng's profession and chose not to kill him, instead demanding that he forge weapons for their tribe. Grandpa Deng would rather die than yield. In the end, after enduring countless inhumane tortures, Grandpa Deng finally awaited the rescue of the Burning Legion. On their way out, Yilan recounted the story behind Deng Man's lost leg. I see now. Admiration shone in Feng Han's eyes. Though he had not experienced the war with the natural disaster army, he could imagine the scene. Orcs have always been synonymous with brutality, ignorance, and bloodshed, representing one of the greatest threats. In a certain town just 100 kilometers from Raccoon City, it was breached by orcs a few years ago, and the humans inside were slaughtered, turning it into a paradise for orcs. Raccoon City had organized forces several times to reclaim it all, ending in failure. Not only did they suffer losses, but they also emboldened that orc tribe, which frequently sent small groups to raid Raccoon City, causing much headache for its high-ranking officials. After returning to the Professional Alliance, Feng Han and Yilan entered the level 10 dungeon, the Wild Wolf's Den, selecting Hell difficulty. The absence of 3 individuals made no difference to Feng Han. In fact, with fewer people sharing the experience, he gained much more. Several pets unleashed their full power, quickly clearing a dungeon before entering again. He had lost count of how many times they had raided the Howling Wolf's Den. It was not until the afternoon of the next day, after killing the Howling Wolf King and the giant venomous spider once more, that Feng Han finally paused. Successfully killed the giant venomous spider experience, 32000. Successfully killed the giant venomous spider soul 1. Successfully killed the Howling Wolf King experience, 33000. Congratulations on reaching level 10, Strength 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 3, Agility 1. Successfully killed the giant venomous spider, the Disaster Swordmaster experience, 32000. Successfully killed the Howling Wolf King, the Disaster Swordmaster experience, 33000. Your pet, the Disaster Swordmaster, has reached level 10, Strength 50, Constitution 47, Spirit 33, Agility 39. Congratulations on reaching level 10. The Infinite Golden Legend talent is activated, acquiring the Golden Legend attribute Endless Armament. Endless Armament Golden Legend pets gain an additional equipment slot, allowing them to wear one piece of equipment. From level 9 to 10 to 0 experience is needed. Under Feng Han's relentless dungeon grinding, he finally accumulated enough experience to reach level 10 and obtained another Golden Legend attribute. Can pets wear equipment too? Feng Han was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the new attribute before being filled with ecstatic joy. Originally, pets could not wear human equipment, but the Endless Armament Golden Legend attribute allowed his pets to equip items. All his pets were of disaster level. Equipping them would be like adding wings to a tiger, making them even more powerful. Feng Han had initially thought that using unranked equipment on himself was a waste, but now it could be used for his pets. Pairing it with disaster-level pets would perfectly complement each other, maximizing the benefits of unranked equipment. He was eager to see how powerful his pets would become once they donned the unranked equipment. Besides Feng Han himself, Master Yi and Timo also reached level 10. Feng Qingxian and Little Bear reached level 9. Their strength had significantly increased compared to before. Moreover, his equipment was upgraded from the level 5 Bronze Mystic set to the Dawn set, a mix of gold and platinum. Dawn set Gold, level 10. Attributes Defense 300, Attack 240, Life 400, Spirit 20, Mana 500, Critical Hit 4. Dawn Light 55 set attributes Constitution 20, Spirit 30, Critical Hit 1. For the past couple of days, he had been continually raiding the Howling Wolf's Den with another important goal of obtaining a full set of the Dawn set that he could wear. Fortunately, luck was on his side. In the last run, he obtained the final piece of the Dawn set. Although it was a mix of gold and platinum tiers, its attributes remained exceptionally powerful. This full set would be worth at least 1,000 gold in the market. At this moment, Feng Han's equipment was far superior to most players of the same level. However, his attributes still fell short compared to others, as the growth coefficient of his Black Iron class was too low, limiting his potential. The attribute points gained with each level up couldn't even match others' fractions. Having superior equipment could only narrow the gap, but could not completely compensate. Feng Han didn't mind his combat strength relied entirely on his pets, and having good equipment was merely a bonus. If it weren't for the fact that he wasn't short on money at the moment, he would have considered selling the Dawn set. Feng Han, should we go find Grandpa Deng now? After Feng Han finished his tasks, Yilan gently inquired. No rush, take this. Feng Han slightly waved his hand, producing a set of silvery white equipment from his spatial ring and handing it to Yilan. It was the level 11 Howling Wolf set dropped by the Howling Wolf King. The Howling Wolf set is a light armor set suitable for agile classes, and Yilan's class happened to be a perfect fit. No way. This is too precious, I can't accept it. Just following you to gain experience is already quite good. How can I take your equipment? Yilan repeatedly declined when she recognized it was the Howling Wolf set. The drop rate of the Howling Wolf King is slightly higher than that of the giant venomous spider, and all the drop pieces are platinum tier, making its overall value much higher than Feng Han's current mixed gold and platinum Dawn set. A full platinum Howling Wolf set would fetch around 1,000 gold in the shop. An 11-level platinum set would remain viable until level 20. For other players, owning a single piece of platinum equipment is already impressive, yet Fong Han generously offered a complete set of platinum gear. If it weren't for UID only have unranked materials and wouldn't be able to turn them into unranked equipment, they'd just be for show. You've done me a great favor. A set of platinum equipment is nothing in comparison. Moreover, you also gifted me a spirit ring, right? This counts as a mutual exchange. Oh, please don't decline, just accept it. Fong Han smiled and said. Fong Han's generous attitude moved Yilan greatly. Eventually, she could not resist the allure of the exquisite equipment and Fong Han's persuasion and accepted the Howling Wolf set. Her fondness for Fong Han increased a notch. After leaving the Profession Alliance, the two headed straight for Grandpa Deng's home. Is this the unranked equipment? It doesn't seem to have anything special about it apart from its flashy design. At that moment, Fong Han had already left Grandpa Deng's house and stood in a deserted alley. He held a peculiar weapon in his hand. About 2 meters long, entirely black as ink, the blade was engraved with intricate patterns of dark gold and dark red swirling with a golden red hue that was both dazzling and mysterious. The world-ending Demon Dragon Blade Silver, level 10, adaptive. Attributes attack 2272 adaptive. Attributes critical hit 20. Armor piercing 20. Additional world-ending, when the target is struck by the world-ending Demon Dragon Blade, their life recovery is reduced by 100 for 5 seconds. Additional materials required for Evolution 02. This is too exaggerated. Yi Laniying's little mouth opened slightly, her eyes filled with shock. Looking again at the golden longbow in hand compared to the world-ending Demon Dragon Blade, it was simply trash, not worthy to be displayed. A platinum weapon of the same level has an attack of at most 500 points. The attack of the world-ending Demon Dragon Blade is more than 4 times that of a platinum weapon. Moreover, it adds 20 points of critical hit and 20 armor piercing. The accompanying passive skill world-ending is truly invincible. As long as the enemy is struck by the world-ending Demon Dragon Blade, drinking a life potion will be of no use. They will not recover. Not only that, but healing skills from priests will also be ineffective. Healing can only be done after dispelling the world-ending state or waiting for it to naturally dissipate. But how many can withstand the continuous attacks of the world-ending Demon Dragon Blade? Moreover, the current grade of the world-ending Demon Dragon Blade is only silver. As the grade increases and Master Yi's level rises, the attributes will become increasingly powerful. If Fong Han remembers correctly, the attack of the world-ending Demon Dragon Blade is exactly double that of Master Yi. After equipping the world-ending Demon Dragon Blade, Master Yi's attack skyrocketed directly to 3,408 points. The passive skill path of the infinite doubles Master Yi's normal attack, again reaching a terrifying 6,816 points. Fong Han was stunned. His heart was racing nonstop. With such terrifying attack power, even the Wolf King and the Crazy Wolf Den would not withstand a few strikes. Even a Blade Storm could directly annihilate the level 11 Platinum BOSS, the Wolf King, and the Giant Poison Spider. Fong Han finally understood why equipment without grade is so precious, each piece worth a fortune. After switching to the world-ending Demon Dragon Blade, Master Yi's image changed drastically. With a tall and sturdy figure, Master Yi holding the dark golden red swirling black sword in one hand, seemed as if an illusory black dragon shadow continuously circled around him, adding an aura of coldness and annihilation. Holding the world-ending Demon Dragon Blade, Master Yi seemed to truly become the Sword Saint of Calamity, the supreme undead lord of the Calamity Legion, possessing the terrifying ability to slay and destroy worlds. Such an image of Master Yi even made Fong Han, as the owner, feel a chill and hesitate to approach. For others, seeing Master Yi's fearsome appearance for the first time would leave them either paralyzed with fright or crying in fear. Grandpa Deng said that crafting the world-ending Demon Dragon Blade required 3 kinds of gradeless materials, and the remaining 2 materials upgraded it from black iron grade to silver grade. This means that as long as there are enough gradeless materials, the grade of the world-ending Demon Dragon Blade can continue to rise. Fong Han recalled what Deng Man had just said. Theoretically, yes. Gradeless equipment levels will adapt to the user's level, and the base attack will also adapt simultaneously. The biggest feature compared to other ordinary equipment is that it can continuously evolve. As long as there are enough gradeless materials, reaching the highest legendary grade is not a problem. However, it is said that the materials consumed will increase exponentially with each grade upgrade. Yilan nodded and took over the conversation. Fong Han looked again at the world-ending Demon Dragon Blade. Currently, it is of silver grade, and to further upgrade it to gold grade, 2 gradeless materials are needed. Thinking of this, Fong Han felt a bit of a toothache. The power of the world-ending Demon Dragon Blade is immense, but the cost is also extremely high, something an ordinary person could hardly bear. There are basically no gradeless materials circulating on the market, once they appear they are immediately snatched up by various forces. The price is at least above 10 million. Fong Han's current amount of money is not even enough to afford a glance at it. He looked at the imposing Master Yi and then at the little bear whose eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Suddenly, a bold idea sprang up in Fong Han's mind. to equip each pet with a piece of gradeless equipment. What to do if there isn't enough money? Then he would utilize his golden legendary traits to earn money by selling high-grade pets, constantly grinding dungeons, selling materials, and selling equipment to earn money. One day he would gather enough money. At the same time, he placed even more importance on the level 15 new dungeon mentioned by Liu Kang. First, clear the new dungeon. Obtaining gradeless materials is imperative. If Grandpa Deng saw the money you left behind, he would probably be very upset, right? Yilan suddenly chuckled softly. There's nothing I can do, he just won't accept money. Without Grandpa Deng there wouldn't be this world-ending demon dragon blade. Those gold coins are just a token of appreciation. Fang Han couldn't help but smile. When he took the world-ending demon dragon blade, no matter what, Deng Man refused to accept money. Fang Han had no choice but to quietly leave 500 gold coins when he left, taking advantage of Deng Man's momentary inattention. 500 gold coins may seem like a lot, but compared to the world-ending demon dragon blade, it was nothing. Describing the world-ending demon dragon blade as invaluable is not enough. It truly is a priceless treasure. Even if offered 100 million, countless people would fight to the death for it, crying and begging Fang Han to sell it to them. Fang Han, what are you going to do next? Yilan tidied her loose hair and asked softly. At this moment it was already dusk. The setting sun cast a warm golden glow on Yilan, enveloping her in a soft light, making her appear graceful, bright, and beautiful. It's getting late. You've helped me so much today, let me treat you to a meal. Then we can head home. Fang Han said. Sure. Then I might just eat you out of house and home. I can eat a lot. Hearing this, a charming smile blossomed on Yilan's face. Though she joked about wanting to drain Fang Han's finances, she ultimately found a clean snack stall by the street. After the meal, the total cost for the two was less than a silver coin. Even so, Yilan still appeared very happy. I'm not lacking money right now, you don't have to save for me. Fang Han felt a bit speechless. He was indeed in dire need of money, extremely short on funds, but what he lacked were tens of millions, or even billions of gold coins, not this small change. From Yilan's usual demeanor, Fang Han could tell that Yilan's family was well off. Even if they weren't a wealthy family, they were far beyond what he could compare to. Thank you, teacher. Bye. Fang Han nodded in gratitude. Hell, what future can an iron grade summoner possibly have? By the way, Yilan, I heard rumors that there seems to be a level 15 new dungeon appearing outside the city. You know more people than I do. Can you help me find out where the dungeon is located? New dungeon? Sure, no problem. Leave it to me. After hearing this, Yilan first showed a hint of confusion, then readily agreed. Later, when Fang Han mentioned that he would have to follow the class teacher to level up for a week, Yilan showed obvious disappointment. The next day, Fang Han arrived at school. Fang Han, why did you come so late? We've been waiting for you for half an hour. A boy named Xiao Yong said discontentedly upon seeing Fang Han's tardiness. In the classroom, Bai Jie and 8 other classmates were present, with only Fang Han missing. At that moment, they were all waiting for him. Fang Han wore an awkward smile. If it weren't for Bai Jie's insistence, he genuinely didn't want to come. He had already reached level 10, while the highest level among the other 8 classmates was only 7. Standing among them made him feel out of place, like a crane among chickens. That's why he had procrastinated until now to arrive. Xiao Yong's dissatisfaction with him was not only because he was late, but mainly because he felt Fang Han was taking up a spot that belonged to other classmates. While having a lower professional rank was one thing, Fang Han's high level was an undeniable fact. Everyone is here, let's go. Bai Jie commanded upon seeing Fang Han arrive. Half an hour later, they appeared in the dungeon hall of the Adventure Guild. The Adventure Guild was more bustling and lively compared to the Professional Alliance. The difficulty of dungeons in the Adventure Guild was generally higher than that in the Professional Alliance. Bai Jie chose a medium-sized dungeon for level 21, with a difficulty rated as Hell difficulty. Dungeons were categorized by the number of participants: small dungeons, medium dungeons, large dungeons, and super large dungeons. All the dungeons Fang Han had entered before were small dungeons accommodating a maximum of 5 people. Medium dungeons allowed for 20 participants. Large dungeons could hold 50 participants. Super large dungeons were for 100 people. The dungeon they were entering was called the Dark Forest, and it had a higher difficulty. However, that was the case for Fang Han. Bai Jie was a level 26 wind feather mage with a diamond rank, capable of easily taking down monsters 5 levels lower than her with just 1 hit. The reason for choosing a level 21 dungeon was that it was the upper limit of Bai Jie's level, which could not exceed 5 levels above the dungeon's level. So this is the Dark Forest. Fang Han surveyed his surroundings, mumbling to himself. The place he found himself in was a damp, dark, and stuffy. The ground was covered with thick, decaying leaves that emitted a nauseating odor. Deep within the forest, occasional monster roars could be heard, instilling a sense of dread. Fang Han, aren't you going to summon your pet? Seeing Fang Han holding a staff without a pet following him, Bai Jie asked in surprise. Isn't that inappropriate? Pets can take a significant share of experience, and I'm afraid others won't be willing to accept that. Fang Han found an excuse. What a sensible and considerate child, always thinking of others. It's fine, it's just a bit of experience. Look, isn't Hu Min's pet also out? Bai Jie replied with a slight smile. Right? Fang Han, let me see what your pet looks like. My pet is greedy and loves to sleep. It really isn't useful at all. Your pet must be quite powerful, otherwise how could you level up faster than me? The short and thin Humin adjusted her black-framed glasses and laughed, kicking the black cat that was dozing off at her feet. Meowed. The ghost cat startled awake, leaping up and emitting a sharp cry. Humin was a golden summoner, and this black cat was also of the golden rank, named Ghost Cat, both being level 7. Many classmates turned their attention to Fong Han. They were also curious about how Fong Han, a black iron summoner, managed to be so far ahead in level compared to everyone else. Seeing this, Fong Han decided not to hide anything and summoned all his pets. Several summoning formations appeared simultaneously. Master Yifeng, Qingxian, Timo, Little Bear, and a Dudu Bear all stepped out. What? These are all your— How does a black iron summoner have so many pets? The adorable Dread Bear, Little Bear, the cheeky Destruction Scout Timo, the noble Divine Fire Phoenix Fong Qingxian, and the ominous Catastrophe Sword Saint Master Yi left everyone stunned. Humin was even more dumbfounded. Although she could now contract 2 pets, she could barely afford to raise 1 ghost cat, let alone the money and resources to nurture a second pet. But Fong Han, a black iron summoner, had 5 pets. How did you do that? How could you have so many pets? Also, you are clearly a black iron summoner. How could you possibly possess platinum pets? Humin pointed at Fong Han, shouting in disbelief. His words echoed everyone's thoughts. Oh, these 4 are just ornamental pets. They can only be displayed and have no combat power. This Dudu Bear is my real pet. Fong Han pointed at Timo and the other pets. This Dudu Bear had evolved to the platinum rank through Fong Han and was now a berserk Dudu Bear. It was much stronger than Humin's ghost cat. As for the attributes of Timo and the other pets, others couldn't see them. Even if Fong Han said they were ornamental, others had no way to refute this. Fong Han initially intended to just summon a berserk Dudu Bear to casually bluff his way through. However, considering that he would have to level up with by GF for the entire week, and that the levels of the other pets would lag too far behind his own, making it hard to catch up later, he had no choice but to release them all. Do you think I'm an idiot? Who do you think you can fool with these ghost stories? Humin was enraged and shouted with a laugh. Originally, he had asked Fong Han to summon his pets to show off in front of the other classmates, as Fong Han was the bottom among them. Who would have thought that Fong Han summoned pets were actually of platinum rank? The other pets' information was not visible, but just from their appearance, even a fool could tell they were not lower than platinum rank. However, in his view, this was completely illogical. A black iron summoner could only contract black iron pets. Wanting a black iron pet to evolve to platinum was as difficult as obtaining a material without a rank. Believe it or not. Fong Han rolled his eyes, too lazy to waste words with him. This group of people was simply the worst students in Class 9. Otherwise, why would they need the homeroom teacher to personally lead the leveling? Having fallen to this point, instead of trying to improve quickly, they still had time to compete with each other out of vanity. Among the 9 classmates by GL led, Humin had the highest professional rank. Truly a mud that cannot be molded. Humin, stop making a scene. We're all classmates, must we compete with each other? Humin was furious and about to speak, but Bai Jia interrupted. After Humin shot Fong Han a defiant glance, she reluctantly closed her mouth. Almost all the students in the class, no matter how arrogant they usually were, listened to Bai Jia without question. The reason was simple. Bai Jia was not only beautiful, but also very kind to students. She had helped many impoverished students, including Humin. Thus the classmates held Bai Jia in high regard. Bai Jia glanced at Fong Han, but said nothing more. In the past, Fong Han was an outstanding student, and as a teacher, she naturally favored such students. Therefore, even though Fong Han awakened a less than ideal profession, Bai Jia still held a very good impression of him. She took the initiative to offer to take Fong Han to level up. Now that Fong Han had displayed remarkable strength, she felt nothing but joy for him. As for what secrets Fong Han might possess, she had no intention of probing deeper. As a teacher, and also the class advisor, the success of her students was undoubtedly the best reward for her. The Dark Forest, as a medium-sized dungeon, not only had a vast area, but also spanned over 5 kilometers. The variety of monsters inside was also plentiful. There were various types of goblins, such as flame goblins, stone-throwing goblins, lightning goblins, spear goblins, poison goblins, and goblin berserkers, among others. There were also minotaurs and grayskin minotaurs. Stay close to me, don't wander too far, and don't leave the wind barrier's range on your own. As Bai Jia spoke, she waved her purple staff lightly, and a massive translucent barrier appeared out of thin air, enveloping Fong Han and the others within. The enormous barrier shimmered with a faint bluish hue, with wind magic runes flowing continuously on its surface. Wind mages were indeed graceful and elegant. This display left many classmates wide-eyed in admiration. Even without Bai Jia's instructions, they wouldn't dare to run around recklessly. In this dungeon, the minimum monster level was 21. Aside from Fong Han, the others were all below level 8, and a single hit from the monsters would spell death. At that moment, a blue-skinned goblin noticed the movement and emerged from behind a large tree. It was a spear goblin holding a spear with gray-green skin, a frail and short stature, hunched over and deformed limbs. With a pointed head, pointed ears, a flat nose, a large mouth, and tusks, it was not only grotesquely ugly, but also emitted an extremely pungent stench. Upon seeing a human, the spear goblin's eyes lit up with excitement as it charged towards Bai Jie with a loud cry. Bai Jie gently raised her hand, sending a wind blade that accurately struck the spear goblin's neck after slicing through a few leaves. The spear goblin's body instantly stiffened. 38,269. Gurgle gurgle. Moments later, blood erupted forth as its head severed from its body, rolling onto the ground. Teacher Bai is so impressive. Teacher Bai is my idol. The diamond profession is truly powerful. I want to learn from Teacher Bai. Bai Jie's swift kill of the spear goblin elicited cheers and applause from her classmates. Bai Jie herself had a high profession tier, and her equipment was likely at least of red gold quality. Moreover, being 5 levels higher than the monsters granted her a 50 damage bonus, allowing her to eliminate the monster in a single strike. Participated in killing the spear goblin, experience 35. Participated in killing the spear goblin, soul 1. Fong Han received a system notification. The spear goblin's level was 11 levels higher than his, so even with 10 people and 2 pets sharing the experience, he still received 35 points. At this rate, however, he would be fortunate to level up twice in a week. To go from level 10 to level 11 required 3,000 experience points. To level up from 11 to 12 required 4,000 experience points. And so on. From level 18 to level 19 required 1,000 experience points. Going from level 19 to level 20, however, required a staggering 2,000 experience points. To his surprise, he had not lifted a finger throughout the entire event, yet still accrued soul points. This left him quite satisfied. The noise from Bai Jie killing the spear goblin attracted a number of monsters. After walking just a few steps, they were surrounded by a horde of monsters from all directions. A rough count revealed at least 10 of them. Goblins and minotaurs were present. Seeing so many high-level monsters, everyone felt a bit frightened. They feared that Bai Jie's wind barrier would not withstand the monster's onslaught. However, Bai Jie remained calm and composed, waving her purple staff as she cast a small tornado. The whirlwind swept up leaves and branches, swirling towards the monsters. Without exception, all these monsters were lifted into the air by the tornado, and before they could hit the ground, they became corpses. A flurry of large red numbers floated up, quite a spectacular sight. After the monsters died, some copper coins and goblin teeth, as well as broken stone axes and other materials dropped. Bai Jie glanced back, her gaze finally landing on Fong Han. Fong Han's body tensed, and he quickly hid behind it. Bai Jie smiled and said, "Fong Han, you are in charge of collecting the items dropped by the monsters. After today, we will share them evenly among all the classmates." "All right, Teacher Bai." Fong Han had no choice but to respond sullenly. "You free, did you hear that? You must not miss anything dropped by the monsters." Naturally, Fong Han couldn't do it himself, so he turned and assigned this task to Timo Little Bear and Furious Dida Bear. The 3 little ones nodded in agreement. They had been instructed by Fong Han beforehand that in front of outsiders they should not speak without his nod to avoid causing a commotion. "Fong Han, can that phoenix carry people?" A girl leaned closer to Fong Han, curiously asking. She gazed at Fong Qingxian flying in midair, her eyes full of envy. Her name was Lu Yingying, and her profession was silver tier with an average appearance. In fact, since Fong Qingxian had been released by Fong Han, it had captured the attention of all the girls. Even Bai Jie couldn't help but steal a few glances. After all, it was simply too beautiful and eye-catching. Compared to Master Yi's undead look, it was thousands of times better. Even if it was truly just a decorative pet, as Fong Han said, it still made countless people yearn for it. Only at this moment did Lu Yingying muster the courage to ask Fong Han. "It can carry people, but it has a bad temper. Anyone other than me who approaches it will make it angry." Fong Han smiled and replied, "Oh, what a shame." Lu Yingying's face couldn't hide her disappointment. In the dark forest, the number of monsters was immense, almost endless. Monsters had a strong territorial instinct, often after defeating one a swarm would come. In such a medium-sized dungeon, an ordinary 5-person team would struggle, needing at least a day to clear the whole dungeon. Previously, Fong Han had his pets kill the monsters in front, while others followed to share the experience. Today it was Bai Jie in front killing monsters while he was behind sharing the experience. This feeling of lying flat was, it must be said, quite pleasant. Tornadoes, wind spells, whirlwind slaughters, and other area effect wind magic skills were at Bai Jie's fingertips. Groups of monsters, no matter how powerful, could not escape death, and none could come within 10 meters of her. Bai Jie was still dressed in a white long skirt today, her every movement graceful, appearing exceptionally gentle and beautiful, poised and elegant. About 10 meters behind her was the wind barrier, where Fong Han and the other 9 classmates were closely following. How fortunate must Bai Lao's boyfriend be to have such a beautiful, gentle, and well-built girlfriend. Sheong's gaze lingered on Bai Jie for a long time as he sighed softly. Fong Han, being close by, heard every word clearly. A strange smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. "Even if Bai Jie were single, what makes you think she would be interested in you? Even someone as ordinary as Lu Yingying wouldn't look your way. A toad wishing to eat swan meat." Xiaoyong was tall and strong, yet he had a large purplish-red birthmark on his left cheek. His height only magnified this flaw. However, to be fair, Bai Jie's beauty, temperament, figure, and character are impeccable, with not a single flaw to be found. Only Fang Qingshan, who has transformed into human form, could possibly outshine her. I heard that Bai Lao's boyfriend, like Bai Laoshi, is from the nearby Lehigh University. It seems he comes from a wealthy family and is said to have an epic profession. Really, it seems only someone with an epic profession would be worthy of Bai Laoshi. Of course it's true, I even saw him picking up Bai Laoshi yesterday. Perhaps they are already living together. No, Bai Laoshi is my goddess. Don't say such things. Bai Laoshi is clearly still single. After I get into a prestigious university, I will marry her. Shut up, stop daydreaming. Do you dare to say that in front of Bai Laoshi? But please don't tell Bai Laoshi. Among all the teachers at Nanshan High School, I respect her the most. Bai Jia, a person who radiates charm, automatically becomes the center of attention wherever she is. Fang Han's classmates were quietly discussing Bai Jia. Bai Laoshi, are you thirsty? Here, have some water. Bai Laoshi, you've worked hard, oh why don't you take a break? Among them were some eager individuals who continuously checked on Bai Jia. Bai Jia with great patience responded to each one with a smile. For hours passed in the blink of an eye. Even with Bai Jia's high level, she managed to kill most of the monsters in the dark forest by noon, but clearing all the small monsters was nearly impossible. The dark forest was vast, filled with trees, weeds, and vines. Some monsters were hidden in dark corners, making it difficult for Bai Jia to find them all alone. The dark forest is a medium-sized dungeon not meant for solo runs. Bai Jia didn't even attempt to engage the final boss. The reason was simple, she couldn't defeat it. Even at level 26, Bai Jia alone couldn't overcome a boss of red gold tier, especially not two at once. Fang Han and the others used their teleportation scrolls to leave the dungeon. These scrolls were also provided for free by the school. It seemed the school was really investing heavily to recruit outstanding students. Fang Han suddenly heard someone calling his name after returning to the Adventurers Guild. He looked in the direction of the voice and was surprised to see Chu Hongyi. Chu Hongyi waved happily at him and quickly ran over. Fang Han, weren't you at the Career Alliance? How come you're here? Chu Hongyi excitedly held Fang Han's hand, asking, my class teacher took me to level up, and we came to the adventure. Despite being thick-skinned, Fang Han felt a bit shy when a beautiful girl held his hand in public and quietly withdrew his hand. Having grown up together, it seemed perfectly normal to Chu Hongyi, but others might not think so, like Lu Kang, who was following behind Chu Hongyi. Though Lu Kang concealed it well, Fang Han still caught a glimpse of displeasure in his eyes. Lu Kang had a good relationship with Chu Hongyi, but she had never taken such an intimate action as holding hands with him, often maintaining a safe distance. Lu Kang Lingyu. Fang Han greeted Lu Kang and Mo Lingyu with a smile. Mo Lingyu nodded with a gentle smile, just like always. Lu Kang forced a smile in response. Fang Han, are you planning to have lunch? Let's go together. Chu Hongyi said with a light laugh. This? Hongyi, that's not okay. Although we have a good relationship with Fang Han, he doesn't know the others in the group. It might be a bit inappropriate to sit together. Fang Han was hesitating when Lu Kang spoke first. What's the problem? I don't mind. Chu Hongyi lifted her head and said. But Fang Han might mind. Fang Han, right? Lu Kang turned to Fang Han. Fang Han wasn't foolish. He had naturally picked up on Lu Kang's subtle rejection of him these past few days. Perhaps it was truly because of his low profession that Lu Kang felt they were no longer in the same class, which led him to deliberately distance himself. However, Lu Kang's point was indeed valid. It would be awkward to sit with a group of strangers. Moreover, Bai Jia was right behind him. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly. Hongyi, Lu Kang is right. You all go ahead and don't worry about me. I will join Bai Laoshi and some other classmates. All right then. Chu Hongyi pouted her lips, nodding dejectedly, her beautiful face showing no attempt to hide her disappointment. But wait for me in the evening. We'll go home together. Chu Hongyi suddenly brightened up, laughing lightly. Of course. Fang Han nodded with a smile. Whether it's Mo Lingyu or Chu Hongyi, their attitude towards Fang Han remained unchanged since he awakened as a Black Iron Summoner. It was still the same as before. Fang Han, are they your friends? Bai Jia asked. Yes, friends I grew up with, Fang Han replied honestly. That's wonderful. They all seem promising. Bai Jia praised. Chu Hongyi and the others are at least of red gold profession, indeed, with a bright future. After a simple lunch, they entered the dark forest again. The process repeated as Bai Jia worked hard to kill monsters, while Fang Han and the others gained experience from behind. As time passed, Fang Han actually started to feel bored. If it weren't for the crowd being so eye-catching, he would have wanted to lie on Fang Qingshan's back and take a nap. In one afternoon, they cleared the dark forest twice. Except for Fang Han, the other classmates had mostly leveled up by 1 level. With Bai Jia leading them, their leveling speed had indeed increased significantly. Before leaving, Bai Jia reminded them to gather directly at the Adventurers Guild tomorrow and not to go back to school. After bidding farewell to Bai Jia, Fang Han entered the transaction market of the Adventurers Guild. Like the Career Alliance, there were many shops here as well. The difference was that there were more varieties, but the prices were also. Fang Han visited several larger pet shops in succession, selling 2 platinum tier Berserk Duda bears. He earned a total of 36000 gold coins. The price of the platinum Doodoo Bear is nearly 4 times that of the golden Doodoo Bear. As one progresses further, the higher the grade, the greater the price, increasing exponentially. A level 10 black iron Doodoo Bear costs 2,500 gold coins, while evolving to platinum requires 18,000 gold coins. For Fong Han, it only takes 85 points of soul energy, making it a highly profitable venture. Exiting the trading market and returning to the dungeon hall, Fong Han discovered that Bai Jie had not left. At that moment, a tall and slender young man with an extraordinary demeanor was by Bai Jie's side, appearing to be around 25 or 26, continuously chatting with her, as Bai Jie displayed a look of helplessness. Wang Sheng, I told you I really don't need you to escort me home. I'm not a child, I'm a diamond class professional. What kind of rogue would dare to harass me? Bai Jie could no longer tolerate the young man's incessant harassment and spoke impatiently. Hearing this, the young man, named Wang Sheng, did not retreat. Instead, he advanced further, saying, Bai Jie, you should have received the news that a number of demons from the Calamity Legion have infiltrated Raccoon City, lurking among humans with ulterior motives. I'm worried about your safety, so I rushed from Linhai City to protect you. Faced with Wang Sheng's incessant chatter, Bai Jie sighed. Wang Sheng, thank you for your concern, but it's really unnecessary. You're creating misunderstandings. Do you know how outrageous the rumors circulating outside are? What does it matter what those rumors say? For years, haven't you realized my feelings for you? Even if they are rumors, what if they become true? Wang Sheng said nonchalantly. Wang Sheng, stopped joking around. Considering we were once classmates, I won't hold this against you this time, but I don't want to see this again. Bai Jie coldly finished her sentence and turned to leave. She and Wang Sheng had both studied at Linhai University. Wang Sheng was 1 year her senior, and they met in their 3rd year, after which he began pursuing her. Objectively speaking, Wang Sheng was very outstanding, whether in appearance, stellar profession, or family background. Yet Bai Jie had no feelings for him at all. Wang Sheng seemed to possess an innate sense of superiority, being self-righteous and arrogant, which often manifested during his pursuit of her. This was the fundamental reason Bai Jie did not like Wang Sheng. Bai Jie, don't go. Wang Sheng hurriedly chased after her. Fong Han, you haven't gone home yet. At this time, Bai Jie also spotted Fong Han. Teacher, Bai, my home is in the Nanhai district on the west side of the city, which hasn't been safe lately, with people disappearing without reason. Now that it's dark, I'm afraid to walk alone and plan to wait for my friends to join me. Fong Han secretly winked at Bai Jie, deliberately displaying a timid expression. Fong Han had overheard snippets of Bai Jie and Wang Sheng's conversation and realized that Bai Jie was being entangled by Wang Sheng, making it hard for her to escape. A beautiful woman brings disaster, as the saying goes. Bai Jie only spoke a few words with a man, and it's rumored she already has a boyfriend and is living together with him. Fong Han felt speechless inside. Perfect. I'll escort you home. Your friends might not know when they can act. Bai Jie, being clever, immediately understood Fong Han's unspoken intention, feeling relieved, and quickly said, Thank you, Teacher Bai. Fong Han responded cheerfully. Wang Sheng, you should go back. I need to escort my student home, and it wouldn't be convenient with you following. Bai Jie turned and politely said, If that's the case, Bai Jie, I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. With Fong Han as the third wheel nearby, Wang Sheng realized his plan for today had fallen through, and he couldn't continue to entangle her any longer, forcing a self-satisfied smile. After giving Fong Han a deep look, Wang Sheng turned and left the Adventurers Guild. Fong Han, you are really clever. Finally free from the annoying presence, Bai Jie revealed a relaxed smile. It's all learned from Teacher Bai. It's a student's duty to alleviate Teacher Bai's worries. Fong Han laughed. You're quite the smooth talker. Who did you learn such flattery from? I certainly didn't teach you how to be slick. Bai Jie was amused by Fong Han giving him a meaningful glance that showcased her charming demeanor. Fong Han momentarily lost his focus. No wonder so many people pursue Bai Jie. Who could resist her allure? Fong Han. Fong Han. At that moment, Chu Hongi exited the dungeon and came over. Seeing Bai Jie behind him, she was momentarily taken aback, then politely greeted her. Fong Han, do you need me to Wang Sheng's words are not to be taken lightly. It has indeed been unsafe lately. Bai Jie asked with concern. Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Bai. There are 4 of us. We can handle any danger that comes our way. Fong Han said confidently. All right, then be careful on the way. You must not be late tomorrow morning. Bai Jie reminded before gracefully turning and leaving. Fong Han, your Teacher Bai seems quite beautiful. Chu Hongi's voice rang out again. Indeed. Fong Han replied instinctively. So have you been staring at her? Chu Hongi's voice suddenly grew louder. I haven't. Ouch. Why did you pinch me? Fong Han exclaimed, quickly jumping aside to distance himself from Chu Hongi. Is that so? Chu Hongi spread her hands in a gesture of innocence. Fong Han found it hard to argue with her and decided not to bicker with the girl, picking up the little bear that was running around on the ground and heading out first. Chu Hongi giggled and followed. Mo Ling Yu watched the two playfully and smiled gently, though the sky was dark with Chu Hongi around. Laughter and joy filled the air. As they passed through a dim and narrow alley, Fong Han looked up at the pitch-black night sky, recalling Bai Jie's words, and shared them with the others. So that day when we exited the welfare home and saw the corpse of the homeless man by the roadside, was it really drained of blood by a vampire? Mo Lingyu asked. Most likely. We need to be extra cautious these days. Fang Han spoke in a low tone. But how did the monsters from the Calamity Legion get mixed in? Chu Hongyi asked in confusion. I know. Lu Kong suddenly shouted. Everyone turned to look at him. Lu Kong felt a bit smug and cleared his throat before saying, a month ago Raccoon City received a batch of severely injured professionals from the front line, and since then strange incidents have been frequent. That batch of calamity monsters must have infiltrated Raccoon City during that event. That seems plausible. Everyone nodded repeatedly. In any case, we shouldn't be too far apart these days, safety first. Mo Lingyu concluded. As their voices grew quieter, the four of them disappeared into the depths of the alley. After a while, on the earthen wall beside the alley, it suddenly rippled like the surface of water. Moments later, a shadow completely enveloped in darkness forcefully squeezed out from the wall. In the pitch-black night, only his gaze was as cold as a blade staring intently at the direction in which Fang Han and the others had departed. Moments later, the shadow blended back into the wall and vanished. And all of this went unnoticed by Fang Han and the others who had just passed by. After dinner, Fang Han's spirit ring suddenly stirred. At present, the only contact on the spirit ring was Yilan, so it was undoubtedly her reaching out to him. Once connected, he could vaguely see Yilan's cheeks flushed, clearly in a good mood. Fang Han, I have found out about the matter you entrusted to me. Indeed, there is a new dungeon located 20 kilometers southwest of Raccoon City in a desolate orchard. Yilan immediately shared good news with Fang Han. That's great. Fang Han felt elated upon hearing this. Now he had a lead on the unranked materials. With his current strength, he no longer needed anyone to assist him. Even if Chun Tianlong held a legendary profession, Fang Han was absolutely confident he could clear the new dungeon before him. However, this new dungeon is currently unstable. The surrounding space is very chaotic, and it will take about a week to stabilize completely before we can enter. Yilan continued. No problem, well, just wait a week. We can go in together then. Fang Han replied nonchalantly. A week's time coincidentally matched the schedule for Bai Jia to level them up. This way neither would be delayed. Can I? Yilan asked, somewhat surprised yet pleased. Of course. We are friends, aren't we? Besides, without you I wouldn't know how much effort it would take to find the location of the dungeon on my own. Fang Han chuckled softly. If he were to search for it alone, he would certainly find it, but by then it would be too late. That's settled, then no backing out. Yilan said playfully. The next few days passed very peacefully. Under Bai Jia's guidance, several classmates in the class leveled up rapidly. On the contrary, due to the large number of people sharing experience, Fang Han's leveling speed slowed considerably. Fang Han didn't mind, the small difference wasn't worth worrying about. During these days, the oily-haired Wang Sheng came to find Bai Jia almost every day. Every time, Bai Jia used Fang Han as a shield to block him. Fang Han couldn't help but admire Wang Sheng's relentless spirit clinging to Bai Jia like an unwanted adhesive. Today was the last day Bai Jia would help them level up. Over this week, the results were quite good, with all the other classmates reaching level 10. Fang Han's level also rose to level 12. Teacher Bai, aren't we considering fighting those two bosses? Hu Min asked again as they prepared to leave the dungeon. Lu Yingying, Xiao Yong, and others also looked expectantly. He had suggested this more than once over the past few days. Speaking of which, since the day he awakened his profession, he had never participated in defeating a BOSS, let alone kill one on his own. The reason was simple. His strength was insufficient. The teams he found were equally weak. The profession tier was low, levels were low, equipment was poor, and skills were lacking. Everything lagged behind. He lacked the ability to kill a boss. Hence, he harbored a persistent desire to take part in defeating a boss. Others shared a similar mindset. It's not that the teacher doesn't want to, but we really can't defeat them. Of course, I hope your leveling speed is faster too. Bai Jia patiently explained as she looked at their hopeful faces. The two bosses were the Goblin Chief and the Bloody Minotaur, both level 22 red gold bosses. Bai Jia's strength was formidable, but even she couldn't handle one of them. At least 5 practitioners of her caliber were needed to take down one. Hu Min's expression turned disappointed. Oh no, the Bloody Minotaur has spotted us. Lu Yingying suddenly screamed. It turned out that while they were talking, the Bloody Minotaur had been wandering about with a crimson axe and had discovered them. Oh no, run. Bai Jia's expression changed drastically as she shouted in panic. No, we have been forced into combat mode and cannot use the teleportation scrolls. Lu Yingying's voice now carried a hint of a cry. The scene descended into chaos. The courage they had felt moments before vanished in an instant as they saw the Bloody Minotaur charging at them with its axe. Roar! The Bloody Minotaur let out a furious roar, scaring Lu Yingying and the other girls into a state of paralysis on the ground. Hu Min, Xiao Yong, and the other boys trembled in fear and struggled to stand. The Bloody Minotaur stood a towering 3 meters tall, massive as a mountain. Its muscles bulged with thick, twisted horns, and its body covered in mottled bloodstains and wounds, its red eyes glaring, exhaling hot air from its nostrils adorned with huge rings. The Bloody Minotaur was brutal and massive, causing the ground to tremble slightly as it ran, exerting immense pressure. These classmates had never encountered such a terrifying creature. Besides fear, they couldn't muster even a shred of resistance. At this critical moment, Bai Jie remained calm. She quickly scanned the surroundings and spotted Fan Han, the only one still maintaining composure in the crowd. She immediately shouted to him, "Fan Han, take the classmates and retreat to a safe distance. Once you break out of combat mode, use the teleportation scroll to leave." "Teacher Bai, what about you?" Fan Han asked. "Don't worry about me. I will temporarily draw this minotaur away. Luckily, I've only attracted the aggro of one boss. I can't defeat it, but I can escape." Bai Jie spoke quickly and succinctly. "All right, teacher." Fan Han nodded in agreement. Just then the bloody minotaur charged right at them. The bloody minotaur's crimson eyes glared at the group, then it stomped its hooves violently against the ground. A visible shockwave radiated outward from the minotaur. Countless fallen leaves were blown away. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The shockwave struck the protective wind barrier that had been shielding them. The wind barrier shook violently, nearly shattering. Fan Han estimated that with the wind barrier's resilience, another shockwave would break it. "It's over. We're definitely going to die here. Xiaoyong, it's all your fault for wanting to fight a boss. Are you trying to deliberately lead everyone to their deaths?" Teacher Bai seems unable to hold off the bloody minotaur. "Teacher Bai is in danger. I must go save her." "Save your mother. What are you thinking? You want to add to the chaos and get Teacher Bai killed?" The fierce attack from the bloody minotaur made Lu Yingying, Xiaoyong, and the others cry out in despair. "Stop whining. Retreat quickly." Fan Han, closely monitoring the situation with Bai Jie, shouted out of frustration, causing Lu Yingying and the others to instinctively close their mouths. Fan Han usually maintained a low profile, but his sudden shout had an unexpectedly good effect. Everyone suddenly recalled that among those present, Fan Han had the highest level, and his pet had also reached platinum. "Do as Teacher Bai instructed, retreat to a safe location." Fan Han calmly directed the group into the forest until the blood-soaked minotaur vanished from sight. At this moment, they had fully disengaged from combat. The wind silence barrier cast by Bai Jie had long since dissipated its magical energy, depleted by excessive distance. Some timid students immediately activated teleportation scrolls and fled the umbral grove. Others clamored to return and fight alongside Bai Jie, eager to lend a hand. "There's a minotaur soldier over there. Defeat it first, then speak of aid." Fan Han pointed coldly toward a nearby minotaur, a faint disdainful smile on his lips. The umbral grove spanned vast terrain with intricate topography. Even Bai Jie's formidable strength could not cover every corner. Many monsters slipped through her vigilance. That minotaur was one such oversight. The boisterous boys who had just protested fell instantly silent. Collectively, they stood no chance against even a single minotaur. Rushing headlong toward a crimson goldier boss would be nothing short of suicidal. Soon all had departed the umbral grove, leaving only Fan Han behind. "Fang Qingxian," he called out. Fang Qingxian instantly grasped his intent. She descended gracefully and alighted before him. Fan Han mounted her back, directing her flight back toward the battlefield. "Damn it! How did the Goblin Lord get drawn here? I was far away." Bai Jie's situation had grown perilous. Merely holding off the blood-soaked minotaur had already drained her reserves. Now the Goblin Lord had joined the fray. Against the minotaur alone she might have lost, but still escaped. Yet with the Goblin Lord added to the assault, even retreat became impossible. Having briefly repelled the minotaur, Bai Jie activated her wind wings, intending to conjure ethereal wings and soar beyond the grove. Wind wings, a crimson gold tier skill, enabled brief low-altitude flight. With her cultivation level, she could sustain it for 15 seconds, more than enough to evade the minotaur. But mid-incantation, the Goblin Lord shattered the formation outright. Though she retained several acceleration-based escape techniques, survival amid the dual onslaught of two crimson goldier bosses was virtually hopeless. Encircling Bai Jie were three translucent colorless wind shields. Beyond them rotated a colossal transparent barrier, deflecting the relentless assaults of both the Goblin Lord and the blood-soaked minotaur. Only through the life-preserving synergy of Zephyr Shield and Tempest Shield had she endured thus far. Ruhr, frustrated by his inability to breach the Tempest Shield, the blood-soaked minotaur threw back his head and bellowed. A crimson light flared across his frame, the coarse steel-like black bristles of his hide igniting into blazing red. Eyes burning scarlet, he charged Bai Jie with savage, unrelenting fury. The earth trembled, leaves crunched beneath his thunderous tread. Like a rampaging war tank, he hurtled forward with deafening momentum. Bai Jie's expression hardened in alarm. The Tempest Shield's resilience would never withstand such a brutal charge. Boom. A cataclysmic impact shook the air as the Minotaur slammed full force into the barrier. The Tempest Shield exploded into shimmering fragments. Undeterred, the Minotaur surged onward, straight toward Bai Jie. Jaw clenched, she raised her violet staff. 3 Zephyr Shields converged before her, a desperate layered defense. Yet their durability paled beside the Tempest Shields. They stood no chance against the Minotaur's berserk charge. These Zephyr Shields were her final bulwark. If shattered, she would face the Minotaur directly, a mountainous, hulking colossus bearing down upon her. Her wind blade sliced across the Minotaur's hide, inflicting damage, but failed utterly to slow his advance. From afar, the Goblin Lord summoned a bolt of lightning, striking mere meters behind her, sealing her last avenue of retreat and leaving her utterly cornered. Bai Jie's delicate features blanched, a flicker of panic flashing deep within her eyes. Ki-ei! Suddenly, a piercing, resplendent phoenix cry echoed from above. Whoosh! A roaring wall of fire erupted between Bai Jie and the Minotaur, severing their confrontation with searing finality. Then came a cascade of golden crimson flames, igniting an inferno that sent both bosses howling. What is happening? Who saved me? Bai Jie lifted her gaze in stunned disbelief. Salvation had arrived at the brink of annihilation. There, suspended midair, loomed a colossal phoenix, wings unfurled in sovereign majesty, mouth exhaling torrents of golden crimson fire. And atop its back sat Fong Han, commanding the phoenix's assault. It's Fong Han's phoenix familiar. Recognition dawned instantly in Bai Jie's mind. Boom, 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 boom. One emerald mushroom after another plummeted from the sky, detonating around the Minotaur and Goblin Lord. Thick viridian poison mist billowed forth, leaving both bosses dazed and sluggish, slowing their advance to prevent any breach through the wall of celestial flame. Haha, blow you big fools to bits. Haha, this is glorious. Timo, perched atop the phoenix, laughed uproariously as he hurled mushrooms downward. He reveled in the chaos. Teacher Bai, quick, climb aboard. Fong Han guided Fong Qingxian lower, hovering beside Bai Jie and extending his hand. The celestial fire wall had already faded. Without hesitation, Bai Jie seized Fong Han's hand, and with a firm, steady pull he drew her upward onto the phoenix's back. Teacher Bai, hold on tight. We're taking flight. Fong Qingxian wordless beat her wings fiercely, soaring skyward with breathtaking speed. Bai Jie swayed precariously, nearly tumbling from Fong Qingxian's back, before clutching Fong Han tightly around the waist, her cheek pressed against his back. He! Fong Qingxian cried out again, then shot forward like lightning, vanishing dozens of meters away in an instant. A bolt of lightning from the Goblin Lord grazed her feathers. Its next strike missed entirely, as they'd already soared beyond its range. Below, the two monsters roared impotently at the retreating phoenix. Though Fong Qingxian's transformed form, the divine flame phoenix, appeared massive, her wingspan was broad while her back remained relatively narrow. She could comfortably bear one rider, but accommodating two strained spatial limits. Thus, Bai Jie clung tightly to Fong Han's waist, her face nestled against his back to stay secure. They flew for nearly a minute, leaving the two bosses far behind, reduced now to indistinct specks below. Fong Han had rescued Bai Jie midair, not to slay the bosses, but to extract her. The level disparity was insurmountable. Even with his formidable familiar, victory was impossible. His earlier maneuvers had served solely to distract and divert their attention. Fong Han, you've got astonishing nerve. You deceived your own teacher. You claimed your familiars were mere ornamental pets, yet they possess such overwhelming power. Bai Jie cleared her throat lightly, then spoke with feigned sternness. Teacher Bai, this isn't my fault. I mentioned long ago that I didn't need to bring it, yet you insisted on bringing it for me. Fong Han shrugged and said, Are you still feeling wronged? Teacher Bai's tone suddenly rose. Hee, I wouldn't dare. I would love it if Teacher Bai would take me to level up every day. Fong Han, your pet can actually speak. Teacher Bai looked at the little creature sitting on Fong Han's shoulder. With Fong Han's pets ranging from undead to phoenix were already shocking enough. It was her first time encountering a pet that could talk, which left her quite surprised. Hello, beautiful. Without waiting for Fong Han to respond, the creature grinned and greeted Teacher Bai. Show some respect, as she is my teacher. Fong Han scolded, unpleased. All right, master. The creature immediately sat up straight, its gaze fixed ahead, adopting a serious demeanor. Fong Han, you have always been one of my most promising students. You haven't disappointed me. Thinking back to the moment of crisis earlier when Fong Han saved her, Teacher Bai expressed her admiration. One of, who's the other? Is it Bai Ning Wang? Fong Han casually asked, not denying that he was one of them. That's her. Teacher Bai nodded. With both of you here, our school is sure to win an excellence award this year. The principal's long-held wish will finally come true. Teacher Bai, you think too highly of me. With over 20 high schools in Huanxiong City, there are countless geniuses, I am hardly noticeable among them. Fong Han chuckled bitterly. However, he still felt a sense of pride from Teacher Bai's praise. Stop with the although I don't know what rank your pets are, the fact that they can speak indicates they are extraordinary, not just ordinary pets. Even legendary pets can't do that. Teacher Bai shot Fong Han a glance, and said, realizing that she had underestimated her student. Fong Han, regarded as the worst black iron summoner, surprisingly possessed such powerful pets, ones that were unheard of, which deeply shocked her. Hee, if Teacher Bai says so, then it must be true. Fong Han smiled. When did you become so slick, Fong Han? Do you still consider me your teacher? Seeing Fong Han's attitude, Teacher Bai became angry. Teacher Bai, I was wrong. I didn't mean to hide this from you. The commotion of these pets is something you've seen. I just wanted to keep a low profile and let them act discreetly. That's more like it. However, you were right not to draw too much attention to avoid jealousy from some nefarious individual. Seeing his good attitude, Teacher Bei's expression softened considerably. Teacher Bai, the wind is a bit strong, hold tight, don't get blown away. A strong wind rushed in, and Fong Han shielded his face with his hand, shouting loudly. If it were just him, he could simply lie flat on Fong Qingshan's back. Fong Qingshan's feathers could block the fierce wind. But now that he had Teacher Bai with him, he certainly couldn't do that. Teacher Bai, already dressed lightly, felt a bit cold as the strong wind blew, prompting her to hold Fong Han. Feeling Teacher Bei's warm body pressed against his back, especially the two astonishingly soft curves, even though Fong Han tried to remain calm, he couldn't help but feel flustered. After all, Teacher Bai was the goddess in the hearts of countless men, and her looks and figure were exactly Fong Han's type. Although he had a girlfriend in his past life, it was limited to just holding hands. It was nothing like the intimate contact they shared now. As the wind howled, Teacher Bei's long skirt was continually blown up, revealing her long legs tightly wrapped in black stockings. Fong Han caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and hurriedly redirected his attention, no longer looking around. Sitting behind Fong Han, Teacher Bai wasn't in a much better situation either. Having grown up, she had never been in such close contact with any male. She could clearly feel Fong Han's body temperature. Especially since Fong Han was formidable and handsome with sharp features and a cold demeanor, he was far superior to Wang Sheng, who pretended to be cool. In an instant, she felt her face flush, her breathing becoming rapid and disordered. Teacher Bai, what on earth are you thinking? Fong Han is your student. He risked his life to save you. How could you have such indecent thoughts? Teacher Bai loathed her own inappropriate thoughts, forcing herself to calm down. Leaning slightly back to avoid pressing against Fong Han's back too much, which made her extremely embarrassed. Teacher Bai, don't move. Let's land on that slope ahead. Fong Han, sitting in front, suddenly set upon noticing Teacher Bei's movements. Teacher Bai had no choice but to stop her little actions. Fong Qingshan flapped its wings vigorously against the raging wind and stopped in front of the slope. Once they landed, the wind diminished considerably. Teacher Bai, we're safe. Let's head back. The other students must be worried. Fong Han said. Teacher Bai nodded, pretending to be indifferent. Even at this moment, there was still a flush on her face that hadn't faded. By the way, just as Fong Han was about to use the teleportation scroll, Teacher Bai spoke again. Teacher Bai, is there anything else? Fong Han stopped his actions and asked. Ahem. To hide her embarrassment in the face of Fong Han's direct gaze, Teacher Bai cleared her throat. You are not allowed to tell anyone about today's events, understand? Teacher Bai purposely put on a stern teacher. Got it. This wasn't anything important, and Fong Han immediately promised he wouldn't speak of it recklessly. Did you acquire the spirit linking ring? Teacher Bei's eyes caught sight of the spirit linking ring on Fong Han's wrist, asking in surprise. The spirit linking ring is quite expensive, and Fong Han was wearing a platinum grade 1. In her impression, Fong Han's family was not well off. Your friend is quite generous to you, isn't he? Bai Jie said lightly. It's all right. Fong Han chuckled dry. Save my contact information. If anything comes up in the future, I can help you, Teacher. Bai Jie extended her wrist fair as Frost, revealing the spirit communication bracelet she wore. All right, Teacher Bai. After saving Bai Jie's information, the two used a teleportation scroll to return to the Adventurers Guild. They are back. Teacher Bai, are you all right? Did Teacher Bai get hurt? Teacher Bai, I feel so useless. I couldn't help at a critical moment, and could only watch. Fong Han, why did you come back so late? Did something happen? Are you okay? A group of classmates surrounded them upon seeing their safe return, chattering with concern. Most were concerned about Bai Jie, with only a few asking about Fong Han. It was evident how well-liked Bai Jie was. Both boys and girls adored her. We are all fine. We shook off the monster. Bai Jie's words eased the anxious students. She felt a sense of relief in her heart, and after confirming everyone was present, her expression turned serious. Classmates, you have all improved a lot these days. However, the school and teachers can only assist you temporarily. They cannot help you forever. The road ahead still relies on your own hard work. In about 10 days, you will face the college entrance examination. I hope you can strive to succeed and get into the university of your dreams, not disappointing the hopes of the school and your teachers. Bai Jie's words made everyone solemn. Teacher Bai, I will work hard. I will definitely not let Teacher Bai down. If I don't get into university, I will write my name backward. One by one, the excited classmates responded loudly to Bai Jie. Starting tomorrow, Bai Jie would no longer take them to level up. After all, Bai Jie had her own matters to attend to, and she needed to level up as well. The school could not constantly expend too much effort and resources on them. To put it bluntly, the school had already done enough for this batch of the weakest students. Fong Han, aren't you going home with your... After everyone else left, Bai Jie noticed that Chu Hongyi and others were missing and couldn't help but ask. They had come out later today. Usually Chu Hongyi and Mo Lingyu would be waiting for Fong Han by now. They had something to do and went back early today, Fong Han casually replied. In reality, they had gone to the desolate orchard where the new instance was located. They planned to enter the instance as soon as possible tomorrow to clear it first and earn rewards. Because of this, Chu Hongyi had quarreled with Lu Kong several times, hoping to include Fong Han. In the end, there was still no spot for Fong Han. Chu Hongyi even threatened to quit. Only after Fang Han's persuasion did she reluctantly choose to stay. Fang Han was indifferent to this. He had already secured a preparatory spot for the instance through Yilan. Moreover, he didn't need anyone to lead him. Though he was only level 12, he was absolutely confident in clearing the instance. Chu Hongyi and the others going early didn't really matter. Yilan had told him that the new instance would stabilize completely by tomorrow afternoon. While they were talking Wang Sheng, Fang Han was utterly speechless about this guy. Wang Sheng had come to the Adventurers Guild every day for a week, rain or shine, to take Bai Jie home. Despite Bai Jie repeatedly stating that it was unnecessary and telling him to stop pestering her goofy fin, Fang Han, it's getting late. Let me take you home. Bai Jie ignored Wang Sheng and smiled at Fang Han. Thank you, Teacher Bai. Fang Han understood Bai Jie's meaning immediately. He promptly agreed. For these past days, Bai Jie had used similar excuses to shake off Wang Sheng, and Fang Han had gotten used to it. Tomorrow let's see what excuse you use. Wang Sheng looked at the departing figures of Fang Han and Bai Jie, sneering. After walking a short distance and turning down a street, Fang Han glanced back and said to Bai Jie, Teacher Bai, that guy didn't follow us. Bai Jie nodded slightly. Then she stood still. Fang Han scratched the back of his head and said, Teacher Bai, you can go back now, we've already shaken off Wang Sheng. Go back for what? I'm taking you home. Unexpectedly, Bai Jie said something that surprised Fang Han. No, Teacher Bai, I can manage on my own. Fang Han was startled and quickly shook his head. Bai Jie took him home merely as an excuse to avoid Wang Sheng, but she seemed to have taken it seriously. Your friend isn't here today. I'm taking you home so I can feel at ease, Bai Jie insisted. Really don't need to, Teacher Bai, I'm not a child, I can walk by myself. Fang Han said with a bitter face. You're my student, in my eyes you're still not grown up. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Lead the way. Bai Jie's expression turned stern. Seeing her assume the authoritative role of a teacher again, Fang Han had no choice but to agree. Good. Bai Jie's face immediately broke into a charming smile as she reached out to pat Fang Han's head. Fang Han. Seeing Fang Han's strained expression, Bai Jie laughed even more happily. It seemed that only in this way could she dissolve the awkwardness and sweetness from their earlier moments and regain the feeling of being a teacher. There was another reason. Recently it had indeed not been very safe. The Raccoon City government had issued a level 3 red alert 2 days ago. Does your raccoon pet also talk? Bai Jie's gaze shifted slightly as she pointed to the little bear resting on Fang Han's shoulder, her eyes filled with curiosity. It can, except for the rampaging dodo bear, all can talk, Fang Han replied, frankly feeling it was unnecessary to hide it any longer. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie's delicate face flushed with annoyance. Oh, so that rampaging dodo bear was deliberately used to fool us. It made us think you leveled up so quickly because of that rampaging dodo bear. Teacher, you wouldn't want to be envied for my pet being too strong, would you? The rampaging dodo bear is of platinum rank, neither too high nor too low, just enough to divert attention, Fang Han said somewhat speechlessly. Not bad, quite thoughtful. Bai Jie nodded in approval. The two chatted and laughed, strolling towards the west side of the city. From afar they looked less like a teacher and student and more like a pair of siblings. The place you live is a bit remote. Observing the dark, foul-smelling alley ahead, Bai Jie frowned and cupped. Raccoon City is located in the south, often shrouded in rain and clouds where the moon is rarely visible at night. With no streetlights nearby, the alleys are dark and damp, making the path hard to discern, forcing one to navigate in darkness. I've gotten used to it. Fang Han chuckled nonchalantly and strode into the alley. This alley is one he traverses twice daily, a necessary route home. Taking a detour would add nearly 1,000 meters to their journey. The two entered the dim alley where one could barely see a hand in front of their face. It has been over 10 days since the assassination attempt by assassins sent by Lu Jianming, yet Fang Han's vigilance has not waned for a moment despite the absence of similar incidents. He was certain that Lu Jianming would not easily give up, it was merely a matter of not having found the right opportunity. Thus, even with Bai Jie beside him, Fang Han maintained his highest level of alertness. After only a few steps, Bai Jie caught up and grabbed Fang Han's hand. Teacher Bai. Fang Han looked at Bai Jie in surprise. Don't speak. I sense a pair of sinister eyes watching us from the shadows. Bai Jie scanned their surroundings. She possessed a wind-based passive skill, Tranquility, which allowed her to automatically sense movements within a certain range of wind, having just detected an abnormal presence. Though Fang Han could not see Bai Jie's face, he could guess that her expression was serious and solemn. Feeling the warmth and softness of her hand, he was slightly moved. Since crossing over to this world, he had often faced mockery, ridicule, derision, and disdain due to his profession. He even encountered provocations and hostility from people like Lu Jianming. However, he also received genuine concern from many. For example, Chu Hongyi, Mo Lingyu, and Zheng Shuanglong, whose attitudes towards him remained unchanged regardless of his profession. Bai Jie in front of him also cared for him, deeply confronting the skepticism of other students, personally assisting him in leveling up and ensuring his safety by escorting him home. Let's hurry. Bai Jie waved her hand, and a wind barrier enveloped the two of them as she pulled Fang Han away. Long after they had left, a frantic voice emerged from a dark corner. I refuse to believe your luck is this good having someone escort you every day. Only when they exited the alley and reached a well-lit area did Bai Jia let out a sigh of relief. The presence she felt earlier, although not strong, was extremely uncomfortable, leaving her feeling quite unsettled. Perhaps it was someone from the disaster army that infiltrated. In the future, it would be best to travel with your friends, Bai Jia suggested. All right, teacher Bai. Fang Han nodded in agreement, but in his heart he was certain it was an assassin sent by Lu Jianming, who merely refrained from acting recklessly out of fear of Bai Jia's strength. If it were truly a member of the disaster army, why would they specifically target an inconspicuous low-tier black iron summoner like him? That Lu Jianming is indeed quite persistent. It seems that if I don't resolve this soon, I won't be able to sleep soundly. A glint of cold light flashed in Fang Han's eyes. Only after he reached his doorstep did Bai Jia return. With Chu Hongyi and the others not returning today, the yard felt somewhat desolate. Fang Han used his summoning technique to call forth his pets. In addition to Master Yi and other pets, there was also a half-meter-tall calf. Mighty Bull Warrior Silver, level 12, Moo. As soon as the calf appeared, it let out an excited roar, running around Fang Han, its new master. Master Yi, guard the entrance, and don't let anyone disturb me. Yes, Master. Master Yi, wielding the world-destroying demon dragon blade, stood at the entrance like a guardian deity, exuding a menacing aura. Tomorrow they were to venture into a new dungeon, and to be safe, Fang Han decided to train another disaster pet. After much consideration, Fang Han planned to cultivate a pet that could serve as a tank. Although the Disaster Sword Saint has the undead meditation skill to recover health, its physical enhancement is not high, making it an output-type pet. Sometimes attracting too many monsters also poses a risk of death. Inspired by the bloody Minotaur boss in the Dark Forest, Fang Han made a choice after some comparisons and purchased a Mighty Bull Warrior. The Mighty Bull Warrior has low attack power, but a very high physical enhancement, nearly the sum of the other three attributes. This level 12 silver Mighty Bull Warrior cost Fang Han 8,000 gold coins. Having slain countless monsters these days, and spending only a small amount of souls to cultivate several teddy bears for sale, he accumulated a large number of soul points. Now the remaining number of souls exceeds 50000. Starting evolution. Consume 20 soul points. Evolution successful. Mighty Bull Warrior evolves into Mighty Bull Elite. Rarity Gold. Mighty Bull Elite's life has been sublimated. Loyalty 5. Consume 50 soul points. Evolution successful. Mighty Bull Elite evolves into Mighty Bull Lord. Rarity Platinum. Mighty Bull Lord's life has been sublimated. Loyalty 5. Consume 2,000. Evolution successful. Mighty Bull Chief evolves into Earth-Shaking Divine Bull. Rarity Legendary. Consume 5,000 soul points. Evolution successful. Earth-Shaking Divine Bull evolves into Primal Warlord. Rarity Disaster. After a lengthy evolution process lasting 5 minutes, the Mighty Bull Warrior successfully evolved from silver rarity to the highest disaster rarity. Its size also transformed from half a meter to a colossal 3 meters tall. With a stout and solid body, its muscles bulged with explosive primal power. Its deep brown skin was as hard as steel, exuding a texture reminiscent of rocky armor. Standing tall and mighty like a mountain, it resembled an ancient colossal beast brandishing a massive axe, exuding an overwhelming pressure that made one hesitant to breathe loudly. Fang Han was very satisfied with the appearance of the Primal Warlord. Surely its attributes won't disappoint. Primal Warlord Pet Rarity Disaster Final Form cannot be spied upon. Level 12 365 Loyalty 100 will never betray. Saturation 60 Life 22880 Attack 1144 Defense 1144 Critical Hit 4 Strength 572 Growth Factor 44 Constitution 1144 Growth Factor 88 Spirit 338 Growth Factor 26 Agility 403 Growth Factor 31 Movement Speed 6 Skills Ancient War Body Disaster Passive Skill. Blessed by Primal Divine Power, the Primal Warlord is immune to all real damage and effects, reducing defense, such as armor piercing and magic breaking when attacked. War Roar Disaster. The Primal Warlord emits a roar of ancient fury, increasing the attack and defense of all allies within 18 meters by 30, and instilling fear in enemies within the area, reducing their attack and defense by 30, lasting for 10 seconds. Cooldown time 30 seconds. War Stomp Disaster. The Primal Warlord violently stomps the ground, knocking all targets within 7 meters away and dealing 2,000 damage. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Brutal Charge Disaster. The Primal Warlord charges forward with brute force, smashing through all obstacles in its path, knocking all targets aside, and dealing 2,000 damage while its speed gradually increases to 200 and it becomes immune to control effects. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Unyielding Will Disaster. The Primal Warlord emits an unyielding roar, greatly increasing enmity with monsters, continuously restoring 100 health over 4 seconds, while also being immune to all control effects and receiving a 90 damage reduction lasting for 10 seconds. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Introduction. One of the oldest faiths of the beast race. This is truly overwhelming. After examining the attributes of the Savage War Master, Fong Han couldn't help but exclaim. With a total of 189 growth points, a staggering 88 points are in Constitution, leaving others far behind. At just level 12, his health reached an impressive 2880 points, with defense soaring to 1144 points. Among his 5 skills, 3 are defensive. Not to mention other professions, even Master Yi, who is of the same catastrophe rank, would struggle to contend with the Savage War Master without using the world-destroying Dragon Blade. Master Yi's Undead Meditation grants 4 seconds of invincibility. The Savage War Master's Unyielding will reduce his damage by 90 for 10 seconds. With already high defense and immunity to true damage and defense reduction effects, this makes its damage reduction akin to invincibility, making it even more suited for prolonged encounters. My judgment was indeed correct. At this moment in Fong Han's eyes, the Savage War Master resembled an indomitable ancient demon god seemingly impossible to defeat, which brought him immense security. From now on, I'll call you Bullhead. After sizing him up, Fong Han spoke. Thank you, Master, for the name. The Savage War Master responded in a deep voice, appearing quite excited. Fong Han scanned the area, satisfied with his 5 catastrophe pets, each unique in their attributes. Catastrophe Sword Saint Master, Divine Fire Phoenix, Fong Qingxian Catastrophic Giant Bear, Little Bear Destructive Scout, Timo Savage War Master Bullhead. Bullhead is responsible for charging into battle, attracting aggro, and taking damage. Master E serves as the primary damage dealer, unleashing devastating attacks with high mobility. Little Bear provides ranged firepower suppression, limiting enemies and assisting in attacks. Timo stealthily ambushes, deploying poisonous mushroom traps, drawing enemies into battle and buying time. Fong Qingxian occupies the aerial advantage, providing firepower suppression and serving as an escape route in critical moments. Each of the 5 pets has its strengths and can assist one another. It has already formed a small-scale pet army. Everyone come over, it's time for dinner. Fong Han took out a large amount of pet food along with roasted meat and fruit wine, laying them out on a large table. Upon hearing that food was ready, several pets gathered around. However, to his surprise, Timo glanced at the pet food and disdainfully shook his head. Bullhead was fine, but Little Bear was just as picky as Timo. Seeing this, Fong Han felt speechless. These guys were becoming increasingly finicky. They wouldn't even eat the silver-grade pet food. Timo and Little Bear could eat human foods like roasted meat, but the satiety they gained was minimal. Perhaps due to Fong Qingxian's ability to transform into human form, she was the only one who gained significant satiety from human food. As their levels increased, the quality of undead essence that Master E required also skyrocketed. Fong Han estimated that the daily food expenses for his pets would amount to a considerable sum, at least 100 gold coins. The further they progressed, the higher the expenses became. Fortunately, I can earn money by selling pets. If it were any other summoner, even with such powerful pets, they wouldn't be able to afford their upkeep. Fong Han couldn't help but marvel. In the morning, after finishing his grooming, he received a message from Yilan. After casually buying a loaf of bread from the roadside, he munched on it while heading to the agreed meeting spot. Yilan was as youthful and radiant as ever, standing there and naturally becoming the most beautiful sight on the street, attracting many onlookers. Fong Han, you finally made it. Yilan greeted Fong Han with a smile. Have you prepared everything? Fong Han, yes, everything is ready. Various potions, elixirs, pet food, and the food for our lunch have all been thoroughly prepared. Yilan nodded repeatedly. Without further ado, let's set off, Fong Han said. The two of them hailed a carriage that took them to the city gate. The entire Raccoon City was protected by a massive protective shield. The city had a vast area with large tracts in the south planted with various crops and fruit trees. At the city gates, several squads of guards patrolled back and forth, and everyone wishing to exit the city had to register. Ordinary people were not allowed to leave the city without a valid reason. Low-level practitioners were also not allowed to leave the city alone. Outside the city lay the wilderness filled with monsters. Leaving the protective range of Raccoon City made one an easy target for monster attacks. Both Fong Han and Yilan were practitioners with levels of 12 and 13 respectively, both exceeding level 10, and after registration, they easily exited Raccoon City. Once they left the protective range of Raccoon City's defense, the once clear sky suddenly darkened. A cold wind blew occasionally, mixed with the roars of monsters. Although Raccoon City was just within reach, it felt like two different worlds. Directly ahead of Fong Han was a forest home to monsters ranging from levels 1 to 5, primarily consisting of rabbits and wild wolves. From time to time, one could see a few individuals battling monsters within. Those were practitioners like Fong Han, low in rank with little future and no money, who couldn't afford dungeon tickets and could only rely on killing wild monsters to level up. Although dungeon tickets weren't overly expensive, practitioners still needed to buy potions, equipment, and skill books, which amounted to a significant expense. As such, many practitioners would risk danger to hunt monsters outside the city to save money. If it weren't for Fong Han's talent of infinite golden legend, he too would be among them. Fong Han, stay close to me. I know a route where there are fewer monsters and no powerful ones, Yilan advised Fong. Okay. Fong Han retracted his scrutinizing gaze and nodded in agreement. This was his first time leaving Raccoon City, and he was completely unaware of the situation outside. Although he knew the general location of the new dungeon, he was unclear on the specifics. Yilan had left several times before and was familiar with the route, making her the best guide. Fong Han summoned Master Yi to lead the way. With Master Yi and Little Bear, his two catastrophe pets, they could handle any crisis. Master Yi now boasted an attack of 1338 points, wielding the world-destroying Dragon Blade, which shot up to 4014 points with a single strike. Any foolish monster daring to approach was swiftly slain by a single sword strike. The two moved further away, with Raccoon City left far behind. As time passed, the levels of the monsters they encountered also rose. They began with monsters around level 5, and after half an hour level 10 monsters started appearing. However, for Master Yi there was no difference. Everything was dispatched with a single strike. Fong Han, that manor up ahead, is said to be haunted by a level 15 golden boss all year round. Many reckless practitioners have perished at the hands of that boss. Let's circumvent it. Not long after, a dilapidated, sprawling manor appeared before them, and Yilan cautioned. From a distance, one could see numerous aimless monsters wandering within the manor, all around levels 11 to 12. Hearing this, Fong Han nodded. With the current strength of the Pet Legion, they could easily kill a level 15 golden boss, but this would take the two chose to take a detour. Help! At that moment, an urgent cry for help suddenly echoed from within the manor. Soon after, several young men and women rushed out of a dilapidated building in panic. Behind them came a massive roar. As the building was smashed to pieces, a tall green-skinned monster appeared in sight, brandishing a curved blade and pursuing the group. The group became even more frantic, and upon seeing Fong Han and Yilan, it was as if they had grasped onto their last hope, immediately running towards the two. Fong Han's expression darkened instantly. Yilan gasped in a whisper, "Goblin Slayer." Indeed, the monsters in the manor were various goblins, and the golden boss mentioned by Yilan was this green-skinned Goblin Slayer right before them. However, it was not level 15, but level 17. The group being chased by the Goblin Slayer had an average level of around 12. Goblins come in many varieties. As the name suggests, Goblin Slayers are adept at ambush and assassination. They move quickly, have high attack power, and possess teleportation skills. The level suppression of being 5 levels higher left the group defenseless. Fong Han, what should we do? Should we save them? Yilan asked anxiously. Save them? Fong Han pondered for a moment and sighed heavily. Originally, he had no intention of getting involved in such matters. However, among those being chased, there was someone he recognized. It was a delicate-looking girl named Shinro. Shinro had also come from the Central Welfare Institute. However, their relationship had been average at the institute, and after leaving they had no further interactions. But now that he had seen her, he could not simply turn a blind eye. Another reason was that the Goblin Slayer had already set its sights on the two of them, and after dealing with Shinro and her group, it would undoubtedly pursue them. Thus they had no choice but to fight. "Classmates, please help us." Shinro stumbled, almost tripping over a broken plank, and shouted at Fong Han and Yilan. At that moment, a gust of wind swirled around the legs of the Goblin Slayer, dramatically increasing its speed. The last boy in the group was caught up in the blink of an eye. A flash of cold light appeared, and before he could even scream, the boy's head was severed, with blood spraying as high as 3 meters. The remaining 3 were instantly terrified, scrambling to flee, fearing they would be the next unfortunate victim. Keek. The Goblin Slayer let out a piercing, unpleasant laugh, extending its crimson tongue to lick the blood off its curved blade. "Yilan, you hold the boss back for a moment. Master Yi, take down that monster." Fong Han spoke quickly. Yilan drew her longbow and shot an arrow at the Goblin Slayer. However, the Goblin Slayer moved too swiftly, causing Yilan's attack to miss, and the arrow landed on the ground. Although she did not hit the Goblin Slayer, she successfully distracted it. Seizing the moment, Shinro and her companions quickened their escape. Following Fong Han's command, Master Yi had activated his cataclysmic bloodline and rushed past Shinro and the others, speeding towards the Goblin Slayer. Seeing a skeleton charging at him recklessly, the Goblin Slayer sneered and swung his sharp, curved blade towards Master Yi, intending to slice him in half. In the instant before the curved blade struck Master, he used the Alpha Strike, transforming his body into an arc of light that swept past the Goblin Slayer. The Goblin Slayer's attack missed its target, and Master Yi's world-ending Dragon Blade struck heavily against the 76,280. A large red damage number popped up above the Goblin Slayer's head. The increase indicated a critical hit. The Goblin Slayer's health bar was instantly reduced by a significant portion, nearly 1/7 of it. Shinro and the others were left in shock, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. That was a level 17 platinum boss. Their previous attacks, exerting all their efforts, could only deal around 100 damage, yet a skeleton sword saint managed to inflict damage exceeding their output by hundreds of times. Not to mention the Goblin Slayer's powerful attributes, just being 5 levels higher would reduce the damage it received, yet Master Yi still dealt such astonishing damage, leaving them unable to believe it was real for a moment. In fact, even Fong Han himself was somewhat surprised. Since acquiring the world-ending Dragon Blade, he had been leveling up under by Jie's guidance, and Master Yi hadn't had the chance to fight. This was their first battle, and the performance was stunning. This gave Fang Han even more confidence in conquering the new dungeon. At the same time, Yilan and Xiao Xiong launched their attacks. Yilan switched to her platinum longbow, but her damage was only around 300. Xiao Xiong unleashed countless rockets rained down, overwhelming the Goblin Slayer with continuous explosions ringing out. Although Xiao Xiong did not possess a weapon as powerful as the world-ending Dragon Blade, he still managed to deal around 1 of his 0 points of damage. Infuriated by the substantial loss of health, the Goblin Slayer raised his curved blade again, aiming it at Master Yi. At that moment, Xiao Xiong had already charged in, crashing down in front of the Goblin Slayer. Despite Xiao Xiong's small size, only about the size of a palm, it contained an incredibly terrifying power. The Annihilation Strike triggered a seismic shockwave, sending the Goblin Slayer flying, once again causing 10,150 points of damage, while preventing the Goblin Slayer from landing an attack on Master Yi. Xiao Xiong let out a furious roar, a shocking bellow that could nearly rupture an eardrum. 26,900. The thunderous roar reduced the Goblin Slayer's defense by 80, making Xiao Xiong's strike explosive. Taking advantage of the momentum, Xiao Xiong slammed his furry little paws against the ground. As lightning flickered, several massive cracks opened up in the ground, rapidly spreading toward the Goblin Slayer. Just as the Goblin Slayer stood up, he had no time to react before Xiao Xiong's meteor storm hit him. He was also briefly paralyzed by the lightning within it. Meanwhile, Master Yi had already activated the Blade Storm. The acceleration from the cataclysmic bloodline had not yet faded, and with the additional 80 boost from the Blade Storm, Master Yi's speed reached its peak, almost instantaneously appearing before the Goblin Slayer. The world-ending Dragon Blade spun rapidly, cutting through the Goblin Slayer's body, blood spraying everywhere. 52,405. 53,894. 101,200. Under the enhancement of Little Bear's skill, Thunder Roar, Master Yi's Blade Storm dealt extraordinary damage with every rotation. The critical hits even reached a terrifying 1,000 points. The Goblin Slayer's health plummeted like an avalanche. By the time the Blade Storm ended, the Goblin Slayer had less than 3,000 health remaining. During this time, the Goblin Slayer's scimitar finally struck Master Yi. 830. Master Yi's current health is 10720, and this damage is merely a drizzle, not worth worrying about. The subsequent battle held no suspense. Under the relentless assault of Master Yi and Little Bear, the Goblin Slayer was quickly killed. Successfully killed the Goblin Slayer experience, 35000. Successfully killed the Goblin Slayer Soul 1. Successfully killed the Goblin Slayer Disaster Sword Saint experience, 35000. Successfully killed the Goblin Slayer Catastrophe Giant Bear experience, 35000. This a level 17 golden BOSS was just killed. Until now, Shunro could hardly believe her eyes. The formidable boss that had chased them to the point of desperation and caused the deaths of 2 teammates was just slain. Enough. Stop talking. They deliberately delayed, causing Xia Hao to be killed by the monster, and you still want— Shunro walked up to Fang Han and the others, about to express her gratitude when a loud shout interrupted her words. Xuetao, they saved us, you cannot. Shun Rao's expression changed and she hurriedly stopped him. However, the boy named Xuetao ignored her and continued to glare at Fang Han and Yilan, spewing words in anger. They clearly heard our cries for help, saw us, yet delayed their actions, only intervening when we were facing dire consequences. What was their intent? Clearly they found me attractive and wanted to play the hero to leave a good impression. Shut up. Shinro and Yilan shouted in unison. Shin Rao's face showed a mix of anger and a hint of shyness. Yilan, however, looked frosty. She coldly remarked, if I had known you were such ungrateful wolves, I shouldn't have saved you. Have I hit a nerve making you angry? People like you are hypocritical and disgusting. Xuetao laughed in anger, spitting on the ground. That's not true, Xuetao, don't say such nonsense. Seeing Fang Han's expression grow colder, Shinro anxiously shouted. Not going to speak. Feeling guilty. Fang Han's silence only provoked Xuetao further. An annoying fly buzzed around, making an unbearable racket, which completely extinguished Fang Han's desire to argue. He merely said, Little Bear, make him shut up. Just don't kill him. Understood, Master. After being provoked for so long, Little Bear could no longer contain his fury. At that moment, receiving Fang Han's command, he roared and lunged at Xuetao. Xuetao didn't expect Fang Han to dare make a move. In panic, he quickly retreated. He had just witnessed Little Bear's might and dared not confront him heated. But how could he match Little Bear's speed? Little Bear's agility was now 611. Even legendary agility classes couldn't surpass it. In a flash, Little Bear pounced in front of Xuetao. Then he swung his fluffy little fist, striking fiercely at Xuetao. Ah! A scream erupted. Xuetao's body flew 7 or 8 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. While still in the air, he sprayed blood from his mouth, losing several teeth. Everyone was stunned, their mouths agape, having forgotten to speak. Bang! 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 Amidst Shui Tao's pig-like screams, Little Bear's fists fell like raindrops. Everyone was dumbfounded, even forgetting to utter a word. Whoosh. Moments later, Little Bear returned to Fong Han's shoulder. Master, your task is complete. Little Bear exclaimed proudly. Little Bear's voice was sweet and cute and his actions charming. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Shinro would never have believed that the violent perpetrator was this seemingly harmless little raccoon. At this moment, Shui Tao, who had just arrogantly questioned Fong Han and Yilan, had turned into a dead dog lying on the ground, making unconscious groans, his body twitching, occasionally blood oozing from his mouth. Shui Tao's image was drastically different, resembling a demon crawling out of hell. His body was drenched in blood, all teeth knocked out, his nose crushed in, one ear brutally torn off, and one eye turned into a dark blood hole. It was truly a miserable sight. He was barely hanging on to life, gasping. Such severe injuries would be futile even for a legendary healer. This life was thoroughly ruined. Well done. Extra meal at noon. Fong Han smiled lightly, gently rubbing Little Bear's fluffy little head. Little Bear executed his master's orders to the letter. He made Shui Tao shut up, and he could no longer utter a single word. Shui Tao was somewhat lucky, as there were many people present, otherwise Fong Han would have had Master Yi turn him into a mist of blood. Thank you, Master. You are the greatest person in the world. Little Bear danced with joy. Then he placed his hands on his hips and shouted fiercely at Shui Tao. Humph. Daring to provoke the Master, this is the consequence. Glancing at the near-dead Shui Tao, a hint of reluctance flashed across Shun Rao's face. She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Yilan remained expressionless. They had risked their lives to save him, yet Shui Tao bit back, accusing them of deliberately causing harm. Such ungratefulness led to this outcome. It was self-inflicted. Shinro, you really don't remember me. Fong Han's words surprised both Shinro and Yilan. Yilan was puzzled as to why Fong Han happened to know a beauty they randomly encountered on the road. Shinro stared at Fong Han for a long time, feeling increasingly familiar, yet she could not recall where she had seen him before. Fong Han felt a tinge of hurt within. After all, they had spent several years together in the same courtyard during childhood. How could she have completely forgotten after a few years? He reminded her, Central Welfare Institute. Fong Han. You are Fong Han. Shin Rao's eyes suddenly lit up, exclaiming in surprise, her voice filled with immense joy. Fong Han felt extremely embarrassed, saying, It seems you have completely forgotten about me. No, that's not it. I have always remembered you, it's just that you look different from when you were a child, so I didn't recognize you right away. Shin Rao's pretty face was flushed with shyness as she spoke apologetically. The Fong Han she remembered was thin and frail, easily blown over by a gust of wind. However, the current Fong Han, although still somewhat slender, stood tall, with a stern and resolute face, exuding a calm and composed demeanor completely different from before. Boys change a lot as they grow up, and 1 year can make a significant difference. Therefore, at first glance, she didn't recognize him right away. At the same time, she felt a bit of delight. After so many years, Fong Han still remembered her so clearly. Fong Han smiled, but felt a wave of helplessness within. Although both he and Shun Ro came from the same orphanage in Huankuan City, their relationship was nowhere near that of Chu Hongyi and others. The one responsible for all this was that beast Zheng Shuanglong. Shinro was very beautiful and cute when Zheng Shuanglong was a lecher who only had eyes for women, always pestering Shinro, which made her avoid him like the plague, running away whenever she saw him. Since Fong Han was on good terms with Zheng Shuanglong, he naturally suffered collateral damage, leading to Shun Ro distancing herself from him. Later on, Shun Ro and Zheng Shuanglong were both adopted and left the orphanage. After that, Fong Han and Shun Ro never saw each other again. Can we save him first? If we don't, Shui Tao is going to die. At this moment, the girl squatting next to Shui Tao and pouring life potion into his mouth spoke up. Her name was Gu Tingting, and she was somewhat chubby, having not said a word until now. After all, Shui Tao is my classmate. We can't let him die, or I won't know how to explain it when I go back. Shin Ro frowned, her tone laced with concern. I never intended for him to die, I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Fong Han replied nonchalantly. With Fong Han's agreement, Shin Ro felt relieved and quickly ran to Shui Tao's side to provide aid. Cough, it's impolite to keep staring at the girl. Yilan lightly coughed, bringing Fong Han's gaze back. In terms of looks, Shin Ro and Yilan were equally matched, each possessing their own beauty. Shin Ro had a gentle aura, while Yilan exuded a graceful, yet slightly aloof demeanor, giving off a hint of a wealthy and beautiful feeling. However, in terms of figure, Shin Ro was superior to Yilan. Fong Han estimated that she was at least a 36D, her white shirt straining against her ample bust, standing tall and prominent, capturing attention. Among all the beauties he had seen, Shin Ro was undoubtedly the most filial. Fong Han didn't expect that just a casual glance would be noticed by Yilan. Suddenly feeling a bit awkward. The life potion can only keep him alive, it won't bring him back to life. Looking at Shui Tao, who had only one eye left, rolling it in distress, and barely breathing, Shun Ro sighed. He truly deserved it. What should we do? Gu Tingting said anxiously. Her relationship with Shui Tao was quite ordinary, as with her figure and looks not many boys would look at her differently. Therefore, she wasn't particularly sad about Xue Tao being beaten up this way. Her worry was the same as Shen Rao's. If Xue Tao died, they couldn't escape responsibility. I originally planned to save this for a dangerous situation, but now I have to use it early. Shinro took out a vial of light green potion from her spatial ring. Is that emerald essence? Gu Tingting's voice was filled with astonishment. Shinro nodded silently. This is a platinum quality potion worth at least 1000 gold coins. Gu Tingting's mouth fell open. The emerald essence could provide a powerful vitality. While it couldn't perform the miracle of resurrecting the dead, it would definitely be enough to save Xue Tao. As the essence with a strong life force was poured into Xue Tao's mouth, his weak breathing immediately became much steadier and his condition visibly improved. Of course, the teeth that had been knocked out and the missing ear would not grow back, and the blind eye could not regain its sight. It would have been better to just kill him. What a waste of a beautiful woman's precious potion. Yilan pouted. Fang Han also felt it was a bit strange. Clearly, it was Xue Tao who caused the trouble, yet Shen Ro had to bear much of the responsibility. Shen Ro and Gu Tingting worked hard for a while before stopping. By this time, Xue Tao had mostly recovered and could at least walk on his own. Of course, he was still very weak with dry blood on his face, bruises all over, and looking like a pig's head. Looking at Fang Han's calm gaze, Xue Tao shivered all over, filled with deep fear, and lowered his proud head deeply, not daring to make eye contact. He hadn't expected Fang Han to be so terrifying, ruthless, and decisive, saying it, and doing it without considering any consequences. At this moment, his head hung low, like an ostrich, fearing that he might provoke this killing god again, which could lead to his actual death. How strong was Fang Han? The seemingly cute little raccoon contained an incredibly terrifying power. And that undead sword saint who had withstood the Goblin Slayer's fierce attacks the entire time, ultimately killing the Goblin Slayer, might be even more fearsome than the little raccoon. Xue Tao could only bury this humiliation and hatred deep within his heart. Shinro, we might not be able to go to the new instance. We've only gotten halfway, and already 2 are dead, and 1 is injured. It would be a wasted trip. I plan to take Xue Tao back. What about you? Gu Tingting said dejectedly. She had come with high hopes, but met with disaster halfway. Before they even set out, they were already facing death. Not to mention that the team was no longer complete. Even if they were intact, Gu Tingting had lost confidence. Even the Goblin Slayer had chased them all around the mountain. The new instance was definitely beyond their capability. Shen Rao's expression was conflicted, wanting to say something, but holding back. She felt very unwilling. She had finally managed to come out, and yet before she even saw the entrance to the new instance, she had to turn back. Moreover, they had also lost a precious vial of platinum potion. Suddenly, she noticed Fang Han, her eyes lighting up, and hope reignited in her heart. If he could easily slay even the Goblin Slayer Master Yi and the little bear far surpassed any pets she had seen, they would surely succeed in clearing the new instance. Fang Han, are you all going to the new instance as well? Is there still space in your team? Can I join you? I am an epic tier light priest who I won't hold you back. Shinro looked at Fang Han with eager anticipation. An epic tier priest. Fang Han was taken aback. He hadn't noticed Shin Rao's class earlier and didn't expect her profession to be of such high rank. If she was indeed an epic tier priest, her healing abilities would be substantial. With Shinro joining the team, the safety of Yilan and Zheng Xuanglong would be ensured. Fang Han had the Life Link Golden Legendary trait, practically giving him an immortal status. Yilan and Zheng Xuanglong were different, and no one knew what to expect in the new instance, and unexpected situations could arise. If Shinro joined, their safety would be greatly enhanced. Having known Shinro for a long time, and recalling their past, Fang Han finally nodded. They'll join, but absolute command rests with me. Should we clear the dungeon on our first attempt, all unleveled materials go to me. Fang Han added. Thank you. Rest assured, I won't claim a single item dropped inside. Shinro exclaimed joyfully, hastily vowing her commitment. Thus she officially joined the party. Gu Tingting and Xue Tao returned to Huanxiong City. Though the Goblin Slayer was fierce, it yielded only a single piece of golden tier leather armor and some worthless materials, barely worth mentioning. After gathering the spoils, Fang Han pressed onward toward the new dungeon. With Shinro now among them, the party expanded from 2 to 3 members. Fang Han, have you been well these past years? Shinro, meeting Yilan for the first time and long estranged from Fang Han, hesitated before breaking the silence. Not bad, I suppose, Fang Han replied casually. Oh, after we parted, I actually wanted to visit you in Hongyi, but Huanxiong no. One high school operates under strict closed campus policy, and my family kept tight watch. I never found an opportunity. Shinro gently bit her lower lip, speaking with quiet remorse. She sensed a subtle ache beneath his words. Fang Han glanced at her, uncertain whether her words held truth. Yet the genuine delight that had lit up her brow upon recognizing him betrayed no pretense. Among the adopted orphans, Shinro's circumstances had been the most favorable. Her graceful physical development spoke volumes. Huanxiong no. One high school had long stood as the city's premier institution, and this year was no exception. Though no legendary class professions had manifested there this year, over 20 epic class professions had emerged, granting the school far greater overall strength than Huanxiong No. 9 High School or Nanshan High School, both of which boasted a single legendary class profession. Yilan once mentioned she'd originally intended to enroll at Huanxiong No. 1 High School, only to choose the slightly less prestigious Huanxiong No. 2 High School instead, deterred by its rigid discipline and near-total lack of personal freedom. Shenrou's initiative eased much of the awkwardness and unfamiliarity between her and Feng Han. With 2 radiant beauties now accompanying him, the journey ahead grew markedly lighter and more pleasant. E-Master continued to lead the way. To date, no monster had survived his second strike. Shenrou, how did you learn of this new dungeon? And how many others know about it? Feng Han suddenly asked. Xue Tao received the intelligence. He claims acquaintance with members of the Ashes Adventuring Guild. As for how many others are aware, I'm uncertain. Shenrou paused thoughtfully before answering honestly. The Ashes Adventuring Guild. I seem to recall hearing that name before. Feng Han frowned faintly. You've forgotten. They rank among Huanxiong City's top 5 adventuring guilds. Li Qingwei's father serves as their guild master. Yilan interjected. Ah, I remember now, Feng Han murmured, realization dawning. Given the Ashes Guild's formidable strength, they would undoubtedly be among the first to learn of the new dungeon. Most adventuring guilds thrive on perilous ventures. Any whisper of change reaches them almost instantly. Feng Han, let's exercise caution. We must avoid crossing paths with her. Given Li Qingwei's flamboyant nature, she's almost certain to participate in the dungeon's conquest. Yilan voiced her concern. Her individual strength poses little threat, but she's invariably surrounded by a retinue of protectors. Feng Han nodded coolly, though inwardly he felt no alarm comparable to Yilan's. They now traversed a black forest. Its denizens chiefly corrupted water elementals, each hovering around level 10. They posed negligible danger, but were profoundly repulsive, exuding foul viscous black sludge upon death. E-Master refrained from engaging them directly. Instead, Xiao Xiong eliminated them remotely to avoid contamination. The black forest lay unervingly still, shrouded in gloom, suffocating in oppressive silence. Strange, dissonant sounds occasionally echoed from its depths, stirring irrational dread. Once we cross this forest and pass through the canyon beyond, we'll reach the desolate orchard where the new dungeon lies. To ease the mounting tension, Yilan deliberately steered the conversation. Watch out. Feng Han's expression shifted instantly. He seized Shenrou and Yilan, yanking them backward with swift urgency. Dozens of arrows gleaming with eerie black radiance materialized without warning overhead and hurtled toward them with lethal fury. Thud, thud, thud. The black arrows slammed into the frost shield, radiating biting cold, and the luminescent shield, rippling with golden light, sparking explosive detonations. Neither shield endured half a second before shattering into fragments. The arrows embedded themselves deep into the earth, corroding thick layers of fallen leaves into a noxious, stinking slurry. Fortunately, those brief moments of shielding granted the trio just enough time to evade, slipping past the barrage unscathed. Who dared ambush us? Yilan gasped, barely finishing her question when a deafening, ear-splitting roar erupted, immediately followed by a monstrous figure leaping from the adjacent thicket, a towering beast 3 meters tall lunging straight at them. Jet black from crown to claw, it seemed dredged from the abyss itself, its form wreathed in decay-laden malevolence. Merely gazing upon it induced overwhelming nausea and vertigo, threatening unconsciousness. Darkspawn demon. Shenrou cried out, her face paling. Its colossal fist descended, poised to pulp them into crimson paste. Perched atop Feng Han's shoulder, Xiao Xiong let out a soft, defiant snarl, waving tiny fists, and launched itself fearlessly into the air, barreling headlong toward the Darkspawn demon. Xiao Xiong was hurled backward several meters by the impact. Undeterred, Xiao Xiong unleashed Tempest Nebula Strike, twin claws crackling with lightning slammed into the ground, fracturing earth, and channeling searing arcs directly into the demon, inflicting 8,000 points of damage and paralyzing it for 1 second. The blow dealt comparatively modest damage, only 900 points. Then abruptly, ambient light collapsed. Daylight dissolved into utter night within a heartbeat. Within a second, darkness swallowed all, so profound that even outstretched hands vanished from sight. Dark fog technique. Yilan identified the spell with uncanny precision. I'll handle this. Shenrou raised her platinum-white staff and pointed it forward. Instantly, a flood of milky radiance burst forth, dispelling the encroaching black mist entirely. Vision restored. The group scanned their surroundings. The ambush came from a dark mage, who's hiding. Shenrou demanded, eyes sharp with vigilance. Yet nothing met their gaze but endless mist-wrapped woodland. Meanwhile, Feng Han summoned Timo, whose tiny form darted across the clearing, planting toxic mushrooms in rapid succession. The Darkspawn demon was a summoned entity, bound to exist for precisely 30 seconds before vanishing. Xiao Xiong and the demon clashed fiercely. Though level disparity placed Xiao Xiong at temporary disadvantage, holding the creature at bay for 30 seconds remained well within its capacity. E-Master remained apart from the fray, standing guard beside Fong Han, senses honed to razor-edge alertness. Who is ambushing me? Show yourself. With Master E and the pets around, Fong Han remained calm and shouted into the surroundings. The area remained silent with no response. The ambusher might be preparing a powerful move. We must be cautious. Shinro clutched her staff tightly, her palms sweating due to anxiety. At that moment, Fong Han suddenly felt a slight chill in his palm. Turning his head, he discovered Yilan holding his hand. Her eyes sparkled with a clear light, brighter than ever. One of her fingers quietly pointed in a direction. Fong Han understood instantly. Ku! A resounding phoenix cry suddenly echoed, shattering the forest silence. Fong Qingxian, engulfed in blazing golden-red flames, unleashed countless fiery feathers from her vast wings. They shot towards a certain direction like arrows. The sound of clanging echoed continuously. Numerous trees, vines, and weeds were ignited. Damn it! I've been discovered. A figure cloaked in a black robe jumped down from a large tree, frantically swatting at the flames on his body, cursing in frustration. The skill he was about to complete was abruptly interrupted. He had intended to use dark acid rain to ensnare Fong Han and the others, but it was disrupted by Fong Qingxian's skill, 3000 feather kill. Seeing the black robe's appearance, Fong Han immediately guessed that he was from the same organization as the one who had ambushed him earlier. Kid, after waiting so many days, I finally got my chance today. You had to run outside the city to seek your own death, so you can't blame me. Damn it, you lack martial ethics. The black-robed figure was suddenly interrupted by a startled shout. It turned out that a poisonous mushroom thrown by Timo had landed at his feet, which he accidentally stepped on. Despite holding 3 shields, the black robe could not guard against the ground attack. The mushroom explosion caused him to lose 700 health points, and the poison eroded his body, causing continuous damage, while also slowing him down by 50. At that moment, Master E had already charged forward with the bloodline of calamity. It's just a mere skeleton eye, no a weapon without rank. Master E's exterior, although more substantial than a typical undead, did not initially seem threatening. However, when he saw the Apocalypse Devil Dragon Blade in Master E's hand, his expression suddenly turned to one of sheer terror. To make matters worse, Fong Qingxian in midair unleashed a vacuum fire, turning the area around him into a raging inferno. The 3 dark shields rapidly weakened under the scorching of the vacuum fire. Master E activated the Blade Storm. The Apocalypse Devil Dragon Blade spun rapidly, stripping the energy from the dark shield layer by layer. Stop! Don't you want to know who sent me? The black robe shouted in terror. He never expected the situation to turn so dire in an instant. He could even smell the scent of death. Surrounded by flames, the black robe couldn't escape using dark skills. Thus, he could only shout for a halt, trying to buy time. Not only Fong Han's pets were attacking him, but Yilan and Shinro also joined the fray. Having nearly been killed by the black robe, how could they not despise him? Yilan unleashed ice arrow rain, sealing off the possible escape routes of the black robe. Shinro used her staff as a bow, shooting forth an arrow that shimmered with a milky white light. As a light priestess, she focused on support, but also had some offensive capabilities. For instance, the light feather arrow she shot now dealt extra damage to dark creatures, making them their natural nemesis. Master E, turn him into a mist of blood for me. Fong Han wouldn't listen to the black robe's rambling, coldly issuing commands to Master E. Even without the black robe's words, he knew it was likely an assassin sent by Lu Jiaming after his previous failed assassination attempt. He simply hadn't found the opportunity to strike until now. Of course, it was also possible that it wasn't sent by Lu Jiaming. However, to Fong Han this was unimportant. If he believed it to be true, then it must be. Under heavy attacks, the dark shield could not hold for even 2 seconds before being shattered. With the black robe unprotected, his fate was sealed. With a piercing scream, the black robe was turned into a mist of blood by the Apocalypse Devil Dragon Blade. With the black robe dead, the remaining dark monsters could not withstand the assault, and were also turned into a mist of blood by the Apocalypse Devil Dragon Blade. The black forest fell silent once more. After defeating a great enemy, Shinro and Yilan both sighed in relief. Fong Han, are they your pets too? Shinro looked curiously at Fong Qingxian and Timo. Yes. Fong Han nodded, lightly recalling them into the pet space. I'm sorry. You should have come to kill me, and you got dragged into it, nearly getting hurt. He then expressed his sincere apologies to the 2 ladies. Looking back now, the situation had indeed been perilous. This black robe was a level 21 dark mage, and even together Yilan and Shinro wouldn't be a match for him. It's fine, we are friends, right? We should face dangers together. Yilan smiled faintly, her lips curving upward. Exactly. If you hadn't saved me earlier, I might have been killed by the Goblin Slayer. Shinro gazed directly at Fong Han, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Not only was Fong Han handsome, but he could also summon powerful pets at any time. Let's speed up. We've wasted quite a bit of time. Fong Han said. Half an hour later, they exited the black. Not far ahead was a treacherous canyon. After passing through the canyon, they would be very close to their destination. At that moment, many people surrounded the canyon seemingly in a dispute. A burly man apparently from some adventurer group was striding towards the black forest grumbling while holding a pair of large iron hammers. Hey there, what happened? What are they arguing about up ahead? Fong Han, feeling intrigued, stopped the burly man to ask. Get out of the way. Don't block the path. I'm in a bad mood, don't provoke me. The middle-aged man with a scruffy beard was already in a foul mood. Being stopped by Fong Han only made him more irritated. Just as he was about to shove Fong Han aside, he suddenly noticed Yilan and Shinro, causing him to instinctively halt his movement. You two must have just awakened as adventurers, right? He tried to soften his voice as the earlier anger vanished without a trace. Yes, handsome, what exactly happened? Seeing the man's gaze often drifting towards her, Shinro lightly covered her chest with one hand, smiling as she ahem. If you want to pass through the canyon, I advise you to turn back. The man coughed twice, quickly averting his gaze, and explained. Why is that? We just want to find a suitable place to level up. Shinro feigned ignorance and asked. A level 15 new dungeon appeared ahead. The Ashen Adventure Group wanted to monopolize the dungeon, so they sent people to block the canyon, not allowing anyone to enter. Damn it, I'm already level 26. I can't even enter the dungeon, and they won't let me pass. The burly man spat, fiercely cursing angrily. Oh, that's too much. Shinro exclaimed in surprise, echoing his sentiment. So I advise you to go back. Otherwise you'll end up getting hurt. These guys are too arrogant. Our Groundhog Adventure Group is not to be trifled with. Just wait until I tell the leader, the Ashen Adventure Group won't have it easy. If it weren't for the fact that there are 2 level 30s among them, I would definitely smash them all. The burly man waved his large iron hammer, fuming. Alright, we won't go in. We'll just take a look and leave. Thank you for the kind reminder, big brother. Shinro smiled gently. Hee, it's nothing. The burly man was mesmerized by Shinro's stunning smile and reluctantly left after taking a few glances. Fong Han, what should we do now? The Ashen Adventure Group is blocking the way and we can't get through. Yilan asked angrily. Shinro also wore a worried expression. From the uniform attire, it seemed that the Ashen Adventure Group had about 20 members, including 2 level 30 professionals. Even from this distance, it was easy to guess that the levels of the ordinary members were above level 20. With such overwhelming strength, it was no wonder that the burly man hesitated earlier. I didn't expect there would be such an advantage to bringing her along. Fong Han glanced at Shinro from the corner of his eye. Is taking a detour feasible? Fong Han asked. Charging through was definitely not an option. His current level was too low, and even with a few more disaster pets, they wouldn't stand a chance against the Ashen Adventure Group. No way. There's not enough time. Before Fong Han finished asking, Yilan already denied it. Taking a detour would take at least half a day. Even if we take a detour, there might be members of the Ashen Adventure Group guarding the mountain passes we can cross. Looking at the steep and perilous mountain range before them, Yilan's expression darkened. So are we just going to return empty-handed? Do you know anyone from the Ashen Adventure Group? Maybe we can negotiate. Let us pass. Shinro asked, unwilling to give up. Negotiate? No way. Yilan shook her head, glancing at Fong Han with a strange expression. Recently, when they refreshed the dungeon completion record, they had refused to let Li Qingwei join and had offended her. Seeing the 2 of them, the Ashen Adventure Group would be lucky not to kill them, let alone negotiate. Fong Han said, realizing that the only feasible method was to fly over. Fly over? How do we fly? Yilan and Shinro asked in unison. Yilan seemed to have thought of something, her eyes brightening as she asked in surprise, let Fong Qingxian take us. Exactly, but it might be a bit cramped. Fong Han's voice trailed off. Cramped? That's fine as long as we can get through. Upon hearing there was a way to pass, Shinro immediately waved her hand, not caring about the cramped space. Yilan had no objections either. So Fong Han avoided the Ashen Adventure Group and found a deserted spot to summon Fong Qingxian. So beautiful. Shinro gently caressed Fong Qingxian's feathers, her eyes filled with envy. Fong Qingxian's human form is even more stunning. Seeing this, Yilan secretly laughed. When the 2 beautiful girls finally sat on Fong Qingxian's back, they finally understood what Fong Han meant by cramped. And it wasn't just a little cramped, it was very cramped. Yesterday, Fong Qingxian had only carried Fong Han and Bai Jie, and it had already felt a bit tight. Now with 3 people, one can imagine the situation. Among the 3, only Yilan knew the way, so she sat in the front. Shinro sat behind, while Fong Han was sandwiched between the 2. Worried about falling off, she held Yilan very tightly. Meanwhile, Shinro's body pressed closely against Fong Han, leaving almost no space, making it difficult for him to move at all. The 2 beautiful women pressing in front and behind made Fong Han keenly experience the feeling of being embraced from the front and back. I must not think wildly. Nemo, I have no hair. Fong Han forced himself to calm down and recited the great compassion mantra. In such a situation, if his body reacted, wouldn't that be instant embarrassment? Fong Han, why don't you put away your staff? Yilan said, feeling a bit uncomfortable as she gently shifted her body, her face slightly red. For the first time in her life, being so close to a male made her feel a bit flustered. No, the staff is... Fong Han, holding Yilan's soft waist, said, with some confusion. Then, Yilan was about to ask further when she suddenly thought of something, her face flushing. Feeling so embarrassed in front of the two beautiful girls, Fong Han wished he could jump down and die on the spot. If Yilan in front felt this way, Shunro behind him was even more so. The level of embarrassment far surpassed Yilan's. But in the high altitude the wind was very strong, and to avoid falling, she could only hold Fong Han even tighter. If it were someone else, Shunro would have already knocked them out with her staff. But facing Fong Han, forget it, after all, he saw me bathing when we were young. As she comforted herself in her heart, whoever gets Shunro as a girlfriend will have a good life. Feeling the ultimate softness against her back, Fong Han suddenly had an extremely absurd thought. As Fong Qingxian ascended higher, the temperature dropped, and the wind became stronger. The awkward atmosphere among the three diminished considerably. I never thought that one day I would fly in the sky. Yilan closed her eyes, slightly revealing an intoxicated. Yes, the feeling of flying is truly refreshing. Shunro empathized. Both of their professions required at least level 50 to fly without external assistance. Skill books related to flying were extremely rare and prohibitively expensive. Bai Jie could fly briefly due to the advantages of being a wind mage. Fong Qingxian flapped its wings, creating a strong wind, and flew at high speed, crossing the towering mountains in less than 5 minutes. The sudden drop in altitude made Yilan's cheeks flush with excitement as she let out a surprised scream. Fong Han looked at her in astonishment. Yilan's usual demeanor was graceful and composed. At this moment, she shed her disguise, revealing a playful and childlike nature. Perhaps this is her truest self. Fong Han, it's been years since we last met, and you've truly impressed me. Behind him, Shunro exclaimed sincerely. They descended the mountain at a faster pace, and within minutes they arrived at the plain. Be careful now. Fong Han grasped Yilan's hand, helping her down to the ground. He then stored Fong Qingxian in his pet space and released the little bear. Fong Qingxian, whether in her phoenix form or human form, was breathtakingly beautiful, not suited for frequent public appearances. The spot where she landed was about 300 meters away from an orchard overgrown with weeds. Let's hurry over there, Yilan said anxiously. Even now the blush on her face had not completely faded. Later, when disasters struck, the defenses of Raccoon City continuously shrank, and this place was abandoned, leading to the orchard falling into disrepair. Calculating the time, it had been nearly 100. The three of them entered the vast orchard ahead. I've heard that there's a mansion inside the orchard. This orchard belongs to that family. Later, when disasters struck, the defenses of Raccoon City continuously shrank, and this place was abandoned, leading to the orchard falling into disrepair. Calculating the time, it had been nearly 100 years. It's no wonder the fruits here have mutated. They must have been contaminated by the aura of the calamity monsters. Yilan detailed what she knew. Indeed, Shunro said as she used her staff to push aside the branches blocking her path, pondering thoughtfully. In the desolate orchard, the weeds grew up to their waists. However, there seemed to be signs of trampling, and they hadn't seen a single monster along the way. It must have been cleared away by other adventurers who arrived earlier. After walking for a few minutes, a large clearing. In the clearing stood a dilapidated, abandoned mansion, nearly collapsing. A swirling vortex hovered at the entrance. In front of the mansion there were indeed many people. A rough count revealed no less than 300 individuals. All of them were adventurers. A new dungeon, Shunro exclaimed. After a series of twists and turns they finally found the dungeon, and Fong Han breathed a sigh of relief. There were so many people here that the arrival of Fong Han and the others didn't attract much attention. Fong Han, Yilan, you finally arrived. I was about to wither away waiting for you. Zheng Xuanglong, lazily lying on a fruit tree, spotted Fong Han and the others. Like a nimble monkey, he jumped down and rushed over, complaining nonstop. Something came up. Shut up, who is this beautiful lady? Zheng Xuanglong's eyes were instantly captivated by Shunro interrupting Fong Han without hesitation. Damn it. Fong Han forcefully suppressed the urge to knock Zheng Xuanglong down a peg. The only one bold enough to yell at him like that was this shameless guy. There was no escaping it. Zheng Xuanglong knew more about Fong Han's childhood embarrassments and misdeeds than Fong Han himself, possessing countless pieces of evidence that could ruin Fong Han's reputation in an instant, including but not limited to scaring Chu Hongyi at night and peeking at Shunro while she bathed. Shunro, I never expected you to be so beautiful, even more so than Chu Hongyi. You have no idea how much I've missed you over the years. Like Fong Han, Zheng Xuanglong quickly recognized her. Shunro, on the other hand, learned from her inspection of Zheng Xuanglong's information that this skinny monkey-like person was Zheng Xuanglong. Instantly her expression turned much colder. No matter how much Zheng Xuanglong tried to be friendly, she ignored him and treated him coldly. Zheng Xuanglong wore a sorrowful expression, looking as if he had lost all hope. Fong Han smiled knowingly. It seemed Shunro hadn't forgotten her childhood grievances. Zheng Xuanglong's presence here was of course something Fong Han had arranged in advance. Exploring the new dungeon, even Yilan had come along, and as his best brother Zheng Xuanglong certainly could. Upon hearing about the new dungeon, Zheng Xuanglong became extremely enthusiastic, just like Chu Hongyi and Lu Kong, who had arrived a day early. Basically, everyone present had arrived the day before. Most of those who set out from Raccoon City today were blocked by the Ashes Adventure Group. What's the situation now? Fang Han pulled Zheng Xuanglong aside to prevent him from continuing to harass Shinro. The dungeon has been open for half an hour, and quite a few teams have gone in. 3 teams just came out from inside looking extremely disheveled, a total of 20 people, with 9 dead. When it came to serious matters, Zheng Xuanglong became much more serious. Is the dungeon really that difficult? Shinro gasped. That's right. Those few teams that retreated had an average level of 14, and half of their gear was golden tier. Indeed, Zheng Xuanglong said with a serious face. The expressions of the others turned extremely grim. Shinro chuckled bitterly. We initially planned to challenge the new dungeon with just 5 of us, but now we realize how naive that was. Previously, Shinrao's team had an average level of 13, and even tackling a level 15 small dungeon on hell difficulty was challenging, let alone a level 15 medium dungeon in the wild. Most of the adventurers present came from various adventure groups. Their professional ranks might not be high, but backed by their adventure groups, their gear and coordination levels were far superior to these students. By the way, Zheng Xuanglong, have you seen Hong Yi and Ling Yu? Fang Han scanned the crowd and suddenly asked. I've seen them. Lu Kong, Mo, Ling Yu, and Chu Hongyi are all here. We had dinner together last night. Their team entered the dungeon the moment it opened. Fang Han nodded. Chu Hongyi's team had a legendary class praised to the heavens by Lu Kong. Even if they couldn't clear the new dungeon, they should have no trouble protecting themselves. Chu Hongyi and Mo Ling Yu were the closest people to Fang Han in this world, and he didn't want anything to happen to the 2 girls. Fang Han, when are we going in? Zheng Xuanglong was eager to try. Just the 4 of us. Aren't we going to recruit other teammates? Shinro asked in confusion. She knew Fang Han's pet was powerful, but with just the 4 of them, their lineup seemed a bit too thin. No need, we are more than enough. Zheng Xuanglong said confidently, completely unconcerned about the dungeon. He had absolute faith in Fang Han. Although there were 4 of them, 3 were just decoration, everything relied on Fang Han's pet. Shinro looked at Yilan and noticed that Yilan was also full of confidence, not worried at all. Get lost. What kind of noob thinks they can join our Whitebird adventure team? Have you even looked at your own level in class? Do you think you are worthy? Brother, didn't we agree? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Yesterday you swore you would definitely help me clear the dungeon. Who knows you? Is there anyone who can vouch for that? Then refund my money. Refund? Refund what? I warn you, don't slander me. Don't slander me. Otherwise, don't blame the Whitebird adventure team for being rude. Get out of here. During their conversation, a considerable dispute seemed to have broken out in the nearby crowd. I think I heard a familiar voice. Fang Han's ears perked up, and he walked towards the crowd. It really is him. Seeing the chubby guy on the ground covered in dirt, Fang Han couldn't help but show a hint of helplessness on his face. This guy, who was looked down upon by the Whitebird adventure team, was none other than Wang Jiangfei, who had previously led him through a day of leveling up. I didn't expect him to come here to join the fun. A level 13 rookie thinks he can team up with the Whitebird adventure team to raid a dungeon. Go home and drink your milk. Ha ha ha. The members of the Whitebird adventure team laughed loudly and without restraint. Looking at these untrustworthy scoundrels, Wang Jiangfei clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment and anger. But no matter how hysterical he was, it was useless. There were over 40 members in the Whitebird adventure team, several of whom were above level 25. More importantly, the Whitebird adventure team had a very good relationship with the Ashen adventure team. Therefore, he could only swallow this bitter loss. Brother. At that moment, Wang Jiangfei saw Fang Han approaching and instinctively called out. He thought he was hallucinating from anger and rubbed his eyes in disbelief, only to find it really was Fang Han, and he was overjoyed. Brother, it really is you. I've missed you so much. The short and chubby Wang Jiangfei instantly transformed into a nimble little fat guy, leaping to Fang Han's feet and hugging his legs while wailing. This act left Yilan and Shinro dumbfounded. Get up. With hundreds of eyes staring at him in a peculiar manner, even Fang Han felt a bit embarrassed and shouted. No, I want. Wang Jiangfei seemed to have grasped a lifeline, refusing to let go. If you don't let go, I'll have Master Yi teach you a lesson. Fang Han couldn't shake off this pesky dog and pretended to be fierce. Sure enough, this tactic worked, and Wang Jiangfei immediately released Fang Han. Brother, are you planning to challenge this new dungeon? Wang Jiangfei stood up, dusted himself off, and asked playful. Of course. Do you think I came here for a vacation? Zheng Xuanglong beside them said impatiently. By the way, brother, is your team full? Are there any spots left? Wang Jiangfei wasn't angry. Instead, he was very happy, rubbing his hands and cautiously inquiring. The unpleasantness from earlier with the Whitebird adventure team seemed to have been completely forgotten. You want me to take you along? Fang Han asked with a half smile. Wang Jiangfei seemed to be a rich second generation. Currently, his level was 13. His class was only of golden tier, and he most likely leveled up by throwing money at it. Yes. As long as you can take me, I will definitely offer you a reward that will satisfy you. Wang Jiangfei nodded repeatedly, eagerly asking. All right. Fang Han shrugged and said. Since I've already brought 3, it wouldn't hurt to bring 1 more. Great. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Wang Jiangfei didn't expect Fang Han to agree so easily, and was instantly overjoyed, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Brother, your staff seems to be of golden to your right. If you don't mind, how about you take this staff as a reward? It might not match your class. Wang Zhangfei took out an ice blue staff and handed it to Feng Han. This staff was exceptionally exquisite with a gem embedded at the top that continuously emitted a chill. Ice Wave Staff Platinum, Level 12, attributes attack 510. Spirit 30. Chanting 10. Additional increases damage by 20 when using ice or water skills. Wow, a platinum staff. After checking the staff's attributes, Feng Han and the others were taken aback, and Zheng Xuanlong even exclaimed in surprise. This is too precious, oh I can't accept it. Feng Han refused without thinking. This Ice Wave staff was worth at least 3,000 gold coins. He was already an old acquaintance of Wang Zhangfei, having earned his first bucket of gold from him. He initially thought giving a few thousand gold coins would suffice, but he didn't expect to be offered a platinum staff right off the bat. Wang Zhangfei's extravagance even caught the attention of the nearby White Bird Adventure team. Hey Wang Zhangfei, right? One of our second team members can't make it. Do you want to join us? At this moment, a buzzcut man walked over, eyeing the Ice Wave staff in Wang Zhangfei's hand, licking his lips with undisguised greed. This buzzcut guy was the one who had previously argued with Wang Zhangfei. Xiao Qinghui, Dark Swordsman Golden. Level 19. Despite his higher level, he had acted arrogantly earlier, but in reality, he was just a worker. Without the adventure team, he was nothing. Under normal circumstances, only the best professionals would join an adventure team, except in rare cases. Only those with poor abilities who couldn't get into university and had no better options would join an adventure team. In adventure teams, typically anyone above platinum rank would at least be a team leader. Xiao Chenghui awakened his class last year, didn't get into university, and after a year, he had only reached level 19, which speaks volumes about his capabilities. But relying on the backing of the White Bird Adventure team, he often bullied others, flaunting his power. Members of adventure teams lived a high-risk life, and after completing commission tasks, the team would take a hefty cut of the commission. Several thousand gold coins were a significant amount for Xiao Qinghui, something he wouldn't earn in half a year. You think 1000 gold coins can fool me? If you had just given me the platinum staff earlier, we wouldn't have this much trouble. With that thought, Xiao Chenghui couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Sorry, I've already found a team. Wang Zhangfei was suddenly delighted. The blackmailing of his 1000 gold coins deposit, and then kicking him aside, and now he had the audacity to come back after seeing him with the platinum staff. He had never seen someone so shameless. Him? A black iron summoner. Wang Zhangfei, are you kidding me? Xiao Chenghui glanced at Feng Han, and upon realizing he was just a black iron summoner, burst into laughter. Regardless of what class the brother has, in my eyes, he is stronger than you. At the very least, he wouldn't resort to thuggish behavior because of his strength. You've brought shame to the White Bird Adventure team. Wang Zhangfei shot back without holding back. You? Xiao Chenghui's sunburned face turned pale after being provoked by Wang Zhangfei. He then let out a cold smile. Wang Zhangfei, you better think this through. Our team has a total of 20 members, well equipped and perfectly coordinated, with an average level close to 20. Are you sure you want to miss this opportunity? There's no need to think any further. Even if we fail the dungeon, I won't regret it. Wang Zhangfei said, holding his head high as he looked at Xiao Chenghui. Tsk tisk tisk, truly fearless. It's hard to dissuade the foolish. Since you want to die, I won't stop you. However, how about you lovely ladies? Are you going to follow them into death as well? Why not join our by now adventure team? Seeing that Wang Zhangfei was resolute, Xiao Chenghui mocked him a few times before turning his gaze to Yi Lan and Shen Rou. With beauties like Yi Lan and Shen Rou, they are the center of attention wherever they go. In the Bai Niao adventure team, male adventurers make up the vast majority, and the few female adventurers that are attractive have already been claimed by others, leaving only those of average looks. Of course, Xiao Chenghui was reluctant to see beauties like Yi Lan and Shen Rou waste their lives. In fact, when Feng Han and the others first arrived here, two teams had already extended olive branches to Yi Lan and Shen Rou, but they had politely declined. I'm sorry, I already have a team. Yi Lan, accustomed to such scenes, spoke in a flat tone. Senior Xiao Qinghui, you truly disappoint me. When Xiao Qinghui's gaze fell on Shen Rou, she said something that took him by surprise. You know me. You are from Huanshou, no? 1. The term senior awakened his buried memories, and Xiao Chenghui looked at Shen Rou with uncertainty. Shen Rou shook her head, choosing not to speak further. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. Weak, incompetent, untrustworthy, greedy, and lustful, Xiao Chenghui had gathered nearly all the negative buffs. Xiao Chenghui also came from Huanshou, no? 1, a year above Shen Rou. Among the awakened adventurers from Huanshou, no? 1 last year, many who did not enter university were mostly of black, iron, and bronze classes, the bottom-tier professions. Xiao Chenghui was the only one with a golden profession who failed to enroll in college. The mention of his disgraceful past made Xiao Chenghui feel utterly ashamed. Coming from the best high school in the city, receiving twice the vocational subsidies of Nanshan High School, it was already bad enough not to get into university, but after a year in the Bai Niao adventure team, he hadn't even managed to become a squad leader. He not only lost face for Huansho No. 1 but also for the Bainiao adventure team. There were hardly a few adventurers in Huansho City who had failed worse than him. Let's go. We've wasted enough time. Fang Han had watched the drama for quite a while and found it quite boring, turning to walk towards the dungeon entrance. Zheng Xuanglong and the others quickly followed. Hey Big Shot, wait for me, you haven't collected your staff yet. Wang Zhangfei shouted as he ran. Just take it yourself. Fang Han replied without looking back. Fang Han, what should we name our team? Yilan asked. Let's just call it the Huansho team. After a moment of thought, Fang Han settled on the name. He wasn't too concerned about it. If it weren't for the fact that the name of the first team to clear the dungeon would be retained at the entrance, Fang Han would have even considered using 123 as the team name. The dungeon entrance was a swirling vortex pulsating with immense energy as Fang Han strode in. Soon their figures vanished from sight. Haha, Xiao Qinghui, a few new adventurers scared you into this state with just a few words. You've embarrassed the Bainiao adventure team. You can't even handle a few rookies. If it were me, I'd slice them all to pieces. A woman with bare arms and a blue rose tattoo on her right cheek approached, waving a sharp curved blade with a tone full of mockery. Xiao Qin, you filthy bitch, how dare you mock me? Although I'm not a good person, I would never target my junior. But you guys from the Blue Rose killed one of our brothers in the Bainiao adventure team the other day. Oh, today, I will settle. Brothers, grab your weapons and kill them. Just as Xiao Chenghui was feeling gloomy, Xiao Qin had stepped on his sore spot, providing an outlet for his anger. The two adventure teams clashed as chaos erupted on the scene. Fang Han and his companions, of course, were unaware of what happened after they left. They were currently in an unfamiliar environment. As far as the eye could see, it was desolate. Collapsed buildings and burnt trees as if struck by lightning. The entire world had almost no trace of greenery. Dark clouds loomed overhead, suffocatingly still, as if the apocalypse were imminent. This place is so eerie. Zheng Xuanglong shrank his neck. Fang Han summoned all his pets. Timo Fang, Qinshin Master, E Little Bear, and the Bullhead. Fang Han, why does this bull walk on two legs? Zheng Xuanglong asked, somewhat surprised at the newly appeared. The Bullhead walked upright like a human, its massive body towering at 3 meters tall. Fang Han's strength has become even stronger. Even though they couldn't see the Bullhead's attributes, its robust physique reassured Yilan immensely. Pounce! A black cat with dark green pupils emerged from the grass ahead, letting out a piercing scream as it lunged towards Wang Zhangfei, swiping its sharp claws. The black cat was incredibly fast. By the time Wang Zhangfei realized he needed to dodge, his plump body couldn't keep up with his thoughts. Just as the cat's claws were about to tear into his chubby face, a towering figure stood in front of him. Bang! The black cat collided with the Bullhead and was sent flying. 135. A damage number appeared above the Bullhead's head. Its health bar showed almost no change. Fang Han checked the black cat's attributes. Dark Knight, Cat Demon Normal Monster. Level 15. Health 21,000. Attack 1,000. Defense 450. Movement speed 10. Skill Pounce Silver. The Dark Knight Cat Demon pounces on the target, dealing 260 damage and causing bleeding, inflicting 520 continuous bleeding damage over 5 seconds. Cooldown 5 seconds. Phantom Triple Strike Silver. The Dark Knight Cat Demon rapidly strikes with its claws 3 times, each dealing 260 damage to the target. Cooldown 10 seconds. These attributes are nearly equivalent to a small boss. It's astonishing that this is just a common monster found everywhere here. No wonder several teams returned empty-handed. If they encountered a group of cat demons, they could only flee in defeat. Shinro remarked in surprise. Fang Han's pet is truly formidable. Without the level suppression, the night cat demon probably wouldn't even be able to breach its defenses. Yilan's gaze was filled with admiration. Every so often Fang Han would surprise her with something new. The night cat demon with its powerful attributes would be a challenge for her to defeat, even one, yet this bull-headed pet hardly lost any health. Nothing can drive me back. I'm very angry, the consequences will be severe. The bull-headed creature let out a thunderous sound as it was scratched by the night cat demon. The bull-headed creature swung its massive axe down at the night cat demon. Bang! The night cat demon, fast as lightning, was still struck by the giant axe. While the bull-headed creature seemed clumsy on the surface, its agility exceeded 400 points with quick movement and reaction speeds. Its normal attack wasn't particularly high, dealing only 502 points of damage. The tremendous force of the giant axe slammed the night cat demon into the ground. Fang Han wouldn't kill monsters one by one, and the night cat demon was not acting alone. The bull-headed creature strode forward, its massive feet causing slight tremors upon hitting the ground. From the surrounding grass and dead trees, more night cat demons emerged to join in the attack on the bull-headed creature. Let's follow them. Fang Qingxian is on high alert above. Xiao Xiong Timo guard the sides, intercept any approaching monsters immediately. If any monsters breach the line, Shinro will heal immediately. Zheng Xuanglong, stop showing off with that broken sword. Behave, don't run around, the monsters here are quite strong. We are not here for a vacation. Fong Han issued commands methodically. Soon the bull-headed creature had already attracted over 20 night cat demons. If it had been Master Yi, he would have been overwhelmed by so many night cat demons attacking at once. The bull-headed creature's defense exceeded 1100 points, and after being attacked frantically for over 10 seconds, it still had a third of its health remaining. A third may not seem like much, but with the bull-headed creature's maximum health at 2280 points, a third still exceeded 700 points. Almost there. Moo. As Fong Han's words fell, the bull-headed creature let out 2 consecutive roars, activating War Roar and Unyielding Will. War Roar increased the attack and defense of the bull-headed creature and other pets by 30 for 10 seconds. Unyielding Will granted the bull-headed creature 90 damage reduction and continuous healing. For 5,620. 5620. Green numbers continuously appeared above the bull-headed creature's head, and its lost health quickly recovered. Under the stacking of multiple buffs, the night cat demon's frenzied claw strikes against the bull-headed creature dealt minimal damage, reduced to a pitiful single digit. Before the night cat demon could recover from its confusion, the bull-headed creature used War Trample, stomping the ground violently, sending visible shockwaves radiating outward, launching all night cat demons within a 7-meter range into the air. 9,720. 9,720. 19,440. 9,720. A large number of red damage numbers appeared above the heads of the night cat demons simultaneously. Before the night cat demons could land, Master Yi rushed over and unleashed Blade Storm. The extinguishing demon dragon blades sliced through the air, reducing countless night cat demons to fragments, showering the ground with dismembered limbs and blood. 49,890. 99,780. 99,780. 49890. Master Yi, wielding the extinguishing demon dragon blade, dealt nearly 5 times the damage of the bull-headed creature. Every night cat demon caught in the blade storm could not withstand the assault and was completely shredded to pieces. The few night cat demons that narrowly escaped with their lives were caught off guard as incoming rockets and falling golden red flames plunged them back into a dire situation. Shinro and Yilan were also busy using ranged skills to attack the night cat demons that had slipped through. Yilan's attacks weren't particularly high, barely exceeding 200 points of damage, but with her Ice Arrow Rain and Profound Ice Scatter, both area effect skills had a wide attack range and included slowing effects, completely cutting off the escape routes for the surrounding night cat demons. Successfully killed night cat demon experience 64. Successfully killed night cat demon soul 1. Successfully killed night cat demon disaster sword saint experience 64. Successfully killed night cat demon barbarian war lord experience 64. As the night cat demons fell one by one, the system notifications kept popping up. Fong Qingxian released a breath of divine fire, incinerating the last night cat demon. Good teamwork. Fong Han's praise excited several pets, fueling their motivation. It seems like there's no difference from clearing previous dungeons. No matter how many monsters come, they all fall in one hit. Zheng Shuanglong yawned, speaking out of boredom. It's not your credit. Why don't you try defeating one yourself? It's easy to talk while standing. Shinro shot him a glare. Zheng Shuanglong immediately shut his mouth. For some reason, Shinro seemed to find him irritating everywhere. Perhaps it was due to many past misdeeds that he dared not refute her. After the first round of probing, Fong Han had a general understanding of the monster's strength and felt more confident. Therefore, he instructed the bull-headed creature to pull more monsters each time to improve efficiency. His purpose in coming to the new dungeon was not just to clear it, but more importantly to achieve the first clear and obtain unranked materials. Half an hour ago, many teams had entered the dungeon. To secure the first clear, they needed to speed up their monster kills. Next, it was time for the thrilling hunting moment. The pet army unleashed their full firepower, harvesting the lives of monsters in waves. Zheng Shuanglong and Wang Jiangfei were rendered useless and were sent by Fong Han to collect the items dropped by the slain monsters. After defeating 3 waves of monsters, a gray cat demon appeared. Despite the frenzied bombardment from several pets, they surprisingly failed to kill it. Fong Han checked its information to find out why. This was not an ordinary monster, but the Phantom Cat King, a bronze boss. In other dungeons, it could serve as the final BOSS, yet here it was mixed in with ordinary monsters. After killing the Phantom Cat King, it dropped a bronze-quality Phantom Dagger and provided 1,100 experience points. No wonder those teams suffered casualties. They probably didn't notice the Phantom Cat King mixed in with the Night Cat demons. Yilan remarked thoughtfully. Fong Han nodded in agreement. It was precisely due to the bull-headed creature's high defense that it could withstand the Phantom Cat King's attacks. If it were other teams, the sudden appearance of the Phantom Cat King would disrupt their rhythm, leading to casualties and ultimately causing the team to collapse. During the monster slaying process, basically every 3 to 5 waves of monsters, a Ghost Cat King would appear. After more than 10 minutes, they encountered a new type of monster, the Cursed Cat Demon. The most significant difference from the Night Cat Demon was the fur color, which changed from dark black to dark blue, and its level was 1 higher than the Night Cat Demon, reaching level 16. The cursed cat demon had a fast attack speed, and its attacks carried toxins. However, it still posed no threat to Fong Han and the others, being swiftly slain by Master Yi's Bladestorm. What was troublesome was that as they delved deeper, the sky grew increasingly gloomy. Thick, dark clouds gathered, and lightning and thunder continued without pause. Occasionally, a bolt of lightning would strike randomly. Neo 2 was accidentally struck by a bolt of lightning, losing 300 hit points. The damage from the lightning was low for Neo 2 due to his high defense. Had it been Fong Han and the others, the lightning damage could exceed 800. After being struck by lightning, there was a certain chance of being paralyzed for 1 second. Fong Han was indifferent. After all, he had the golden legendary attribute of Life Link, transferring all damage received to his pet. Yilan and the others were in a rather precarious situation. Because the lightning was random, no one could predict it, making it impossible for Fong Han to have his pet protect them. Fortunately, their equipment wasn't bad, and their classes were decent. Their health points were all above 2,000, so they wouldn't be instantly killed by a bolt of lightning. At this point, Shinro finally proved her worth. Whenever someone lost health from lightning, she would immediately heal them and restore their hit points. Shinro was an epic tier priest with a high coefficient of enhancement, and her platinum tier staff allowed her to fully restore health with just a basic healing spell. Fong Han couldn't help but feel fortunate to have brought Shinro along. Otherwise, Yilan and Zheng Xuanglong would struggle to make it to the end, relying solely on health potions. This dungeon is just absurd. Even with a full party of 20 people averaging level 20, it would be hard to get through. Zheng Xuanglong complained, having been struck by lightning twice in a row, his hair smoking. On average, every 7 to 8 seconds a bolt of lightning would strike, putting significant pressure on the priests. As the monster's pressure was entirely borne by the pets, Shinro appeared relatively relaxed. In other teams, even with 3 priests, it would be insufficient. Especially with the Ghost Cat King present, things became even more challenging. Successfully killed Night Cat Demon experience 64. Successfully killed Night Cat Demon Soul 1. Successfully killed Cursed Cat Demon experience 66. Successfully killed Cursed Cat Demon Soul 1. The pets pressed on through the lightning regardless of how many monsters came. They were all turned into experience. Shinro occasionally shared stories from her childhood. Laughter and joy filled the air. With 2 beautiful ladies present, the lengthy monster slaying process no longer felt tedious. An hour and a half later, Fong Han, there's a dense forest over there. It seems lightning won't strike there. Let's have lunch before continuing. That's fine. With the high-intensity monsters slaying, the pet's stamina is greatly depleted, and their fullness is decreasing rapidly. We need to replenish some energy. Fong Han thought for a moment and nodded. The group entered the dry forest. After clearing out the monsters inside, they found a spacious spot to sit down. Timo ran around busily planting poisonous mushrooms around to prevent disturbances from monsters. Yilan continually pulled out various foods, drinks, and pet food from her void ring. Having a feast here has its unique charm, Zheng Xuanglong said, shaking his head. The strength of the big shot has increased even more. My initial judgment and choice were not wrong. After seeing Fong Qingxian transform into a human, Wang Jiangfei admired Fong Han even more. Initially, he sought Fong Han to help him level up, and at that time Fong Han only had 1 Master Yi. After more than 10 days of not seeing him, Fong Han's pets had increased to 5 each, stronger than the last, refreshing Wang Jiangfei's perceptions. Shinro was equally surprised. Fong Qingxian suddenly turning into a beauty startled her. She was even more curious about Fong Han, her childhood companion, who she hadn't seen in years. Timo, Nyotu, and Xiao Xiong gained little fullness from eating human food, but they still chose to satisfy their appetites first. Timo and Xiao Xiong were competing for a beast leg. Nyotu being larger in size, ate more, consuming far more than all the others combined. Fong Qingxian's movements remained as graceful and gentle as ever. Master Yi was gnawing on the lich essence. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they continued grinding through the dungeon. This medium-sized dungeon is even harder than the large dungeons in the Adventure Guild and the Professional Alliance. After seeing a new monster appear ahead, Zheng Xuanglong said with a long face. The newly appeared monster was a 2-meter-tall zombie. There are 2 types. One is the hungry zombie with a dark red body. The other is the frost zombie, which has greenish blue. The hungry zombie was manageable, it just had slightly high defense, and the toxins from its claws were similar to those of the cursed cat demon. Its characteristic was that it would restore a certain amount of health when it attacked. In the face of the pet's high damage output, the health restored was negligible and hardly worth mentioning. However, the frost zombie was much more troublesome. It attacked up close with its claws, and at a distance it would spit out ice projectiles, which would inflict a 20 slow upon hitting. With the frost zombie's slowing effects, Neo 2 efficiency in tanking monsters significantly declined. Not only did the quantity decrease, but the damage taken in the same time frame also increased considerably. A group of frost zombies shot ice projectiles from behind, and Master Yi's Bladestorm did not cover enough area, forcing him to eliminate the melee monsters first before using Alpha Strike to attack the frost zombies. The frost zombies were dispersed in position, missing quite a few. Thus Feng Qingxian Xiao Xiong and Yilan Shinrao's main attack targets were these ranged frost zombies. Previously it took about 40 to 50 seconds to pull a wave of monsters and kill them all. Now it had extended to 1 minute and 30 seconds. However, as long as they could clear the monsters, it was still within Feng Han's acceptable range. In other teams, even the Whitebird Adventure team would take at least 5 minutes to kill the same number of monsters, constantly at risk of teammates dying. Successfully killed Hungry Zombie Experience 65. Successfully killed Hungry Zombie Soul 1. Successfully killed Frost Zombie Experience 70. Successfully killed Frost Zombie Soul 1. Frost zombies were relatively harder to kill, granting slightly more experience than other monster types. Time flew quickly amidst the monotonous monster slaying. After more than 3 hours of relentless killing, they had no idea how many monsters they had slain, but Feng Han and the others finally reached the end of the dungeon. Is that zombie the final boss? Zheng Xuanglong pointed to a tall zombie not far away. It should be. Let's observe for a moment, Feng Han said in a deep voice. This zombie is taller than ordinary zombies, shrouded in thick black mist, and its decayed, ugly face is enough to give anyone nightmares. The zombie drags a tombstone with its left hand and holds a pitch-black staff with its right. It exudes a terrifying aura. Surrounding it are 8 hungry zombies and 8 frost zombies. Dark Zombie King Platinum Boss. Level 17. Health 780000. Attack 1700. Defense 980. Movement speed 6. Cooldown 10 seconds. Skill Summon Zombie Tide Platinum. The Dark Zombie King summons 4 hungry zombies and 4 frost zombies to assist in battle. Cooldown 3 seconds. Skill Devour Corpse Platinum. The Dark Zombie King devours a zombie corpse, restoring 10 of its health. Cooldown 10 seconds. Skill Withered Giant Claw Platinum. The Dark Zombie King conjures a gigantic withered claw to strike at the target, dealing 450 damage within a 5-meter radius. Cooldown 30 seconds. Skill Zombie Resurrection Platinum. The Dark Zombie King casts a dark spell, reviving all zombies within a 20-meter radius to assist in battle, existing for 10 seconds, and upon disappearance or death self-explodes, dealing 200 damage within a 3-meter radius. Cooldown 30 seconds. This Zombie King's attributes are too outrageous. After reviewing the attributes, Zheng Xuanglong was left speechless. This is just the beginning. The Summon Zombie Tide and Zombie Resurrection complement each other, meaning endless minions that only multiply. It can also continuously devour its minions to restore health, significantly enhancing its survivability. Shin Rao's brow creased with concern. Is this still a platinum boss? It has a full 5 skills. Even a red gold tier boss doesn't compare. Wang Jiangfei shouted. Feng Han, how should we fight? Yilan also felt it was somewhat tricky. After pondering for a moment, Feng Han relaxed his brow. It's not as difficult as you think. Although the Summon Zombie Tide and Zombie Resurrection seem powerful, these small zombie monsters can't withstand even a single round of attacks. They are merely fodder. As long as the number of revived zombies isn't too many, even a self-explosion from the Minotaurs can withstand it. Feng Han sent out Timo. After 10 minutes, the area was filled with poisonous mushrooms. Then he said to Yilan and the others, keep your distance from this boss. The Dark Zombie King's frozen grave can randomly kill you. You can't withstand it. Yilan and the others knew it wasn't the time to show off. They kept a safe distance. The Dark Zombie King is 4 levels higher than them. If they were hit by a tombstone, the high damage bonus and level suppression would surely result in an instant kill. With everything prepared, the battle officially began. The Minotaur charged with a savage rush, transforming into a raging bull as it thundered towards the Dark Zombie King. Discovering the enemy's invasion, the Dark Zombie King let out a strange roar. It waved its black staff towards the Minotaur, and a gigantic withered hand 2 meters wide slammed down at it. The 4 frost zombies beside the Dark Zombie King simultaneously launched ice projectiles, hitting the Minotaur. 4,300. 46. 48. The Minotaur's health suddenly dropped significantly. Mainly the Dark Zombie King's damage was high, and the frost zombies' attacks could barely break through defenses. The Minotaur's savage charge is immune to control effects, and despite being hit by ice projectiles, its speed did not slow down. Instead, it gradually accelerated, its momentum becoming more and more shocking, as if it were an out-of-control dump truck, creating a shockwave in the air, seeming capable of crashing even a mountain ahead. At this moment, the Dark Zombie King could not attack with the tombstone in time and had to dodge to the side. But a green poisonous mushroom bounced from other mushrooms. Just as it bounced next to it, it was stepped on by the Dark Zombie King, causing an explosion. 7,420. 16,170. 3,710. 1855. The poisonous mushroom exploded, releasing a cloud of green smoke that enveloped the Dark Zombie King and several nearby zombies. 2 frost zombies were killed on the spot. The other 2 frost zombies and 3 hungry zombies were left with low health, yet they continued to bleed. Ultimately, they could not last 5 seconds and were poisoned to death. 7 out of the Dark Zombie King's 8 minions were instantly killed. Affected by the explosion of the poisonous mushroom, the Dark Zombie King's speed was reduced by 50 and collided head-on with the Minotaur. Bang! Although the Dark Zombie King was large, it appeared shorter compared to the Minotaur, being immediately knocked away. 1940. A damage number rose above the Dark Zombie King's head. Compared to Teemo, the Minotaur's damage seemed pathetically low. The primary reason is that the growth direction of the two pets is different. Among the 5 existing pets, the Minotaur and Teemo are at opposite extremes. The Minotaur's physical growth reaches as high as 88 points, the highest among the 5 pets. Teemo's mental growth increases by 68 points, with each level up also the highest. The Minotaur currently has 2880 health points and 1144 defense points, while Teemo has 10840 health points and 542 defense points. The Minotaur's attack is 1144 points, while Teemo's is as high as 1722 points. Their development directions are different, hence their roles differ. If Teemo were to tank the monster, he would be obliterated in an instant. The Dark Zombie King let out an angry roar, waving its staff, repeatedly activating both Summon Zombie Tide and Zombie Resurrection. 8 ordinary zombies appeared in front of the Dark Zombie King out of thin air. The zombies that had just died also staggered to their feet, rejoining the battle. The number of zombies reached 16. The Minotaur was surrounded by a sea of zombies and could not break through for the time being. The Dark Zombie King controlled the tombstone and smashed it down hard at the Minotaur. In an instant, the Minotaur was caught in a heavy siege and under relentless attacks. The Minotaur's body trembled violently, and it let out a war roar. The Minotaur's body was enveloped in a layer of blood-red light, increasing its attack and defense by 30, significantly reducing the damage taken. The ordinary zombies dealt damage of barely over 30 points to the Minotaur, which could almost be ignored. At this moment, Master E joined the battle with the Plague bloodline. A blade storm instantly killed all the melee-hungry zombies, and most of the frost zombies were also slain. The minions of the Dark Zombie King were all slain, leaving him once again a solitary figure. The bullhead stood at the forefront, facing the vicious claws of the Dark Zombie King. After activating the war roar, the ordinary attacks of the Dark Zombie King dealt only 500 points of damage to the bullhead, an inconsequential amount. However, the gravestone circled around the bullhead persistently, inflicting damage exceeding 2,000 points, occasionally knocking him back or stunning him. At this moment, other pets joined the battle. The main attacker was Master E, wielding the Annihilation Dragon Blade, delivering explosive strikes, with flames engulfing each slash, causing nearly 100 points of damage even with his regular attacks. Once the Infinite Sword Dao was triggered, his attacks skyrocketed to 3200 points. Teemo sat atop Fong Qixian's back, continuously tossing toxic mushrooms down below. The little bear unleashed rockets from a distance, working in tandem with Fong Qixian's Divine Fire Breath to suppress the Dark Zombie King. In just 10 seconds, the Dark Zombie King's health was reduced by 15000. After using the gravestone to knock back Master E, the Dark Zombie King seized a zombie corpse, preparing to consume it to recover health. Seeing this, the bullhead immediately activated War Trample, sending the Dark Zombie King flying and interrupting its actions. Just as the Dark Zombie King stabilized itself, the little bear charged in with an Annihilation Slam, creating a seismic shockwave that sent the Dark Zombie King flying once more. Then, using Thunder Roar, visible sound waves swept over the Dark Zombie King's body, instantly reducing its defense by 80. Master E seized the opportunity to unleash an Alpha Strike. 88,308. The Alpha Strike resulted in a critical hit, causing a significant portion of the Dark Zombie King's health to vanish. Other pets, unwilling to fall behind, simultaneously unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks. The Dark Zombie King's health plummeted uncontrollably. Continuous strikes left the Dark Zombie King dazed. Attempting to retaliate, it was once again paralyzed by the little bear's Storm Nebula Shatter. By the time the Thunder Roar's defense reduction effect wore off, the Dark Zombie King's health had already dropped below 400. The Dark Zombie King roared in extreme fury, summoning skeletal claws to drive back the bullhead and Master E. Seizing the opportunity, the Dark Zombie King grabbed a zombie corpse and devoured it in large bites. 0. However, after consuming the corpse, it did not recover any health. The Dark Zombie King was flabbergasted. In the distance, Fong Han wore a confident smile. In addition to its powerful attributes, the Annihilation Dragon Blade had the effect of annihilation, reducing the Dark Zombie King's health regeneration by 100 for 5 seconds. Many pieces of equipment possess health regeneration reduction effects. However, even legendary grade gear cannot reach 100. Only equipment without a rank can exhibit such an outrageous effect. The Dark Zombie King soon realized that the source of this effect was the fearsome blade in Master E's hand. Infuriated, it fixed a vengeful gaze on Master E, and under its control, the gravestone smashed down towards him with great force. Master E immediately activated the Plague bloodline to evade. Throughout most of the previous battle, the bullhead had been at the forefront, absorbing the majority of damage, and now had about a quarter of his health remaining. Seeing the aggro shift to Master E, the bullhead let out a furious roar and activated Unyielding Will. 5720, 5720, 5720. As he continuously healed, he successfully drew the Dark Zombie King's aggro back. With a 90 damage reduction from Unyielding Will, the damage taken from the Dark Zombie King's gravestone was reduced to negligible amounts. Other pets seized the opportunity to deal damage. Master E's attacks were too high. Just as the effect of Unyielding Will ended, the Dark Zombie King's aggro shifted back to Master E. No matter how much the bullhead swung his axe, he could not regain aggro. With Master E's health and defense lower than the bullhead's, he was brought down to below 20 health in less than 15 seconds under the Dark Zombie King's relentless attacks. However, Master E also had a life-saving skill. Once the undead meditation was activated, the gravestone was sent flying, and for the next few seconds, he was in an invincible state, rapidly recovering health. The Dark Zombie King finally broke down and turned to flee. Yet surrounded by toxic mushrooms, where could it run? After just a couple of steps, it stepped on a toxic mushroom. The Dark Zombie King attempted to struggle, summoning a tide of corpses to revive zombies. But it was futile. The tide could not be reversed. Ordinary zombies could be obliterated by just 2 mushrooms. The battle proceeded exceptionally smoothly. In less than a minute, the Dark Zombie King's health was fully depleted, and its head was severed by Master E's Annihilation Dragon Blade. Throughout the confrontation, the Dark Zombie King was consistently suppressed, hardly able to mount an effective counterattack. Successfully defeated the Dark Zombie King experience, 10,200. Successfully defeated the Dark Zombie King, Soul 1. Successfully defeated the Dark Zombie King Plague, Sword Saint experience, 8,200. Successfully defeated the Dark Zombie King Divine Fire Phoenix experience, 8,200. Accompanied by a multitude of system notifications, a vast array of items exploded onto the ground. Phong Han's gaze was immediately drawn to 2 items. One was a deep green dagger. The other was a fruit the size of a fist emitting a black aura. He was certain that this was a material without a rank. What surprised him even more was that he had thought only 1 item would drop, but instead 2 items appeared. A delightful surprise. Demon Fruit rank. Level. An essential core material for crafting supreme. Demon Blade rank. Level. An essential core material for crafting supreme equipment. Phong Han stored both items away. As the dust settled, others gathered around. No one disputed Phong Han's actions. Usually when a new instance first opens, the drop rate tends to be the highest. In addition to the unranked materials, the Dark Zombie King also dropped numerous valuable items: a black staff, a gray-white longsword, 2 skill books, a dark red heart that pulsated, among various other materials. Staff of Desolation Platinum, level 16. Attributes: attack 920. Spirit 40. Dark Domain increases damage by 20 when using dark skills. Zombie Heart Platinum, level 17. The Heart of the Dark Zombie King usable for weapon crafting. Abyssal Sword Gold, level 15. Attributes: attack 520. Critical damage 15. Corrosion normal attacks inflict an additional 10 armor penetration. The Staff of Desolation was the very one held by the Dark Zombie King. Phong Han's level was insufficient to use it for now, so he could only store it away for the time being. In addition to the Staff of Decadence and the Zombie Heart, there were other materials and equipment, as well as skill books ranging from bronze to gold grade. The fact that we exploded 2 unranked materials shows that we must have achieved the first clear. Yage, Yilon said happily. I never doubted Phong Han's strength. Hehe, we are going to leave our names in history. I wonder how many beautiful girls will go crazy for me. Huh, Zheng Shuanglong chuckled. With an average level of less than 13, and only 5 people, we were still able to secure the first clear. What about those professional teams with average levels of 19 and 20? Shen Rao's voice was filled with amazement and incredulity. Unlike last time, when they broke the dungeon record in the Professional Alliance, the value of this first clear of the new dungeon was far greater. The vast majority of dungeons in the Professional Alliance were somewhat familiar to them during their time in school. However, the new dungeon was completely unfamiliar, with everything inside being unknown. They had no idea how much danger was hidden within. Those who were unprepared or lacked sufficient strength perished during their exploration. Zheng Shuanglong, this is for you. Phong Han casually tossed a gray-white longsword to Zheng Shuanglong. What is this? Oh, a golden weapon. Zheng Shuanglong exclaimed as he received it, realizing it was the Golden Abyss Sword, and immediately began to dance with joy. Having already obtained the most important unranked materials, and also acquiring a platinum staff and platinum materials, Phong Han certainly would not deny others a share. While fighting the small monsters, Shenrou and Yilon contributed significantly. Despite their repeated refusals, Phong Han still gave Shenrou a gold-grade priest skill book and 2 gold materials for crafting equipment to Yilon. As for Wang Jiangfei, Phong Han originally planned to give him a gold material as well, but he refused. Big shot, I've been waiting from yesterday until today, and not a single team wants me. Only you are willing to take me along, and you don't even charge me. I'm already extremely grateful. How could I covet the items dropped by the boss? I can't take it, absolutely can't take it. Wang Zhangfei shook his head vigorously. His attitude was resolute. He wouldn't take anything no matter what. In response, Fang Han did not insist too much. After all, among these people, Zheng Xuanglong was his childhood friend. Shenrou was someone he had known since childhood, and he had a good relationship with Yilan, while Wang Zhangfei was the outsider. When we go out, those people's jaws will drop. Zheng Xuanglong fantasized happily, drooling slightly. Strange, why hasn't the teleportation array for leaving appeared? Shenrou suddenly expressed her confusion. Right? The Dark Zombie King is dead. A teleportation array should have appeared. Could it be that there are still monsters left? Zheng Xuanglong speculated. No way. Before we reached the Dark Zombie King, we specifically spent time searching twice to ensure not a single monster was alive. Maybe this dungeon doesn't have a teleportation array. Wang Zhangfei offered his insight. Impossible. Every dungeon has a hidden teleportation array which will appear after all monsters are defeated. Zheng Xuanglong immediately retorted. Fang Han, what do you think? Yilan looked at Fang Han, who had been silent. Fang Han's gaze was fixed on the still undispersed corpse of the Dark Zombie King. Hearing Yilan's words, Fang Han looked up at her. Instead of answering directly, he asked another question. How many final bosses are there usually in a medium-sized dungeon? 2, 3, Yilan replied instinctively. She had never seriously thought about this question before. Is there a case where only one boss appears? Fang Han continued to ask. It seems there are, but it's very rare. Among dozens of medium-sized dungeons in the Professional Alliance, if I remember correctly, only 2 have only one final boss. Basically, the others have 2, and a few medium-sized dungeons have 3 final bosses. Yilan recalled carefully before speaking. Fang Han, do you think there might be another boss in the dungeon? But we've explored the entire dungeon and found no other monster. Perhaps this dungeon really only has one boss. After all, the earlier small monsters could cause most teams to return in defeat, let alone a terrifying boss like the Dark Zombie King. One was already hard to deal with. If there were 2 without extensive training, it would be very difficult for any team to clear it. Yilan gently shook her head. Maybe I overthought it. In that case, let's go back. Fang Han felt that her reasoning made sense and nodded in agreement. Zheng Xuanglong and the others took out their teleportation scrolls to use. Fang Han first returned most of his pets to the pet space, leaving only the little bear. Then he took out a teleportation scroll to use. He no longer lacked this little money and had bought over 100 teleportation scrolls at once. A milky white light descended from the sky, enveloping him as the power of space gradually began to take him away from this dungeon world. Buzz, just then the space suddenly trembled strangely. Fang Han's action of teleportation was immediately interrupted and came to a sudden stop. What happened? Fang Han exclaimed in shock. His gaze was soon drawn to the corpse of the Dark Zombie King. At the location of the Dark Zombie King, a vortex appeared, slowly consuming the corpse of the Dark Zombie King. The vortex was deep and dark, continuously spinning and expanding. What is that? Could there be a hidden boss in this dungeon? Fang Han questioned uncertainly. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Gradually, the corpse of the Dark Zombie King was completely engulfed by the vortex. From within the vortex, a low, hoarse roar faintly echoed, as if some extraordinary monster was about to emerge. A mysterious, powerful, terrifying, and heart-pounding aura emanated from it. Fang Han summoned back his pets, focusing intently on the vortex, his vigilance heightened to the maximum. Faced with this unprecedented, unknown situation, he dared not let his guard down. The bull-headed creature was at the forefront, ready to block any unforeseen events. Master E held the Annihilation Demon Dragon Blade with a cold expression. Timo was running around, constantly planting poisonous mushrooms, laying down mushroom traps. Fang Han sat on Fang Qingshan's back, looking down from the air. If anything went wrong, he would run away immediately. As the vortex grew larger, a creature completely black with streaks of blood red emerged from the vortex. A strong smell of blood assaulted his senses. The overwhelming chill nearly caused Fang Han to faint on the spot. At that moment, Fang Han could finally see the true appearance of the creature. The creature was massive, towering at 3 meters tall and stretching 6 meters long, resembling a dog in shape. Its limbs were thick and sturdy, surrounded by faint black flames. Its body was as black as ink, with blood-red patterns faintly visible beneath its fur, exuding an aura of bloody decay. The monster bared its massive maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs that gleamed with an icy bone-white sheen. Its eyes blazed with crimson fire, hypnotic and soul-chilling. Merely gazing upon them sapped one's strength, leaving no will to resist. Most peculiarly, the moment the creature appeared, all moisture in the surrounding air vanished, as if vaporized, leaving behind a pungent sulfurous stench that hung thick and acrid. The oppressive aura this beast exuded upon Fang Han dwarfed even that of the bloodied Minotaur, the Platinum Tier boss of the Level 21 dungeon, the Gloomy Verdant Woods. Hellfire Bloodhound Platinum Tier boss. Level 20. Health 1000000. Attack 2500. Defense 1500. Critical strike rate 5. Movement speed 15. Skill Netherhowl Platinum, the Hellfire Bloodhound unleashes a deafening roar that paralyzes enemies, reducing their attack and defense by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. Hellfire Inferno Platinum, the Hellfire Bloodhound expels a torrent of infernal flame, scorching all foes ahead, and inflicting 400 damage instantly, followed by another 400 damage over 5 seconds. Cooldown 15 seconds. Bloodshadow Assault Platinum, the Hellfire Bloodhound dissolves into a crimson blur and strikes its target with devastating force, dealing 500 damage. Upon impact, its movement speed doubles for 10 seconds. Cooldown 15 seconds. Crimson Maw Platinum, the Hellfire Bloodhound lunges at close range, sinking its fangs deep into its target and inflicting 800 bleed damage over 5 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. Hellfire Bloodhound. What manner of being is this? A bloodline descendant? An undead abomination? Neither seems quite right. Fong Han furrowed his brow deeply. Moreover, the creature's attributes far exceeded expectations. Its attack power reached 2500, its defense stood at 1500, both vastly surpassing those of the Dark Zombie Sovereign he had slain earlier. Though only 3 levels higher than the Dark Zombie Sovereign, its stats were nearly doubled. Yet there was no time for further contemplation. The Hellfire Bloodhound had already spotted the Minotaur and launched its Bloodshadow Assault, streaking forward as a scarlet bolt before slamming into the Minotaur's massive frame. 12204. A colossal vivid crimson numeral erupted above the Minotaur's head. Half of its health bar vanished in a single blow. Fong Han shuddered involuntarily. Such damage was staggering. Fortunately, no critical strike landed. If it had, the Minotaur would have been obliterated outright. Instinct whispered that the Hellfire Bloodhound rivaled, not yielded to, the 2 platinum tier bosses dwelling within the gloomy verdant woods. Wounded, the Minotaur wasted no breath or beat, it immediately triggered War Stomp. Its hooves crashed down upon the earth with seismic force, sending a shockwave rippling through the Hellfire Bloodhound. Though larger and heavier than the Minotaur, the beast remained rooted, but its assault was violently interrupted. 25. Even amplified 20-fold by skill modifiers, the Minotaur's War Stomp failed utterly to pierce the Hellfire Bloodhound's defenses. Seizing this fleeting reprieve, the Minotaur roared defiantly and activated unyielding will. 5720. 5720. 5720. 5720. Within 2 seconds, its health bar surged back to full. Ugh! A guttural snarl rumbled from the Hellfire Bloodhound's throat. Then, jaws wide and fangs bared, it sank its monstrous maw deep into the Minotaur's flesh. 390. 390. 390. A ragged bleeding wound tore open across the Minotaur's body, blood dripping steadily. Yet unyielding will reduced incoming damage by 90, driving the Hellfire Bloodhound's crimson maw to its absolute minimum effect. While the Minotaur and the Hellfire Bloodhound clashed, the other pets, save for Master E, also launched attacks. Their damage output, however, proved scarcely better, rarely exceeding 200 points per hit. Only Teemo's toxic mushrooms inflicted any meaningful harm, but even one mushroom could not chip away more than 100 health points from the Hellfire Bloodhound's colossal vitality. This vast level gap imposed an 80 damage amplification upon the Hellfire Bloodhound's attacks against the pets, and simultaneously reduced their damage output against it by 80. It seems Master Yi alone must bear the burden of damage dealing. Fong Han mused inwardly. Though Master Yi's base attack was not the highest among the pets, Teemo held that distinction. Yet Teemo's frame was frail, his mobility sluggish. Master Yi, empowered by the apocalyptic dragon blade, struck harder than 2 Teemos combined. After weighing his options, Fong Han still felt uneasy, and resolved to upgrade the apocalyptic dragon blade once more. He had originally planned to craft another ungraded artifact, but exigency demanded immediate action. Fong Han instructed Fong Qingxian to descend, bringing her airborne mount alongside Master Yi, then took the apocalyptic dragon blade into his hands. Without hesitation, he withdrew the ungraded materials Demon Fruit and Demon Blade. The moment both artifacts touched the blade, a system prompt flashed forth. Confirm fusion. Fong Han selected yes. The Demon Fruit, a sphere wreathed in black radiance, blazed forth as a streak of light and merged seamlessly into the apocalyptic dragon blade. Likewise, the emerald green demon blade shattered into countless shimmering motes, each dissolving into the blade's essence. The apocalyptic dragon blade erupted in brilliance, swirling with black gold and crimson light interwoven in dazzling harmony. After 3 seconds, the radiance subsided and the blade returned to its familiar form. Apocalyptic Dragon Blade Gold, Level 12, Adaptive. Attribute Attack, 3955 Adapt. Attribute Critical Strike Rate, 25, Armor Penetration 25. Effect Apotheosis. Targets struck by the Apocalyptic Dragon Blade suffer complete suppression of health regeneration for 5 seconds. Effect Slaughter's Resolve. Each second spent in combat increases damage dealt by 1, stacking up to a maximum of 100. Effect Evolution Materials required 0 to The two ungraded artifacts had barely warmed his hands before being consumed, yet their transformative effect was extraordinary. The apocalyptic dragon blade ascended from silver to gold tier. Its attack multiplier rose from 2 to 2. 5, both critical strike rate and armor penetration increased by an additional 5 each. Most astonishing, and delightfully unexpected, was the acquisition of an entirely new passive ability. Slaughter's Resolve allowed Master E its wielder to grow ever more lethal as battle raged on, an unparalleled boon for protracted engagements. Perfect for confronting this Hellfire Bloodhound, whose health pool soared to 1 million. Clutching the ascended apocalyptic Dragonblade Master, E charged forward. At 5 meters distance, he activated Alpha Strike, his form blurring into a phantom trail as he swept past the Hellfire Bloodhound's flank, carving a deep searing gash across its hide with the apocalyptic Dragonblade. 49,960. In the moment before Master E's attack, the little bear had already used Thunder Roar, reducing the Hell Bloodhound's defense by 80. The Alpha Strike also landed a critical hit, dealing nearly 5-0 damage to the Hell Bloodhound. Seeing this, Fong Han let out a sigh of relief. At last he could see the dawn of victory. After the effect of the bullhead's unyielding will ended, he used War Roar, boosting all pets' attack and defense by 30, while also reducing the Hell Bloodhound's attack and defense by 30. The damage reduction effect of War Roar was slightly inferior to that of unyielding will, but, with one rising and the other falling, the Hell Bloodhound's damage to him did not exceed 800 points, allowing Bullhead to hold on for now. Taking advantage of this time, Master E and the pets unleashed a torrent of attacks. With the world-ending Dragonblade, Master E's output was explosive, quickly drawing aggro. Seeing that the Hell Bloodhound had locked onto him as the target, Master E unhesitatingly activated the Plague Bloodline to escape. The Hell Bloodhound was fast, but it could not catch up with Master E. Nearby there were numerous hidden poisonous mushrooms. The Hell Bloodhound had barely taken a few steps before stepping on one, getting blown up and slowed by 50, making it even harder to catch up with Master E. With no choice, the Hell Bloodhound had to refocus its target on Bullhead. Soon after, the duration of War Roar ended and Bullhead could no longer withstand the Hell Bloodhound's damage, executing the same maneuver as Master E. "I'm off now," Bullhead shouted loudly, charging at the Hell Bloodhound with a barbaric charge, transforming into a crazed bull at high speed, knocking the Hell Bloodhound away and fleeing far. The Hell Bloodhound became furious and chased after Bullhead. Bang! Just after running a few steps, it stepped on a poisonous mushroom. The damage from the mushroom was not high, but the real annoyance was the slowdown. The extremely high slowdown effect turned the Hell Bloodhound, which had a speed of 15, into a turtle moving slowly. Bullhead, being quite cunning, waited for the cooldown of unyielding will to end before running back. At this moment, the Hell Bloodhound had already lost its rationality due to anger. No matter how fierce its attacks were, even scratching itself until it smoked, its damage to Bullhead was minimal. Master E also took this opportunity to focus on dealing damage. As time passed, the color of the world-ending Dragon Blade gradually turned red, finally becoming a blood-red hue resembling a glowing iron. The slaughter will continued to rise, and Master E's attacks grew increasingly powerful, each strike engulfed in flames, causing the Hell Bloodhound to roar incessantly. Before long, the levels of slaughter will stack to the maximum, increasing damage by 100. After completing a Blade Storm, a critical hit occurred in between, dealing 3-0 damage to the Hell Bloodhound. In the same time, the combined damage from the other 4 pets was less than 5,000 points, not even reaching the decimal of Master E's damage. Supermodel. The levelless equipment is too supermodel. Fong Han was deeply shocked. He felt even more determined to equip every pet with a piece of levelless gear. Sticking to the same tactic, Master E would attack twice, and then run, and Bullhead, having lost its life-saving skills, also made a swift escape. With Teemo's poisonous mushrooms behind, the Hell Bloodhound always stepped on them, exhausting all its strength, yet unable to catch up. After a series of back and forths, the Hell Bloodhound was brought down to low health, with only about 5 At this moment, Master E, wielding the blazing world-ending Dragon Blade, could kill the Hell Bloodhound even without a critical hit. An Alpha Strike would suffice. Just as Master E was about to finish off the Hell Bloodhound, a disturbance came from the vortex once again, as if another monster was about to crawl out, exuding an aura even more profound and terrifying than the Hell Bloodhound. Fong Han then noticed that within a few minutes the vortex had expanded quite a bit. Previously, it had a diameter of about 5 meters, but it had now expanded to 10 meters. Fong Han's pupils suddenly constricted. One Hell Bloodhound was already so difficult to deal with, he had to exert all his strength and employ guerrilla tactics just to barely overcome it. Given the current situation, the monsters that would come next would surely be even more terrifying than the Hell Bloodhound. At that time, even his pet army might not be able to withstand them. This dungeon is not simple. We need to retreat quickly. Fong Han realized the danger and immediately made a decision. As Master E's Alpha Strike completely depleted the Hell Bloodhound's health, and killed it. Fong Han quickly picked up the items dropped by the Hell Bloodhound, stuffing them into his void ring, without time to examine them, then recalled Master Yi and Bullhead into the pet space. Fong Qingxian, fly a bit further and higher. Fly along the route we came, Fong Han urged. In the vortex, the ominous aura grew increasingly thick, as if it could draw in one's soul, leading to eternal oblivion. Fong Qingxian seemed to sense the tense and ominous atmosphere, and after acknowledging took off in a hurry, vigorously flapping its wings and carrying Fong Han swiftly away from the area. At this distance we should be safe. Half a minute later, Fong Han was already thousands of meters away, riding on yet even at such a distance he could still faintly hear the sounds of roaring. From the horizon the sky gradually took on a crimson hue, rapidly spreading towards him. Before long it seemed as if the entire dungeon would transform into a crimson world. It seems there are more than one monster coming out. But where are these monsters coming from? Fong Han's expression became extremely grave. The current situation had completely spiraled out of his control. It was beyond his capacity to participate, and he had to leave this place as quickly as possible. Fong Han used a teleportation scroll. This time he was not interrupted by external forces and successfully left the dungeon. With a flash of light, Fong Han returned to the dungeon entrance. Fong Han, why did it take you so long to come out? Fong Han, what happened? As soon as Fong Han emerged, Yi Lan and the others immediately surrounded him, asking what had happened. The concern from these people was heartfelt, and Fong Han felt a warmth in his heart. I'm fine. Some changes occurred in the dungeon. We need to leave quickly, or we might face unforeseen consequences. Fong Han said concisely. He felt that the monsters surging from the mysterious vortex could even break through the boundaries of the dungeon and rush outside. If that happened, it would be a tremendous disaster. Right now he was too low-level to have any capacity for defense. Fong Han's words surprised Yi Lan and the others. But we just cleared a new dungeon. We haven't even named it yet. Just leaving like this? Zheng Shuanglong said unwillingly. Every time a new dungeon appeared in the wild, the first team to clear it had the right to name the dungeon. Fong Han looked up and saw their team's name and the names of the 5 of them appearing on the dungeon's portal. They were both the first to clear it and the record holders. Their names would also be eternally inscribed there. For Zheng Shuanglong and Wang Jiangfei, this honor was more precious than any platinum equipment. There's no time. Let's hurry up and leave. Fong Han spoke quickly. These trivial matters were of no concern to him. Seeing his unusually grave expression, the others stopped opposing him and prepared to leave. Wait. Just as they were about to depart, a voice laden with a hint of cold arrogance suddenly rang out. A group of people strode directly toward them. Leading the way was a tall, slender girl of stunning beauty. It's you. Fong Han recognized her at a glance. This girl was none other than Li Qingwei, whom he had met a while back. At that time, Li Qingwei had tried to hitch a ride with their team to claim the dungeon clear record, but was outright rejected. Now they encountered her again. Li Qingwei's expression remained as haughty as before, looking down on everything. I didn't expect you to have some skills. You've consecutively cleared dungeons from levels 6 to 10A, and today you've also achieved the first clear of the level 15 new dungeon. Li Qingwei crossed her arms, her gaze filled with scrutiny and disdain. After surveying the group, her eyes finally landed on Yi Lan. What do you want? Yi Lan glanced at Fong Han before calmly asking, you got a non-level material from the first clear of the dungeon, right? How much will you sell it to me? Li Qingwei lazily extended her hand toward Yi Lan. Yi Lan's expression instantly changed. The others also looked displeased. Sorry, we need it for ourselves. It's not for sale. Without a second thought, Yi Lan rejected her. Not to mention that the non-level material belonged to Fong Han. Even if it truly was hers, she would never sell it. Without a second thought, Yi Lan rejected her. Not to mention that the non-level material belonged to Fong Han. Even if it truly was hers, she would never sell it. She would never sell it. Even if she were in dire straits and needed to sell non-level materials to stave off hunger, she wouldn't sell it to Li Qingwei. The reason was simple. This woman was utterly detestable. Relying on the backing of the Ashen Adventure Group, she had always acted arrogantly, making it seem like everyone owed her something. Not selling. The fake smile on Li Qingwei's face instantly vanished. Several burly men behind her approached the group with ill intentions. What's the matter? Do you want to rob us? Yi Lan's expression tensed. These individuals hailed from the Ashen Adventure Group, each one powerful and above level 20, with the highest being level 27. They were all Li Qingwei's personal bodyguards, following her wherever she went. No, we're not robbers, nor are we the kind of scum from the Shadow Adventure Group. We just want to make a deal with you. Name your price. No matter how high, the Ashen Adventure Group can afford it. Li Qingwei continued nonchalantly. Although her words sounded nice, the professionals from the Ashen Adventure Group had already surrounded Fong Han and the others. You call it a deal? There are members of the Professional Alliance here. Do you dare to act? In a moment of panic, Yi Lan pointed at a group in the distance and shouted. The Professional Alliance. Will they intervene? Would they offend the Ashen Adventure Group for a few fledgling kids like you? Li Qingwei sneered, her tone filled with disdain. Yi Lan looked over. As expected, the group of 7 or 8 members of the Professional Alliance had noticed the commotion but showed no intention of intervening. Instead, they watched coldly, enjoying the spectacle. The Professional Alliance held significant authority within Raccoon City, and various adventure groups would give them some face. However, once outside the city, that reputation meant little. Moreover, most adventure groups had cooperative relationships with the Professional Alliance, and the Ashen Adventure Group was no exception. They would not easily tear the facade unless absolutely necessary. Those few have achieved the first clear of the new dungeon, showing great potential. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to just watch them get bullied by the Ashen Adventure Group? One thin man from the Professional Alliance muttered. What can we do? The captain hasn't arrived yet. We have no authority to enforce the law and can't act alone. We're powerless. Another person shook his head. Li Qingwei is notoriously aggressive. If we intervene, she won't spare us any face. How would we get out of that situation? The thugs around her may not be high level, but they outnumber us several times. Then let's just watch the situation unfold. As long as it doesn't escalate into a violent incident, we won't intervene to avoid unpleasantness with the Ashen Adventure Group. Finally, a young man made a decisive statement. The reaction of the Professional Alliance left Yilan feeling quite disappointed. So have you considered? Li Qingwei said triumphantly. What do you think? Not much. Feng Han, who had been silent, finally spoke, his expression extremely impatient. He wanted to leave this troublesome place quickly, but unexpectedly found himself entangled by this foolish woman, Li Qingwei. With that, Feng Han turned and began to walk away. Want to leave? Li Qingwei was furious. Feng Han's actions clearly indicated that he did not regard her at all. Last time at the Professional Alliance, Feng Han had disrespected her. This time was no different. She simply couldn't understand where a black iron summoner who lived off a woman found the courage. Without her needing to give orders, two burly men like iron towers blocked Feng Han's way. Seeing this, Feng Han couldn't help but clench his fists. There were too many people on the opposite side. Even though his pet was strong, the level difference was too great, and he couldn't simply charge through. He also noticed the members of the Professional Alliance watching from the sidelines, and suddenly had an idea. I am a golden steward of the Professional Alliance. Are you sure you want to stop me? Feng Han suddenly took out a golden token and held it high above his head. His words instantly quieted the previously noisy scene. After a moment, a cold sneer appeared on Li Qingwei's taut face. Golden steward. Do you think a broken badge? Who are you trying to fool? The minimum level for a golden steward in the Professional Alliance is 30, and only those with significant contributions have a chance to obtain it. What right do you, a level 12 black iron profession, have? Anyone can boast. If you're a golden steward, then I must be the president of the Professional Alliance. Her entourage burst into laughter. At first they were intimidated by Feng Han, but upon reflection it was entirely unreasonable. Even if Feng Han were the president's son, he couldn't possibly be a golden steward. Positions within the Professional Alliance are ranked from top to bottom as president, minister, team leader, captain, regular member, and so on. Stewards are honorary titles and usually hold other positions within the alliance. For instance, He Wangshu is merely a regular member of the Professional Alliance, but holds the title of bronze steward, enjoying much better treatment than regular members. As for golden stewards, the minimum rank is team leader. In Raccoon City's Professional Alliance, there are currently 33 bronze stewards and 15 silver stewards. There are only 3 golden stewards. 2 of them are team leaders. The third is Feng Han. Thus, when Feng Han took out the identity token representing the golden steward Li Qingwei, and the others instinctively felt that Feng Han was fabricating and posturing to deceive others. When Yilan and Zheng Xuanglong saw the golden token, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As witnesses, they naturally knew the authenticity of the token. The ones who truly couldn't sit still were the group of members from the Professional Alliance nearby. Regardless of whether the token in Feng Han's hand was real or fake, they had to come over to confirm it at the first opportunity. The ones who truly couldn't sit still were the group of members from the Professional Alliance nearby. Regardless of whether no problem. Feng Han readily tossed the token over. Wang Yin carefully caught it, and after just one glance his expression changed drastically. Wang Yin from the 7th team of the Professional Alliance, I greet you, esteemed steward. Wang Yin bowed respectfully, returning the token to Feng Han with both hands. The others from the Professional Alliance followed suit. Although Feng Han did not hold an official position in the alliance, the honorary title of Golden Steward was enough to demonstrate his high status, surpassing even the captain of the 7th team. Recently, there had been rumors within the Professional Alliance about an additional Golden Steward. They never expected that it would be this seemingly inconspicuous student before them. This scene left Li Qingwei and the others dumbfounded. She never imagined that Feng Han was actually a genuine Golden Steward of the Professional Alliance. How is this possible? Li Qingwei muttered to herself, still unable to believe it. However, the actions of Wang Yin and the others were genuine. There was no need for them to cooperate with a seemingly hopeless black iron summoner to perform a charade in front of her. Wang Yin, right? Someone attempted to use force to rob a Golden Steward. How do you think we should handle this? Feng Han toyed with the token in his hand, speaking with a half-smile. Is there such a thing? Provoking the esteemed steward means opposing the entire Professional Alliance to the death. Who is it? Step forward. Wang Yin immediately shouted, glaring around him. The others behind him swiftly surrounded Feng Han, roughly pushing aside the members of the Ashen Adventure Group. The latter dared not express their anger. Although they outnumbered the Professional Alliance, they could crush this group if they fought. However, the consequences were beyond their tolerance. The Professional Alliance held absolute dominance in Raccoon City, and even the mayor dared not offend them lightly. The Professional Alliance itself was also very powerful. Just the branch in Raccoon City could easily defeat over a dozen members of the Ashen Adventure Group. If they truly angered the Professional Alliance the next day, could see the Ashen Adventure Group, the third adventure group in Raccoon City, completely eradicated from the city. You. Is it you? Wang Yin pointed at several members of the Ashen Adventure Group, asking menacingly. Not me, not me. Those he pointed at lowered their heads and stepped back, afraid to meet his gaze, fearing to attract trouble. The situation was now completely different from before. Feng Han was no longer an ordinary practitioner, but a golden steward of the Professional Alliance. Closely tied to it, offending Feng Han meant offending the entire Professional Alliance. Wang Yin and the others could now intervene with justification. They had originally thought that leaving Raccoon City would allow them to handle Feng Han and the others easily, but they never expected to face an even greater humiliation. Li Qingwei trembled with rage, her chest heaving violently, almost exploding with anger. She stared fiercely at Feng Han, her eyes nearly shooting out flames. If looks could kill, Feng Han would have been reduced to ashes by now. Humph. Without saying a word, Li Qingwei huffed heavily and left with her group. Though she was arrogant, she was not foolish enough to openly oppose the Professional Alliance. Thank you for the assistance. Watching Li Qingwei and her group leave, Feng Han smiled and said, we dare not. We failed to recognize the esteemed steward earlier. Please do not blame us. Wang Yin quickly replied. His rank was much higher than Feng Han's, yet he was exceptionally polite towards him. The esteemed steward indeed possesses extraordinary strength, managing to first clear the level 15 new dungeon. We are deeply impressed. Wang Yin sincerely marveled. The Professional Alliance had also sent a team to explore the new dungeon, but the two teams had yet to emerge, and no one knew how it was going. All members of their team were at level 20, yet they were outdone by Feng Han's small team of 5, whose average level was only 13, leaving him feeling utterly embarrassed. Mentioning the new dungeon, Feng Han's heart stirred, and he spoke. Brother Wang Yin, earlier in the dungeon, there appeared some unknown monsters, their strength far exceeding that of a level 15 dungeon, and they keep pouring out in great numbers. Such a situation is quite unusual. What are your thoughts? Is there such a thing? Wang Yin exclaimed, astounded. Feng Han solemnly nodded and recounted the earlier encounter. After listening to Feng Han's account, Yi Lan and the others finally understood why Feng Han had taken so long to emerge. Wang Yin regarded Feng Han with deep respect, completely in awe that he could single-handedly slay a level 20 platinum boss. If it were him now, at level 25, facing a level 20 platinum boss would still require considerable effort to defeat. He couldn't help but admire the genius who had obtained the Golden Steward title, someone far from comparable to ordinary members like himself. As for being a Black Iron Summoner, that was merely a guise. Esteemed steward, are you saying the monsters are called Hell Bloodhounds with a sulphurous and pungent odor? When Wang Yin asked this, his voice involuntarily trembled with fear. Exactly do you know about them? It's them. There can be no mistake. It must be them. Wang Yin staggered back a few steps, muttering to himself, what exactly is happening? What is the origin of those monsters? Seeing his strange behavior, Feng Han couldn't help but ask. Esteemed steward, thank you for informing me about this situation. I need to report this immediately. You all should leave quickly. It will soon become extremely dangerous here. Wang Yin spoke, rapidly finishing before quickly leading the other members of the Professional Alliance away. What's wrong with him? So strange. Zheng Xuanglong scratched his head in confusion. I think I understand. Yilan squinted her eyes slightly and spoke softly. What is it? Feng Han asked. If I'm not mistaken, the Hell Bloodhounds and other monsters Feng Han mentioned should originate from another world. Another world? The others were all bewildered. To be precise, it's another space attached to the Divine Demon Continent, but separated from it. And that world is called Hell. Yilan's eyes held a hint of coldness as she said this. Hell. Just those two simple words sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Is there really a place called Hell? Shinro inquired. Yes. Yilan nodded gently, her expression turning serious. Not only is there Hell, but there is also Heaven. However, these two worlds almost never intersect with the Divine Demon Continent. I overheard this during a conversation between my father and a prominent figure from the Professional Alliance. It can't be wrong. Hell is filled with all sorts of monsters. Powerful, ferocious, bloody, terrifying, and indescribable. They are far more terrifying than the various races of the Catastrophe Legion. No wonder Wang Yin is so afraid. Being in the Professional Alliance, he knows more than we do. Perhaps the Professional Alliance has had conflicts with the monsters from Hell before. Feng Han showed a look of realization. He had just profoundly experienced the strength of the monsters from Hell. In terms of the same level, they were much stronger than the so-called strongest undead race in the Catastrophe Legion. The undead race is further divided into skeletons, liches, zombies, and so forth. Fong Han's pet, the Catastrophe Sword Saint Master E, is an undead, while the Dark Zombie King in the dungeon is a zombie. If the monsters from hell appearing in the dungeon have too high a level and too strong power, they could very well break the boundaries of the dungeon and break through to the outside. We should leave quickly. This time we know almost nothing about the hell invasion. With our current strength, it's very difficult to resist. We should hurry and leave. Yilan explained calmly and quickly. All right, let's go. Zheng Xuanglong shouted impatiently. At this moment, Wang Yin and the others were trying to persuade other adventurers who were attempting to explore the new dungeon to leave, but with little success. Many others believed that the Professional Alliance was alarmist, trying to suppress them to monopolize the new dungeon, and a dispute broke out on the spot. Fong Han was not a reckless person. Although his pet army was strong, he felt no confidence when facing the unknown and terrifying monsters from hell. 1 or 2 might be manageable, but if there were thousands, he wouldn't be able to escape. However, just as he was about to leave, Fong Han suddenly thought of something. Zheng Xuanglong, have you seen Hong Yi and them come out? Fong Han looked at Zheng Xuanglong. No. Zheng Xuanglong was taken aback, and then said, are you saying that Hong Yi and Ling Yu are still in the dungeon? Zheng Xuanglong quickly reacted. It should be. Is there any way to contact them? Fong Han's face turned grim. No. The dungeon is an independent space-time, and even if they have the spirit communication rings, they can't connect. Yilan spoke at this moment. Hearing her words, Fong Han couldn't help but clench his fists. What should we do? If even the Professional Alliance is that afraid, can Hong Yi and Ling Yu withstand the monsters from hell? Zheng Xuanglong said anxiously. Fong Han, are they very good friends of yours? Seeing Fong Han's furrowed brow, Yilan hesitated for a moment, and then quietly asked. Fong Han nodded, and said solemnly, I grew up with them. You might find this useful. Before she finished speaking, Yilan had already placed an item in Fong Han's hand. This is. Fong Han felt the slightly cold token in his hand, and asked in confusion. The Dimension Breaking Order. It can ignore spatial barriers and traverse various dimensions of the dungeon, ultimately reaching the desired dimension provided that the number of people in that dungeon dimension is not full. Yilan explained. There is such a good item. Fong Han was overjoyed upon hearing this. Dimension Breaking Order. It can freely traverse the dimensions of the dungeon without being affected by space. Just now 2 people from the Professional Alliance entered the dungeon. They must have also used the Dimension Breaking Order to notify their companions. Yilan said. Yilan, thank you so much. I really don't know how to thank you. With the Dimension Breaking Order, he could promptly notify Hong Yi and the others to leave. Fong Han was extremely excited, gripping Yilan's hand. It goes without saying that the Dimension Breaking Order must be exceptionally rare and precious. At least in the trading market of the Professional Alliance and Adventurers Guild, he had never seen it. Therefore, he was very grateful that Yilan was willing to give it to him. No need to be polite. Aren't we friends? Helping each other is what we should do. Suddenly being held by Fong Han, Yilan's pretty face turned red and her tone became somewhat unnatural. Fong Han also realized his behavior was a bit abrupt and quickly released his hand. Fong Han, you need to be careful. The Dimension Breaking Order can only be used once. Yilan cautioned. I understand. You guys don't need to wait for me, just go back first. Fong Han nodded solemnly. After watching them leave, he gripped the Dimension Breaking Order and stepped into the light gate of the dungeon once more. However, he did not appear in the dungeon, but instead found himself in a strange perspective. His body was enveloped by a faint glow, as if he were in an endless high sky, able to overlook all the open dungeons. In front of him appeared 23 different scenes with shadows of monsters moving within them. Fong Han's heart stirred, and he suddenly understood that there should be 23 teams currently within this dungeon. Suddenly his pupils contracted sharply. A crimson wave was spreading rapidly toward the various dungeon time spaces. Some dungeons had already been completely stained crimson. The scenes presented by each dungeon were tumultuous and constantly shaking. Fong Han was extremely anxious, having no time to ponder, and quickly began to scan through the 23 scenes. After 2.5 minutes, he locked onto a target, discovering Liu Kang's figure in one of the dungeons. At that moment, Liu Kang was desperately fleeing, chased relentlessly by a towering hell bloodhound. This is it. Let's see if I can get in. Fong Han held the Dimension Breaking Order and walked toward the dungeon where Liu Kang was located. His body passed through the rippling interface, and Fong Han appeared in the dungeon. Once back on solid ground, Fong Han's expression was somewhat complex. It was certainly a good thing to enter this dungeon, but it also indicated that there had been casualties in this dungeon. I hope it's not Hong Yi and the others. After silently praying, Fong Han summoned Fong Qingxian. Fong Qingxian, quickly take me to find Liu Kang. After Fong Han leaped onto Fong Qingxian's back, he said urgently, Understood, master. Fong Qingxian let out a long cry and flapped her wings forcefully, flying rapidly toward the direction Fong Han pointed. Meanwhile, the Dimension Breaking Order in Fong Han's hand was disintegrating into fragments. As expected, it's a one-time use. Fong Han's gaze swept over the ground. Aside from dead trees and weeds, he saw no monsters, most likely all eliminated by the team that Hong Yi was part of. When they first entered there were a full 20 members, so it was unlikely any monsters were missed. Occasionally he could see a hell monster on the ground. Aside from the hell bloodhound, Fong Han didn't recognize any of the others. He ignored them all and urged Fong Qingxian to speed up. Fong Qingxian soared through the sky at breakneck speed, and within 30 seconds Fong Han caught sight of Lu Kang from afar. At that moment Lu Kang was in a dire state, rolling and crawling away from the hell bloodhounds that pursued him. If it weren't for occasionally summoning a puppet to fend them off, he would have long since become the hell bloodhound's meal. Even so, it was evident that Lu Kang had reached the end of his rope, merely struggling to delay his demise. Lu Kang had once attempted to retaliate. However, the lasers shot by the laser puppets merely singed the fur of the hell bloodhounds without breaching their defenses. The dual-bladed puppets striking the hell bloodhounds felt no different than striking steel plates. Sparks flew, and they could only inflict a mere point of mandatory damage. In contrast, a casual swipe from the hell bloodhounds shattered the various puppets into pieces. The puppets, being inanimate, lacked the agility of a summoner's pet and were slow to evade the hell bloodhounds' attacks, which landed with perfect accuracy. Thud, thud, thud. The hell bloodhounds charged towards Lu Kang, each step covering 3 to 4 meters. As he gazed at the gaping maw filled with blood and odor lunging towards him, Lu Kang fell into utter despair. His mana was nearly exhausted, and the strongest puppet had just been melted into a blob by the hell bloodhound's hellfire. At this point he had no effective means to counterattack or save himself. Just as he was on the brink of despair, a golden red flame suddenly erupted from the sky, striking the hell bloodhounds. 187. Damage numbers appeared above the hell bloodhound's head. For Fong Qingxian, inflicting such paltry damage was pitiful. However, for Lu Kang, who couldn't even breach their defenses, it was profoundly shocking. Fong Qingxian's divine fire breath had drawn the hatred of the hell bloodhounds. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Kang rolled and crawled to a safe distance. Only then did he see clearly that the one who had just saved him was a gigantic phoenix. Moreover, it seemed there was a person riding on the phoenix's back. From a distance of several dozen meters the figure looked somewhat familiar. Fong Han. Lu Kang exclaimed involuntarily, his expression becoming extremely complex. He never would have imagined that it would be Fong Han who saved him. This was soon followed by a surge of questions in his mind. Wasn't Fong Han a black iron summoner? How could he possess such a powerful pet? From its appearance alone, this phoenix was at least of epic quality. Moreover, Fong Han didn't just have one pet. On the phoenix's back there seemed to be a small figure continuously tossing green mushrooms down below, the explosive damage far surpassing that of the phoenix's fire attacks. Additionally, why was Fong Han here? Lu Kang, where are Hong Yi and Ling Yu? Where are they? Fong Han shouted towards Lu Kang. They? Lu Kang, still in shock, faltered when suddenly questioned by Fong Han. Fong Han's expression darkened. Could it be that he was too late? Had they already? Hong Yi ran north. She was with Chen Tianlong. Lu Kang shouted from below. Hong Yi was still alive. Fong Han sighed in relief. Lu Kang, we cannot stay here any longer. They'll hold off the monsters for now. You go back, and I will find Hong. Fong Han called out to Lu Kang again. Okay, be careful. Lu Kang nodded in a flustered manner. With the delay provided by Timo and Fong Qingxian, Lu Kang exited the battle state and used a teleportation scroll to leave the instance. Fong Han ignored the hell bloodhounds and directed Fong Qingxian to fly high into the air, heading towards Lu Kang's indicated location. Having previously slain a hell bloodhound with the strength of his pet army, defeating the one in front of him would be more than sufficient. However, it would take at least 5 minutes with no room for error in between. Given the urgent situation, how could he afford to waste time here? A second's delay could mean disaster for Chu Hong Yi and Mo Lingyu. While flying, Fong Han saw hellish monsters bursting through space, emerging from other instances. Once a hellish monster completely assimilated one of the instances into hellish energy, it could invade other instances. In just 1 minute, Fong Han witnessed over 10 hellish monsters, with most of the sky stained crimson, the air becoming extremely dry, and his throat felt painful with each breath. Among the monsters, many had a presence far more intense than that of the hell bloodhounds. During this time, Fong Han also saw several people being pursued by the hellish monsters. Upon realizing they were not Chu Hong Yi and Mo Lingyu, Fong Han had no intention of saving them. It seems that Hong Yi's team has completely collapsed, scattering in all directions. However, Chen Tianlong is a legendary profession and is certainly highly valued by the school. He must have a way to escape. Hong Yi should be safe following him for now. Thinking of this, Fong Han felt a bit more at ease. Roar! Suddenly a deafening roar echoed. The immense sound wave made Fong Han's ears buzz, and Fong Qingxian wobbled in flight, nearly plummeting. Fong Han sensed the entire space seemed to tremble, showing signs of collapse. What kind of monster could be so terrifying? Fong Han's gaze grew increasingly grave. Master, that monster seems to be up ahead. Timo suddenly jumped up and shouted. Fong Han quickly looked over. What Timo referred to as up ahead was actually nearly 1,000 meters away from Fong Han. Despite the vast distance, the monster was still visible, showcasing its enormous size. Fong Han could barely see that this monster seemed to be chasing something. Unable to see clearly from such a distance, Feng Han immediately urged Feng Qingxian to fly over at full speed. What kind of monster crawled out from here? Why are they all so ferocious? A short-haired girl, her voice trembling with tears, shot an ice-blue arrow at the massive monster not far behind her. The ice-blue arrow accurately struck the monster, turning into a mass of frost that coated the monster's surface. Although it inflicted no damage, it slightly slowed the monster's running speed. However, for a monster over 5 meters tall, this little deceleration was entirely insufficient to shake off its pursuit. Hold on a little longer. As long as Chun Tianlong activates the portable teleportation array, we can escape. Oh. Before he could finish, the speaking boy was grabbed by the monster's giant claw and brutally torn in half. Witnessing this bloody scene, the survivors were paralyzed with fear and ran more desperately, wishing they could grow too. Their attacks seemed like mere mosquito bites to the monster. Aside from enraging it further, they had no effect whatsoever. Screams echoed continuously as one after another of the professionals were caught by the monster and brutally killed. In the blink of an eye, half of the professionals were dead. Am I going to die here today? But if I die, how can I face Sister Mo? A girl with bright expressive eyes swiftly flickered forward 3 times, narrowly escaping just before the monster's massive claws could grab her. It was Chu Hongyi. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. She had already used her ultimate instant flash. She could not withstand the next attack from the monster, nor could she escape. Chun Tianlong, how much longer? She couldn't help but glance at a boy beside her. Chun Tianlong held a palm-sized disc in his hand with a blood-red crystal hovering above it. The crystal continuously decomposed with energy infusing into the disc, which emitted a milky white light. Almost there. As soon as this magic crystal's energy is fully absorbed, the teleportation array can be activated. Hold on a little longer, buy me some time, Chun Tianlong said urgently, while running, not even looking back. He felt incredibly frustrated. To secure the first clear of the new dungeon, he had spent a fortune on a platinum-grade set. Who would have thought that before even seeing the BOSS, countless ferocious monsters would suddenly appear? These monsters were infinitely more terrifying than those in the dungeon. The entire team exhausted countless precious potions and lost 2 members just to barely kill one hellhound. Before they could catch their breath, more monsters surged in. The team was immediately scattered, fleeing in all directions. Chun Tianlong, being the captain and the strongest, had the most people following him. Initially, there were 10 people who chose to escape in the same direction as him. Unfortunately, the monsters chasing them happened to be the most terrifying one among them. Only 10 minutes had passed, and among the survivors, including him, only 4 remained. Damn it, why is it the Hell Ogre known for its brutality in hell? While cursing in his heart, Chun Tianlong kept looking back, hoping the others could buy him more time. Hold on, how can— one of them exclaimed in frustration, cursing, yet still holding up his shield tightly to protect Chun Tianlong. All hope of surviving now rested on Chun Tianlong. He had no other choice. At this moment, the only ones left alive were Chun Tianlong, Chu Hongyi, a short-haired girl named Yang, and a boy named Wang Feng. It's almost done. Just hold on a little longer. The blood-red magic crystal rapidly decomposed, reverting to its purest form of energy, infusing the disc, which glowed brighter and brighter. The Hell Ogre charged again, wielding a tunter-long spiked club. Chu Hongyi couldn't bear to imagine the result of that spiked club striking her. Sacred barrier. Rise! Wang Feng shouted, and the shield transformed, becoming 5 or 6 times its size, blocking in front of them. The Hell Ogre swung its club unceremoniously. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the forest. Wang Feng's shield shattered on impact, and he coughed up blood, flying backward. Thanks to the shield's cushioning, he wasn't killed on the spot, but Wang Feng had already lost the strength to fight back, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. The Hell Ogre took a few steps forward, its enormous foot heavily stomping down on Wang Feng. With no strength to dodge, Wang Feng was killed instantly. Blood and entrails splattered and shot onto Yang beside them. Having never witnessed such a brutal and bloody scene, Yang screamed in terror, unable to stop. In her panic, she tripped over a fallen dead tree. Just as she was about to get up, her body suddenly froze. A fiery red spire suddenly shot up from the ground, piercing through her body. Help me. Yang reached out a trembling hand to Chun Tianlong, her gradually fading gaze revealing an infinite desire for life. However, Chun Tianlong was focused on the disc in his hand, not even glancing at her. Yang's arm dropped weakly. Witnessing the tragic deaths of Yang and Wang Feng, Chu Hongyi gritted her teeth, her body shaking uncontrollably. She knew she would be next. At that moment, Chun Tianlong's voice rang out in ecstasy. It's finally done. If I had known, I wouldn't have used these inferior magic crystals. It took absorbing 5 crystals to successfully activate the teleportation array. With a twist of fate, Chu Hongyi was overjoyed. She could finally survive. Chun Tianlong, let's go quickly. After glancing at the Hell Ogre feasting on Yang's corpse, Chu Hongyi hurried to Chun Tianlong's side, speaking urgently. Go. Then farewell. Chun Tianlong smiled lightly, the light emanating from the disc completely enveloping his body. That was the power of space. What do you mean? Chu Hongyi was taken aback. I forgot to tell you the mini teleportation array can only teleport one person. Thank you for holding on for so long. Chu Hongi, you're so beautiful and so kind to hold off for me. You should go to heaven after you die, right? No. You will end up like Eong eaten by the Hell Ogre. You probably won't go to heaven, but will instead fall into hell forever. Chun Tianlong's smile was gentle and refined like a spring breeze, but his words left Chu Hongi standing there in shock, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. No, you liar, I will kill you. Realizing what was happening, Chu Hongi's anger broke through her rationality, and she let out a desperate scream, swinging her sword with all her might toward Chun Tianlong. Facing Chu Hongi's furious attack, Chun Tianlong did not dodge or evade, still wearing a mocking and disdainful smile. The sword passed through Chun Tianlong's body, but it struck nothing. Chun Tianlong was right in front of her, yet it felt as if he were in another time and space. What a pity such a beautiful shell is about to perish. I truly feel a bit reluctant. Farewell, Chu Hongi. Chun Tianlong let out a sigh of regret as his figure gradually disappeared in the light of the teleportation. Chu Hongi trembled with rage, but could only watch as Chun Tianlong swaggered away. No time to be angry and curse, as the Hell Ogre had already finished eating Yang and Wang Feng's bodies and was now striding towards her. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed on the ground, sounding like a dull drumbeat. It felt like a giant hammer striking her heart, causing Chu Hongi's heart to sink bit by bit. With all her teammates dead and the captain having escaped, she was left alone. Before the powerful Hell Ogre, she felt like a fallen leaf in the wind, lonely and without support. The Hellish Ogre opened its fearsome maw and lunged at Chu Hongi. Chu Hongi bit her tongue and swung her fire. The sharp sword energy exploded continuously upon the Hellish Ogre, yet it inflicted no harm, not even breaking its skin. Seemingly believing that killing and then eating would not provide a good texture, the Hellish Ogre opened its blood-soaked mouth filled with jagged teeth and lunged at Chu Hongi. The shadow cast by the towering Hellish Ogre completely engulfed Chu Hongi's slender figure. A nauseating stench assaulted her senses, and she fainted from the overpowering odor. This is fine, I won't feel any pain when I die. This was her last thought. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Hongi felt the violent winds and gradually regained consciousness. I'm not dead. Her moment of confusion was fleeting, and she quickly became alert, exclaiming, "Don't move around, be careful." A familiar voice came from behind, causing Chu Hongi to freeze in place. She slowly turned her head, incredulous as she gazed upon that familiar face, tears streaming silently from her eyes as she murmured, "Fong Han, is it really you? This isn't a dream, is it? Of course not. Take a look at where we are." Fong Han gently brushed her disheveled hair and smiled reassuringly. Chu Hongi looked around and then realized she was sitting on the back of a massive golden-red phoenix, soaring rapidly through the sky, at least 100 meters above the ground, while Fong Han tightly held her waist to prevent her from falling. "We are in the sky." Moments later, Chu Hongi burst into tears of joy. "That's right." Fong Han nodded with a smile. "So I really didn't die. I survived. Did you save me?" Chu Hongi wiped her tears and asked excitedly, "What do you think?" Fong Han shrugged. "I don't believe it. I'll try." "Wait, it doesn't hurt at all." Hey, what are you doing? If you're brave, pinch your own face." Fong Han quickly broke free. It turned out that Chu Hongi had just been pinching his face with both hands. It seems I really survived." After confirming she was alive, Chu Hongi was incredibly happy. "Fong Han, is this phoenix and the raccoon on your shoulder both your pets? Aren't you a black iron summoner? How can your pets fly?" Chu Hongi curiously grabbed the little bear in her hands, squeezing it round and flat, and asked inquisitively, Wah. Be gentle, it hurts." The little bear let out a voice full of grievance. It could see that the relationship between Chu Hongi and Fong Han was extremely close, much more so than with the other women before, so it dared not resist Chu Hongi's torment. Heavens, it can actually talk. Fong Han, look, it can speak. So adorable. Fong Han, this pet is a gift for me. Chu Hongi exclaimed in astonishment. "Sure, it's yours now," Fong Han said with a smile. He was particularly generous with Chu Hongi. "Master." The little bear felt even more wronged. "Hold on tight. Fong Qingxian, go faster." Fong Han tightened his hold on Chu Hongi and instructed Fong Qingxian. Fong Qingxian remained silent, flapping her wings with all her might, increasing their speed once again. "Fong Han, there are monsters chasing us from behind." Chu Hongi inadvertently looked back and saw several bat-like creatures pursuing them, crying out in alarm. "Those are hellish blood bats. Ever since I snatched you from the mouth of the Hellish Ogre, they have been relentlessly pursuing us," Fong Han said helplessly. When he saved Chu Hongi, Fong Han had also planned to test whether he could kill the Hellish Ogre, but before he could act, several hellish blood bats appeared, forcing him to retreat with Chu Hongi. Chu Hongi's heart tightened again. "But don't worry, they can't catch up to us," Fong Han added. "By the way, where is Sister Mo Lingyu? Do you know where she is? We need to find her now," Fong Han asked. Lu Kong and Chu Hongi had both been found, leaving only Mo Lingyu. Earlier, at the last moment before the Hellish Ogre was about to eat Chu Hongi, Fong Han arrived just in time to save her. However, they had not discovered Mo Lingyu along the way. "Sister Mo? Mentioning Mo Lingyu, Chu Hongyi choked up and teared up again. Fong Han fell silent. Having been unable to find Mo Lingyu for so long, he had already prepared himself for this. But seeing Chu Hongyi's reaction still made Fong Han feel uneasy. They had grown up together. Mo Lingyu had treated him with great care and affection like an older sister. It's all Liu Kang's fault. It's all Liu Kang's fault. He's the one who caused Sister Mo's death. Chu Hongyi cried out in grief and anger. What happened? How did it come to Liu Kang? Fong Han hurriedly asked. Not long ago there was an incident in the dungeon where two powerful hellish blood hounds appeared out of nowhere. All of us suggested going around, but only Liu Kang insisted on provoking them, resulting in being pursued by the two hellish blood hounds, forcing us to flee. Little did we know we would then encounter a powerful hellish ogre. Liu Kang had been injured by the hellish bloodhounds earlier and lagged behind. Just as he was about to be killed by the hellish ogre, Sister Mo risked everything to protect him, saving him. Unexpectedly, he was ungrateful, and to save his own life, pushed Sister Mo toward the hellish ogre. I watched helplessly as Sister Mo was devoured by the hellish ogre. Chu Hongyi could say no more, tears streaming down like pearls from a broken string. Liu Kang. Upon hearing this, Fong Han could no longer contain his rage, roaring out loud, his eyes almost bursting with flames. No wonder when he had asked Liu Kang about Mo Lingyu before, Liu Kang had stammered and was reluctant to speak. It turned out he had committed a heinous act, causing Mo Lingyu's death. They had known each other since childhood in the orphanage. Mo Lingyu had been like an elder sister to him, treating Liu Kang. Later, Fong Han, Liu Kang, Mo Lingyu, and Chu Hongyi lived in the same courtyard, just like a real family, intimately close. Yet Liu Kang, in order to survive, pushed Mo Lingyu toward the gaping maw of the man-eating ogre. Fong Han's forehead throbbed, wishing he could rush directly to Liu Kang and tear him to pieces. The roar from behind echoed again. They were still not out of danger, so Fong Han could only suppress all the pain and anger within. There would be plenty of time to settle accounts with Liu Kang later. After climbing over a mountain, Fong Qingxian folded her wings and dove into a dense forest below. After landing, Fong Qingxian transformed into her human form. Fong Han summoned Timo and Master Yi as well. They hid under a large tree, watching the movements in the sky. The sky here had not yet been assimilated by hell. Fong Han, are these all your spirit companions? Chu Hongyi's eyes widened in astonishment as the phoenix transformed into an ethereal beauty, and Fong Han summoned two more companions. She'll explain later. Hide now before the hell bloodbats detect us. Fong Han raised a finger to his lips in a sharp, urgent gesture. Chu Hongyi obediently covered her cherry-red lips with delicate fingers, her gaze upon Fong Han shimmering with awe and wonder. Once she had vowed to protect Fong Han, now he stood tall, his cultivation soaring beyond her wildest dreams, shielding her. A shrill, piercing cry echoed from the heavens as colossal crimson bats circled overhead. Dense foliage concealed them well. The hell bloodbats swept past, blind to their presence. After a fruitless search, the beasts veered off toward distant skies. Let's return. We're not safe here. Monsters could descend at any moment. Fong Han exhaled deeply, then spoke firmly. Though he could hold his own against one or two, overwhelming numbers would spell doom, even for him. Hell bloodhounds were the weakest among infernal creatures, though far more terrifying entities might yet emerge. Worse still, the surrounding space trembled ominously, as if reality itself were fraying at the seams. Chu Hongyi nodded, fervently desperate to flee this accursed place. Fong Han withdrew Fong Qingxian and his other companions, then activated a spatial teleportation scroll. The instability of space thwarted Fong Han's first 3 attempts. Only on the 4th did the scroll flare to life, warping time and space in a cascade of blinding light. When Fong Han opened his eyes again, he stood outside the dungeon's boundary. Fong Han, Chu Hongyi, having teleported back moments earlier, rushed to his side. Fong Han nodded silently, scanning the desolate surroundings. Not a soul remained, not even Wang Yan's group. Anyone with sight could see the dungeon had catastrophically destabilized. We must leave now. The dungeon's entrance gate shudders violently, though no one knows what horrors brew within. It may rupture at any moment, unleashing hellspawn across the land. Chaos has spiraled beyond control. This is no longer a battle we can influence. Fong Han summoned Fong Qingxian, once more, voice low and grave. Chu Hongyi, utterly trusting, simply nodded without question. Secured aboard Fong Qingxian's back, they soared toward Raccoon City. Then boom. A cataclysmic explosion erupted where the dungeon had stood. 1,000 meters away, Fong Han still felt the shockwaves' crushing force. When the dust settled, hordes of hellspawn surged forth like a volcanic eruption, spilling outward in every direction. Where the dungeon once loomed now spun a colossal black vortex, a churning maw vomiting forth endless waves of infernal monstrosities. Fong Han. Stunned into silence, both Fong Han and Chu Hongyi stared breathless. Go now. Fong Han snapped, urging Fong Qingxian into full flight. Scarcely had they fled when dozens of griffins descended from Raccoon City's skyline. riders silhouetted. Fang Han swiftly directed Fang Qingxian to land. Official forces had arrived, safety for now. Yet Fang Qingxian's true form, the divine flame phoenix, was too conspicuous to reveal. Better to remain unseen, to avoid drawing suspicion, igniting rumors, or inviting perilous entanglements. Fang Han, you're out at last. A joyful voice called from behind. Fang Han turned. Yilan Shenrou and Zheng Xuanlong stood there. He understood, instantly searching for Mo Lingyu, and Chu Hongyi had taken less than 20 minutes. No one could have traveled far. Indeed, they were barely 3,000 meters from the dungeon's ruins, a perfectly plausible meeting point. I saw that phoenix, and knew it had to be you, Zheng Xuanlong declared with boisterous certainty. Hongyi, you're here too. His voice rose with genuine delight upon spotting Chu Hongyi behind Fang Han. Shenrou too lit up with unmistakable joy. Chu Hongyi, after all these years, do you remember me? Shenrou smiled warmly. After a thoughtful pause, Chu Hongyi gasped, Shenrou, Sister Shenrou. It's me. Shenrou beamed radiant with happiness. Only Yilan stepped forward quietly murmuring, Fang Han, did you rescue your friends? Are you hurt? Her words drew Zheng Xuanlong's and Shenrou's attention. He glanced around, then asked sharply, where are Lu Kang and senior sister Lingyu? Why aren't they here? Fang Han and Chu Hongyi fell silent. Could they both have? Zheng Xuanlong whispered, dread thick in his voice. No, senior sister Mo was slain by a monster, but that wretch Lu Kang still lives. Chu Hongyi spat, teeth clenched in fury. Under Zheng Xuanlong's relentless questioning, she recounted the grim truth. That beast. Senior sister Lingyu treated him with such kindness, and he repaid her with unforgivable treachery. If I ever lay hands on him, I'll make him wish he'd never drawn breath. Zheng Xuanlong roared incensed. Around them sorrow hung heavy and unspoken. Fang Han, I'm so sorry. Yilan searched for words, settling on quiet solace. That he'd plunged back into the collapsing dungeon, risking everything, proved how deeply Mo Lingyu and Chu Hongyi were etched into his heart. Though authorities have intervened, this hell invasion dwarfs all prior calamities. It's more devastating than any previous celestial disaster. Our safety remains tenuous. Only within Raccoon City's walls will we truly be secure. Fang Han lifted his gaze, offering Yilan a faint, weary smile before speaking. All nodded in solemn agreement. At full speed, they reached Raccoon City in under half an hour. En route, they passed numerous other cultivators, abandoning their training grounds mid-session, racing back to the city upon hearing news of the invasion. Only then did tension ease from their shoulders. The crushing weight finally lifted. Yet the city's atmosphere had grown markedly heavier since morning. Clearly word of the hell invasion had spread. This was no ordinary catastrophe. It eclipsed even the most brutal incursions of the Celestial Disaster Legion. Other races of the Celestial Disaster Legion, though savage, possessed intelligence and reason. Hellspawn sought only one end: to conquer the divine mortal continent and transform it into a new layer of hell. Sister Shenrou, will you come home with us? Chu Hongyi asked as they prepared to part. Yes, I'd love to see where you live so I'll know the way next time, Shenrou replied, her smile gentle and warm. Wonderful. I've missed you terribly, so many years gone by. Chu Hongyi beamed radiant with delight. Like Mo Lingyu, Shenrou possessed a rare, soothing grace, one that made Chu Hongyi feel cherished, safe, and deeply at ease. Yilan, there is something I need your help with. While Chu Hongyi and Shenrou caught up, Fang Han drew Yilan aside. Go ahead, what is it? I'll do everything in my power to help you, Yilan declared fervently, her heart fluttering with quiet delight at being alone with Fang Han. On your way home, you'll pass by the Adventurers Guild. Please sell these 3 pets for me. As he spoke, Fang Han placed 3 pet cards into her hands. Raging Dada Bear, Platinum Tier Pet. Upon seeing the rarity grade, Yilan instantly realized how conspicuous such a remark would be, and clamped her lips shut. After carefully stowing the pet cards away, Yilan clasped her hands behind her back and flashed him a mischievous smile. What if I run off with the money after selling them? If you need the funds, just keep them, Fang Han replied with an easy, dismissive smile. Were it not for Yilan's priceless boundary-breaking token, which enabled him to forcibly enter the dungeon realm, Chu Hongyi would have perished long ago, devoured by hellish monsters. He felt profound gratitude toward Yilan and regarded her as a true, trustworthy friend. Entrusting her with the pet cards filled him with complete confidence. He chose the Adventurers Guild precisely because it offered higher resale value and required far less caution than transactions within the professional alliance. Then how shall I deliver the money to you once sold? Yilan blinked playfully. Tomorrow morning, at the professional alliance, as usual. Agreed. Fang Han mused briefly before replying. Wonderful. It's settled. Yilan beamed with joy. She had been searching for an excuse to continue dungeon rushing and leveling up alongside Fang Han, and his words were unmistakable consent. Senior sister Shenrou, have you forgotten me entirely? You haven't visited us in years. I'm absolutely heartbroken. Back when we were children, you and senior sister Mo treated me with the greatest kindness of all. Clutching Shenrou's arm like a child seeking comfort, Chu Hongyi pouted. By now they were already en route home, passing through the West District, a notoriously lawless neighborhood. Dusk was descending, though daylight lingered. The hushed alleyways exuded an unsettling stillness. "It's my fault. I promise it won't happen again." Shinro offered no explanation, speaking only in gentle tones. From the opposite end of the alley, two figures clad in coarse hemp cloth approached. Ordinary locals, not professional cultivators by outward appearance. "Master, something's wrong with them." The little bear perched drowsily on Fong Han's shoulder suddenly sat upright, nostrils flaring as it sniffed intently. "What is it?" Fong Han kept his pace, steady voice lowered. "I smell an omen of ill fortune clinging to them." The bear's expression held a flicker of bewilderment. "An omen?" Fong Han frowned deeper. "More precisely, a trace of cataclysmic energy." The bear affirmed this with unwavering certainty. "A cataclysm?" Fong Han's face hardened instantly. His pet bore the title Cataclysmic Giant Bear, a legendary beast of cataclysmic rank, perhaps indeed attuned to such primordial forces. Its instinct could not be mistaken. Those two men were imposters, members of the Cataclysm Legion. Recalling recent waves of unexplained disappearances, Fong Han concluded without doubt, they were vampires. "Excuse me, could you tell us how to reach the Church of Light? We're lost. Kind souls, might you point us in the right direction?" One of the men, a gaunt middle-aged man, bowed slightly, wearing a humble, ingratiating smile, even as they stood some distance apart. "I know the way. Allow me instead. I've lived here since childhood. I know these streets better." Fong Han gently intercepted the eager Chu Hongyi, smiling warmly. "What a thoughtful young man," the man praised, nodding approvingly. "The Church of Light maintains 7 cathedrals across Raccoon City. The one in the West District stands alone. See that spire in the distance? That is the West District Cathedral. Danger, this boy's deceiving us." With a thunderous roar, the bear launched itself downward, its impact unleashing a visible shockwave that— "Danger, this boy's deceiving us." With a thunderous roar, the bear launched itself downward, its impact unleashing a visible shockwave that hurled both men high into the air. They vomited blood midair. "Fong Han, what's above us?" Chu Hongyi cried out in sudden alarm. A prison forged entirely from coagulated blood descended slowly upon them, a crimson cage sealing them in. Blood prison, a vampiric technique. Shinro, seasoned and widely traveled, recognized it instantly, her expression tightening. Chu Hongyi seized Shinro's wrist, preparing to activate her infinite instant flash, but the moment she teleported, the blood prison reappeared directly overhead. "It's useless. We're locked in by our own vital energy. Without external intervention, it follows us wherever we flee. There's no escape." Shinro's voice carried quiet urgency. "Then what do we do?" Chu Hongyi asked, breath quickening. "Fortunately, the blood prison serves only to imprison, not to harm. We'll shatter it from within." "Oxhead." Seeing the two women about to be ensnared, Fong Han bellowed, "I'm here." The moment Oxhead materialized, he charged the blood prison headlong, his colossal frame transforming into an unstoppable tank rumbling forward with earth-shaking force. Crash! The blood prison buckled violently, shoved sideways by 2 meters. Seizing the opening, Chu Hongyi teleported herself and Shinro clear of its grasp. Meanwhile, the two vampires revealed their true forms. Though outwardly human, subtle distortions marked them: sharpened ears, eyes blazing crimson, lips ink black, faces pallid as corpses 3 days dead. Now they fled in abject terror, like specters fleeing their own ghosts. Such overwhelming cataclysmic aura. An undead sword saint. Why does an undead sword saint walk among mortals? And why does such a diminutive cataclysmic giant bear exist? Wasn't the cataclysmic giant bear the most ancient totem of the beast folk? Legends say it perished over 10,000 years ago. They shrieked as they ran, voices trembling with disbelief. "Too much chatter. Enough noise." Fong Han commanded coldly. "Mastery, reduce them to crimson mist." He'd already assessed their levels, one at 20, the other at 21. Defeating them would be effortless. Earlier, the Shadow Adventuring Corps had sent a level 21 dark mage to ambush him, only to meet swift, brutal demise. Facing two vampires of comparable strength posed far less challenge than that encounter. A wall of roaring flame erupted behind the fleeing vampires, sealing their retreat in sheets of incandescent fire. After unleashing its annihilation impact, the bear followed with Storm Nebula Ren, dealing grievous damage and paralyzing the vampires. Master E activated his cataclysmic bloodline and entered the fray. The battle held no suspense. Within 10 seconds, both vampires dissolved into swirling crimson mist, swift to begin, swifter still to end. "Fong Han, your pets are actually this formidable," Chu Hongyi exclaimed in awe. She had been rescued by Fong Han earlier, but had never witnessed her savior's pets in combat. Now witnessing two vampiric beasts, each surpassing level 20, being utterly overwhelmed, shrieking in terror and desperation beneath the onslaught of several tiny companions, her heart sank halfway when she realized the foe's strength. Yet what followed was nothing short of total one-sided annihilation. The vampires barely mounted any coherent resistance before perishing. Of course, I am none other than the great demon Lord Timo. Timo strutted back with unblushing arrogance, puffing himself up with self-aggrandizing boasts. Humph. I was the one who blocked those two fiends first. Xiao Xiong protested indignantly, refusing to yield ground. All right, you're both extraordinary. Extra chicken legs tonight. Fong Han smiled faintly, and only then did the two little creatures finally settle down. Fong Han, how could vampires appear here? Shinro asked, concern etching deep lines across her brow. I'm not entirely certain. Let's leave at once. There may be more vampires lurking nearby. Fong Han replied, choosing not to recall his pets just yet. Only after emerging from the shadowed alley into open well-lit space did he withdraw them into their dimensional pocket, though he kept Timo and Xiao Xiong close at hand, ever vigilant. It was unsettling. In just a few days vampires had grown brazen enough to appear openly, clear evidence that the entire West District had descended into chaos. As Fong Han walked home, an unnatural silence hung thick in the air, suffused with palpable dread. He pushed open the gate, and as he gazed upon the desolate courtyard his smile faded, dissolving into quiet sorrow. Chu Hongyi's eyes welled with unshed tears, her chest tightening with grief. In merely one day the once bustling courtyard now held only two souls, Fong Han and Chu Hongyi. Lu Kong still lived, but no longer stood beside them as comrade. He had become their sworn enemy. Each time Fong Han recalled that fateful moment, regret coiled cold and heavy within him. Had he chosen to save Mo Lingyu first, perhaps she would still be alive. So this is where you've been living? Shinro murmured, her slender brows drawing together slightly as she surveyed the modest, weathered courtyard. Sister Shinro, please don't go home tonight. Stay with us. Chu Hongyi gently clasped Shinro's arm. Well, all right, Shinro whispered softly, unable to bear watching Chu Hongyi's sorrow, and finally nodded. Another reason weighed heavily upon her decision. Beyond these walls, safety had all but vanished. Unless Fong Han escorted her, a solo priestess, weak in direct combat, would stand little chance against sudden peril. For added security, Fong Han summoned Master Yi before bed, stationing him silently in the courtyard, ready to strike down any intruder without hesitation. The night passed without incident. After breakfast, Fong Han and his two companions arrived at the professional guild, where Zheng Xuanglong and Yi Lan had already been waiting. Fong Han, which dungeon shall we clear today? Chu Hongyi asked. Dungeons might be off the table for now, Zheng Xuanglong chimed in, shaking his head with theatrical flair. Why not? Chu Hongyi asked, puzzled. Don't listen to his nonsense. Yi Lan shot Zheng Xuanglong a sharp glance before explaining, dungeons remain accessible, but far more rewarding trials now await us out in the wild. How so? Fong Han asked, mildly surprised. You haven't heard the latest news, have you? Yi Lan cleared her throat and continued. Ever since yesterday's infernal invasion, most areas beyond city limits have fallen under demonic occupation. With official forces stretched thin, the municipal government, the professional guild, and the adventurers' union have jointly issued bounty missions: slay a designated number of infernal monsters and earn generous rewards. I suspect this will pique your interest, Fong Han. Rewards? What kind of rewards? At the mere mention of reward, curiosity flared among them all. Yi Lan smiled lightly, revealing no further suspense. Rewards are tiered across 3 battle zones: bronze levels 0, 20 silver, 20, 30, and gold 30. Teams ranking in the top 3 of each zone will receive unleveled materials. Unleveled materials. Fong Han's eyes lit up instantly. Precisely what he needed most, what he craved most desperately. Of his 5 companions, only Master Yi wielded unleveled equipment, the rest remained unarmed. Moreover, Master Yi's world-devouring dragon blade demanded vast quantities of unleveled materials for its next evolution, and soon more Cataclysm tier companions would join his ranks. His need for unleveled materials was bottomless. No amount would ever suffice. Let's go. Accept the mission now. Without further deliberation, Fong Han strode decisively into the guild. The dungeon hall remained bustling, but though unleveled materials were coveted treasures, most adventurers possessed sober self-awareness. Facing such ferocious infernal beasts required not only skill, but survival itself. Rumors spoke of heavy casualties among the city guard during yesterday's initial clash, unfamiliarity with the enemy proving fatal. Guided by Yi Lan, Fong Han made his way toward the newly established bounty mission counter. Normally reserved for adventuring parties, today the counter had expanded with an additional window dedicated exclusively to infernal monster missions. A long queue snaked ahead of them, composed entirely of professional hunters awaiting assignment. Most hailed from elite adventuring guilds. These men and women lived perpetually on the razor's edge, never knowing if dawn would find them alive, imbued with relentless daring and unwavering ambition. Naturally, a rare few like Fong Han possessed both exceptional mastery and fearless resolve. Fong Han and Yi Lan stood in line, while Zheng Xuanglong and the others waited outside. After 10 minutes, "You're Fong Han, right?" the clerk called out before Fong Han could even speak. "You know me?" Fong Han asked, genuinely startled. "How could I not?" The young clerk covered her mouth with a delighted laugh. "Yesterday, it was you who first detected the infernal invasion, and reported it without delay. Thanks to your swift action, the guild mobilized, immediately deployed elite squads, and sealed the infernal rift. Had you delayed, even by moments, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Director Liu personally instructed us, should you come to accept the mission, your score receives an immediate 100-point bonus. 100 points. That's outrageous. Unfair. He starts leagues ahead of us. What's unfair about? Didn't you see the magnitude of his contribution? It's already generous they didn't award him outright. A 100-point lead means little. He's only level 12. How could he possibly rival our Invincible adventuring company? We'll overtake him in under 10 minutes. Voices swirled around them, some voicing resentment, others nodding in quiet approval. Fong Han carefully reviewed the mission rules and gained deeper insight into the nature of this infernal incursion. The city's highest echelons had intervened, destroying the primary rift through which the demons poured. Yet countless infernal creatures had already escaped, scattering across every district beyond Huanxiong City. Fortunately, Raccoon City reacted promptly. The strongest among the hellish monsters were below level 40. After failing in 2 siege attempts last night, they abandoned their efforts and roamed outside the city. These hellish monsters varied in levels, the weakest around level 10, with most above level 15. The area Fong Han was headed to was where monsters below level 20 were most concentrated. Each hellish monster killed grants 1 point of score. The more you kill, the more points you accumulate. Killing a boss-level hellish monster yields significantly more points than ordinary monsters. Black Iron tier hellish bosses award 5 points, bronze 10 points, silver 20 points, gold 50 points, and platinum 100 points. Before Fong Han even began, he had already gained 100 points, equivalent to being ahead of others by a platinum boss. No wonder some people were envious. Currently, the hellish monsters suitable for your team are broadly distributed across 3 areas. Where will you choose to go? Asked the staff. The 3 areas were all located west of Raccoon City: Anha Village, Thorns Valley, and Silver Pine Forest. Let's go to Thorns Valley, Fong Han said after a brief contemplation. Thorns Valley had a complicated terrain and a large area, reducing the chance of encountering other teams. Afterwards, Fong Han registered the team's name and the names of several members. The team name remained Raccoon Squad. During this process, Fong Han also understood the reward mechanism. The first place would receive 3 ungraded materials, a set of platinum equipment, and 100 gold coins. The second place would receive 2 ungraded materials, a set of platinum equipment, and 800 gold coins. The third place would receive 1 ungraded material, 2 platinum skill books, and 600 gold coins. The rewards decrease in order. Starting from the 4th place, there would be no ungraded materials. The top 20 teams would all receive generous rewards. Teams ranked after the 20th could exchange points for gold coins, with each point equivalent to 1 gold coin. The total time was 3 days. After accepting the commission task, Fong Han received a token. This token, called the Magic Mirror, could record and tally the monsters they killed and convert them into points, while also displaying the real-time scores and rankings of each team. With a tap of his finger, a translucent screen appeared before him, filled with dense numerical data. He found the bronze battle area. The first place already has 365 points. So fast, Chu Hongyi exclaimed in surprise. Fong Han was equally astonished. Just moments ago, they had been smug about leading other teams by 100 points, and now they were doused with cold water. Quick, let's hurry over. Otherwise we won't catch up. Zheng Shuanglong shouted anxiously. Everyone felt a growing urgency. After a brief discussion, Fong Han decided to stay in Thorns Valley for the entire 3 days to gather more points. The group split up and bought a lot of supplies before leaving the Professional Alliance. They flagged down a carriage and quickly headed towards the West Gate. We are naturally at a disadvantage compared to other teams. Most of those teams come from major adventure groups, well prepared, with significantly better inherent conditions than us. They surely have players all at level 20. To obtain ungraded materials, they will definitely spend considerable resources. This makes things much harder. Sitting in the speeding carriage, Chu Hongyi rested her chin on her hand, her delicate brows furrowing. Don't worry, they are just a bunch of lowly creatures. No one can compare to our Raccoon Squad, right? Fong Han. Zheng Shuanglong patted Fong Han on the shoulder nonchalantly. There are always people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. The fact that our average level is too low is a reality and our greatest disadvantage. The various rare potions, equipment, and skills create a natural gap with those adventure groups. Fong Han shook his head and said, for this reward, there are a total of 6 ungraded materials. Those adventure groups will definitely go mad trying to secure a top 3 finish. One can imagine how fierce the competition will be. It also indicates how severe the consequences of this hellish. The carriage moved swiftly, and they reached the city gate in about 15 minutes. After registration, they left Raccoon City. What is that? After taking a few steps, Shen Rose suddenly pointed back in surprise. Following the direction of her finger, Fong Han's expression tightened. He saw a large area of dark red appearing on the towering protective barrier, indicating that a fierce battle had taken place last night. The high spirits of Zheng Shuanglong and others were instantly sobered. It seemed that exterminating the hellish monsters was not as simple as they had imagined. One moment of inattention could lead to being devoured by monsters. On the way to Thorns Valley, the usual ordinary monsters had basically disappeared, likely having been wiped out by the hellish monsters. Occasionally encountering one or two hellish monsters, Master E dispatched them with a few swift strikes. They occasionally passed teams of other professionals who silently traveled without conversing. All teams were potential competitors. An hour and a half later, they arrived at a vast valley overgrown with. This valley stretched endlessly over 5 kilometers wide. It was filled with dense thorns, some thickets reaching heights of over 10 meters, making it nearly impassable. Standing outside Thorns Valley, one could occasionally hear the sounds of roars and battles from within. Fong Han summoned all his pets. Let's go in. There may be considerable danger, so do not stray too far from me. Zheng Xuanglong, you better behave and not try to show off, Fong Han said in a deep voice. Zheng Xuanglong rolled his eyes, but did not retort. Ahead lay a dense thicket of thorns blocking their path, covered in sharp spikes. This was no challenge for Fong Han. Without needing to instruct, the Minotaur and Master Yi took the lead to clear the way. The world-destroying demon dragon blade in Master Yi's hand was incredibly sharp, slicing open a passage several meters long with a single strike. The Minotaur was even more brutish and direct, completely ignoring the thorns it charged through with its massive body. Numerous spikes pierced its skin, merely scraping a white mark on its tough exterior, failing to inflict any effective harm. Fong Han and the others entered Thorns Valley through the gap created by their pets. Fong Qingxian transformed into human form and walked at the back, preventing any ambush from behind. The air in the valley was thick with a pungent sulfur smell, indicating the presence of numerous hellish monsters. Inside Thorns Valley, countless twisted vines and thorns intertwined, creating an extremely complex terrain. Completely clearing out the hellish monsters here would be a monumental task, which is why the commission task was issued. Keek. A strange cry suddenly sounded from nearby, followed by a dark-colored monster leaping out from the thorns. The creature was only half a meter tall and looked exceedingly grotesque. The creature had a short body and a disproportionately large head with bulging eyes, protruding fangs, and a mouth dripping with foul-smelling saliva. It gripped a tattered dagger, tightly glaring fiercely at the crowd. Upon seeing Yilan and the other girls, especially Shinro, its eyes bulged even more, fixating shamelessly on her curvaceous figure, with lewd glints unmistakably shimmering in its gaze. This monster is so disgusting. Chu Hongyi spat lightly, expressing her disdain. Name: Inferior Demon. Level 14. Health 23,000. Attack 1,100. Defense 500. Movement speed 7. Skill: Claw Strike Silver. The inferior demon tears the target apart, inflicting 270 damage and causing the target to bleed, dealing continuous bleeding damage of 540 over 5 seconds. Cooldown 5 seconds. The inferior demon is one level lower than the Night Cat demon in the new dungeon, yet its attributes are somewhat higher. Inferior demons are the lowest tier of creatures in hell, the most numerous cannon fodder, known for their violent and cruel nature. Yesterday I returned home and asked my father, learning quite a bit about matters concerning hell. Yilan explained the origins of the monster. The inferior demon swung its old dagger at the crowd. Bang! The inferior demon crashed into the Minotaur, as if colliding with an unyielding wall, bouncing back. Then Master Yi swiftly killed it with just a few sword strikes. Despite the strength of the inferior demon, it posed no threat to Yi and the others. Successfully killed. Inferior demon experience 70. Successfully killed. Inferior demon soul 1. Successfully killed. Inferior demon points 1. Successfully killed. Inferior demon catastrophe sword saint experience 70. Successfully killed. Inferior demon barbarian war master experience 70. Fong Han glanced at the points token. After killing over a dozen scattered hell monsters on the way here, his total points now stood at 19. Wow. Fong Han, it turns out you were so amazing. Chu Hongyi circled around Fong Han curiously, sizing him up, making him feel a bit uneasy. Although Fong Han had saved her yesterday while riding Fong Qingxian and had consecutively killed 2 vampires in the alley afterward, she did not have a direct understanding of the true combat abilities of these pets. Against such a strong monster as the inferior demon, it would take her about a minute to defeat it, and the process would not be easy. Yet Master Yi killed it in just 3 strikes. At that moment she truly realized the strength of Fong Han's pets. Liu Kong is short-sighted. I always believed you wouldn't be ordinary, and my judgment was indeed correct. Had I known you were this strong, I would have stuck with you. Why should I have joined Chun Tianlong's hypocritical team, lowering myself, watching others' expressions, only to be betrayed by him in the end? Chu Hongyi sighed. Fong Han smiled faintly, remaining silent. Occasionally inferior demons emerged from the thorns. All of his pets sprang into action, and none of the inferior demons attempting to sneak attack managed to breach their defenses. In the Thorn Valley, dense thorny vines made it impossible for monsters to attack in groups due to the terrain constraint. Yilan and the others also launched their attacks. Except for Master Yi, the other pets lacked high-level gear, so they would deal finishing blows to the monsters they couldn't kill instantly. Hasa Hasa give. Face the wind. Zheng Xuanglong unleashed a whirlwind sword energy, sending an inferior demon, which had been reduced to low health by Timo flying. Before it could land, it was killed by Chu Hongyi's vacuum explosion. Chu Hongyi was a stellar class without limit sword saint currently possessing 2 ranged skills, sword chi slash and vacuum explosion, while Zheng Xuanglong had only a semi-ranged gale slash. Before the powerful army of pets, the inferior demons could not withstand their advance. One by one the inferior demons were slain, turning into their experience and points. After killing over 20 inferior demons, a new type of monster appeared. Standing only 1 meter tall, it was even more grotesque and terrifying than the inferior demon, with sharp curved horns and dark red skin. The creature was called a lesser demon, wielding a pitch-black trident exuding a menacing aura. Lesser demons hold a slightly higher status in hell than inferior demons and are much stronger. Yilan interjected at the right moment. Fang Han nodded. The lesser demon before them was equivalent to a black iron boss. Ulugwala. Upon seeing Fang Han and the others, the lesser demon revealed a bloodthirsty glint in its eyes, swinging its pitch-black trident, causing several inferior demons nearby to howl as they charged at Fang Han and the others. Unfortunately, they couldn't even surpass Timo's level. One inferior demon stepped on a poisonous mushroom. The mushroom exploded, shrouding several monsters in toxic smoke, continuously draining their health. Little Bear immediately launched a rocket storm in coordination. With the rockets combined with Timo's mushrooms, these inferior demons, even if not dead, were reduced to low health, making it easy for Yilan and the others to reap them. Master Yi's main target was the lesser demon. The Minotaur withstood the lesser demon's frenzied attacks while Master Yi exerted his full power. In less than 20 seconds, the lesser demon and all its underlings were wiped out. Successfully killed lesser demon experience, 340. Successfully killed lesser demon, soul 1. Successfully killed lesser demon, points 5. Successfully killed lesser demon catastrophe, sword saint experience, 340. Successfully killed lesser demon barbarian, war master experience, 340. The dense thorns of Thorn Valley made movement extremely difficult, and Fang Qingxian, not suited for her phoenix form, remained in human form beside Fang Han. They lacked no output. Fang Qingxian's primary role was to protect the group from unforeseen circumstances. Fang Han glanced at the points leaderboard. Currently, he had 164 points, ranking 59th. There were a total of 143 teams, and the number of teams participating in the rankings was continuously increasing, indicating that more professionals had taken up the commission tasks. Fang Han, our pace of accumulating points is a bit slow. Can we catch up to those teams ahead? Chu Hongyi couldn't help but feel worried. The teams in the top 10 had points exceeding 300, leaving them with a significant gap. No need to rush, we've only just begun. You've seen the strength of the hell monsters. They are not easy to kill. While those ranked higher have stronger levels and abilities, it's mainly because they started taking commission tasks much earlier than us. Fang Han said calmly. That's right. Just imagine, without Fang Han's pets relying solely on us, we wouldn't even gather 100 points in 3 days. They are temporarily ahead, but we will catch up sooner or later. Their rate of point increase is much slower than ours. Shinro remarked. Having experienced the first completion of the new dungeon yesterday, she had great confidence in Fang Han. Time slipped swiftly amid the slaughter of monsters. Their levels ranged from 13 to 20. With a formidable legion of pets, no infernal creature, no matter how fearsome, could pose even the slightest threat to them. By noon, their score had climbed to 781 points, placing them temporarily at rank 21. Along the way, they had slain no fewer than 10 minor imps. At this pace, will break into the top 10 before nightfall, and claim the top 3 within 3 days. Chu Hongyi exclaimed excitedly, waving her hand while gnawing on a roasted chicken leg. Xiao Xiong, seated beside her, stared fixedly at the golden brown leg in her grasp, his gaze tracking every movement, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Top 3. No, my goal is first place. Fang Han chuckled softly and shook his head. He kept those words unspoken. None craved level-free materials more fiercely than he did. He longed to split himself into 3, to claim all rewards reserved for the top 3 positions. Want it? Chu Hongyi dangled the crisp golden leg teasingly before Xiao Xiong's eyes. Yes. Xiao Xiong swallowed hard and nodded, wide-eyed and innocent. Then what should you call me? Chu Hongyi arched a brow. Hongyi sister, no master. The moment Xiao Xiong uttered sister, he caught the sharp glint in Chu Hongyi's eyes and instantly corrected himself. Chu Hongyi beamed with delight and tossed the leg to him. Xiao Xiong leapt skyward, snatched it midair, and devoured it ravenously, heedless that she'd already taken 2 bites. An ungrateful, fickle wretch. Fang Han sighed helplessly. This fellow had sold his allegiance without hesitation for nothing more than a morsel of food. Fang Qingxian ate with graceful, delicate motions, far more refined than Fang Han or the others. Yet even they paled beside the true glutton Yodo. His massive frame dictated an enormous appetite. In a single meal, he consumed at least 100 jin of meat. Though human fare barely raised their satiety, neither he nor his kin could resist its allure. Idashi remained the most taciturn, quietly devouring spectral essence in a corner. The Thornvale expanse is vast. We haven't encountered another team all morning. Zheng Shuanglong murmured. Isn't that fortunate? It spares us conflict over monster claims. Yilan replied. Ah, but it's dreadfully dull. Zheng Shuanglong leaned against the towering oak, legs crossed high, idly picking his teeth with a toothpick. You're riding Fong Han's coattails, and still complain. Shinro couldn't resist retorting. Ha, just joking. Truth is I'd happily ride that coattail forever. Zheng Shuanglong grinned, utterly shameless. After lunch they resumed their hunt. Master, over here. Nyoto bellowed in his deep, resonant voice, having just torn a lesser demon in half. Stepping aside, Nyoto revealed a mangled corpse before Fong Han. Its flesh pulp features obliterated, less than 1/3 of the body remaining, barely identifiable as female. The corpse bore no signs of prolonged decay. Death had come recently. Likely a member of another team, slain by infernal beasts and subsequently devoured. Corpses are appearing more frequently. We found 3 today alone, Yilan observed, stepping forward to examine the remains. Let us stay vigilant. Do not grow careless. Though unlikely, Thornvale may harbor hellish monstrosities exceeding level 20 strayed in from distant realms. Fong Han drew a slow, deep breath and gazed toward the endless thorn-choked wilderness stretching into the horizon. Instantly, the group's earlier ease hardened into wary vigilance. Fong Han's strength had dulled their perception of the infernal beast's savagery, yet this grisly, blood-soaked reality jolted them back to sobering truth. Master, others approached. Idashi suddenly cried out. Beware, their intent may be hostile. Fong Han's eyes narrowed. He recalled Nyoto and Idashi into his pet dimension. Fong Qingxian unfurled her wings and soared high above. Timo melted into the undergrowth, swaying once twice, then vanished entirely. Moments later, 7 or 8 figures burst forth. Their mature features suggested seasoned adventurers, not students. That's Sun Rongrong. She's been killed. Cries erupted, shocked, disbelieving, terrified, accusatory. So, you're the ones who murdered Sun Rong. You will pay with your lives. A middle-aged man, half his face scarred by fire, his left arm missing, roared upon spotting Fong Han's party, fury blazing in his eyes. Kill them all. Dare to provoke the Fireblade Adventuring Guild, and you die. Death is too merciful. First we'll drain them dry. Brandishing weapons, they advanced with savage bravado, as if awaiting only a single command to annihilate Fong Han's group utterly. Fong Han and his companions had never imagined these strangers would leap to judgment, blaming them outright for Sun Rongrong's death. Yilan and the others bristled with indignation. As Chu Hongyi stepped forward to protest, Fong Han gently restrained her. He stepped ahead alone, calm, unwavering, facing foes vastly outnumbering his own, and spoke words that instantly ignited the Fireblade Guild's fury. Are your eyes blind? Can't you see she was devoured by minor imps? His audacious declaration struck like lightning, shattering restraint and igniting their volatile rage. Arrogant fool. He seeks death. Kill them. The Fireblade Guild erupted, battle cries shaking the air. Friend, do you comprehend the dire consequences of crossing the Fireblade Adventuring Guild? Luo Tian, the one-armed giant, stepped forward, hefting a colossal greatsword, his voice venomous. A crushing aura surged outward. Leaves skittered across the ground, though no wind stirred. Mages began incantations. Archers drew their bows taut, awaiting but a signal to unleash slaughter. Yilan and the others tensed, retreating slowly, weapons ready. Fireblade Adventuring Guild. Unknown. Fong Han sifted through his memories, finding no trace of the name. Fong Han, take care with this guild, Yilan whispered, tugging his sleeve. Are they truly powerful? Fong Han asked. Not overwhelmingly strong, but ruthlessly unrestrained. Few dare oppose them. Their base lies beyond Raccoon City, outside the protective dome. Even the Ashen Adventuring Guild gives them a wide berth. Yilan murmured, low eyes watchful upon the enemy ranks. Fong Han felt a flicker of genuine surprise. Survival beyond Raccoon City, unshielded, exposed, was near impossible. That alone attested to the Fireblade Guild's formidable might. Yet Fong Han showed no trace of timidity, no trembling rabbit before wolves. What consequences? He flicked a fingernail, idly, voice laced with cool indifference. Kid, are you deliberately provoking my patience? The dismissive attitude sent Luo Tian into a fit of rage. The giant sword, engulfed in roaring flames, pointed menacingly at Fong Han, as if it would strike him down for a single wrong word. The atmosphere between the two sides was tense. All right. Then tell me, if we really did kill your friend, what must we do to be spared? Fong Han sighed slightly in his heart and replied, Kid, at least you know how to recognize the situation. Seeing Fong Han relent, Luo Tian was greatly satisfied. Sun Rongrong is the priest of our Fireblade Adventure team. We invested countless resources to nurture her, only for her to die here without reason. Luo Tian pretended to wipe away a few tears. Seeing Fong Han's look as if he were an idiot, he simply stopped pretending. "We lost a promising priest in our adventure team. You must compensate us with one. How about her? Let her join our Fireblade adventure team, and we will let this matter pass." Luo Tian suddenly pointed at Shenro. The captain has a good eye. This priest looks much more capable than Sun Rongrong Array. I'll catch. Once she joins our adventure team, let me have the first go at training her. The many professionals of the Fireblade adventure team stared at Shun Ro, their lecherous gazes unabashedly scrutinizing her, especially her impressive chest, as if they wanted to swallow her whole. Shin Rao's face went pale as she hadn't expected that Luo Tian's target was actually her. Those brazenly lustful gazes made her feel furious and ashamed. Damn it, this guy really knows how to pick. Fong Han thought to himself. Shinro was a diamond-tier priest with a healing capacity far superior to that of Sun Rongrong. Fong Han. Shinro looked at Fong Han with a pleading gaze. It's fine. Fong Han gave her a reassuring, "So what's your decision?" Luo Tian's gaze became increasingly audacious. "Fine." Fong Han replied nonchalantly. "What?" Luo Tian and the others were taken aback, not expecting Fong Han to agree so readily, momentarily doubting their own ears. Fong Han, Yi Lan and the others immediately became anxious. All right. You're sensible. And also Thorn Valley is the territory of our Fireblade adventure team. You barged in without permission, so you must pay a toll. Considering it's your first offense, I won't ask for much, just 5,000 gold coins. As long as you hand over both the person and the money, you can pass through Thorn Valley without hindrance for the next few days. Luo Tian was overjoyed and then became even more brazen, proposing even more outrageous demands. No problem. Fong Han readily agreed. He now understood what kind of characters the Fireblade adventure team were. It seemed that they didn't want to stay in the city. He actually agreed. Is he an idiot or really frightened by us? A robust woman with dark skin and a tattoo on her left cheek from the Fireblade adventure team wondered. The doubts of her companions and Fong Han's eager attitude made Luo Tian feel a bit insecure, casting uncertain glances at Fong Han and the others. Then hurry up and bring her over. Luo Tian had an ominous premonition in his heart and urged loudly. His voice clearly lacked confidence. Sure. Fong Han grinned, widely grabbing the little bear on his shoulder and throwing it hard at them. Dare to play? I told you to bring that woman over. Who wants your pet? Luo Tian immediately got angry, swinging the giant sword towards the little bear. The runes etched on the sword glowed and flames engulfed the entire sword, creating a stunning aura. In Luo Tian's eyes, that palm-sized little raccoon could be sliced into pieces with a single strike. The little bear did not dodge and was hit head-on by the giant sword. The anticipated scene of the little bear being slain did not occur. Instead, Luo Tian was knocked back several meters by the little bear. 1,205. The little bear had over 12,000 points of health, so this damage was negligible. The little bear's strength reached 535 points, far surpassing Luo Tian, thus it sent him flying with a single paw. Before Luo Tian could steady himself, a visible shockwave rushed towards him. Bang! 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 The little bear sent everyone around it flying. 1910, 1,740, 1880, 1460. A series of red damage numbers popped up. The members of the Fireblade adventure team lost an average of a third of their health. This is outrageous. How dare you attack our Fireblade adventure team? Kill them all. Luo Tian was furious, but he hadn't finished speaking when the next wave of attacks came. Golden red flames descended from the sky, turning the ground into a sea of fire. The members of the Fireblade adventure team screamed in agony as they were burned. The two consecutive waves of attacks left the Fireblade adventure team stunned. Their hasty counterattack was completely blocked by a wall of flesh. It was the Minotaur. Mu the Minotaur let out a roar, charging towards Luo Tian. Wherever it passed, people were trampled and sent flying. Seeing the Minotaur appear, Master Yi was not to be outdone, activating his catastrophe bloodline and charging into the crowd. The Doomsday Demon Dragon Blade spun rapidly, scattering limbs and bodies, and Master Yi was dyed crimson. Screams echoed continuously. Master Yi wielded the Doomsday Demon Dragon Blade, and his attacks exceeded 5 times that of the little bear. No one could escape alive from the storm of blade attacks. Luo Tian was even bisected by the Doomsday Demon Dragon Blade, resulting in a horrific scene. The Fireblade adventure team excelled at overpowering the weak with numbers, extorting and intimidating others, yet their reputation was not even close to that of the Shadow adventure team. They never expected that these student-like professionals before them would be so powerful. After a series of relentless attacks, the Fireblade adventure team was almost completely devastated. The last 3 remaining were paralyzed with fear, finally realizing the danger, and fled in a panic. Bang! Bang! In their frantic escape, 2 of them inadvertently stepped on the poisonous mushrooms that Timo had set up earlier. Losing a portion of their health was not too severe, but their speed decreased. Their legs felt as if they were filled with lead. Master Yi caught up in a few steps, killing each one with a single strike. Fong Qingxian, bring that one back alive. Fong Han instructed Fong Qingxian, who was hovering in the air. He had clearly seen that the tattooed woman named Fan Lin had dragged herself into a thorn bush while in a state of desperation. Yes, master. Fang Qingxian soared into the air above Thorn Valley, her golden phoenix eyes scanning the area, quickly spotting the panicked Fan Lin. Chirp! With a sharp phoenix cry, Fang Qingxian flapped her wings fiercely and darted in a certain direction. Master, this is the void ring we found on their corpses. Xiao Xiong scampered over, eagerly brandishing several rings as if seeking praise. Master, these are their weapons. Timo, unwilling to be outdone, strained to drag back a curved bow. Though his strength far surpassed that of peers at his level, his diminutive frame allowed him to carry only one weapon at a time. Bullhead followed closely behind, dumping all remaining looted weapons in a single heap before Fang Han could even inspect them, just as Fang Qingxian soared back into view. Claws as sharp and unyielding as forged steel sank deep into Fan Lin's ribs. She screamed in agony but dared not struggle. Each convulsion only intensified her torment. Fang Qingxian descended and hurled Fan Lin onto the ground with a thunderous thud. Her appearance was now pitiful, drenched in blood, utterly broken, her former arrogance reduced to ash. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. It was all their idea. I'll never dare again. Please spare me. Fan Lin collapsed to her knees, bowing frantically before Fang Han and the others, her body trembling uncontrollably. Fang Han chuckled. No interrogation had even begun, yet she was already pleading for mercy. Thought you'd be tough as nails. And this is all you've got? Huh? Zheng Shuanglong sneered. We'll ask you a few questions. Answer truthfully. Fang Han gazed down upon the shivering Fan Lin with calm, detached authority. I'll tell you everything, but you must swear not to kill me. A flicker of hope lit Fan Lin's eyes. She seized the chance, hastily bargaining for survival. Her sole desire now was to live. Once she had ridden alongside the Huoren Adventuring Guild, bullying, robbing, and abducting fellow cultivators across the land. Only now, reduced to helpless prey awaiting slaughter, did she grasp the unbearable preciousness of life. She had just witnessed the terrifying might of these beasts, and now, surrounded on all sides, resistance felt like sacrilege. You dare bargain with us? Zheng Shuanglong snarled. Fan Lin clenched her teeth, locking eyes with Fang Han. She knew instinctively that he alone held the power to decide her fate. I do not slay women, Fang Han said coolly. Fan Lin froze. Then comprehension dawned. Of the 9 members of the Huoren Adventuring Guild, she was the sole woman left alive. The rest lay dead. Fang Han. Huoren Adventuring Guild holds grudges fiercely. Yilan hurriedly warned as Fang Han appeared ready to release her. Fang Han waved a hand dismissively. I know what I'm doing. How many members does the Huoren Adventuring Guild have? Where is their base located? What is their average cultivation level? How many came here today? Fang Han fired off the questions in rapid succession. Desperate to survive, Fan Lin abandoned all restraint, spilling every secret she possessed. Their stronghold lay deep within the Daofeng mountain range. The guild boasted over 500 members, averaging level 22. Its leader, a Crimson Goldier hunter mage, stood at level 39. Today more than 100 had mobilized, 30 of whom had entered Jingji Valley. Their aim was brazen and unambiguous: to exploit the Hell Incursion chaos, to fish in troubled waters, seizing whatever spoils they could. Was the expedition led by a level 25 deputy captain. At this, Fang Han's brow furrowed faintly. A level 25 cultivator stood leagues beyond their reach, an abyss of disparity. Even with absolute faith in his companion's prowess, victory seemed uncertain. After a moment's silence, Fang Han waved impatiently. You may go. Fan Lin exhaled as if released from death itself. Clutching her wounds, she scrambled backward on hands and knees. Master, reduce her to crimson mist. Fang Han commanded. Master lunged forward in a blur, swinging the Apocalypse Dragon Blade. Fan Lin exploded into a fine crimson haze before a final plea could escape her lips. Fang Han, I truly thought you meant to let her go. You nearly gave me heart failure. Chu Hongyi sighed in relief. Having already incurred Huoren's wrath, we must eradicate the root, not leave a single ember to reignite vengeance. Fang Han shook his head. Fang Han, you're a man of no word. You swore not to kill her, yet you did. Granted, she's a woman, but compared to Yilan Hongyi and Shunro, she falls immeasurably short. I thought you'd finally stoop to desperation. Zheng Shuanglong teased. Desperation? You're the one desperate. Besides, it was Master Yi who struck the blow, not I. Where's my breach of promise? Fang Han shrugged. Once Fan Lin was eradicated, Master Yi retrieved her weapons and void rings alike. Before them now rose a glittering mound of spoils, so dazzling it blurred the vision. No wonder bandits relish their trade. It truly is exhilarating. Zheng Shuanglong's lips had already parted, drool glistening at the corner. Each of you may claim one fitting weapon and one void ring. What lies inside? That's pure fortune. Fang Han gestured toward the horde. Ha ha, I'll go first. Zheng Shuanglong wasted no time snatching up a void ring. 2 weapons suited him, but both were merely golden tier, requiring level 17 mastery. He passed them over. Advancement grew exponentially harder with each tier. Even under Fong Han's relentless high-intensity training regimen, reaching level 17 would take months. The others likewise claimed one void ring each, but like Zheng Xuanglong left the weapons untouched. Fong Han gathered every weapon into his storage space, intending to sell them later, then turned his attention to the void ring's contents. Upon their owner's death, the spiritual seal binding a void ring dissolves automatically, rendering it masterless. Any cultivator may open it. Inside the first void ring, Fong Han discovered 11,000 gold coins, and a modest cache of low-tier bronze and silver-grade materials and equipment. His disappointment was palpable, until the second ring yielded richer rewards: 15,000 gold coins, and 2 golden-tier skill manuals. Across 5 void rings he amassed 130,000 gold coins, alongside abundant gear, raw materials, and skill manuals spanning all tiers. The haul was substantial, though only a single item attained platinum tier rarity. Fong Han calculated swiftly liquidating everything would net nearly 250,000 gold coins. Fong Han nodded, thoroughly satisfied. After all, this was pure windfall, an unexpected boon. What the hold on? Why are they all women's garments? Zheng Xuanglong dangled a black brassiere, face twisted in dismay. Pervert. Put that away now. Chu Hongyi snapped instantly. He deliberately chose Fan Lin's void ring, just as he always is, lecherous and greedy since childhood. Shinro remarked, her gaze laced with disdain. Unfair. How am I supposed to tell whose ring is whose? Nothing valuable, just piles of tattered clothes. Zheng Xuanglong protested, wounded and indignant. This can't be blamed on anyone else, you chose first. Fong Han couldn't help but smile at the scene. Fong Han, this is for you might find it interesting. Yilan handed 2 pet cards to Fong Han. This is... Fong Han took the pet cards and began to Inferior Demon Black Iron, level 12. The pet card of the inferior demon. Can it be used, Yilan asked. Yes. Fong Han nodded and immediately contracted the inferior demon as his pet. Fong Han was wearing a level 10 Dawn set, which provided a significant boost to his mental capacity, currently totaling 152 points, allowing him to contract up to 16 pets. Fong Han decided not to evolve the inferior demon for the time being. Even though he was very close with Zheng Xuanglong and others, he wouldn't easily reveal his greatest secret. Fong Han summoned the inferior demon, which looked exactly like the one he had slain earlier, but its attributes were significantly weaker. Fong Han, you actually managed to contract a hellish creature as your pet. Chu Hongyi murmured. Yilan and the others were also quite curious. While it was not uncommon for summoners to contract undead creatures as pets, it was their first time witnessing someone contract a hellish creature. After resting for a moment, they resumed their monster hunting journey. To avoid encountering a similar situation as before, Fong Han instructed Fong Qingshan to fly up and scout. Any discovery of others would immediately be reported. The slaughter continued until nightfall. They encountered 2 other teams in between, but thanks to Fong Qingshan's early warning, Fong Han chose to take a detour to avoid conflict. Even if they were not members of the Fireblade Adventure Group, Fong Han still did not want to cross paths with them. Those entering the Thorny Valley were generally on commission quests, thereby establishing a competitive relationship among them. There was no telling if some might harbor ill intentions upon seeing their high ranking. After a full day of monster hunting, the number of hellish monsters that had perished at their hands was countless, and their team's score reached 955 points. Fong Han checked the score leaderboard. Rank 1 Starry Light 1344 points. Rank 2 Ashes Reborn 1258 points. Rank 3 Ashes Team 2 1176 points. Rank 4 Light Team 1134 points. Rank 5 Sky Dragon Team 1080 points. Rank 6 Raccoon Team 1055 points. Rank 7 Confused Team 999 points. Rank 8 Division 1 901 points. Rank 9 Divine Awakening 888 points. Rank 10 Rampant Lion Team 864 points. Rank 11 The Raccoon Team currently stands in 6th place. The scores from 7th to 15th are tightly contested with potential for surpassing at any moment. However, today is just the first day, and Fong Han is confident that he can distance himself from the teams behind and rise to a higher rank. Starry Light. Could it be the team from the 2nd-ranked Raccoon City Adventure Group? The 2nd and 3rd teams also have names that resemble the Ashes Adventure Group. Leeching Way, that arrogant person isn't in there too, is she? In a certain part of the Thorny Valley under the night sky, a large bonfire had been ignited. Fong Han and the others sat around it eating dinner while discussing the score leaderboard. The place they chose was backed by a low hill surrounded by tall and dense thorns with almost no access routes. It was only through Master E and Nyo2 forceful clearing that they found such a spot perfectly suitable for staying overnight. To be safe, Fong Han arranged for Master E and Nyo2 to patrol the perimeter, reporting immediately at the slightest sign of disturbance. The competition for points was extremely fierce. Fong Han planned to stay in Thorny Valley for 3 days, which would save a lot of time. It doesn't matter to be inside. Thorny Valley is very large and the chances of encountering others are low. Moreover, they might not necessarily be in Thorny Valley. They could be in other places. Fong Han said nonchalantly. The sky above Thorny Valley was perpetually shrouded in dark clouds, and at night, it was nearly impossible to see one's own hand. Their bonfire was the only source of light. After dinner, everyone set up their tents. Before departing, these items had already been purchased. The 5 of them had a total of 4 tents, and Chu Hongyi, being afraid, slept with Shinro. To ensure safety, Fong Han dispatched all his pets to patrol the surroundings. Timo planted several poisonous demons at key intersections every few minutes. Under the night sky, Fong Qingshan floated above the trees, resembling a dark cloud that was hard to detect without careful observation. Furthermore, Fong Han and the others had to take turns keeping watch. Fong Han was the first on watch. The sounds inside the tent gradually faded away. All was silent. Only the occasional low growl of demons echoed from deep within Thorny Valley. Fong Han summoned the inferior demon. With many people around during the day, now was the time to evolve the inferior demon. He was also eager to see what the inferior demon would ultimately evolve into. After so many days, his soul had accumulated to an extent that was more than sufficient, and it was no problem to evolve 3 pets to the calamity tier. Consumption of 5 soul points. Evolution successful. The inferior demon evolved into the stabbing demon. Tier bronze. Consumption of 10 soul points. Evolution successful. The stabbing demon evolved into the horned demon. Tier silver. Consumption of 2,000 soul points. Evolution successful. The hell demon will evolve into the deep hell mad demon. Tier legendary. Consumption of 5,000 soul points. Evolution successful. The deep hell mad demon evolved into the fear demon king. Tier calamity. Fear demon king pet. Tier calamity. Final form cannot be spied on level 12. 3205. 140. 0000. Loyalty 100. Never betray satiety 100. Life 11200. Attack 1100. Defense 560. Critical 4 strength 550. Growth factor 50. Constitution 560. Growth factor 50. Spirit 550. Growth factor 50. Agility 440. Growth factor 40. Movement speed 6. 8 skills. Rotting aura. Calamity passive skill. The Fear Demon King constantly emits an evil black mist from hell. Enemies within a 15-meter radius have their defense reduced by 30. Twisted Dark Energy Calamity. The Fear Demon King releases a shadow to attack a target, dealing 800 damage. Cooldown 3 seconds. Plague Bat Swarm Calamity summons a swarm of plague bats to attack within a 15-meter radius of the target, dealing 2,000 damage and reducing the enemy's life recovery speed by 50 for 5 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Hellfire Calamity summons Hellfire to attack within a 15-meter radius of the target, dealing 2,000 damage and having a 50 chance to stun for 1 second. Cooldown 30 seconds. Ultimate Terror Calamity. The Fear Demon King descends onto the battlefield, instilling fear in all targets within a 15-meter radius for 2 seconds. Duration 30 seconds. Description: a terrifying demon lord from hell. The Fear Demon King stands tall and robust, his body covered in hard armor plated with dark red patterns. A pair of curved horns adorns his head, and his menacing, grotesque visage with chilling crimson vertical eyes exudes a frosty air. He wields a black skeletal staff surrounded by a swirling mist of dark gray. Just standing there, he emanates an extremely cold aura that sends chills down one's spine, instilling fear and discouraging anyone from approaching. Should an ordinary person encounter such a being at night, they would likely be scared to death. Such a magnificent presence truly deserves the title of Demon King. Fong Han was extremely satisfied with the appearance of the Fear Demon King. However, this terrifying Hell Demon King lowered all his postures in front of Fong Han, displaying utmost respect. The Fear Demon King's role is focused on team battles. Aside from a twisted dark energy attack equivalent to a regular attack, all other skills, including passive abilities, are area effect skills. During combat, the Stench Aura is activated automatically, reducing enemy defenses. The Plague Bat Swarm can decrease the enemy's health recovery rate. Hellfire has a chance to stun enemies. The Ultimate Terror instills fear in enemies for 2 seconds, making it the strongest crowd control ability. Defense reduction, heavy injury, stun fear. The Fear Demon King's buffs are nearly maxed out. Coupled with the defense reduction from the Minotaur and the Little Bear, the enemy's defenses can plummet to negative values. The damage dealt will multiply. There's also a low-level demon, Fong Han decided to evolve it as well. Would it evolve into 2 Fear Demon Kings? Consuming 5 soul points. Evolution successful. The low-level demon evolved into a spiked demon. Rank bronze. The spiked demon's life has been enhanced, loyalty 5. Consuming 10 soul points. Evolution successful. The spiked demon evolved into a horned demon. Rank silver. The horned demon's life has been enhanced, loyalty 5. Consuming 2,000 soul points. Evolution successful. The bone warrior evolved into a shadow lord. Rank legendary. Consuming 5,000 soul points. Evolution successful. The shadow lord evolved into a demon hunter. Rank cataclysm. Demon hunter pet. Rank cataclysm. Final form cannot be surveilled, level 12. 3388. 840. 0,000. Loyalty, 100 never betrays. Satiation, 950 life, 8800 attack, 1760 defense, 440 critical hit, 6 strength, 880 growth coefficient, 70. Constitution, 440 growth coefficient, 35. Spirit, 440 growth coefficient, 35. Agility, 690 growth coefficient, 55. Movement speed, 7. Skill, dark energy vision, cataclysm, passive skill. The demon hunter uses demonic aura to replace its eyes. Targets under its gaze feel exposed, suffering a 30 vulnerability effect, increasing damage taken by 30. Shadow stealth cataclysm. The demon hunter enters a stealth state, circling behind the target and swinging its blade, dealing 3000 damage. It will not break stealth even when attacked by targets up to 10 levels higher. After breaking stealth, it can re-enter stealth within 5 seconds. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Demonic rain of arrows cataclysm. The demon hunter fires a barrage of corrosive arrows, dealing 2000 damage within a 17-meter radius of the target and applying a 30 vulnerability effect for 5 seconds. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Purgatory/cataclysm. The demon hunter throws its blade, performing a rapid cut on targets within a 17-meter radius, dealing 2000 damage. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Demonic annihilation cataclysm. The demon hunter unleashes its ultimate skill, vigorously swinging its blade, releasing 3 blood-red slashes that deal 1000 true damage to all targets in the path. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Description: a terrifying demon from hell. The demon hunter stands about 2 meters tall, incredibly strong, with deep purple skin covered in green demonic patterns. Like the Fear Demon King, it has a pair of large curved horns on its forehead. This is a common characteristic of the highest level beings in hell. The demon hunter's eyes are blind, with its eye sockets continuously emitting eerie green demonic light. It has a pair of huge purple wings on its back, granting it the ability to fly and hover. The demon hunter wields 2 weapons, a blood-red longbow in its left hand and a sharp dark green curved blade in its right. The demon hunter has a growth coefficient of 195, surpassing the Fear Demon King by 5 points. It is currently the pet with the highest growth coefficient for Fong Han. However, compared to the balanced growth coefficients of the Fear Demon King, the demon hunter is extreme. Its growth coefficients for Constitution and Spirit are very low, while the growth coefficient for Strength is absurdly high, exactly equal to the sum of Constitution and Spirit. This also makes the demon hunter's base attack the highest among the pets. If it had a weapon similar to the Annihilation Dragon Blade in the hands of E-Master, its attack power would soar even higher. The demon hunter's skills are also incredibly powerful. What Fong Han values most is shadow stealth. The demon hunter functions as a top-tier assassin, sneaking up on enemies from behind for a guaranteed kill. With 3000 damage, this skill becomes the one with the highest damage enhancement among all pet skills. Additionally, the demonic annihilation skill, while only having a 1000 damage enhancement, is the most noble true damage that ignores all defenses and level suppression. It is particularly effective against high-level enemies. At this moment, the demon hunter hovers silently in midair, its wings slowly flapping, like a top-notch hunter waiting to strike with a lethal blow when the enemy lets their guard down. Master. Seeing Fong Han look over, the demon hunter placed its blade across its chest, with its right hand bowing slightly in a respectful manner. Fong Han nodded, feeling quite satisfied. Previously, although he had many pets, he lacked an assassination-type pet. The demon hunter before him perfectly fills this gap. With more and more pets, Fong Han became too lazy to name them individually. The Fear Demon King would simply be called Demon King, and the demon hunter would just be named Demon. Simple and easy to remember. With 2 more powerful cataclysm pets, Fong Han's sense of security increased significantly. Although the demon hunter can also fly, it cannot carry a person as well as Fong Qingxian. After all, the demon hunter's size is not large, and at most it can carry the little bear or Timo while flying. It cannot compare to the comfort of riding on Fong Qingxian's back. Fong Han. Are these 2 guys hellish monsters? Fong Han, get away. At that moment, a crisp voice, Fong Han turned around to see Chu Hongyi looking at the Fear Demon King and the demon hunter, as if facing a formidable enemy, her eyes filled with vigilance. Fong Han, come here quickly, Chu Hongyi urged anxiously. These 2 monsters looked so fierce and terrifying that their strength must surpass that of ordinary inferior demons and minor devils. Even the hellish man-eater could not compare to the horrifying aura they emitted. Don't worry, they are my pets and won't attack us. Fong Han felt warmth in his heart at Chu Hongyi's concerns. Your pets? Chu Hongyi gazed at the 2 monsters in disbelief, her pupils wide with shock. That's right, you 2 stay away, don't scare Hongyi. Fong Han waved his hand at them. All right, master. The fearful Demon King and the Demon Hunter both bowed, their expressions extremely humble and submissive. The fearful Demon King strode away into the distance. The Demon Hunter suddenly flapped its wings and soared into the night sky, like an arrow vanishing in the blink of an eye. Fong Han, you are truly becoming more and more astonishing. To actually have 2 hellish monsters as your pets. If others saw this, they would probably be scared out of their wits on the spot. Recovering from her daze, Chu Hongyi murmured. Fong Han nodded in agreement. The appearance of the fearful Demon King and the Demon Hunter was so terrifying and eerie that even the catastrophe Sword Saint Master and the savage warlord Bullhead were already scary enough, but they could not compare at all to these two, making them indeed unsuitable for frequent public appearances. Honey, why aren't you asleep yet? Fong Han asked. It's too hot, I can't sleep. Chu Hongyi pouted and walked over to sit beside Fong Han. Fong Han felt the same. It was indeed very hot. This was the hottest season of the year. Moreover, the thorny valley was sunken and surrounded by mountains, causing the heat accumulated during the day to be unable to dissipate, making it feel like a giant steamer where just a few steps could make one start to sweat. The enclosed environment of the tent only made it more stifling and unbearable. Fong Han Mo Jie died, Lu Kong betrayed us. Now you are the only one left, you must not abandon me. Looking up at the deep night sky, Chu Hongyi spoke dreamily. After a long silence, Fong Han nodded. Until now, Chu Hongyi had not yet come out of the sorrow of losing Mo Lingyu. She just did not show it during the day when there were many people around. Now facing Fong Han with no one else around, she finally shed her disguise. Fong Han, which university do you want to apply to? Chu Hongyi asked. Which university? This question had never crossed Fong Han's mind. Within the Burning Legion Alliance, there were a total of 17 human kingdoms, 3 elf kingdoms, and 5 dwarven kingdoms, along with some loose tribes and federations. The city of Raccoon is located in the Empire of Yinxia, situated in the eastern part of the continent. The Empire of Yinxia is not the strongest among human nations. The centers of the Burning Legion are Stormwind City and Silvermoon City, located in the Burning Empire, and the Golden Empire, where the Silvermoon elves reside. However, in recent years, as the Empire of Yinxia has grown stronger, it has shown signs of surpassing the Burning Empire. Among the more famous universities in the Empire of Yinxia are Yinxia University, Shanghai University, the third branch of the Burning Legion referred to as Burning 3 Imperial University, and Holy University, among others. Yinxia University and Burning 3 rank first and second in the Empire of Yinxia, making them the top universities and the aspiration of countless students. Every year, the admission quota for these two universities in Raccoon City is kept to within 15. While Raccoon City has over 20 high schools, which averages out to less than 1 quota per school, making entry extremely difficult. In fact, Raccoon City also has a university called Raccoon College. However, no local senior students are willing to go there. They only consider it when they cannot get into other universities. Most students at Raccoon College come from other cities. With over 300 universities in the Empire of Yinxia, Raccoon College ranks over 300, being at the bottom. Unlike the nearby Lanhai City's Lanhai University, which can at least rank in the top 20 of the Empire of Yinxia, and is considered a good university, the sole purpose of Raccoon College's existence is to fill the gap left by the lack of a university in Raccoon City. Many who fail to get into their desired universities would rather join an adventure group than attend Raccoon University. After all, Raccoon College not only has a low ranking and weak faculty, but its tuition is also absurdly expensive, several times higher than that of other universities, making it difficult for ordinary families to afford. Although Fong Han frequently receives thousands, or even tens of thousands of gold coins, it is because he possesses the Golden Legend attribute, which allows him to sell pets for profit and rely on powerful pets to defeat formidable bosses that drop excellent equipment and skill books. Others cannot compare to him at all. Most ordinary practitioners are usually in a state of financial deficit and can only rely on their families for support. Only practitioners of a rank above Red Gold can barely be self-sufficient. If possible, Yinxia University would naturally be the best, Fong Han said. He now had strong confidence in his abilities, capable of easily crushing level 20 practitioners, and securing a spot in the top 10 in the college entrance examination should not be a problem. However, he was unsure if Yinxia University had strict requirements for professional ranks. Some universities have high standards for professional ranks. Even if one's college entrance examination results are excellent, if their professional rank is low, they would still not be accepted. The Burning 3, as one of the most famous universities in the Burning Legion, is a prime example of this. Even if one's college entrance examination results are outstanding, they do not accept anyone with a professional rank below Starshine. I believe you, Fong Han, will definitely be able to get into Yinxia University. Chu Hongyi, having witnessed the strength of Fong Han's many pets, believed this wholeheartedly. But what if I can't get into Yinxia University and want to be with you? Won't we have to part ways? We won't see each other. In a moment, Chu Hongyi's mood turned low again. After hearing this, Fong Han was unsure how to respond. He was at Nanshan High School, and Chu Hongyi was at Deep Blue High School. Being in different schools, he couldn't even help her. Although Chu Hongyi's Infinite Sword Saint is of Starshine rank, there are still 2 higher ranks, Epic and Legendary. As for Legendary ranks, there are only 2 in the entire Raccoon City this year. However, Epic ranks are not common. With dozens of high schools combined, there are at least over 100. The number of Starshine ranks comparable to Chu Hongyi is at least 500. Thus, if she wishes to stand out among many geniuses, defeat other competitors, and get into Yinxia University, the level of difficulty is akin to ascending to the heavens. Perhaps there will be other changes by then. You must have confidence in yourself, Fong Han comforted. If it really comes to that, he planned to spend a fortune to buy Chu Hongyi a full set of top-tier equipment along with excellent skill books and potions, using money to push her up. Even if she couldn't get into Yinxia University, she must at least get into a university ranked in the top 10 nationally, preferably one located in the same city as Yinxia University. Chu Hongyi and Zheng Xuanglong are the best friends of Fang Han in this world, always willing to help as much as they can. After sitting for a while, Chu Hongyi couldn't withstand the drowsiness and returned to the tent to sleep. Her tent was very close to Fang Han, only about 5 meters away, and he could vaguely hear the whispers of the two girls inside. Sister Shenro, how did you develop like this? It's so big. Much bigger than mine. I'm so envious of you. This was Chu Hongyi's exaggerated voice of astonishment. Not at all. In fact, having such a big size brings many troubles. It's not just hot and stuffy, but it also attracts the gazes of many perverts. I don't know how many people stare at my chest every day, or it drives me crazy. This was Shun Rao's voice, filled with embarrassment and complaints. You really don't know how to appreciate your blessings. I've never grown this big. Chu Hongyi's sour tone was unabashed. Sister Shun Rao, let me feel it. Is it soft? Hongyi, don't be reckless. Oh. Inside the tent, the two girls were in a playful tangle. Do we really have to discuss such inappropriate topics? As their conversation became more absurd, Fang Han felt his face heat up slightly. He had no choice but to step away a few paces, observing with a calm demeanor, and it took a long time for his restless heart to settle. Gradually the tent fell silent, and everyone entered a deep slumber. During the 2 hours that Fang Han kept watch, a small devil wandered nearby with a group of low-level demons, all of which were instantly killed by a combination of skills from several pets. As nearly 2 hours passed, Yilan exited the tent. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Fang Han asked as he looked at Yilan, who was dressed in light clothing. You've been working hard during the day, so you need ample sleep to maintain your energy, Yilan said with a smile. Hearing her say this, Fang Han did not argue further. In reality, he found the monster slaying process to be the easiest part. Everything was handled by the pets, and they also picked up the loot. Yilan and the others would also frequently join in the monster slaying. Before going to sleep, Fang Han commanded all his pets to follow Yilan and the others' instructions. With powerful disaster pets guarding him, Fang Han slept soundly until dawn. After washing up and having breakfast, he embarked on his monster slaying journey once again. Fang Han, where did these two come from? Are they also your pets? Zheng Xuanglong asked in astonishment as he looked at the Fear Demon Lord and Demon Hunter summoned by Fang Han, voicing the curiosity of others. Fang Han nodded. This is outrageous. How have you become stronger again? How can I possibly compete with you? In your presence, do I have any advantage left? Even the little bit of charm I have left cannot overshadow your brilliance. Which beauty will look at me from now on? After receiving a definite answer from Fang Han, Zheng Xuanglong began to lament. Yilan's eyes flickered slightly as she quickly recalled the 2 low-level demon pet cards she had given to Fang Han yesterday. Could it be that these 2 terrifying hell pets really came from those 2 black iron-grade low-level demons? Suddenly a bold idea arose in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, it was hard to explain why 2 pets as powerful as Master Yi had suddenly appeared. No, the power displayed by the Fear Demon Lord and the Demon Hunter seemed to surpass that of Master Yi by a considerable margin. Furthermore, did Fang Han have a way to help any pet evolve in grade, since he entrusted her to sell pets? Having a vague guess in her heart, Yilan refrained from stating it directly, only growing more curious about Fang Han. With the Fear Demon Lord joining the battle, slaying monsters became easier and simpler. The Fear Demon Lord, even if it did nothing, could automatically reduce the defense of surrounding monsters by 30, just by standing among them, greatly enhancing the efficiency of monster slaying. Fang Han did not let the Demon Hunter participate in the monster slaying. The firepower was already fierce enough without it. The Demon Hunter instead took over the reconnaissance task in the air. It seemed to be naturally suited for this role. After Fang Qingxian transformed back into her true form as a phoenix, she was quite large, making her easy to spot in the towering trees of Thorny Valley. In contrast, the Demon Hunter had no such concerns. With a flash of gray-black light, the Demon Hunter activated Shadow Stealth, completely disappearing from sight as it entered an invisible state. In the invisible state, the Demon Hunter consumed 5 mana per second. However, it had a mental capacity of 440 points with a mana cap of 4,400 points. Moreover, the Demon Hunter naturally regenerates 4 mana per second while in a non-combat state. This meant that it could maintain its stealth for over an hour. Once the Demon Hunter reached level 15, its mana recovery rate would increase to 5 points per second, matching its consumption, allowing it to remain permanently invisible if it wished. When the Demon Hunter is invisible, only Fang Han can see its position. To others, it appears completely empty and undetectable. In Thorny Valley, the Demon Hunter could not only scout enemy movements and launch surprise attacks, but also serve as a backup support force. If other summoners knew that Fang Han was using a disaster pet that exceeded the legendary grade as a lookout, they would probably be utterly infuriated. Today went even smoother than yesterday. Around noon, they encountered a level 20 silver-grade little devil, and after defeating it, they gained a significant amount of points. The point increase was rapid, and by 2 p.m., their score had reached 1769 points, surpassing the third place, and trailing only behind the team's Starry Glimmer and Ash Rebirth. The point gap between them and those two teams was reduced to 150 points. Fong Han was very confident that barring any accidents they could catch up before nightfall. However, fate is often absurd and loves to play tricks on people. An unexpected event soon arose. Master, there's a lot of commotion over there. It seems like a fierce battle is taking place. The demon hunter immediately issued a warning. Fong Han's expression turned grim. Even without the demon hunter's reminder, Fong Han and the others had already sensed it. From a distance, a rumbling sound could be heard along with various angry curses and the chaotic sounds of battle. Could it be a powerful boss? Shinro speculated. Fong Han, should we go take a look? Zheng Xuanglong appeared somewhat eager, ready to take action. It's better not to provoke trouble. Those people may not welcome us. Fong Han shook his head. To rush over recklessly could provoke that team's resentment and hostility. I'm afraid we can't avoid it. It seems they're heading in our direction. Chu Hongyi said after listening intently for a moment. Have they discovered us? Yilan asked in confusion. Perhaps it's just a coincidence. Fong Han said helplessly. It seems that hiding is no longer an option. One can only see what powerful hellish creature is making such a commotion. Even when faced with a hellish ogre, Fong Han had confidence in his ability to confront it. After a flurry of chaos and screams, he finally spotted the culprit. Fong Han and the others were left dumbfounded. Before them stood a giant beast entirely black, covered in sharp spikes, towering at least 3 meters high, resembling a dinosaur. As the giant beast charged forward, its impressive momentum caused the ground to tremble slightly, as if a bulldozer were rampaging through the jungle, crushing countless thorny trees in its path. Fong Han had no doubt that if he were to be struck directly by the giant beast, he would be turned into a pile of bloody flesh. Why is it her again? Seeing the individuals fleeing desperately ahead, Fong Han's expression darkened immediately. The girl with particularly long legs who was running the fastest was Li Qingwei, the leader of the Ashes Adventure Group, with whom he had clashed twice before. What a narrow road for enemies to think I'd run into her here. Fong Han felt speechless. Quick help. Stop it. Seeing Fong Han and the others, Li Qingwei's face showed a hint of joy as she shouted loudly. Fong Han remained expressionless, and Yilan and the others were equally indifferent. Behind Li Qingwei were over a dozen individuals sacrificing their lives to buy her time. From time to time, they could see an adventurer being crushed or stomped to death by the giant beast. Fong Han found it absurd. Did this woman Li Qingwei have no brains at all? They were not related, and on the contrary had their share of grievances. What right did she have to ask for help just because could beauty be worth a meal? Besides, Yilan, Shinro, and Chu Hongyi were all equally capable, even if he were willing to help. What made her think that with over a dozen adventurers on her side they could hold off this giant beast? While she considered, given their past grievances, Fong Han refraining from kicking her when she was down was already exceptionally merciful. Why would he help her? The most crucial point was that this giant beast was not a hellish creature. It seemed to be a native monster of Thorny Valley. Thorny Giant Beast Platinum Boss. Level 23. Health 130000. Attack 2600. Defense 2000. Critical hit 8. Movement speed 15. Skills: Thorny Armor Platinum Passive Skill. The Thorny Giant Beast reflects all damage received. Magic damage reflects 10 of physical damage reflects 20. Frenzied Bloodline Platinum Passive Skill. Triggers when the Thorny Giant Beast's health drops below 30, increasing attack by 20, movement speed by 20, and damage reflection ratio by 20, lasting until the end of the battle. Wild Charge Platinum. The Thorny Giant Beast charges forward, knocking down all targets in a straight line and dealing 400 damage. Cooldown time 15 seconds. Thorny Piercing Platinum. The Thorny Giant Beast shakes its body, unleashing a barrage of dense spikes around, dealing 350 damage to targets within a 10-meter range. Cooldown time 15 seconds. Earth Spike Trap Platinum. The Thorny Giant Beast summons thorny earth spikes to trap the target, immobilizing them for 1 second, and dealing 350 damage, reducing the target's defense by 20 during the immobilization. Cooldown time 15 seconds. After reviewing the properties of the Thorny Giant Beast, Fong Han finally understood why the adventurers of the Ashes Adventure Group couldn't handle it and were merely fleeing. It was simply impossible to fight. Logically speaking, there were several level 20 adventurers among the Ashes Adventure Group, which should make dealing with a level 23 Platinum boss not too difficult. However, the Thorny Giant Beast was clearly not an ordinary Platinum boss. Its attack was not particularly high, only 100 points more than the Hellish Blood Dog of level 20. Yet its health and defense were significantly enhanced, making it akin to an indestructible blood cow. And that's not all. What truly made it fearsome were the skills of the Thorny Giant Beast. 2 passive skills with damage reflection made it a nightmare, let alone challenge it. They didn't even want to look at it. With the Thorny Giant Beast's high damage reflection ratio, attacking it felt like attacking oneself. Once ensnared, there was no good option: fight or flight. Moreover, the thorny giant beast was incredibly fast. Escaping was no easy feat. Let's go, don't let it catch up, Fong Han said as he began to retreat to the side. Yilan and the others nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with his words. Not only was the thorny giant beast difficult to deal with, but it also was not a hellish creature. Even if they could kill it, there would be no points, and it would waste a lot of time. The thorny giant beast was 11 levels higher than Fong Han, and his pet would mitigate 91 of the damage it dealt. Aside from E-Master, the other pets couldn't even break through its defense. Killing the thorny giant beast would take several hours. The time spent would accumulate countless points. Moreover, with Li Qingwei and others nearby, her arrogant and domineering demeanor might lead to some unpleasant situation. If he helped her, she might repay him with malice. Fong Han certainly wouldn't engage in such a thankless endeavor. Damn it! Seeing Fong Han and the others retreat, without hesitation, Li Qingwei's face turned green with rage. It was that Fong Han again. Li Qingwei gritted her silver teeth. In the blink of an eye, Fong Han and the others had vanished without a trace. After a fit of frustration, Li Qingwei had to let her subordinates continue delaying the thorny giant beast while she fled once more. Yet even with a windwalking spell to increase her speed, she still couldn't outrun the thorny giant beast. That bastard. If I catch you, you'll see what I can do. As she cursed while fleeing, her direction was unmistakably the same as Fong Han and the others had taken. Can we shake that woman off? Zheng Xuanglong asked, supporting himself on his knees, panting heavily. After running fiercely for 5 minutes, they were all breathless. Fong Han shook his head. That woman is running towards us with the thorny giant beast. The demon hunter had been flying invisibly in the sky, observing the commotion behind them clearly. It seems Li Qingwei won't give up until she drags us down with her. Yilan bit her lip anxiously, her brow furrowed. That woman is too wicked. Not just wicked. You haven't experienced it. You have no idea how brainless this woman can be. Zheng Xuanglong scoffed. What do we do? The thorny giant beast is so fierce, they won't be able to hold out much longer. Shen Rou said worriedly. Fong Han had a way to escape, but Fong Qingxian could only take 3 people at most. The demon hunter couldn't carry anyone. He couldn't possibly leave 2 of them behind and flee alone. We can only sacrifice the bullhead to hold off the thorn beast and buy us some time to escape, Fong Han said helplessly. This was the only option available. Fong Han summoned the bullhead. With the bullhead in place, Yilan and the others felt considerably more at ease. In less than a minute, Li Qingwei and her group caught up, followed closely by the thorn beast. Fong Han narrowed his eyes slightly. Compared to before, it seemed that Li Qingwei's team had lost several members. Most of them had likely become food for the thorn beast. When Li Qingwei arrived here and saw the bullhead, which was about the same size as the thorn beast, she was momentarily stunned, and a look of suspicion crossed her face. Is this your pet? She pointed at the bullhead and asked Fong Han incredulously. Fong Han neither confirmed. To Li Qingwei, this attitude was tantamount to acquiescence, and she exclaimed in surprise and delight, Great. We are saved. Fong Han looked at Li Qingwei as if she were a fool, his tone laced with sarcasm. Miss Li, have you lost your mind? What does my pet have to do with you? Li Qingwei's face immediately stiffened with surprise, and she replied sternly, You summoned this pet to deal with the thorn beast, didn't you? Fong Han was utterly speechless at this arrogant woman. He coldly stated, Li Qingwei, you really have some thick skin. Who do you think you are to assume I would help you? You. Li Qingwei was enraged by Fong Han's blatant dismissal in front of so many people. We need to go. Fong Han, uninterested in this madwoman, turned to leave with the others. You. Li Qingwei did not expect Fong Han to truly ignore her, and she panicked. If she relied on her subordinates to block the thorn beast, escaping would not be difficult, but nearly half of her team would be dead or injured. Even in her arrogance, she knew that this course of action was not feasible. Although these people were from the Ashen Adventure Group, if she escaped and let them die for nothing, no one would be willing. Therefore, she had to kill the thorn beast completely. It was obviously impossible to rely solely on her group's strength. However, when she saw the bullhead, a glimmer of hope ignited in her heart. At least in terms of appearance, the bullhead's presence was not much weaker than that of the thorn beast. Fong Han, stop right there. Li Qingwei shouted in exasperation. Miss Li, what do you need? Fong Han stopped and turned around impatiently. What will it take for you to help me deal with the thorn beast? No time, no interest, and can't win. Fong Han shrugged, indicating he was unable to assist. How would you know without trying? Li Qingwei refused to give up. Trying means dying. If it's not your pet, you obviously won't feel the pain. Death costs loyalty, and it won't be able to be summoned again within 5 minutes. Fong Han spoke bluntly. Although his pet wouldn't lose loyalty after death and would never betray him, Li Qingwei, this was the perfect opportunity to raise his stakes. 100,000 gold coins. Help me kill the thorn beast. Li Qingwei proposed her deal. Huh? Are you trying to send a beggar away? They'll give you 10 times the price to divert the thorn beast. How about that? Fong Han sneered disdainfully. Just as the two were haggling, a piercing scream erupted nearby. A fairly attractive female adventurer, unable to dodge in time, was pierced through the throat by a spike from the thorn beast, dying on the spot. Fan Han proposed any conditions you want as long as you can help me deal with this boss. Seeing the situation, Li Qingwei grew even more anxious. If they delayed any longer, everyone might die. Even though her father was the leader of the adventure group, she could not bear that responsibility. My conditions are simple. I can save you, and I can kill the thorn beast, but the reward is a material with no rank. Fan Han snapped his fingers and said slowly. This was his true purpose. Otherwise, why would he waste so many words with a woman like Li Qingwei? If Fan Han guessed correctly, Li Qingwei was the captain of the Ashen Rebirth team. Currently, the leaderboard showed that the Starlight was still in first place, but the point difference with Ashen Rebirth was small and could be surpassed at any time. Fan Han picked up on some insights. Although Li Qingwei's level was low, her teammates were all carefully selected from the Ashen Adventure Group. All 4 members were level 20. Not only that, but she had also arranged for many external personnel to help lure monsters and supplement damage. Dozens of people were dedicated to serving the Ashen Rebirth team, which was why their points had risen so rapidly soon to surpass Starlight. This time the Ashen Adventure Group had invested heavily for the no-rank material. Unfortunately, their luck was poor, and they had unwittingly awakened the sleeping thorn beast, disrupting their rhythm and causing significant casualties. Even so, if they stopped the loss now, Li Qingwei's team could still firmly hold a top 3 position and secure at least 1 no-rank material. No-rank material? Dream on. You're trying to take advantage of us in our time of need. Li Qingwei exploded upon hearing Fan Han's words. How precious was a no-rank material? The Ashen Adventure Group had expended considerable manpower and resources just for a no-rank material, so how could they easily hand it over? Oh, in that case, I won't accompany you any longer. Enjoy yourselves. Fan Han replied indifferently. With half of the people dead, they were still holding on. Oh, let's see how it goes. Li Qingwei bit her lip, tightly drawing blood, her furious gaze fixed on Fan Han's retreating figure, wishing she could swallow him whole. But seeing her companions one by one being slaughtered by the thorn beast, dwindling in number, she finally released her tightly clenched fist. I agree. Li Qingwei reluctantly uttered those 3 words. She had no choice but to compromise, allowing the thorn beast to go on rampaging. Even if the Ashen Adventure Group did not face total annihilation, they would be left with very few survivors. At that point, not to mention competing for first place, even securing a top 3 position would be difficult. Deal. Fan Han had been waiting for this statement and immediately responded. Li Qingwei, you wouldn't go back on your... Fan Han added, not entirely at ease. Am I that kind of person? As long as you can kill this thorn beast, I will definitely keep my promise afterward. Li Qingwei was furious at Fan Han's questioning tone, her body trembling as she gritted her teeth to speak. Fan Han knew that Li Qingwei must be filled with hatred for him, but she was just holding back due to the increasingly dire situation. Fan Han did not care how she viewed him, believing that with so many witnesses, Li Qingwei would not dare to go back on her word. The Ashen Adventure Group ranked in the top 5 in Raccoon City, and for the sake of reputation, they would not easily break their promise. Moreover, Fan Han also held the honorary title of Golden Steward from the Professional Alliance. Even if Li Qingwei hated him, she would not dare to offend the Professional Alliance. Niotu, go and hold it off. Fan Han commanded with a shake of his head. Master, I understand. Niotu replied and strode towards the thorny giant beast. Your pet can actually talk. Li Qingwei was astonished to see a talking pet for the first time. Miss, quickly get out. Before she could ask further, a cry suddenly erupted behind her. Li Qingwei turned around and was horrified to discover that the thorny giant beast had launched a wild charge towards her at high speed. A knight intercepted in front of Li Qingwei, getting thrown off along with his shield. The shield shattered. Although the knight survived, he was severely injured, struggling to get up from the ground. After knocking the knight aside, the thorny giant beast faced no more obstacles and charged towards Li Qingwei with a thunderous roar. Facing the beast that rushed at her like a freight train, Li Qingwei's face turned pale with fear, trembling all over, forgetting to evade. Of course, even if she wanted to dodge, it was already too late. What a foolish woman! Fan Han couldn't help but shake. Though foolish, Fan Han could not bear to watch her die before his eyes. It wasn't that he feared the Ashen Adventure team would come looking for trouble later, but rather that if she died, who would he ask for that invaluable material? Niotu, stop it! Fan Han shouted loudly. Upon hearing his order, Niotu charged forward without hesitation. The 2 charges collided head-on. Bang! When they were less than 2 meters away from Li Qingwei, the 2 giant beasts crashed heavily into each other. The tremendous sound shook countless leaves loose, causing a painful ringing in people's ears. The 2 colossal creatures collided violently, creating a powerful shockwave that knocked Li Qingwei, who was closest, down to the ground, leaving her in a disheveled state. Aren't you going to get away? Do you want to be eaten by the thorny giant beast? Fan Han glanced at the still dazed Li Qingwei and said irritably. Reminded by him, Li Qingwei snapped out of her daze and hurriedly scrambled to the side, fearing that she would be caught in the battle between the 2 giant beasts. The result of the collision between Niotu and the thorny giant beast was that the latter was merely halted while Niotu was pushed back several meters. Niotu dealt less than 100 points of damage to the thorny giant beast while the beast inflicted a staggering 3,190 points of damage to Nioh 2. The level difference between the two was too great, a full 11 levels. Even though Nioh 2 was of disaster-grade quality, he could not compensate for this gap. When the target's level exceeds its own by 10 levels, damage is reduced by 90, and for each level higher, an additional 1 reduction is applied. When the level difference exceeds 20, the damage reduction caps at 99. Naturally, if the level difference exceeds 20, even defenses cannot be breached, rendering damage reduction irrelevant. The thorny giant beast was so powerful that among Fong Han's pets, only Master Yi, wielding the non-grade artifact the Annihilation Demon Dragon Blade, could breach its defenses and deal effective damage. Fong Han cast a summoning spell, bringing forth Master Yi, Timo, the Fear Demon King, and Fong Qingxian. The Demon Hunter remained still lurking in the sky. A sudden appearance of numerous pets left Li Qingwei and the other members of the Ashen Adventure team dumbfounded. Just one Nioh 2 being able to withstand the thorny giant beast's attacks was already shocking enough. In the blink of an eye, even more pets appeared. Judging by their momentum, none seemed weaker than Nioh 2. Timo and the little bear were fine as their size was already established. Master Yi, Fong Qingxian, and the Fear Demon King, each of their appearances was more shocking than the last. The Undead Blade Saint of the Undead race. The Noble and Holy Fire Phoenix. And then there was the Fear Demon King, seemingly coming from a realm feared by all, more terrifying than the Disaster Arm. To slay the thorny giant beast, Fong Han was investing heavily. Moo. Nioh 2 let out a loud war roar, increasing its own and other pets' attack and defense by 30, while simultaneously reducing the thorny giant beast's attack and defense by 30. The Fear Demon King stood firm, surrounding the thorny giant beast with a dark mist, and its passive skill Corruption Aura further reduced the beast's defense by 30. The thorny giant beast's defense plummeted from 2,000 points to 800 points. Yah! The little bear let out a high-pitched roar, activating Thunder Roar, causing the thorny giant beast's defense to drop by 80. Now the thorny giant beast's defense had actually reached 800 points. As the buffs stacked, the attacks of each pet did not fall behind. Flames, rockets, mushrooms, giant axes, bats, and sword chi all rained down upon the thorny giant beast. 2,800. 3,640. 10,200. Critical hit 84,000. Critical hit 6,140. A multitude of bright red damage numbers erupted from the thorny giant beast. With the defense reduced to 800, even the lowest damage dealer Nioh 2 could deal over 2,000 points of damage. Mama, the rebound damage is too painful. Timo cried out. Its attack was second only to Master Yi. The damage from the poisonous mushroom explosion was high, and so was the rebound. The 84,000 points of critical damage came from Master Yi's Alpha Strike. Yet the most bewildering aspect for Fong Han was here. The rebound of physical damage reaching up to 20 caused Master Yi to suffer 16,800 points of damage, far exceeding its current life limit of 10,720 points. It was killed instantly by the rebound. This was also the first time Master Yi had died since evolving to Disaster Grade. Moreover, it wasn't slain by the thorny giant beast, but by the rebound damage. Master Yi's death wouldn't reduce loyalty, but it required 5 minutes to revive. After all, Master Yi was a pet. Dying meant it could still be resurrected. Others were not so fortunate. In the Ashen Adventure team, an archer took advantage of the thorny giant beast being besieged by the numerous pets and shot an arrow at it. 1,064. It broke through its defenses. It dealt quite a high amount of damage, leaving the archer immensely excited. But the next second his body stiffened in place and then slowly fell in disbelief. Fool, you deserved it. Li Qingwei scolded angrily. The archer's physique was already very fragile, relying on high level and good equipment. He had barely evaded the thorny giant beast's spike attack earlier, but had already been reduced to low health. He had just drunk a life potion and hadn't even started to recover before he attacked the thorny giant beast, resulting in a rebound of 213 points of damage, instantly depleting his already limited health. With this lesson learned, the rest of the Ashen Adventure team, even at full health, dared not take action. Yilan and the others also watched from afar, not joining the battle. In the current situation, the higher the attack, the quicker one would die. Fong Qingxian, Timo, little bear, stop fighting. Demon Lord, just rely on your passive skill to lower defense. Several pets' health points were rapidly decreasing, and Fong Han hurriedly intervened. With their exceptionally high attack power, they would be killed by the Thorn's giant beast's passive skill within 15 seconds. They had no healing skills and relied solely on natural health recovery, which would take ages to restore their health points that were in the tens of thousands. The Bullhead had an indomitable will that allowed it to recover health. With a 30-second cooldown, it was enough for Bullhead to endure until the cooldown ended. Timo was not entirely idle. He planted poisonous mushrooms around to prevent the Thorn's giant beast from escaping. So we rely on Bullhead to deal damage now. Yilan walked over and asked, "We have no choice. We'll rely on Bullhead and Master Yi to gradually whittle down the Thorn's giant beast's health." Fong Han sighed helplessly. He estimated that it would take about an hour. However, as long as they could kill the Thorn's giant beast, they would obtain an unranked material. An hour was nothing to worry about, he could afford it. Soon under the dual impact of the Thorn's giant beast's attack and rebound damage, Bullhead's health dropped to 20. After activating Indomitable, Bullhead's health was fully restored, reducing 90 of the damage for 10 seconds, allowing it to endure a bit longer. The battle turned into a solo act for Bullhead. Fong Han and the others became spectators. The Ashen Adventure team had suffered significant losses and was hurriedly trying to regroup. After 5 minutes, Master Yi was revived and Fong Han summoned him again. Having learned from the previous lesson, Master Yi no longer used any skills to avoid dealing critical hits that could kill himself. He only used normal attacks, significantly reducing the rebound damage received. With only the Fear Demon Lord's defense reduction effect, Master Yi's attacks did not deal enough damage to kill himself in 30 seconds. The cooldown for the Undead Meditation was exactly 30 seconds. It was used immediately after the cooldown ended to prevent Master Yi from dying again. The two pets had a very restrained fighting style, and with each having life-saving skills, the Thorn's giant beast could not kill them. As time passed, Fong Han yawned out of boredom. So boring. Zheng Xuanglong complained listlessly. If you find it boring, you can go help Master Yi and Bullhead. Shenrou interjected coldly. Zheng Xuanglong immediately shut his mouth. Fong Han, do you think Li Qingwei will go back on her word? Look at her, as she clearly seems unwilling. Xu Hongyi tugged at Fong Han's sleeve, expressing her concern. She wouldn't joke about the reputation of the Ashen Adventure team, would she? After all, it is a well-known adventure team, not a third-rate group like the Fireblade Adventure team. Fong Han hesitated. Don't worry, she won't. Li Qingwei appeared very arrogant on the surface, but she shouldn't be genuinely foolish. Yilan said with certainty. Fong Han silently nodded. Yilan had seen a lot, and if she said it wouldn't happen, it definitely wouldn't. On the side of the Ashen Adventure team, many people were gathered together discussing in hushed tones, occasionally glancing over at them, clearly involving topics related to them. The two groups were far apart, clearly divided into two camps. This damned Thorn's giant beast has chased us all the way, we can finally kill it and avenge our fallen brothers. Exactly, not only has it wasted a lot of our time, but we've also lost nearly half of our manpower. But the young lady promised to give the other party an unranked material. Won't their price be a bit too high? I think so too. Even if we eventually make it to first place, we can only get 3 unranked materials. If I were to give one away, I definitely wouldn't be willing. Exactly. That summoner is of Black Iron rank and only level 12. How dare he negotiate terms with our illustrious Ashen Adventure team? Does he not know to inquire about the status of the Ashen Adventure team in Raccoon City? How could a mere poor student compare? They are taking advantage of our misfortune. Once this matter is over, we need to teach him a lesson. The group was deeply engrossed in discussion, not noticing that Li Qingwei had arrived behind them. Miss. One person suddenly noticed Li Qingwei, and his expression changed dramatically, stammering to speak. The others also noticed her, and the discussion abruptly ceased. If I hear similar words again, you'll be expelled from the adventure team. After Li Qingwei coldly threw down this sentence, she turned and left. The group exchanged glances, no longer daring to speak recklessly. Li Qingwei looked at the Ashen Adventure team and Fong Han's group, sometimes frowning and sometimes gritting her teeth, feeling extremely irritated. She certainly did not want to give up the unranked material. But so many people had seen it, could she really go back on her word? Just a moment ago, she was on the brink of death, almost getting hit by the Thorn's giant beast, which left her filled with dread. In her view, no matter how precious the unranked material was, it was insignificant compared to being alive. Moreover, if Fong Han's pets could handle the Thorn's giant beast, if things turned hostile, even though her side had an apparent strength many times greater than Fong Han's in a real fight, the outcome would be unpredictable. At first she did have thoughts of backing out, but considering various factors, this thought gradually extinguished. His pet seemed very strong. Can I buy a pet from him? Looking at Master Yi and Bullhead, who were in fierce battle with the Thorn's giant beast, this thought suddenly flashed through Li Qingwei's mind. While the pets were fighting the Thorn's giant beast, they were not completely idle. The hellish monsters appearing nearby were completely cleared out. Bang! With a loud bang, the Thorn's giant beast's health was completely depleted, and its enormous body collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone's tense hearts finally relaxed completely. Faster than expected, it took less than 50 minutes. Fong Han thought to himself as he stood up and walked towards the corpse of the Thorn's giant beast. Unexpectedly, Li Qingwei acted the same way as him. Fong Han chuckled and said, Li Qingwei, you don't intend to take the loot dropped by the Thorn's giant beast, do you? Being caught out, Li Qingwei's face turned pale. My pets have dealt with the Thorn's giant beast from start to finish. How can you even dare come over to steal? Fong Han said leisurely, it's just a few worthless items, who cares? Li Qingwei angrily flicked her sleeve, and the others from the Ashen Adventure team quickly followed. Li Qingwei, don't forget what you promised earlier. Fong Han shouted loudly from behind. Li Qingwei paused, and it was evident that she clenched her fists, her body tense. Clearly, she was very angry. After a moment, Li Qingwei turned and walked back. Hand it over. She extended her hand towards Fong Han, her tone exceptionally cold. What? Fong Han was taken aback. The spirit communication ring. Li Qingwei uttered a few They exchanged contact information. He hadn't thought of this before. This meant that he could only contact her for the unranked materials after returning to Raccoon City. Oomph. After a heavy snort from her nostrils, Li Qingwei disappeared behind a thicket of thorn trees. This time I hit the jackpot. Fong Han didn't care what the arrogant young lady was thinking. He had slain a 23rd level thorn beast, earning him a substantial amount of experience. If he worked a little harder, he should be able to reach level 13 by tomorrow night. Although the items dropped by the thorn beast were good, they were of a higher level and almost unusable for him, so he collected them all to sell later. After dealing with the thorn beast, everyone set off again on their monster-slaying journey. The next part was relatively smooth with no unexpected situations. By nightfall, the Raccoon team's score had risen to second place. As Fong Han had expected, Li Qingwei's team Ash Rebirth held the first place. The team that was originally in first place, Starry Light, had fallen to third place with a gap of 133 points from the Raccoon team. Currently, the Raccoon team was only 21 points behind Ash Rebirth and could surpass them at any moment. At this rate, it's a sure thing that we'll take first place. Zheng Shuanglong slurred as he poured himself a large mouthful of fruit wine. We mustn't be too careless. No one can predict what might happen tomorrow, whether we'll encounter unexpected situations like today again. Yilan said calmly. Yilan is right, tomorrow is the last day, we must be more stable. Fong Han nodded in agreement. After checking the leaderboard, he noticed that 2 teams in the top 10 had vanished. They hadn't just dropped out of the top 10, but were entirely missing from the scoreboard. There was only one explanation: all members had died. This indicated they had encountered a very powerful hell monster and had been wiped out. Although the hell monsters in the Thorn Valley and the other 3 regions weren't particularly high level, there could still be some powerful ones lurking in the shadows. A hell ogre as fierce as that would be difficult for an ordinary level 25-person team to escape from. Tonight they would still take turns keeping watch. Under the patrol of Fong Han's luxurious pet army, although there had been several waves of hell monster attacks, they were easily dealt with. Soon the 3rd day arrived. Fong Han and the others were now deep within the Thorn Valley, far from Raccoon City. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless expanse of thorny jungle. Not only were the hell monsters endless, but the native monsters in the Thorn Valley also appeared in groups. This could pose significant problems for other teams. For Fong Han, this was exactly what he desired. Since he could almost defeat them in an instant, the more monsters the better. This would accelerate his score increase. At present, the Raccoon team was still in second place on the leaderboard. However, the gap between them and Li Qingwei's Ash Rebirth had widened to nearly 150 points. Fong Han guessed that Ash Rebirth probably hadn't taken a break even at night. Roar, just after slaying a little devil, a piercing howl echoed from the dense forest not far away. The sound didn't seem like that of a little devil. Could it be another hell monster? Chu Hongi speculated. Let's go. Fong Han felt a stir in his heart and made a decision right away. He didn't rush forward recklessly. Instead, he sent the demon hunter to scout the situation first. Soon the demon hunter returned. Master, that monster is a greater demon. The demon hunter replied, respect. Greater demon. What is its relation to the little demon? What is its strength? Fong Han asked. The greater demon and little demon have no direct relation. They are 2 different types of hell creatures. The greater demon ahead is level 22. Its rank is silver. After becoming a calamity pet, the demon hunter had gained some knowledge about hell from its memories. A mere silver rank is nothing to worry about. Upon hearing this, Fong Han finally felt at ease. He had already dealt with the 23rd level platinum boss, the Thorn Beast, so this greater demon was far inferior. Master, be careful. Greater demons are known for their cunning and slyness. One must remain vigilant. The demon hunter rarely offered a warning. Fong Han nodded, not taking it too seriously. His focus was solely on his desire for points. After killing the silver boss, he would earn 20 points, which would greatly reduce the gap with Ash Rebirth. With the Minotaur and Master leading the way, Fong Han and the others soon arrived at the area where the greater demon was located. However, the scene before them left them horrified. Several girls nearly vomited. In front of them, an extraordinarily hideous and terrifying hell monster was crouched on the ground, eviscerating a dead adventurer, continuously pulling out intestines and organs, stuffing them into its blood-red mouth, and chewing heartily. The greater demon was so engrossed in its meal that it hadn't noticed their arrival. The bloody and shocking scene made Fong Han feel a wave of physiological discomfort. The adventurer being eaten was still emitting warmth, indicating that they had been killed not long ago, and it appeared to be a female adventurer. Unexpectedly, she had died in the Thorn Valley, only to be eaten by the greater demon in the end. In addition to her, 3 other bodies lay sprawled around. These individuals were likely from the same team, unfortunate enough to encounter the greater demon and become its food. How disgusting. Fong Han, kill this greater demon. Chu Hongi shouted angrily, covering her mouth and nose. Fong Han said nothing, demonstrating his attitude through action. Fong Qingshan began with a divine fire sword, finger unleashing a strand of refined golden red flame that interrupted the greater demon's feeding. Then the Minotaur activated a barbaric charge. The greater demon was knocked flying before it could react. In the ensuing battle, the greater demon was subjected to an onslaught from various pets. The greater demon was 10 levels higher than Fong Han's pets, reducing damage by 90. However, Fong Han's pets had various defense-lowering skills, so the damage dealt was still significant. Most importantly, the greater demon did not possess the Thorn Beast's rebound skill, allowing the pets to attack freely without any concerns. Even Yilan and the others joined in the assault. The greater demon had significantly less health than the Thorn Beast, only 3,000 points. After a barrage of attacks, Master Yi triggered the passive infinite sword Dao, dealing double true damage and slaying it with a single strike. The entire battle lasted less than 3 minutes. The great demon was almost entirely suppressed, showing no signs of resistance. We have killed the great demon, which counts as avenging you. It wouldn't be unreasonable to receive some benefits, as leaving it here is just a waste. After whispering a few words to several corpses, Fong Han instructed Timo and Little Bear to search for valuable items on the bodies. After a thorough search, they found a total of 6 void rings and some weapons and equipment of silver and gold grades. Zheng Xuanglong and the others did not take those weapons and equipment. As usual, everyone picked 1 void ring each. The rest belonged entirely to Fong Han. Having gained so many benefits, Fong Han had Master Yi dig a large pit to bury the corpses, allowing them to rest in peace and preventing the bodies from being devoured by monsters. After completing this, Fong Han and the others left the area to continue searching for hellish monsters. Half an hour later, they encountered another great demon. This time the great demon was of gold grade. However, it could not escape the assault of the pet army, turning into points for the team. In just 2 hours, the total points of the Raccoon Squad caught up to and surpassed Ash Rebirth, soaring to first place on the leaderboard. Everyone's confidence grew stronger. As long as they maintained this rhythm, they would surely hold the first position until the end. Until dusk, there were no major issues. They had killed a total of 8 great demons, providing them with a substantial number of points. Currently, they firmly held the top position on the leaderboard with a lead of 308 points over the second-place Starlight. What happened to Ash Rebirth? Why are they being overtaken by Starlight? Fong Han said, puzzled to him. Starlight currently had 38 more points than Ash Rebirth. It didn't seem like a lot, but the two teams were. However, there was less than an hour left until the end, and time was very tight. It would be difficult for Ash Rebirth to catch up to Starlight's points. Moreover, the gap between the two teams was only getting larger. If Ash Rebirth ends up in third place, will they be reluctant to give me the unranked materials? Fong Han furrowed his brow slightly. He felt there was a possibility. Li Qingwei had agreed so readily, confident that Ash Rebirth could secure first place. Now, let alone first place, it was nearly impossible to even reach second place. A scream echoed as another great demon was turned into a mist of blood by Master Yi. At that moment, a slight vibration came from the spirit communication ring on his wrist. Fong Han looked down to see that Li Qingwei was requesting a call. He tapped on it, and an image of Li Qingwei appeared before him. At this moment, Li Qingwei seemed to be in a bad state. Her originally beautiful face was marred with numerous bloodstains, looking quite tragic, and faint sounds of fierce battle could be heard nearby. Fong Han, come save me quickly. Li Qingwei called out anxiously upon seeing Fong Han's image. Save you? What happened? Fong Han furrowed his brow again. His guess was correct. Li Qingwei's team had indeed encountered a situation. We are being chased by a great demon. We can't fight it off. We've suffered heavy losses, and most of the people are almost dead. Li Qingwei said quickly, her tone growing increasingly frantic. Great demon. You should be able to handle it easily, right? Fong Han asked in surprise. In Li Qingwei's team, apart from her, most were level 20 professionals. Even if they encountered a gold-grade great demon, they could easily defeat it, so it shouldn't be this dire. No, this great demon is platinum grade. It can continuously devour other monsters to grow stronger. This great demon has eaten many small demons, inferior demons, and quite a few professionals. Its strength is probably approaching red gold. Oh, as Li Qingwei spoke, a scream erupted around her. It must have been one of Ash Rebirth's professionals falling victim to the great demon. Fong Han, hurry. If I die, you won't get what I promised you. Seeing Fong Han not respond quickly, Li Qingwei cried, where are you? They'll come right away. Fong Han thought for a moment and decided to go save her. Li Qingwei's father was the leader of Ash Rebirth. She surely had some means to protect herself and wouldn't die so easily. However, if he ignored her and Ash Rebirth was wiped out, he would definitely miss out on the unranked materials. Currently, the points of Ash Rebirth ranked 4th were only about 30 points behind the 3rd place. There was still more than half an hour left, so they could definitely catch up. If Ash Rebirth fell to 4th place and couldn't receive the reward for the unranked materials, even if Li Qingwei was still willing to fulfill her promise, she wouldn't be able to. Great. Our location is... Li Qingwei said, excitedly glancing back at the terrain before hurriedly adding. We are currently in a depression north of Thorn Valley, surrounded by low hills, making it easy to find. Hold on, I am coming right away. Fong Han hung up the spirit communication ring. He had to admit Li Qingwei was not only troublesome, but also quite foolish. Thorn Valley was filled with towering thorn trees reaching heights of 40 to 50 meters. He couldn't fly, so how could he see the so-called hills? Only his pet Fang Qingxian and the demon hunter could fly. Otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone else to locate the exact position Li Qingwei mentioned. The demon hunter flew high into the sky to search for the location Li Qingwei mentioned. Its efficiency was high, and Fang Han quickly received feedback. The straight line distance is about 3,000 meters. Thorn Valley has a complex and variable terrain. If we walk from the ground, it would take at least 20 minutes and be easy to lose our way. By the time we get there, it would be too late. We can only fly over. Fang Han's mind was working quickly, and he soon analyzed the current situation. He'll go save Li Qingwei first, you all follow behind. He'll leave Little Bear and the demon hunter to protect you. Fang Han quickly said to Zheng Xuanglong and the others. The demon hunter could guide them from the sky, and with both it and Little Bear they would be able to handle any unexpected situations. Even if they encountered a gold-grade great demon, they could hold on for a while. Everyone knew the situation was urgent and did not oppose. As the light flickered, Fang Qingxian transformed back into its phoenix form. Fang Han, let me go with you. They might need a healer. As Fang Han prepared to take off, while sitting on Fang Qingxian's back, Shenrou suddenly said, "Okay then, come up." Fang Han thought for a moment and nodded. From Li Qingwei's tone earlier, he could tell that the situation was extremely urgent and there must have been severe casualties. Bringing Shenrou along might prove to be quite useful. Fang Han reached out and pulled Shenrou up to sit behind. "Hold on tight. We're departing." Fang Han murmured softly. Shenrou nodded eagerly and clung tightly to him from behind. Fang Qingxian, launch. At Fang Han's command, Fang Qingxian let out a clear piercing cry, beat her massive wings with tremendous force, and surged upward into the sky, stirring a gale in her wake. Their figures swiftly vanished from sight. Sister Shenrou appears gentle, understanding, and detached from worldly strife. Yet who would have imagined such cunning beneath that serene exterior? Next time I see her, I'll interrogate her thoroughly. Does Fang Han harbor some sinister intent? Humph. Chu Hongyi pouted discontentedly. Though 3,000 meters seemed vast, Fang Qingxian, flying at full speed, could cover the distance in under 3 minutes. Soon Fang Han spotted the depression Li Qingwei had described. Even from high above, they heard the soul-shattering demonic roars echoing up from below. As seasoned professionals, they possessed considerable strength and broad experience. Thus far they held firm. An ordinary person, however, would have dropped dead on the spot from sheer terror. "Young mistress, flee now, you must escape. We can't hold on much longer." A knight wielding a colossal tower shield strained desperately against the great demon's descending claw and shouted back toward Li Qingwei. The demon's hardened razor-sharp talons gouged deep fissures into the tower shield. Though the knight avoided direct impact, the immense concussive force transmitted through the shield sent him staggering backward several steps. Around him lay the corpses of several fallen comrades. Upon hearing the knight's plea, Li Qingwei's expression twisted with anguish. Indeed, she could have escaped safely. With their sacrifice buying her precious time, she could activate the miniature teleportation array and return to Raccoon City. Yet doing so would condemn every remaining comrade to become the great demon's feast. Her team's accumulated points would thus cap here, disqualifying them from the top 3, and all tier-grade materials would slip beyond their grasp. The Ashes Adventuring Guild had invested an unimaginable cost to reach the Thorns Valley, returning empty-handed, with only herself surviving, would leave her utterly unable to account for the failure. Of those still alive, including herself, only 7 remained. Young Mistress Fang Han's familiar is formidable, but even if it could contend with this great demon, the Thorns Valley is vast beyond measure. Can we possibly endure until they arrive? Young Mistress, go now. Only when you flee can we follow. The Ashes Adventuring Guild's members urged her relentlessly. Li Qingwei clenched her fists so tightly her palms dripped with sweat. She well knew, the longer she delayed, the greater the losses would be. Yet abandoning them felt intolerably unjust. Deep down, she sensed Fang Han would likely never arrive in time. Another shriek tore through the air, shattering her thoughts. She whirled around, only to witness the very knight who'd just implored her to flee now lying lifeless. His death was grotesque. The towering tower shield, taller than a man, had been rent open by the demon's claws, which pierced straight through his chest and burst forth from his back. Clutched in the great demon's hand pulsed a steaming, freshly torn heart. With a guttural snarl, it stuffed the organ into its maw and devoured it with savage, ravenous bites. Amidst the demon's monstrous visage, the scene was unbearably bloody, unrelentingly cruel. Li Qingwei nearly vomited. Young mistress, I'm sorry. I refuse to die here pointlessly. At last one adventurer broke. Abandoning all restraint, he bolted into the nearby thicket and vanished without trace. Young mistress, I don't wish to die either. May fortune favor you alone. Once one fled, others followed instantly. Soon more abandoned Li Qingwei to her fate. You, how dare you disregard the Ashes Adventuring Guild's discipline? Seeing her subordinates desert her en masse, Li Qingwei seethed with fury and desperation. Yet no one heeded her now. Desertion incurred not only exorbitant penalty fees, but also blacklisting by the Adventurers Guild, effectively ostracizing the offender from the entire profession. In essence, one's future prospects would be extinguished entirely. Though some hesitated, burdened by conscience or shame, in matters of life and death, such considerations dissolved into insignificance. After all, no amount of wealth or honor mattered once one was dead. In the blink of an eye, the Ashes Adventuring Guild's members scattered completely. Only Li Qingwei remained alone upon the barren ground. Traitorous cowards, she spat in furious contempt, then prepared to flee. The great demon was still devouring the knight's corpse, making this the optimal moment to escape. Its superiority over other great demons stemmed not merely from its higher rank, but from a unique ability. It regenerated vitality and amplified its power by consuming living beings, each ingestion restoring 10% of its health, while increasing both its maximum health and attack power by 1% each. No one knew how many monsters, or adventurers, it had already consumed. Even a level 20 professional could withstand no more than 2 of its strikes. Its offensive might surpassed even that of the Thorn Behemoth, rendering victory via sheer numbers. Whenever they managed to erode a fraction of its health, the demon needed only to devour a minor fiend, or even a fallen adventurer, to instantly restore it, rendering all prior effort utterly futile. Li Qingwei crept sideways with feline stealth, striving to vanish from perception. Just as she neared the edge of the demon's field of vision, the beast, mid-feast, abruptly lifted its head and fixed its gaze upon her. Li Qingwei froze rigid. A sharp cry escaped her lips, immediately followed by the activation of windwalking art, propelling her backward in frantic flight. The great demon discarded the half-consumed corpse and charged forward with thunderous strides. Glancing back mid-sprint, Li Qingwei hurled a fireball. Its impact dealt a pitiful 22 points of damage. Thereafter she abandoned all hope, fleeing for her life. Towering nearly 3 meters tall, the demon sprinted with terrifying velocity. Though Li Qingwei's legs were long, they stood no chance against the demon's raw speed. Even enhanced by windwalking art, she gained no reprieve. Thorny thickets carpeted the forest floor, but she had to navigate them with meticulous care, dodging brambles lest she be lacerated, each evasion further sapping her escape momentum. The demon's hulking frame, thick-skinned and battle-hardened, rendered the thorns harmless. They left only faint white streaks across its hide, failing to pierce flesh or hinder its relentless advance in the slightest. As the windwalking art's effect faded, the distance between Li Qingwei and the great demon narrowed inexorably. Roar! A deep bestial roar reverberated behind her, each thunderous bellow striking her fragile heart like a hammer blow, driving her terror to its absolute zenith. In her panicked flight, Li Qingwei tripped over a protruding branch, her legs buckling instantly, her center of gravity collapsing as she crashed face first into a tangle of desiccated leaves and brittle twigs. By the time she scrambled upright, the great demon stood directly before her, a mountainous shadow engulfing her slender form entirely. Li Qingwei gritted her teeth, brandished her staff, and swiftly conjured 3 frost shields before her. With a thunderous roar, the great demon exhaled a putrid breath so foul it nearly overwhelmed Li Qingwei, causing her to stagger. Bang! Bang! The great demon's claws slashed down, tearing through 2 of the 3 frost shields. Li Qingwei had just risen and had no time to flee before the demon's claws struck again. Am I truly going to die here? Despair engulfed Li Qingwei's heart. Once the last frost shield shattered, only death awaited her. Death alone would be enough, but to be devoured alive by the demon was a fate she utterly refused to accept. At the very moment the great demon's claws shattered the frost shield, Li Qingwei caught a glimpse of dazzling golden flames in the corner of her eye. Then a sharp pain surged through her chest, and everything faded into darkness. In a daze, Li Qingwei felt a gentle light enveloping her, warm and soothing as a mother's embrace. Could it be that I am not dead yet? A fleeting thought crossed Li Qingwei's mind. Stop sleeping, it's getting dark. Suddenly a voice rang out. The voice sounded so familiar. Was it Shunro, the girl beside Feng Han? I am still alive. Li Qingwei snapped, her eyes open sharply. Before her lay an endless jungle beneath a dim sky, with fierce winds blowing from below. Oh, I am in the sky. Li Qingwei suddenly realized she was perched atop a gigantic phoenix, nearly 10 meters above the ground. Don't move recklessly, or you'll fall, a voice warned behind her as she stirred. Li Qingwei turned to see Shunro, her fiery figure, standing watchful. The brilliant light earlier was Shunro's healing spell. From below came the sounds of intense combat. Li Qingwei cautiously leaned forward to observe. The great demon was surrounded by the Minotaur Master Yi and other companions. Feng Han stood nearby, seemingly deep in thought, with his head bowed. You saved me? Li Qingwei asked with a complex expression. Indeed, consider yourself lucky. Had we arrived a second later, you'd be dead. Now tell us how you plan to repay us, Shunro said bluntly. Her forthrightness left Li Qingwei momentarily at a loss for words. The great demon's attacks are overwhelming. The Minotaur seems barely able to hold on. Direct confrontation won't work. We need to employ more flexible tactics. Fong Han mused, resting his chin. Master, I have planted 20 mushrooms. All escape routes for the great demon are now blocked. Timo ran over. Well done. Keep planting mushrooms, cover the perimeter. Fong Han ruffled Timo's head encouragingly. Yes, master. Timo obediently continued sowing poisonous mushrooms all around. Within minutes the area was blanketed in toxic mushrooms, a lush carpet of green. The Minotaur's health had dropped to about 30%. Its unyielding will was still on cooldown for 10 seconds, and with its current vitality, it could not last until it cooled down. Master E and the Fear Demon King were also weakened, both below 50% health. If the Minotaur couldn't endure, their health and defense were even lower, making their survival more precarious. Minotaur, lure the great demon onto the mushrooms. Fong Han shouted from the perimeter. Understood. The Minotaur responded using War Stomp to briefly knock the demon airborne before charging toward the mushroom cluster. The great demon, bloated from consuming countless creatures like a woman heavy with child, fell heavily after being thrown back, struggling to rise. Furious, it roared and charged once more at the Minotaur. Bang! The great demon stepped on a poisonous mushroom, which exploded, releasing a plume of green smoke. Damage numbers flashed ceaselessly above its head: 8,800. 880. 8. As the demon's health rapidly declined, its movements slowed drastically, as if mired in a swamp, barely able to advance. What are you waiting for? Oxhead is about to collapse. Fong Han snapped impatiently. Oh. Li Qingwei finally realized Fong Han truly intended to let her claim this boss. She hastily raised her staff and launched a small fireball that struck the greater devil. 31. Yet the damage dealt was shockingly meager. Fong Han, of course, had no intention of generously surrendering such a vast sum of points and abundant experience to Li Qingwei. His true motive was to secure the ungraded material at the final moment. Ashes Reborn had already slipped to 4th place. Without the ungraded material reward, Fong Han had no choice but to lend her a hand. A platinum tier boss, slaying it would grant 100 points, not only restoring Ashes Reborn to 3rd place, but also propelling them past Starlight Gleam straight into 2nd. 30 seconds later, with a final defiant roar, the greater devil's last sliver of vitality was pierced by Li Qingwei's Ice Spike spell, and its colossal form crashed to the ground. You participated in the greater devil's defeat. 3600 experience. You participated in the greater devil's defeat. 1 soul. Congratulations on reaching level 13, Strength 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 3, Agility 1. Your pet Cataclysm Sword Saint has leveled up to level 13, Strength 50, Constitution 47, Spirit 33, Agility 39. Your pet Annihilation Scout has leveled up to level 13, Strength 35, Constitution 40, Spirit 68, Agility 49. Your pet Primordial Warlord has leveled up to level 13, Strength 44, Constitution 88, Spirit 26, Agility 31. Your pet Divine Flame Phoenix has leveled up to level 13, Strength 38, Constitution 52, Spirit 59, Agility 44. Your pet Lord of Terror has leveled up to level 13, Strength 50, Constitution 50, Spirit 50, Agility 40. As the greater devil fell, golden light rained from the heavens. Fong Han and all his pets ascended in level, finally reached level 13. Bathed in the warm, radiant glow, Fong Han exhaled deeply, releasing a long breath of stale qi. His rate of advancement was growing steadily slower. The Gaokao trial was only days away. He doubted he'd reach level 15 in time. Drawing from last time's experience, Li Qingwei made no move to collect the greater devil's loot. It was all gathered instead by Master E and Timo. Among the spoils was a platinum tier staff. Fong Han glanced at it briefly before handing it to Shinro. Fong Han. Facing the man who had saved her twice, Li Qingwei's heart churned with turbulent emotion. After prolonged hesitation, the words "thank you" remained lodged in her throat, unspoken. To bow before the once despised Black Iron Summoner, a man she'd regarded as beneath her, was something her proud spirit could not yet bear. I helped you for the ungraded material. Don't read too much into it. Fong Han waved dismissively. I know. Li Qingwei bit her lip and lowered her head. And my help isn't. A life debt needn't be repaid with a gushing spring, but some sincerity is expected. Fong Han added. What do you want? I've already promised you 1 ungraded material. The other I must take back as proof of completion. Li Qingwei replied warily. Not much, just 1 million gold coins. Consider it your rescue fee. Fong Han casually remarked. 1 million. Why not just rob a bank? Li Qingwei cried out in disbelief. What? You think your life isn't worth that price? Fong Han cast her a cool, indifferent glance. No, it's just too much. I don't have it. Li Qingwei shook her head vigorously. Though her family was wealthy, as a high school student, she carried no such sum on her person. Oh, then what do you have? Fong Han fixed her with a steady gaze, speaking slowly and deliberately. Well, how about this? After deep thought, Li Qingwei withdrew a disc-shaped artifact from her void ring. A miniature teleportation array. Fang Han's pupils contracted sharply. He gasped aloud. He had never seen one before, but Chu Hongyi had described it to him. During the recent dungeon's initial clearing, Qin Tianlong had used precisely such a device to narrowly escape the jaws of a hellish man-eating tiger. Correct. I possess an upgraded model capable of transporting 2 people simultaneously up to 10 kilometers away. Its market value 500,000 gold coins. Li Qingwei declared, a hint of pride coloring her voice. Deal. Fang Han accepted without hesitation. Though he commanded a formidable legion of pets, he knew well that one day he might face foes even they could not withstand. And then this miniature teleportation array would save his life. Fang Qingxian shimmered and transformed into human form, leaving Li Qingwei utterly speechless. That Fang Han possessed a phoenix pet alone had astonished her. That it could assume the shape of a breathtaking beauty shattered every prior assumption she held. Having weathered so many trials, her gaze upon Fang Han now held no trace of condescension. Fang Han. Fang Han. Just as he stowed the miniature teleportation array, Chu Hongyi's voice rang out. Fang Han, are you alright? Did you defeat the monster? Chu Hongyi rushed over, concern etched across her face. All went smoothly, Fang Han nodded. Zheng Xuanglong and Yilan arrived shortly thereafter. Master. The little bear, spotting Fang Han, leapt from Yilan's shoulder in a sudden eager pounce. Fang Han reacted swiftly, catching it midair. Meanwhile, the demon hunter remained motionless in the high sky, vigilantly monitoring every ripple in the surrounding air. With still several minutes remaining, Fang Han assisted Li Qingwei in eliminating dozens of hellish creatures, securing her team's position firmly at second place on the leaderboard. As night fully descended, the official time limit for the Hell Invasion campaign expired. The Raccoon Squad, led by Fang Han, finished with a total of 4278 points, ranking first overall. Li Qingwei's team, Ashes Reborn, concluded with 4166 points, claiming second place. Starlight Gleam secured third with 4139 points. With the dust settled, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief, even Li Qingwei. All their arduous effort, their nights under open skies and meals taken amid wind and dew, had not been in vain. Through the concerted efforts of numerous teams, more than half the hellish monsters infesting Thornvale Gorge had been eradicated. The remnants posed little further threat. The Hell Invasion crisis had for all intents and purposes been resolved. Night had fallen completely, and after discussion the group decided to camp in Thornvale Gorge for the night and return at dawn. Aren't you returning? Fang Han turned and found Li Qingwei still standing frozen in place. I've already given you the miniature teleportation array. She lifted her eyes toward the pitch-black sky and spoke plaintively. It's so dark. I can't possibly make. Ashes Reborn's second-place finish on the leaderboard rested almost entirely upon the professional adventurers of the Ashes Adventuring Guild. Li Qingwei herself had merely ridden along for points. Who knew how many hellish monsters might lie in wait along the return path? Her subordinates had scattered, and with her current strength, she could barely handle 2 or 3 imps. Any greater number would overwhelm her. Should she encounter a minor devil, or worse, a greater devil, a boss-tier hellspawn, her survival would be all but impossible. In the end, Li Qingwei stayed behind, spending the night with Fang Han and the others, planning to return the next day. I brought it. Li Qingwei's voice was soft. Then why are you just standing there? Fang Han asked. Tu don't know how to set it up. Now, with no one to help her, she was completely lost. Fang Han. He hadn't expected that Li Qingwei was truly a young lady capable of moving, but utterly incompetent at simple tasks. Then you can sleep outside tonight, Fang Han said with a hint of mockery. However, in stark contrast to her long legs and slender fingers, her ability to handle tasks was abysmal. After several minutes, while Fang Han and the others had already set up their tents, Li Qingwei not only failed, but made things worse, with countless threads tangled together, causing Fang Han to feel a headache just looking at it. The more anxious Li Qingwei became, the worse it got. In the end, it was Shun Ro who couldn't bear it any longer and helped her set up the tent. During dinner, Li Qingwei joined Fang Han and the others because she had not prepared any food in her spatial ring. As it was the last night, they still needed to keep watch for safety. Fang Han flicked his finger, sending a meat bun flying several meters away. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Are you walking your dog? Fang Han instinctively thought it was Chu Hongyi, but realizing the voice didn't match, he turned to find it was Li Qingwei, and the smile on his face vanished. What? Am I not welcome? Li Qingwei asked, displeased by Fang Han's sudden change in expression. Silence was taken as consent. He and Li Qingwei were merely in a transactional relationship, nothing more. She walked beside Fang Han, watching the little bear jumping around, her eyes revealing her envy. Fang Han, your pet is amazing, Li Qingwei praised sincerely. Fang Han remained silent. What about that phoenix? I haven't seen it. What about your other pets? Li Qingwei continued, speaking, unaware that Fang Qingxian had just flown off to patrol the area for any. Other pets were also stationed in various directions. Fang Han, are you really that stingy? It's just a small conflict from before. Do you have to hold a grudge for so long? Seeing Fang Han remain silent, Li Qingwei stamped her foot in frustration. Speak up. What do you? Fang Han turned, looking at her calmly. You're really smart. Li Qingwei laughed happily. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask if your pet is— I want to buy one. Li Qingwei revealed her true intention. You want to buy my pet? Fang Han instinctively frowned. Yes. Your pet is so impressive, of course I want it. Li Qingwei said straightforwardly. But I remember your profession is an elemental sorceress, right? You're not a summoner. What would you do with it? Just keep it as a pet. Fang Han scrutinized Li Qingwei. Of course not. I can't use it, but my sister is a summoner. She can use it. Li Qingwei shook her head, her eyes sparkling at Fang Han. Fang Han nodded slightly, then waved his hand saying, not for sale. Why not? Li Qingwei immediately became anxious. No reason, just not for sale. Fang Han's tone was cold, his attitude resolute. All his pets were of disaster tier, and besides him no other summoner, even legendary ones, could contract them. This was because the disaster tier had already surpassed their limit for contracting pets. Aren't you going to ask what price I'm offering? Li Qingwei asked, unwilling to give up. Not interested, Fang Han bluntly shook his head. He wasn't lacking in money or equipment at the moment. Fang Han, just sell me one pet. My sister is an epic tier summoner, and she only has 2 pets so far, and one isn't even at epic tier. This has caused her combat power to be significantly limited. Li Qingwei said, her expression filled with grief. What does that have to do with me? I don't know her. Fang Han remained unmoved. So your pet is really epic tier. Li Qingwei's eyes suddenly lit up. Fang Han. He had always thought Li Qingwei was all looks with no brains, but it seemed she had a bit of cunning. Yilan Chu Hongyi and the others had no idea what tier Fang Han's pets were, nor had they ever asked. Fang Han, I really want to buy. Just name a price. No matter how much you ask, I can afford it. Seeing Fang Han's expression, Li Qingwei seized the opportunity. Fang Han fell silent for a moment before suddenly saying, 1 unranked material. Throughout history, the trade of epic tier pets was exceedingly rare. Such pets were often not enough even for personal use, and unless in dire need of money, one would not easily part with them. What Li Qingwei did not know was that Fang Han's heart was already bursting with joy. He had stumbled upon a tremendous bargain. It was not just an epic pet. With enough souls, he could have as many legendary pets as he desired. To him, it was essentially a no-cost transaction, acquiring a material of no rank for free. An epic pet was nothing he could care less about. His pet army only required calamity pets. Which pet is it? I want to see it first. Li Qingwei extended her hand towards Fang Han. I haven't even got the things yet, and you want to see the pet first. Fang Han shrugged and chuckled. You should let me know which one has better attributes and which skills are more suitable. What type of pet does your sister need? An offensive type? Or a tank type? Or perhaps a utility type? Fang Han asked. Master E is an offensive type relying heavily on its damage output. The bullhead is a tank type responsible for taking damage. Timo, on the other hand, is a utility type. Li Qingwei thought seriously for a moment and said, my sister currently has 2 pets. The epic tier one is a turtle which has sufficient defense but lacks in offense. The other pet, a red gold tiger king, while being an offensive type, has a relatively low tier and isn't very useful. Therefore, she should need an offensive type pet more. Oh, I see. Something like the sword saint, right? Fang Han remarked. Exactly. Li Qingwei nodded. Then she became conflicted again. But the phoenix seems to be even better. Not only does it have high attack, but it can also fly. Fang Han couldn't help but roll his eyes. The ability to fly is the greatest advantage of the phoenix. Oh, just that alone allows it to surpass the vast majority of pets. In battle, having aerial superiority is equivalent to several ground pets. Most importantly, if things turn dire, one can ride the phoenix to escape. Compared to a skeletal frame like the sword saint, it's much more stylish. Moreover, the phoenix's attack is not inferior to that of the sword saint. The sword saint relies on physical attacks while the phoenix unleashes large-scale magical attacks. Li Qingwei ultimately decided to choose the phoenix. Just to be clear, your phoenix pet cannot transform, it can't turn into a human or speak. The pet can only gain wisdom when it follows me. That's fine as long as it can fly. Li Qingwei said nonchalantly. My sister isn't a man, why would she need a— If the pet is even prettier than herself, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Alright, let's discuss it tomorrow. Cash on the table, goods in hand. Fang Han declared. Li Qingwei returned to her tent satisfied. Fang Han, however, had no epic tier phoenix pet at hand. He could only wait until tomorrow to buy one and evolve it to the epic tier. The last night was not peaceful. During the 2 hours of Fang Han's watch, 3 waves of hellish monsters attacked. However, with the powerful pet army, these monsters were wiped out before they even approached the campsite. The night passed without incident. The next day, as dawn broke, they set off back to Raccoon City. On the way back, they occasionally encountered some hellish monsters. They didn't miss a single encounter, and all were cleaned up by Fang Han. By the time they returned to Raccoon City, it was nearing noon. Fang Han successfully received the first place reward. 3 unranked materials belonged to him, while the other items were distributed among Yi Lan and the others. Sorry, I seem to take all the good stuff every time. Fang Han looked at everyone with a hint of apology. What kind of relationship do we have that you are being so polite? Zheng Shuanglong waved his hand dismissively. Without you, we probably wouldn't have made it into the top 100. Just tagging along for experience is already quite good. Besides, our earnings weren't small either. That's right, Shinro added. Last night Fong Han distributed most of the items dropped by the Thorn Beast and the Great Demon among them. In terms of money, each person received at least 100 gold coins. Fong Han bought a fire feather sparrow, found a secluded spot, and evolved it to the epic tier, transforming it into a fire feather phoenix. The greatest difference between the epic tier fire feather phoenix and the disaster tier divine fire phoenix is its inability to transform into a human form. Additionally, the strength and enhancements of its skills are more than halved. Its size is slightly smaller than Fong Tingshan, barely able to carry 2 people in flight. Even so, it remains incredibly powerful. When Li Qingwei saw the attributes of the fire feather phoenix, her eyes sparkled with envy, lamenting why she wasn't a summoner. Li Qingwei obtained a pet card for the fire feather phoenix. Fong Han meanwhile gained 2 more unranked materials. Everyone was delighted. Fong Han now had a total of 5 unranked materials. After parting ways with Li Qingwei, Fong Han and Yi Lan went to visit Deng Man again, requesting him to craft an unranked piece of equipment. Chu Hongyi, on the other hand, went to her home at Shun Rao's invitation. Shinro also invited Fong Han, but he did not have the time. In the evening, Fong Han and Yi Lan emerged from Deng Man's home. Fong Han's hand held a mask-like piece of equipment. Mask of Suffering, Black Iron, level 13, adaptive attributes, attack 1858, adaptive attributes, spell penetration 10. Additional torture: when the target is attacked, the continuous damage inflicted is converted into true damage. Additional materials required for Evolution 01. Isn't this Timos exclusive equipment? Fong Han was taken aback after reading the mask's attributes. Timos poisonous mushrooms inflict continuous damage lasting for 5 seconds upon stepping on one. With the Mask of Suffering, the continuous damage becomes true damage. In future encounters with high-level, high health, and high defense monsters, the efficiency of kills would increase many times over. As long as there are enough mushrooms, monsters can be trapped and die within the mushroom field. The Mask of Suffering seems to have been tailor-made for Timo, perfectly fitting its abilities. It is far more suited than the world-devouring Dragon Blade is to Master Yi. Timo, this is for you. Fong Han casually tossed the Mask of Suffering to Timo. Thank you, Master. Timo happily received it and put it on. The Mask of Suffering is grayish-white, depicting a woman whose eyes constantly shed tears of blood, seemingly enduring immense torment. The overall atmosphere is painful, eerie, and sinister. Wearing the Mask of Suffering, Timo bounced around like a little demon king from hell. If it appeared at night, it would surely frighten many timid souls. After putting on the Mask of Suffering, it could also conceal the appearance of the equipment. After playing for a while, Timo decided to hide the mask. Wearing something frightening for too long is definitely not advisable. With 2 unranked materials left, Fong Han chose not to upgrade the Mask of Suffering. The 10 true damage was already sufficient for now. Fong Han planned to craft an unranked piece of equipment for all his main pets before proceeding with any upgrade. Yilan, I will take you home. Fong Han glanced at the darkening sky and spoke. Yilan busily helped him and contributed a lot. Recently, the west side of the city has been unsafe, and he felt it was his duty to take her to a safe place. All right, Yilan readily agreed. The sunset cast long shadows of the two in the alley. Upon reaching the main street after having dinner at a clean restaurant, Fong Han personally helped Yilan onto a carriage before feeling at ease to leave. On the way back, he remained vigilant. Today, the west side of the city was incredibly calm, and he did not sense any presence of vampires. In the following days, Fong Han continued to take Yilan, Zheng Shuanglong, Shenro, and Chu Hongyi to grind through level 15 dungeons almost without a moment's rest, day and night. Finally, on the eve of the high school entrance exam, Fong Han successfully reached level 14, while the other 4 had all reached level 15. Leveling up is truly difficult. After the entrance exam, ordinary practitioners would not have such a strong motivation to level up, often taking a year to reach level 20. Fong Han reminisced about the hardships of these days. Tomorrow is the entrance exam, and tonight Shenro and Zheng Shuanglong sat in Fong Han's yard. Are you all? Fong Han glanced at the few of them and asked. No problem. We bought a lot of potions and high-grade elixirs. We will definitely get good scores and enroll in a good university. Zheng Shuanglong patted his chest confidently. Fong Han, I want to attend the same school as you. Chu Hongyi said, biting her red lip. Shinro stared intently at Fong Han, blinking without speaking. You all have a good chance of getting into a good university. Fong Han smiled. Among them, Fong Han was a black iron summoner, Zheng Shuanglong was a golden gale swordsman, Chu Hongyi was a starry zenith sword saint, and Shinro was an epic light priest. Chu Hongyi and Shenro had high-tier professions, so they didn't need to worry too much. Although Zheng Shuanglong's profession was average like the other two, he was fully equipped in platinum gear, which could compensate for much of the gap. That afternoon, the 3 of them all donned platinum outfits. With a full set of platinum gear and precious potions like life essence, each of them spent over 3,000 gold coins for the entrance exam. This was money that countless ordinary families would take generations to earn. With such a luxurious setup, they surpassed 90 of the entrance exam students. If they couldn't get into a good university, it would simply be outrageous. This is for you. It might come in handy at a critical moment. Fang Han handed 3 vials of potions to the 3 of Void Elixir. Upon realizing Zheng Xuanglong's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming. Chu Hongyi and Shun Ro were also astonished. Fang Han, this is a bit too precious. Shun Ro was deeply moved. Money can be earned again, but life is only one. No matter how precious the Void Elixir is, it's worth it to save a life. Fang Han said nonchalantly. The Void Elixir is a platinum-grade potion that when consumed allows the body to enter a phasing state, becoming immune to all physical damage for 5 seconds. The market price for one is around 1500 gold coins. Fang Han did not purchase the Void Elixir. Although he had some money now, he spent most of it buying equipment and skill books for Chu Hongyi and Zheng Xuanglong and could not afford the Void Elixir. He had a total of 5 Void Elixirs, all given to him by Yilan when they parted that afternoon. With the protection of his powerful pet legion, he had no need for so many, so he gave 1 vial to each of Zheng Xuanglong and the others. After dinner, Zheng Xuanglong and Shun Ro did not leave, but stayed here. Since Mo Lingyu was no longer around and Lu Kong had no face to return, they freed up 2 rooms. Nanshan High School. The playground today was filled with students, all showing exceptional excitement. Because today was the important turning point in their lives, the high school entrance exam. On the podium, besides the principal and the director, there were also a few unfamiliar faces. Each of these people possessed extraordinary demeanor, clearly powerful practitioners. They were recruitment mentors from various universities. Once the entrance exam was over, they would recruit those students with outstanding scores in advance. Basically, all high schools in Huancuan City had such treatment, but Nanshan High School had the most university recruitment mentors clearly. The reason is simple. Nanshan High School awakened a legendary profession this year. These university mentors came to compete for Bai Ningguang, the legendary profession of Lightsword Saint. Principal Gao, he had been smiling nonstop, feeling extremely pleased. After so many years, he finally had a moment in the spotlight, allowing him to hold his head high in front of other high schools. Principal Gao, the quality of this year's examinees from your school is very impressive. Besides the legendary profession, there are also quite a few epic professions. A white-bearded old man spoke, stroking his beard as he looked at the students below, grinning. He was a recruitment mentor from Sacred University. Sacred University is ranked among the top 10 universities in the Yinxia Empire, located in Yinxia City. Haha, not at all. Compared to Huancuan, no. One high school were still far behind. Gaoi chuckled and shook his head. However, the pride on his face was undeniable. Nanshan High School indeed had fewer epic professions than Huancuan, no. One high school, and the quantity difference was significant. However, Nanshan High School had a legendary profession, while Huancuan, no. One high school did not. No matter how many epic professions they had, it could not compare to the value of a single legendary profession. That's her. That girl is so beautiful, I really like her. I'm reserving her for Empire University. Next to the white-bearded old man sat a tall girl gazing at Bai Ningguang below with bright, excited eyes. Su Qian, I haven't even spoken yet about Yinxia University, and you dare to steal her. A well-dressed boy beside her said disdainfully. If it's just Yinxia University, what's so great about it? Does your school's funding even compare to more than half of what we Empire University has? Su Qian scoffed. Do you really think that for a legendary profession with so many powers eager to sponsor and invest, they would lack a few trifles from you? A boy named Gao Tsong said lightly. That's different. Plus, I have this senior sister to personally guide her. She will definitely like me. Su Qian raised her chest, speaking proudly. Faced with this unreasonable woman, Gao Tsong was left speechless. However, he believed that as long as Bai Ningguang was a normal person, she would choose Yinxia University. For Bai Ningguang, the entrance exam was just a formality. Even if her final score was poor and ranked low, she could pick any university she wanted. Most of those who entered Yinxia University were epic-level professions, and many were even of lower tiers. After all, there might only be 1 or 2 legendary professions in a city within a year. Beside the podium, there was a gigantic vortex spinning continuously, which served as the entrance to this year's college entrance examination trial. Even from over 100 meters away, Fang Han could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from it. Fang Han keenly noticed that the team from Class 9 seemed to be missing 2 or 3 people. He guessed that they must have perished during the leveling process. Even while grinding monsters in the dungeon of the Professional Alliance every day, there was still a risk of death. Let alone leveling outside the city, the risks were much greater. Out of more than 30 professionals in the class, nearly 2/5 had leveled up to level 15. Most were at levels 13-14. The lowest level among them was surprisingly only level 10. It was clear that they would not be able to pass the college entrance examination unless they were willing to pay exorbitant tuition fees to waste time at Raccoon Academy. As long as one is willing to spend enough money, Raccoon Academy accepts anyone. Suddenly, Fang Han noticed a cold gaze fixated on him. He quickly turned around and locked eyes with Lu Jianming. Lu Jianming's eyes were flustered, and he hurriedly averted his gaze. A faint cold smile appeared on Fang Han's face. Lu Jianming better pray not to encounter him during the college entrance examination trial. Otherwise, he would settle old scores along with new ones, and it wouldn't end well for him. Lu Jiaming had leveled up relatively quickly, reaching level 16. However, in Fong Han's eyes, he was still a mere chicken, not worth mentioning. Even a pet could easily crush him. Silence. On the podium, Gao Yi stood up and began to speak. The noise from the crowd immediately quieted down, and all eyes turned to the podium. The month-long period has ended, and the upcoming college entrance examination trial will be the time to test your results, which will determine each of your futures and destinies. I hope each of you can achieve your desired results and enter the university of your choice. Next, let's invite Gao Tsung, the admissions advisor from Yinxia University, to speak to us. After Gao Yi finished speaking, he glanced at Gao Tsung sitting next to him. Wow, the senior is so handsome. I want to go to Yinxia University. No wonder he is a top student from Yinxia University with extraordinary demeanor, and he is also a legendary professional. As Gao Tsung stood up, countless girls began to cheer. Come on, juniors. I'll be waiting for you at Yinxia University. Gao Tsung said just these two sentences, driving countless people into a frenzy. The admissions advisors from the top 10 universities had all spoken, mostly offering encouraging words. After the leaders' speeches, they got to the main topic. This college entrance examination trial is different from the past. All high school students from Raccoon City will be tested in the same area. Gao Yi's first sentence was like a bomb, directly igniting the students below. Although the trial venues of various high schools were the same in the past, the college entrance examination trials were conducted separately. This year, for the first time, all candidates were gathered in the same examination hall. Fong Han had a faint feeling that this college entrance examination trial would not be simple. After a while of student discussions, Gao Yi spoke again, his voice deep and powerful, penetrating the entire playground. This time, the college entrance examination trial will take place in the Dark Land, located 100 kilometers north of Raccoon City. I'm sure you all know what that place is, right? At these words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The Dark Land. Hearing this, Fong Han frowned. Isn't the Dark Land the Sunshine Town that was breached by orcs a few years ago? A few years ago, a large-scale natural disaster invasion occurred. In a single night, Sunshine Town, Lushui Town, and Huixiong Town, among more than 10 towns north of Raccoon City, were attacked by orc armies, resulting in heavy civilian casualties. The strongholds established by the Professional Alliance and Adventure Guild in that area were also completely destroyed. Fewer than 100 people survived. Later, Raccoon City launched 2 large-scale counterattacks, but both ended in failure. After that, the orcs built solid fortresses, making it even more difficult to reclaim lost lands. The area occupied by the orcs, including Sunshine Town and Huixiong Town, is also referred to as the Dark Land, forbidden to humans. I know your concerns, you can rest assured. Not long ago, Raccoon City joined forces with the neighboring Lehigh City and mobilized a large number of high-level professionals, dealing a heavy blow to the orc tribes entrenched in the Dark Land. Now the main force of the orcs has already fled, leaving only a remnant of weak soldiers. Your trial task is to kill all the remaining orcs, drive them out of the Dark Land, and reclaim our human homeland. Gao Yi's loud voice resonated throughout the playground. The murmurs quieted down significantly. However, many still expressed concern. Gao Yi saw through their thoughts and spoke again. I know what you are afraid of, worrying that there are still high-level orcs remaining. But if you can't handle this little hardship, how can you call yourselves professionals? Every year, countless professionals from the Burning Legion die in battles against the natural disaster army. It is precisely because of their struggle and sacrifice that we have the relatively stable life we have now. Gao Yi's words made some students who were having second thoughts feel ashamed. Of course, this time, to motivate you, the city government and the Professional Alliance have increased the rewards for outstanding performers. Anyone who ranks in the top 100, regardless of which university you enter, the first year's tuition will be fully waived, borne entirely by Raccoon City. As soon as Gao Yi said this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Everyone rubbed their fists in anticipation, filled with a yearning for the generous rewards no longer showing. Gao Yi was very satisfied with the reaction from below and continued. For those ranked 21st to 50th, each will receive 2 platinum skill books. Platinum skill books. 2 of them. The crowd below immediately erupted with excitement. The higher the tier, the more valuable the skill book. A single platinum skill book could even be exchanged for half a set of platinum equipment. This is because skills can be used continuously while equipment becomes obsolete over time. Everyone waited quietly for Gao Yi's next words. With such high rewards already, one could only imagine how generous the rewards for the top few would be. Gao Yi did not keep them waiting long. For those ranked 11th to 20th, each will be rewarded with a set of platinum equipment. This reward was still considered reasonable. Next came the main event. Even Fong Han stared intently at Gao Yi. For those ranked 6th to 10th, each will receive 1 unclassified material, a set of platinum equipment, and a platinum skill book. Unclassified materials. Fong Han's eyes suddenly brightened. He clenched his hands tightly. Indeed, there were the unclassified materials he longed for. For those ranked 4th and 5th, the reward is 2 unclassified materials. Every time Gao Yi spoke, cheers erupted from below. In fact, these rewards were merely talk for most people. With over 5,000 participants from more than 20 high schools in Raccoon City, achieving a rank in the top 100 was as difficult as climbing to the sky, let alone the top 10. The rewards for the top 3 are the real highlights. Everyone held their breath. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. After building anticipation, Gao Yi slowly spoke. The reward for third place is the choice of any 2 pieces of unranked equipment. Unranked equipment. At this announcement, the crowd below went completely wild. The rarity of unranked equipment was well known. Previously, only unranked materials were offered, but now third place directly awarded unranked equipment. And not just 1 but 2. Before the crowd could calm their excitement, Gao Yi continued, 3 wish scrolls. Wish scrolls, what are those? Fang Han frowned. They should be better than unranked equipment, but he had never heard of them. Wish scrolls, as the name implies, can grant wishes. Of course, this is merely a legend. The actual effect isn't as outrageous. Wish scrolls can permanently elevate skills by 13 ranks, and if luck permits, 3 wish scrolls could elevate 3 skills by 3 ranks. At this moment, the voice of the homeroom teacher Bai Jia explained from beside him. Elevate skill ranks. Exactly, Bai Jia nodded in approval. The ranks of skills are usually fixed, but wish scrolls can break this restraint and elevate skill ranks out of thin air. Not just professional skills, but also the skills of a summoner's pets can be elevated. So magical. Fang Han's face revealed a look of longing, yet inwardly he remained skeptical. Wish scrolls are indeed valuable treasures. However, for him, they were a rather useless existence, far inferior to unranked materials and equipment. So far he only had 1 attack skill, Shadow Arrow, which he hardly ever used. Occasionally he would obtain high-tier summoner skills, but he sold them for money instead of using them himself. The skills of his pets were all disaster level, surpassing the traditional highest tier of legendary level, and wish scrolls had no effect on disaster level skills. Finally, the reward for first place is... Gao Yi deliberately prolonged his voice, waiting for everyone's emotions to reach their peak before slowly announcing, World Fruit. World Fruit. What is that? It seems to be something edible, eh? Can it grant immortality if eaten? The reward for second place should be better than unranked equipment, right? After hearing this, the students below were confused, discussing among themselves. Only a few well-informed individuals recognized the World Fruit, revealing shocked expressions. Many teachers displayed a glimmer of desire in their eyes. This illustrates the preciousness of the World Fruit. World Fruit is said to be the fruit grown from the World Tree that supported the divine demonic continent during ancient times, containing the laws of the world and endless mysteries. The collapse of the World Tree has occurred over 1 million years ago, and the World Fruit that exists today is extremely rare. One of its functions is to improve a person's aptitude, permanently elevating their professional rank by 1 level. Of course, this enhancement effect is ineffective for legendary professions. However, elevating professional rank is just one of the uses of the World Fruit. Its benefits are countless. Gao Yi waved his hand, and a fruit emitting a faint green glow appeared in midair. This is the World Fruit. As soon as the World Fruit appeared, it immediately overshadowed all other prizes. Elevating professional ranks. Just this simple sentence drove everyone below into a frenzy. Whether it was unranked equipment or wish scrolls, they were all external forces. The height of professional rank is the fundamental factor determining one's future. True strength comes from within. Each elevation of professional rank represents a qualitative leap. For instance, a level 15 black iron profession and a bronze profession appear to differ by only 1 rank, but the gap in attributes might require 2 pieces of platinum equipment to bridge. The higher the rank, the more apparent the gap. Not to mention these students who have never seen the world. Even Gao Yi himself gazed at the World Fruit with envy. The World Tree, an ancient artifact. Regarding these ancient legends, Fang Han had only heard fragments, never expecting them to be real. Although this World Fruit is of little use to him, it does not diminish its wonder and preciousness. It is worth more than all the rewards from 2nd to 10th place combined. The most excited were those classmates who had awakened to epic professions. This year's students from Nanshan High School were few, but there were nearly 20 epic professions. They were only 1 rank behind by Ningguang, yet their treatment was worlds apart. The appearance of the World Fruit gave them a glimmer of hope for advancing to legendary professions. This ranking reward is not just for Nanshan High School, but for all candidates from high schools in Huanshui City. The rewards include unranked equipment, wish scrolls, and rare treasures like the World Fruit, making the competition fierce and brutal. To ultimately achieve a good ranking, strength, wealth, and luck are all essential. Even someone as strong as Bai Ningguang, a legendary profession with a powerful family backing, cannot guarantee a spot in the top 3. Even so, nearly all students remain full of fighting spirit, determined to achieve a good ranking in the college entrance exam trials. Strange, in previous college entrance exam trials, the rewards were generous, but not even 1/10 of what this time offers. With rewards this precious, the college entrance exam trials cannot be as simple as the principal described. Fang Han speculated inwardly. Then Gao Yi announced the rules of the college entrance exam trials. The ranking is based on a point system. The higher the score, the higher the rank. Killing a normal monster grants 1 point. Killing a black iron boss grants 5 points, a bronze boss grants 10 points, a silver boss grants 20 points, and a gold boss grants 50 points. Killing a black iron orc grants 10 points, a bronze orc grants 20 points, a silver orc grants 50 points, and a gold orc grants 100 points. The admission rule for universities is that the top 10 students based on points can choose any university they desire except for the top 3 prestigious ones. As long as their point ranking can enter the top 10, even a black iron profession can get into Invincible University. Each candidate will be issued a token that records their identity points and other information. The token contains a miniature teleportation array that can be activated to teleport back to school in case of deadly danger. Note the miniature teleportation array requires 5 seconds to activate. Once used, candidates cannot re-enter the trial area and their points will be fixed, so use it cautiously. Once teleported in, everyone's positions are random. I hope everyone encounters classmates from our school and can team up and help each other as much as possible. Now I declare the trial begins. With Gao Yi's words, students receive their identity tokens from their respective homeroom teachers and entered the vortex. Fong Han was the last to receive his token. He obtained a black token from Bai Jia made of an unknown material, which felt heavy in his hand. Fong Han. As he was about to leave, Bai Jia called after him. Teacher Bai, is something the matter? Fong Han asked, turning back. Be careful. Also, classmates in the class, if you encounter him, lend him a hand if you can. Bai Jia glanced at Fong Han for a moment. In the eyes of others, Fong Han was a worthless black iron summoner. Bai Jia, however, knew that his strength far exceeded that of the vast majority of his classmates. Even that single divine fire phoenix left practitioners of other professions trailing in its wake. Perhaps in the entirety of Class 9, no one could match Fong Han's power. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Bai. I will. Fong Han grinned. If he met someone he had a decent relationship with, he would not mind offering help. What on earth were they thinking up there, even offering a world fruit as a prize? When I was first in Shanghai City's Gaokao trial, we didn't receive such a... What on earth were they thinking up there, even offering a world fruit as a prize? When I was first in Shanghai City's Gaokao trial, we didn't receive such a reward. The admissions tutor from Linhai University watched student after student file into the vortex, then glanced at the world fruit, suspended in midair. His envy was plain to see. His profession was a pick-deer, and his thirst for the world fruit far surpassed that of others. The world fruit's rarity could no longer be measured by money. No amount of gold could purchase it. Ahem. Su Qian cleared her throat lightly. Wang Haiying, you're already a senior, still coveting the things of the underclassmen. Have you no shame? You're a legendary class professional, of course you want need it, the boy addressed, as Wang Haiying rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath. Wang Haiying. Su Qian's tone turned icy at once. Haha, I'm only joking, just venting. Don't take it seriously. Wang Haiying hastily laughed it off. Among the admissions tutors from various universities, some were real teachers, while others were students about to enter their senior year. After all, the generation gap between young people is smaller. Alright, stop arguing. People will laugh at us. Gao Tsong said irritably. Let's watch their performance instead. Gao Tsong waved his hand, and a gigantic image materialized in the air. Mountains and rivers, deserts and swamps. All manner of terrain appeared. It was unmistakably a map of the Darklands. The display was dotted with thousands of green points. Each little green dot representing a student. Those outside the trial grounds could monitor the general situation in the Darklands in real time. I still think this Gaokao trial is far too difficult. The forces occupying several towns in the Darklands were the infamous Black Flame Orcs. Unlike other brutish orcs who relied only on muscle, the Black Flame Orcs were born able to wield potent dark magics. Although we smashed their main force this time, our losses were not insignificant, sighed Zhuang Fan, the white-beard admissions tutor from Shunqing University. That is precisely why the rewards are so great. Gao Tsong continued, cataclysmic invasions grow ever more frequent. Humanity's habitable land has been squeezed to the brink. If this continues, within a few centuries at most, the Burning Legion will be utterly suppressed by the Cataclysm Legion. Only by unleashing their potential and forging fighters unafraid of powerful foes can the Burning Legion become strong again. I wonder how many will survive this Gaokao trial. Zhuang Fan shook his head and sighed again. Old Zhuang, rest assured. The orcs of the Darklands have largely been eliminated by us. Even if a few slip away by luck, they cannot stir up much trouble. If we truly encounter especially powerful orcs, we will rush to their aid at once and try to prevent major casualties, Su Qian said at the side. Her words eased Zhuang Fan's heavy expression somewhat. Thereafter no one spoke. They all stared intently at the huge map, watching for any movement. Fong Han finally understood why the Cataclysm Legion and the Burning Legion could not coexist. Each sought the utter annihilation of the other. No sooner had he stepped into the Darklands than the sky darkened. Under a dim sky and heavy clouds, deep crimson lightning flickered along the horizon, a scene of impending apocalypse. The air reeked of rot and sourness, a medley of nauseating stenches. Places once occupied by the Cataclysm Legion were like this. Even once reclaimed, they were unfit for human habitation. and would take decades or even centuries of arduous reconstruction to restore. The Cataclysm Legion did not merely threaten in words, the races within it were born with a cataclysmic aura inherently opposed to the Burning Legion. Fong Han took out his identity token and tapped it with a finger. A phantom screen appeared in midair full of various information. Name Fong Han. School Nanshan High School Senior Year, Class 9. Profession Summoner Black Iron. Score 0. Rank 6,222. Additionally, there was a points leaderboard that showed everyone's real-time standings. Fong Han glanced over the points leaderboard listed 8848 people indicating that 8848 students were participating in this Gaokao trial. At that moment, 2 names abruptly vanished from the leaderboard. It had only just begun, and already 2 had died. Is the Darklands really this treacherous? Fong Han closed the interface, his features growing grave. He summoned all his pets. The once quiet grove immediately came alive. Fong Han felt his heart settle considerably. With so many companions at his side, no matter how strong the orcs they faced, he could handle them with ease. He tried to contact Chu Hongyi and the others through his spirit link bracelet, but there was no response. Either they were too far away or the signal was being severely jammed. Ugh! At that moment, a brown hyena sprang from the undergrowth, eyes flashing with feral light. It bared its teeth at Fong Han and let out a low, menacing roar. Frenzied Blood Hyena Common Monster. Level 15. HP 24000. Attack 1200. Defense 500. Move speed 11. 0. Skill Rend Gold. The Frenzied Blood Hyena rends its target, dealing 330 damage and causing a bleeding effect that inflicts an additional 660 damage over 5 seconds. Cooldown 6 seconds. A level 15 common monster with such absurdly high attributes. An average practitioner poorly equipped or of middling rank would find even one of these difficult to handle. The Frenzied Blood Hyena let out a wild howl and lunged at Fong Han. With a loud thud, the Frenzied Bloodhound crashed into the bullhead, only to be bounced back. A damage number of 1 appeared above the bullhead's head. 1 point of damage. Fong Han nearly laughed out loud. The Frenzied Bloodhound was a level higher than the bullhead, but could only deal a mere point of forced damage. Among the Pet Legion, the bullhead had the lowest attack power with only 1320 points, yet its health and defense were the highest, unmatched by any other pet. The level 14 bullhead had a health pool of 26,400 points and a defense of 1340 points. In contrast, the Frenzied Bloodhound had an attack power of 1200 points, and even with a 10 damage bonus, it could not breach the bullhead's defenses. When the enemy's level is not lower than one's own, if the defense cannot be broken, only 1 point of force damage can be dealt. If the enemy's level is lower, even 1 point of force damage cannot be inflicted. The bullhead stomped fiercely on the ground, sending the Frenzied Bloodhound flying into the air. Before it could land, it became a lifeless corpse. 32,000. The bullhead's war tread activated a critical hit, instantly obliterating the Frenzied Bloodhound. Despite being the lowest in attack power among pets, it could easily eliminate the Frenzied Bloodhound, let alone other pets. Successfully killed the Frenzied Bloodhound. Experience 220. Successfully killed the Frenzied Bloodhound. Soul 1. Successfully killed the Frenzied Bloodhound. Points 1. Successfully killed the Frenzied Bloodhound. Heavenly Calamity. Sword Saint. Experience 220. This time no one else shared the experience. The experience for killing an ordinary monster exceeded 200 points. Fong Han sat on Fong Qingxian's back, allowing her to fly high into the air. As they ascended, he gradually made sense of the surrounding environment. He found himself in an endless birch forest. The towering birch trees stood over 100 meters high, with the ground covered in a thick layer of withered yellow leaves. Walking on them, he sank in deeply at times. There were no other adventurers in sight, making it impossible to determine exactly where he was in this dark place. Were all the orcs exterminated? Why haven't I seen a single one? Fong Han was filled with doubt. Although he hadn't encountered any orcs, the number of Frenzied Bloodhounds was overwhelming. The scent of blood from the recently slain Frenzied Bloodhound had attracted many of its kind. Master Yi charged into the Frenzied Bloodhounds, unleashing a blade storm that killed them all in an instant. His points increased by 5. Fong Han dispatched all of his pets except for Fong Qingxian to hunt down the nearby monsters. Once monsters were spotted, they were usually dispatched within a couple of hits, with none able to approach within a 20-meter range of Fong Han. Lying on Fong Qingxian's back, he watched his points steadily rise, feeling utterly relaxed. Other adventurers, no matter how strong, were just single individuals. Meanwhile, he had many pets assisting him in slaying monsters, making his efficiency infinitely higher than theirs. Thus a strange scene unfolded in the birch forest. Fong Han lay on the phoenix's back, slowly flying forward in midair, while several pets searched the ground for monsters to hunt. Fong Han had no idea when he would leave the birch forest. He was simply walking in one direction, confident he would eventually reach the end. The monsters he encountered included not only Frenzied Bloodhounds, but also wild wolves. These monsters were all around level 15, posing no threat to him. The Pet Legion's highly efficient monster hunting caused his points to soar, In just half an hour his rank rose to 88. Yet Fong Han furrowed his brow. With such a significant advantage, how could so many people have higher scores than him? He checked the points leaderboard. First place, Lin Xiu 106 points, Summoner Epic Raccoon Class 1. Second place, Xiao Xiaodong 104 points, Shadow Hunter Epic Raccoon Class 1. Third place, Shun Tianlong 103 points, Sanctuary Knight Legendary Raccoon Class 9. Fourth place, Huiyin 100 points, Supreme Lord Epic Raccoon Class 1. Fifth place, Yin 98 points, Demon Caller Epic Raccoon Class 1. Sixth place, Xiao Yong 96 points, Dark Mage Starry Heng Yuan High School. Seventh place, Li Tieju 94 points, Frenzied Knight Epic Raccoon Class 1. Eighth place, Song Jejia 90 points, Starshine Priest Platinum, Nanshan High School. Ninth place, Luo Xiaohai 88 points, Berserker Red Gold, Nanhu High School. 10th place, Bai Ningguang 87 points, Radiant Sword Saint Legendary, Nanshan High School. The strength of Raccoon Class 1 was astonishing. Nearly the entire top of the leaderboard was occupied by them. Fong Han was somewhat astounded. Half of the top 10 in the points leaderboard were adventurers from Raccoon Class 1. Nanshan High School had only two, one of whom was Bai Ningguang, which did not surprise Fong Han. He had not heard of the other Song Jejia. The first place was a summoner. Did she have many pets? However, it was still early. A temporary lead in points did not signify much. The rankings fluctuated greatly, with the points leaderboard constantly changing. The total number of people on the leaderboard had decreased by almost 100 since they entered, indicating that nearly 100 classmates had perished. The dangers of the Dark Lands are self-evident. Yin, that name. Fong Han gazed at the fifth place, Yin, feeling a slight daze. In his previous life, he was falsely accused of secretly filming by a plump little fairy, and the officer responsible for mediation was also named Yin. After reviewing the surveillance, interviewing witnesses, it was ultimately determined that Fong Han was framed. Thus Fong Han had a deep impression of her. It should just be a coincidence. He forced a smile, shook his head, and continued directing his pets to slay monsters. Master, it seems there's a big fellow ahead. At that moment, the demon hunter flew down from above to report the situation. The demon hunter was also involved in monster hunting, but was responsible for scouting enemy movements. Let's go take a look. Killing such weak little monsters was yielding slow points growth. There was no challenge at all. Hearing that there might be a boss, Fong Han immediately became interested. Under the guidance of the demon hunter, Fong Han quickly found the boss it mentioned. It was a larger version of the frenzied bloodhound, 3 times the size of an ordinary one. Fong Han checked and found it to be a level 16 bronze boss. Not bad, this is a nice treat. At least it was a boss, and Fong Han felt quite satisfied. Without wasting any time, all the pets rushed forward. In under 10 seconds, the frenzied bloodhound king was reduced to a mist of blood. Successfully killed the frenzied bloodhound king, experience 1450. Successfully killed the frenzied bloodhound king, soul 1. Successfully killed the frenzied bloodhound king, points 10. Successfully killed the frenzied bloodhound king, heavenly calamity, sword saint, experience 220. Fong Han was very satisfied as his points suddenly increased by 10. Master, another discovery ahead. The demon hunter reported again after Fong Han picked up what the Mad Blood Hyena King had dropped. Half a minute later, Fong Han stood in a relatively open clearing of the birch wood. In the center lay a Mad Blood Hyena, even larger than the one they had slain earlier. At least a silver tier. Fong Han felt a surge of pleasure inwardly. Ordinary monsters no longer satisfied him. Only by slaying more bosses would his points climb swiftly. I didn't even get to strike the last one before you killed it. I want to be the first on this boss. Xiao Xiong protested in a childish voice. Fine. You go first. I'll provide cover from behind. Nyotu rumbled. Little raccoon, don't let the monster knock you flat. Temo sat on Nyotu's shoulder and laughed. Humph, don't belittle me. I am the master's strongest pet. Xiao Xiong said proudly, lifting his head. He turned and strode toward the boss. With a sudden splash and a gurgle, after only a couple of steps the ground gave way beneath him, and Xiao Xiong plunged down. Beneath the thick carpet of leaves was a pool. No wonder the hyena hadn't attacked them. It was trapped on an island in the center of the pool. Fong Han understood at once. Xiao Xiong sputtered, thrashing and calling loudly, help. Master, save me. A bear that cannot swim. How shameful. Temo seized the moment to mock him. Stung by the taunt, Xiao Xiong, frothed with indignation, paddled wildly, and surprisingly swam out of the pool. The hyena was marooned on its little island by the pool and could not leave. For Fong Han, this was no problem. There was no need to risk a pet wading through the water. Fong Han lifted Temo and Xiao Xiong each in one hand, while Fong Qingxian bore them to hover above the island. The hyena snarled at Fong Qingxian overhead and strained itself to leap up. The best the hyena could manage was a 2-meter jump. It could not reach Fong Qingxian and vented its fury in frantic barking below. Make it quiet. Fong Han snapped, irritated. Acknowledged, master. Temo snapped a standard salute and hurled a poisonous mushroom downward. The spinning green fungus happened to land right in the hyena's maw. Boom. A dull blast sent green smoke billowing from the hyena's body. 68,200. 17,050. 17,050. 17050. Colossal damage numbers kept erupting above the hyena's head. Nalavel equipment is truly overpowered. One poisonous mushroom had already taken away nearly half the hyena's life. Fong Han's eyelids twitched. To be precise, the Tongku Mianju's skill converted the mushroom's lingering poison into true damage. Even without equipment, Temo's raw attack was the highest among the pet core, almost double Niotu's. The Tongku Mianju's bonus only elevated Temo's output further. A normal monster that stepped on such a fungus would be doomed. There, boom. Before the hyena could recover from the blast, Temo tossed another poisonous mushroom down. This time the mushroom's lingering damage crit, dealing heavier blows and reducing the hyena to near death. Before Temo could throw a third, Xiao Xiong unleashed a rocket storm. Countless rockets rained down, engulfing the hyena. When the explosions subsided, the creature lay as a torn and battered corpse. The hyena should be classed as silver. Its death granted Fong Han 3-0 experience and 20 points. His ranking climbed another notch. At this rate, a spot in the top 10 is secure. Top 3 is within reach. Fong Han felt confident. Compared with the Jingji Valley he had visited days before, the Darklands monsters were of similar caliber. But Fong Han himself was far stronger than he had been in Jingji Valley. Other classes gained little. With a single level up, his improvement had been dramatic. All of Fong Han's pets were Tai and Z grade. Each level brought qualitative leaps. Thus, handling the Darklands monsters felt considerably easier. After slaying the hyena, Fong Han wasted no time and searched for new prey. The birchwood ahead hid pools under every scatter of leaves, turning the area into a swampland. Niotu, Idashi, and the others kept falling into the pits, slowing down the hunt. Fong Han simply recalled them to pet space. He relied only on Temo, Xiao Xiong, Fong Qingxian, and the demon hunter to clear monsters. Most were still one-shot kills, although the kill rate had slowed a little. Fong Han did not mind. The birchwood was riddled with unseen bogs. Obviously no place for efficient point grinding. The primary objective now was to leave the forest. 5 minutes later the trees opened, and Fong Han finally emerged from the birchwood. Before him stood a cluster of ruined buildings. This is Heiha Town. From the town gate plaque and the river running black before it, Fong Han judged that this must be Heiha Town. The river itself posed no mystery. The dark appearance came from black stones on its bed, hence the name Heiha. Fong Han led his pets into the town. Within the town, collapsed buildings lay everywhere. Black-brown bloodstains and the charred scars of battle were visible at intervals. A fierce fight had clearly broken out here not long ago. Strange. I haven't seen a single orc. Are they all dead? Fong Han scratched his head, puzzled. It would have been one thing not to find orcs in the birchwood, but to find none in Heiha Town was decidedly abnormal. A dull thud suddenly sounded. Fong Han turned toward its source. He glimpsed a scrap of cloth disappearing behind a low wall. Fong Qingxian bore him over. The dozens of meters were covered in an instant. When Fong Han saw what lay behind the wall, he felt bile rise in his throat, and his face went deathly pale. Behind the low barriers, several orcs, bare-chested and clad with rags at their waists, clustered around a human corpse, tearing out its entrails. The orcs had slipped into a trance of feeding mouths dripping with blood. Fong Han even saw a female orc cram a bloody length of intestine into her mouth and chew ravenously. The bloodiness and cruelty surpassed even that of the great demon. The human corpse on the ground was clearly a fellow professional who had entered with Fong Han. Judging from the school uniform, it must belong to Huan Xiong No. 7. By the way, for today's college entrance examination training, all high school students were required to wear their school uniforms. Naturally, Fong Han was no exception, donning the uniform of Nanshan High School. Fong Han spotted the beastmen. The beastmen also saw Fong Han. With a shriek, they brandished their weapons and charged at him. Master Yi turned them into a mist of blood. Looking at the utterly mangled corpse, Fong Han's expression turned extremely cold. Yes, master. Seeing Fong Han's evident anger, Master Yi charged forward with the Annihilation Dragon Blade, full of momentum. Ah! The sounds of screams echoed continuously. Blood and shattered limbs flew everywhere. By the time the blade storm ended, the beastmen had been reduced to a mist of blood, with not a single complete corpse left. Earlier, he might have felt puzzled about why the Catastrophe Legion and the Burning Legion were inherently opposed. The scene before him made him completely understand. The Catastrophe Legion represented destruction, calamity, slaughter, chaos, and devastation. They must be completely eradicated, thoroughly purged from the divine demon continent. The beastmen from earlier seemed a bit weaker compared to his impression of them, almost similar to humans. However, despite their seemingly unremarkable physique, their strength was remarkably powerful, ranking among the top of the beastmen. A distinctive feature of beastmen is the two protruding tusks at the corners of their mouths that cannot be concealed. Next to these beastmen's sharp tusks, there was a smaller tusk indicating that they were the infamous rodent beastmen. The rodent beastmen have a notorious nickname: cannibals. Besides hunting ordinary wild beasts, their greatest hobby is eating humans. In the calamity of the Dark Lands a few years ago, the vast majority of ordinary people had become food for the rodent beastmen. The commotion of the battle here was considerable, and many rodent beastmen emerged from the collapsed houses throughout the town. Without needing Fong Han's orders, several pet tigers pounced like wolves, attacking fiercely. The sounds of screams resonated endlessly. Successfully killed a rodent beastman, experience 1560. Successfully killed a rodent beastman, soul 1. Successfully killed a rodent beastman, points 10. What followed were constant system notifications. In just 3 minutes, Fong Han had killed 12 rodent beastmen, with his points skyrocketing by 120, pushing him up over 20 ranks. Fong Han rode on Fong Qingshan's back, surveying below as he searched building by building for rodent beastmen. This college entrance examination training is extraordinarily challenging. Fong Han thought to himself. Each ordinary rodent beastman was at least of the black iron boss level. When others encounter beastmen, it is manageable if only one appears, but once their numbers exceed 3, it becomes exceedingly difficult to handle. To act alone requires immense strength, if otherwise, even high-tier professionals may perish under the cruel blades of the beastmen. Only Fong Han possesses such a multitude of disaster-level pets, allowing him to swagger and roam recklessly in the Dark Lands. Heiha town is quite large. It took Fong Han 10 minutes to search through 2 of its streets, having slain 21 rodent beastmen. Boom. At that moment, a sudden and intense explosion resounded from a distance. Someone over there. Fong Han turned to see a massive fire erupting in the center of Heiha town. Is that someone from Raccoon High? Upon arrival, Fong Han recognized from the school uniforms of several individuals that they all came from Linglong High School. Engaged in fierce combat with several students from Raccoon High was a beastman significantly larger than ordinary rodent beastmen, with dark rough skin, wielding a massive curved blade. Fong Han assessed the situation and noted that this rodent beastman was of silver tier, exhibiting formidable strength. Each swing of its blade unleashed a trail of black flames. The 5 professionals battling it had clear roles: a priest for healing, an ice mage for slowing, a ranged archer for attacks, and a knight guarding the front lines. The true powerhouse among them was a starry summoner, whose pet was a lion with golden fur. Fong Han took a glance and lost interest. Although this rodent beastman was powerful, the golden lion was not weak either, matching the beastman in strength. It was hard to discern which side had the upper hand. It would take at least 3 minutes to determine a victor. Fong Han's sudden appearance startled them all. When they saw that he had only a small raccoon as a pet, the starry summoner revealed a look of disdain. Get lost. Don't interfere with us. The summoner, named Guo Jingjing, coldly shouted at Fong Han without hesitation. As expected of Linglong High, Fong Han's expression darkened immediately. Linglong High School had the worst reputation in Raccoon City. Most of its students were just loafers who fought daily. Fong Han had thought that in such a school those who awakened to professions would be exceptional, but he did not expect them to retain their delinquent habits. In the Gaokao trials, even within the same school or classmates are competitors, let alone different school. However, such a terrible attitude, openly telling someone to get lost, could only be done by the likes of Linglong High. What are you staring at? If you don't leave, do you believe I will dig out your eyeballs? A knight with a bear-tattooed arm waved a short axe at Fong Han, revealing a sinister smile. Master. The little bear was about to speak, but was covered by Fong Han's hand. Fong Han narrowed his eyes, glanced at the group, said nothing, and turned to leave. Ha! Coward. The knight laughed uncontrollably. A mere black iron summoner, he surely wouldn't dare to Guo Jingjing and the others also scoffed at Fong Han's display of weakness. Master, why did you stop me just now? They dared to humiliate you. I want to teach them a harsh lesson. In a secluded spot, the little bear clenched its tiny fists, seething with righteous indignation, and shouted, Hee, there's no need for us to act. Just wait for the good show to unfold. Fong Han glanced over that way, and said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Fong Han's character was not one to suffer silently, given the poor attitude of those few. Even if he did not turn them into a bloody mist, he would have the little bear beat them until they were toothless. The reason he had not acted immediately was due to a new discovery by the demon hunter. How did another beastman appear? More ferocious than the one in front. The golden wolf can't hold on any longer. Run. As soon as Fong Han finished speaking, chaos erupted behind them, with screams echoing. Fong Han's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a cold smile. The real reason he ignored those people earlier was that the demon hunter had discovered another powerful rodent beastman approaching. Let's go. Let's explore somewhere else. Fong Han casually walked in the opposite direction. As for Guo Jingjing and her group, they could entertain themselves with the 2 silver rodent beastmen. He believed that the kind and hospitable rodent beastmen would leave a very deep impression on them. Fong Han did not walk far, and began to slay rodent beastmen nearby. From a distance, cries and curses could be heard occasionally. Within 5 minutes, the sounds gradually faded away. After all, they are starry summoners, they can't possibly only have one pet, right? So soon they were completely wiped out. Fong Han turned his head in confusion, preparing to go over and clean up the mess. After all, those were 2 silver rodent beastmen worth a total of 100 points. He couldn't let it go to waste. Just then he spotted a figure stumbling towards him. Fang Han's gaze sharpened. He recognized the girl covered in blood with disheveled hair. It was Guo Jingjing, the one who had told him to scram not long ago. At that moment, Guo Jingjing looked utterly disheveled, a stark contrast to her earlier arrogant demeanor. It seemed her thigh had been slashed by a rodent beastman's curved dagger, blood flowing uncontrollably as she limped while running. Her golden lion pet was nowhere to be seen. Defending her against the 2 rodent beastmen was a yellow bee the size of a basketball. The bee was being besieged by the 2 rodent beastmen, losing its hair under the blows of the curved daggers, clearly not able to hold out much longer. "Classmate in front, please save me." Seeing Fang Han, Guo Jingjing was momentarily stunned, then elated, as if she had grabbed onto a last straw of hope. Previously, Fang Han had only showcased a little bear, but this time he also had Master Yi by his side. Master Yi's cold and ruthless appearance clearly indicated that he was not simple, giving Guo Jingjing a glimmer of hope for survival. Even if they couldn't defeat the rodent beastmen, it should be possible to buy some time to escape. Fang Han looked at Guo Jingjing rushing towards him, waved his staff, and summoned Fang Qingxian. Fang Qingxian carried Fang Han into the air. Guo Jingjing stared at the suddenly appearing gigantic phoenix, her expression dazed. At that moment of her daze, her bee pet was cleaved in 2 by a rodent beastman. "Classmate, Fang Han, please save me." Seeing the approaching rodent beastman, Guo Jingjing was terrified, shouting frantically at Fang Han in the air. Fang Han turned a deaf ear, seemingly oblivious to her plea for help. He glanced behind Guo Jingjing and noticed that the others hadn't followed. They either fled separately or had already been killed by the rodent beastmen. Fang Han speculated that the latter. "Fang Han, I was wrong. I shouldn't have cursed you earlier, please save me." Guo Jingjing's cries of desperation grew louder as Fang Han's indifference shattered her hopes of survival. "Not being a further source of trouble is already good enough. You expect me to save you. And then share the experience and points." Fang Han cast a faint glance at Guo Jingjing, his expression devoid of emotion. In such a large Heihe town, Guo Jingjing deliberately ran to his location. Didn't that mean she wanted to drag him down with her? How could he possibly save such a person? If he were truly just a black iron summoner, wouldn't that mean Guo Jingjing would get him killed? The rodent beastman bearing the shadow arrow released by Guo Jingjing swung its curved dagger heavily at her back. In an instant, blood gushed out. Guo Jingjing suffered a severe blow and fell heavily to the ground. And with that fall, she would never rise again. In less than 3 seconds, Guo Jingjing was killed by the 2 rodent beastmen. "Kill them." Fang Han uttered a few words nonchalantly. Upon hearing Fang Han's command, Master Yi, who had been holding back for a long time, immediately rushed out like a whirlwind. With just 2 silver beastmen, there was no need for the little bear and Fang Qingxian to assist. Master Yi easily resolved the situation with a blade storm followed by an alpha strike. Thanks to the golden tier Doomsday Dragon Blade, Master Yi's current attack power was absurdly high. Even a silver tier boss couldn't withstand a few strikes. Successfully killed a rodent beastman, experience 2,760. Successfully killed a rodent beastman, points 50. Successfully killed a rodent beastman, experience 2,760. Successfully killed a rodent beastman, points 50. The 2 rodent beastmen contributed a total of 100 points, causing his rank to soar from 46th to 34th, immediately dispelling Fang Han's earlier unpleasant mood. Fang Han summoned all his pets once more. "Master, this is that woman's void ring." The little bear approached holding a black ring. Fang Han took it. After a brief inspection, he found quite a few good items inside, totaling around 20 to 30,000 gold coins. He accepted it without hesitation. Then he approached the corpses of the other few people, collecting their void rings and undamaged weapons and equipment, planning to deal with them all once he returned to Raccoon City. He would never have too much money. "This staff is quite nice, Fang Qingxian, you can use it for now." Fang Han tossed a slender staff to Fang Qingxian. This staff belonged to the priest in Guo Jingjing's team, with a platinum tier and a usage level of 14, which Fang Qingxian could just use. Although it paled in comparison to the ungraded equipment of Timo and Master Yi by a long shot, it was still usable, providing 510 points of attack. "Thank you, Master." Fang Qingxian happily accepted it, showing no displeasure at it being just an ordinary staff. She was far more forgiving and generous than the little bear. Ever since Timo acquired the Mask of Pain, the little bear had been extremely jealous, wishing to snatch it for himself. Fang Han spent half an hour traversing every corner of Heihe Town, killing all the rodent beastmen he encountered, totaling over 40. Currently, his ranking had risen to 21st. In a desolate area, several half-meter-long black scorpions surrounded a stunning girl. The black giant scorpion's sharp forelimbs shimmered with a cold light under the sun. Faced with so many giant scorpions, the girl showed no signs of panic. Pointing her longsword, a dazzling sword light cleaved into one of the giant scorpions, pushing it back several meters, nearly slicing it in half. Falling sword technique. The girl exclaimed softly, conjuring countless sharp swords that descended from the air, overwhelming the approaching giant scorpions. By the time the sword rain dispersed, all the black giant scorpions attacking her had turned into corpses. The girl didn't even glance at the giant scorpions stepping towards a nearby, small mountain range. Ranked 5th now. If I push a bit harder, I can aim to advance 2 more ranks within an hour. The girl clenched her delicate fist, encouraging herself. Outside Heiha town, in a dilapidated village, a burly young man struggled with great effort to slay a he being a lone wolf feels much better. As a distinguished red gold tier knight, do I really need to team up with anyone? With a joyous thought, he noted 10 points of score added to his account. Why does my back feel a bit cold? The young man, crouched down inspecting the loot from the bronze BOSS, suddenly halted his actions. Humph! A foul odor wafted into his nose, drifting in through his collar. Just as the young man intended to stand up, a bloodied hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. In the dark lands, similar scenes were unfolding everywhere. Some succeeded in slaying monsters while others fell. Fong Han had already left Heiha town, standing atop a rolling hill. These hills varied in height, some just a few meters tall, while others soared over 100 meters, covered in trees, stretching endlessly into the horizon. If I remember correctly, this hill should be the Grizzly Bear Hills. Exiting the hills will lead me to Grizzly Bear Town, Fong Han pondered quietly. In Grizzly Bear Hills, the most common monsters were naturally grizzly bears. After climbing over 2 small mountains, he had already slain 7 grizzly bears. While traversing the Grizzly Bear Hills, he unexpectedly spotted students from other schools. Fong Han deliberately circled around to avoid them. Grizzly bears were merely ordinary monsters, significantly weaker than orcs. Before his pet, they were easily pushed aside, unable to impede his progress. His score steadily increased, and his ranking continued to rise. 20 minutes later, he arrived before the largest mountain in Grizzly Bear Hills. This mountain stood approximately 200 meters high, densely forested with treacherous paths. Master, I seem to have detected orcs inside, the demon hunter reported as it descended from the air to inform Fong Han. Very good. Continue observing. Fong Han nodded in satisfaction, his expression filled with excitement. While others avoided the orcs, he eagerly anticipated encountering them again. Because killing orcs granted more points than ordinary monsters. The invisible demon hunter flew back into the air, scouting the enemy while guiding Fong Han. In Grizzly Bear Hills, the trees were very dense. Fong Qingshan in her phoenix form was rather large, making it inconvenient to fly, forcing Fong Han to walk instead. After just a few steps, the demon hunter flew down again. Its voice carried a hint of hesitation. Master, it seems there is not just one orc ahead, but an orc tribe. An orc tribe? How many orcs are there? Fong Han asked in astonishment. The number should not be low. The trees were too dense, and with the obstructing buildings I couldn't see clearly. I estimate there are at least 50. I also spotted several human corpses within the orc tribe, the demon hunter speculated. So many. Fong Han gasped upon hearing this. 50 orcs and 50 grizzly bears are completely different. 50 grizzly bears, merely a matter of numbers, could easily be wiped out by Fong Qingshan's true vacuum fire sea. If it weren't for Master Yi's Blade Storm, having a smaller range, it alone could topple them all. Orcs, however, were different. The weakest among them were Black Iron Boss level. Although Fong Han's pet was strong, it was not yet powerful enough to battle against hundreds of Black Iron bosses simultaneously. Moreover, surely some orcs possess strength exceeding Black Iron, reaching Bronze, Silver, or even possibly Gold tier. This is too unreliable. The Grizzly Bear Hills conceal an entire tribe of orcs. Fong Han complained in disbelief. Master, should we go around? I found a small path nearby that leads away from the orc tribe. We shouldn't be detected, the demon hunter suggested. Go around. Fong Han frowned. He opened the score leaderboard. Currently, he ranked 17th, trailing 422 points behind the first place. Having entered the Dark Lands for over an hour, he had hardly stopped slaying monsters, yet he still faced a gap of over 400 points from the first place. None of those ranked in the top 20 were easy opponents. At the current pace, he wondered how long it would take to reach the top 3. If he could wipe out all the orcs here, he would at least gain 1,000 points. No need. We will eradicate this. After a brief consideration, Fong Han made his decision. For the sake of points, he was willing to take the risk. Even if he couldn't win, he could still reap a significant amount of points, and then escape. Under the guidance of the demon hunter, 3 minutes later, Fong Han arrived at the outskirts of the orc tribe. He hid behind a large tree, calmly observing. Before him lay a tribe roughly the size of 5 football fields, with several crude and simple wooden houses scattered throughout. In the center of the tribe, a large bonfire blazed, surrounded by dozens of orcs who were singing and dancing. Master, look. It seems there are humans. Fong Qingshan suddenly pointed at the orc tribe and whispered. Fong Han followed her gaze. To his shock, behind the bonfire, several wooden frames were visible, with a small number of humans securely bound. Too far away and obstructed by flames, Fong Han could not see clearly. He could only vaguely make out several orcs moving in front of the frames, occasionally hearing piercing screams. Fong Han's expression darkened. He could roughly guess that those captured humans were likely students participating in the high-stakes examination like himself. Orcs were synonymous with barbarism, bloodlust, and cruelty. What good fate awaited those captured by orcs? Who knew what inhumane tortures they would endure? Master, should we charge in now? The Minotaur asked in a deep voice beside him. Don't rush. The enemy is strong, and we are weak. We cannot launch a strong attack, we can only break in hard. Fong Han shook his head. After observing for a while, he dismissed several plans in quick succession. A frontal assault was certainly not viable. Even if the Minotaur could withstand damage, it would not endure the attacks of dozens of orcs. Even if it could, the other pets would not be able to. Aerial assaults were also not an option. While orcs could not fly, many among them wielded spears and crossbows capable of throwing spears and shooting bolts, posing a lethal threat to Fong Qingshan and the Demon Hunter. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Han decided to first deplete the living forces of the orc tribe. After everything was set, Timo walked out from behind the large tree, swaggering toward the orc tribe. The orc tribe was surrounded by a simple fence, and there was a watchtower at the entrance with an orc on guard. As soon as Timo appeared, he caught the attention of the orc on guard. Big fool, come chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you have your fun. Timo bounced and jumped, making various silly faces at the two orcs on guard. Walla walla kakaka. The orcs were enraged, shouting at Timo. The orcs in the tribe were alerted, and within 10 seconds the gate was opened and dozens of orcs wielding various weapons rushed out. So many. Oh, don't kill the adorable Timo. Timo was startled by such a large commotion, and with Timo's short legs, he couldn't outrun the towering orcs, and even activating Mushroom Dash was futile. The distance between them closed rapidly. Seeing the fastest orcs about to throw their spears to skewer Timo, a sudden wailing cry echoed from within. Many orcs stopped in their tracks, looking back in confusion. Flames erupted in the orc tribe, with several orcs engulfed in fire, screaming in agony as many wooden huts caught fire. The orc tribe was thrown into chaos. At that moment, the orcs suddenly noticed a gigantic phoenix, its entire body shimmering gold, hovering above the tribe. In an instant, countless spears and arrows were shot towards Fong Qingshan. She had prepared in advance, flying upward to evade the majority of the attacks. A few spears and arrows grazed her wings, causing her to lose over 2,000 health points. But it was not a major issue for now. Although Fong Qingshan's attacks were powerful, the orcs were at least Black Iron boss level with health points exceeding 8,000. The vacuum firestorm failed to kill even one orc. Foolish orcs. Seizing the opportunity while most of the orcs were distracted by Fong Qingshan, the Demon Hunter appeared slowly behind them. With wings gently fluttering behind, the Demon Hunter hovered in the air, sneering as he suddenly slashed forward with his dark green, curved knife. 3 blood-red slashes cut towards the orcs. In an instant, blood and limbs flew everywhere. 26,520. 26,520. 53,040. Critical hit 26520. The Demon Hunter's skill Demon Annihilation dealt true damage, ignoring defense and level. Coupled with the passive skill Demonic Vision, which increased damage taken by the target by 30, several low-health orcs were instantly slain. Like Fong Qingshan, the Demon Hunter strictly followed Fong Han's command to prioritize survival. After unleashing his skill, he immediately went back into stealth mode. While the tribe was in disarray, the orcs chasing Timo were not faring any better. Their ranged attacks were blocked. After the Tauren activated its unyielding while reducing damage by 90, the orcs' attacks managed to take away only 20 of its health, which quickly replenished. Taking advantage of the situation, Timo hid behind the Tauren, continuing to taunt the orcs. Fools. Brain-dead orcs. Come chase me. Though they couldn't understand what Timo was saying, even the dullest orcs could guess that Timo was mocking them. They roared and charged forward, determined to chop the Tauren and Timo into pieces. Bang! The orc running at the front stepped on a poisonous mushroom that Timo had planted earlier. Green smoke billowed up, enveloping 2 other orcs within 5 meters. 67,500. 67,500. 17,300. 17300. High damage numbers kept popping up. These 3 orcs fell to the ground, unable to endure the continuous damage from the mushroom, and were poisoned to death. Bang! 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 Continuously, orcs stepped on poisonous mushrooms. One after another, orcs screamed in death. The remaining orcs finally realized this was a trap, and after a frantic cry, they scrambled to retreat. However, a figure suddenly appeared between them and the tribe, blocking their path. It was Master Yi. Of the dozen orcs that rushed out, more than half were killed by the mushrooms, leaving only 6. The remaining orcs exchanged glances and charged at Master Yi with their weapons. In their eyes, Master Yi was much easier to deal with than the Tauren. Facing the aggressive orcs, the soul fire in Master Yi's eyes flickered slightly, and he slowly raised the blade of world annihilation. Moments later, the last scream abruptly ceased. Master Yi's blade storm had slain 5 orcs. The last orc, heavily injured, madly fled toward the tribe. Just as he was less than 10 meters from the gate, a roaring rocket flew in from behind, draining his last bit of health, and he collapsed dead. Thus all 14 orcs pursuing Timo were dead. The battle on the orc tribe side had ceased, but fires burned everywhere and the heat was intense. Soon after, Fong Qingshan and the demon hunter flew back. Together they had killed 8 orcs. Just like this continued to wear them down. Fong Han was very satisfied with this outcome. After resting for 2 minutes, they resumed the previous tactics with Timo provoking and luring the orcs. Meanwhile, Fong Qingshan and the demon hunter would ambush the tribe's main camp. Following 2 more similar assaults, 22 more orcs were eliminated within the tribe. However, when Timo provoked them again, the orcs had learned their lesson and refused to be tricked again. Charge in. Fong Han, tired of continuing to toy with the orcs, issued the command to attack directly. The previous 3 waves of attrition had effectively eliminated most of the orc tribe's combat strength, and there was no need to hesitate any longer. Boom. Countless enormous deep green flames infused with scalding magma rained down from the sky, crashing into the orc tribe. The gate was smashed open and the watchtower collapsed, raising clouds of dust. With the road cleared by the Lord of Terror's hellfire, the Tauren initiated a barbaric charge, transforming into a raging bull, completely smashing the gate and charging into the tribe. Other pets followed closely into the fray. A few nearby orcs, seeing the enemy invade, roared and charged at them. The Lord of Terror unleashed his ultimate fear, causing these orcs to flee aimlessly. Before they could awaken from their state of fear, they were killed by subsequent attacks. The Tauren Master, E, and the Lord of Terror advanced on the ground. Fong Qingshan, the demon hunter Timo, and Little Bear unleashed their firepower from the air. Timo and Little Bear stood on Fong Qingshan's back, one continuously throwing poisonous mushrooms down, the other firing rockets. First, go save the people. Seeing that there was only one last human left bound to the wooden frame, Fong Han hurriedly issued the command. But it was still too late. By the time Fong Han and the pet army arrived, a towering orc had already beheaded the girl. Blood sprayed high, staining the orc red. Yet again he arrived a step too late. Kill them all for me. Leave not a single one. Fong Han clenched his fist. Master E entered the flock like a fierce tiger. With the swing of the world destruction demon dragon blade, orcs fell one after another with screams. Success in killing the Greystone Orc experience 1577. The system notifications kept ringing, but Fong Han's expression was far from pleasant. 3 minutes later the battle ended. The entire orc tribe fell silent, not a single orc remained alive. Master, 8 orcs escaped. Should we pursue them? The demon hunter flew over to report on the battle situation. Forget it. It's a waste of time. Fong Han waved his hand dismissively. The mountains were high and the forests dense. Finding those fleeing orcs would take an unthinkable amount of time. Fong Han walked up to the campfire. He managed to piece together 4 corpses. They were wearing school uniforms, indicating they were students participating in this high-stakes exam. 3 of them were already unrecognizable, their features completely distorted. As he approached the corpse of the girl whose head had been severed by an orc, a glimmer of cold light suddenly flickered in Fong Han's eyes. The girl was wearing the same uniform from Nanshan High School as he was. After exhaling a deep breath of rancid air, Fong Han instructed Master E to burn the corpses in the fire. Then he left this place with several void rings in hand. What Fong Han didn't know was that shortly after he left, the blood on the ground of the orc tribe seemed to be manipulated by some mysterious force, eerily rising into the air. Countless splashes of blood caused the space to ripple like waves. Crack. On the other side of the space, it appeared as if a massive hand forcefully tore a crack in the fabric of reality. Then a grotesque head squeezed its way out. He. I can smell the scent of blood again. What a wonderfully intoxicating flavor. The monster greedily absorbed the blood, washing over it, wearing an expression of utmost pleasure. Moments later, the blood of the entire orc tribe was completely drained. Roar. The monster let out a roar, its body twisting with effort as it forced its way out of the crack. The fissure behind it slowly closed as if it had never opened. Damn it. If it weren't for the allure of the blood, I wouldn't have discovered this weak point in space and escaped in time. I almost fell victim to that foolish horned demon. I must settle this score with it. But wait, there's the sin of humans here. This trip wasn't in vain. The monster cursed as its expression turned exceedingly excited. Its gaze suddenly turned towards the direction Fong Han had left. But why do I sense a trace of hellish aura link? Could there be other demons who arrived here before me? The monster's nose twitched as it sniffed the air intensely. Forget it, I should find a place to hide and wait until my wounds recover. After tilting its head in thought, the monster ultimately chose a direction opposite to Fong Han's. There isn't a single living orc left here. In Heha Town, a team of professionals looked at the orc corpses scattered everywhere, expressing their confusion. It must be other professionals who arrived before us and killed all the orcs here. Someone speculated.